The Quiet Companion by Kurt Deakin. Chapter 1. Death is not above rain. It never learned to flinch. The water sheets down in indifferent droves, pummeling the asphalt and hounding the verge, and death stands a few measured paces from the guardrail, as much part of the night as the trembling firs or the ditch full of broken beer cans. It has no coat, no face, only the practiced habit of being where it needs to be. Tonight, that is here, on a straight and pointless mile of state highway, waiting for a family sedan to glide into the fatal geometry of its path. Sedan is not remarkable. Its paint is the color of resignation, its headlights just beginning to yellow with age. Inside, the man at the wheel is a study in self-erasure. Sleeves rolled, jaw knotted, eyes shadowed by the dashboard glow. His knuckles are the most vivid thing about him, white on the wheel, each tendon rising with the need to be somewhere else. The woman beside him sits stiff in her seat, hands steepled over her phone, as if she could will the text to come. She glances over her shoulder at the boy in the back, lips curving into a soft and useless smile. Death watches all of this and more. The tremor of the man's heel hovering above the brake, the woman's hand curling unconsciously around the seatbelt latch. The boy, Samuel, though he does not know yet that his name will outlast this night, stares out into the torrent, fingers tracing patterns on the fogged window. There is an intimacy to their containment, a temporary warmth steeled against the dark expanse outside. It will not last. They are talking, these three, but the rain bludgeons every word flat before it reaches the glass. Death hears it anyway, not as sound, but as the sum of what will be lost. The man's voice is weary, factual, reciting turn-by-turn directions with a resignation that makes them prophecy. The woman's replies are softer, almost pleading, each syllable an attempt to steer the evening back toward something safer. The boy is the only one who doesn't speak, his silence a black box waiting to be pried open by the right hands. At the next mile marker, death registers a subtle change in the texture of the air. The wipers struggle at their highest setting, the rubber blades liquefying the world outside into one long grey howl. Beneath the monotone drone, a ribbon of standing water has formed, thin but absolute. The sedan's tires hydroplane, and for an instant the entire tableau is suspended. Man, woman, child, all lifted free from consequence, caught in the brief and weightless arc between cause and effect. This is death's favorite moment, if it can be said to have favorites. The interval in which time, like a tired animal, slows and circles its own fadding scent. Here, the physics of the universe bend to the sharpness of anticipation. The man's hands overcorrect, jerking the wheel with frantic economy. The woman's phone goes tumbling, a flash of pale blue light illuminating the panic in her eyes. The boy's breath fogs the glass, and in its chill surface is reflected the precise, indifferent face of his future. Sedan begins its rotation. Not a spin, not yet. Just the gentle, almost courteous yielding of a machine to the elemental will of water and gravity. The rear wheels drift left, then right, and the world tilts accordingly. Death leans in. It catalogues every fragment. The squeal of rubber straining against hope, the percussive judder as the tires reacquire asphalt, the sudden drop in cabin temperature as air moves faster than panic can catch it. The car is a closed system, all energy conserved, all panic internalized. There is a concrete median waiting, its edge battered by years of anonymous collisions. The man sees it a half-second before impact, and in that half-second death tastes the chemical sweetness of adrenaline, the iron tang of fear igniting every nerve. The woman's arm flails out, as if her own slender bones could shield the boy from Newton's second law. The boy squeezes his eyes shut, or maybe he doesn't. Death will remember both versions, whichever the living are least able to accept. Impact is not cinematic. There is no slow-motion ballet of glass or spectacular roll. Instead, there is a brief and decisive violence, the front quarter panel folding in on itself like origami, the windshield crazing into 1,000 tiny rivers, the engine block stuttering into silence. Death is inside the car now, occupying the negative space between heartbeats. It listens for the filaments of consciousness as they stretch and fray, the tenuous lines that tie matter to meaning. Man's thread snaps first, clean and almost merciful. A flash of memory, his own father's voice on a summer evening, a joke he was too young to understand. Then nothing. The woman clings longer, her life force tangled in a web of unfinished sentences and unmet expectations. She is still reaching for the boy, even as her body forgets how. Death feels the gradual slippage of her awareness, like a hand letting go of a rail in a blackened stairwell. The boy remains. He is hurt, but not mortally, and somewhere in the hydraulic shadow of the dashboard, he is making bargains with whatever will listen. Death does not intervene. It observes. The clock in the center console blinks a final, mocking colon. The hazard lights throb in rhythm with the slowing pulse of possibility. Outside, the rain is unswayed. It fills the car's wounds, erasing the heat from metal and skin alike. Death stands back, invisible but absolute, and waits for the world to resume its usual pace. In a few minutes, sirens will arrive, their urgency a mere echo of what has already passed. Strangers will cut open the doors and murmur the same useless prayers. The headlines will mention slick conditions, driver error, the tragedy of young life. Death will remember the specifics, the tension in the man's grip, the unspoken plea in the woman's eyes, the boy's stubborn refusal to make a sound. It will file them away with all the other small, perfect details of how life ends and how it keeps on ending in every weather, on every road. Then, in the hush after calamity, death looks up at the rain and considers the dignity in its unrelenting fall. In the end, every journey is merely a matter of following directions. Death moves closer to the wreck, its curiosity a persistent ache. The rain no longer simply falls. It attacks, sluicing sideways through the cavity where the driver's side window used to be. The car has come to rest at a diagonal against the concrete, two wheels off the ground, the chassis shuddering with the last aftershocks. Inside, Death finds the boy, half pinned beneath the sagging crossbeam of the roof, one leg tucked at a grotesque angle, the other foot braced against the back of the front seat, as if he might, by sheer will, push the night away. Blood is everywhere, but selectively so. It mats the boy's hair at the temple, draws crooked tributaries down his jaw and neck, pools beneath his elbow. The rest of him is eerily pristine, the blue polyester of his jacket resisting both rain and carnage with commercial indifference. Death takes note of this, the way catastrophe always respects the boundaries of brand and stitching. The boy's eyes, open but unfocused, blink slow semaphore into the dark. His breathing is ragged, a machinery out of calibration, but it continues with surprising obstinance. Parents have arranged themselves in attitudes of defeat. The man's face is pressed to the collapsed airbag, mouth open on a word that will never be pronounced. One hand is still on the wheel, though now it serves only to anchor his body to this moment. The woman's torso is twisted, her head lolled against the window, but her arm remains outstretched toward the rear seat, a gesture so determined, so unreasonably loving, that Death almost feels compelled to look away. There is something undignified about watching the last echoes of intention play out in flesh that no longer responds. Rain is everywhere, infiltrating, baptizing, rendering everything equal in its insistence. Death feels its own presence diluted by the volume of water. The inside of the car becomes a laboratory for the transformation of heat into cold, blood into runoff, meaning into residue. The boy's hands twitch, searching for leverage, but find only the yielding surface of his own thigh, the sharp edge of shattered plastic. Quiet is not complete. It is stitched together by the boy's hoarse repetitions. Help, help me. Each plea growing weaker, stitched more loosely, until it is little more than a mouth shape punctuated by shallow gasps. Outside, the rain is joined by the approaching whine of sirens, distant and yet already impatient with the delays of geometry and physics. Death tracks their approach with the precision of someone who has spent millennia with nothing to do but observe the advance of inevitability. For a moment, the boy's mind flickers above the pain. His lips move, not with a call for help, but with the recitation of a fact. It's Thursday. The flavor of the thought is clinical, not sentimental, a marker to measure how long he has been alive and how much longer he must persist. Death lingers over this, the strange utility of timekeeping among the dying. The boy is not fighting for life. He is waiting to see how long the body will continue its small, redundant tasks. Death attends to the parents, documenting the final positions of their hands, the angles of their faces, the slackening of muscle and resolve. The woman's phone is still lit, though the screen is spiderwebbed, its message unreadable. A bead of blood slides down the bridge of her nose and is lost in the rainwater pooling at her collarbone. The man's wristwatch is stopped at the moment of impact. Death registers this as significant, but only in the way one notices a painting hung crooked on a wall. Outside, the world is losing interest. Cars continue along the highway, their drivers rubbernecking the flares and hazard lights, the spectacle already fading into the background of the night. Death feels the irrelevance, the way tragedy contracts to a point, then evaporates. The only witnesses left are the boy, the rain, and death itself. The sirens are louder now, throwing blue and red halos onto the streaming asphalt. Death senses the choreography about to unfold. First responders, extrication tools, the hurried calculus of triage. For the parents, the math is simple. The boy, however, is a variable still in play. Death cannot help but admire the boy's tenacity. Even now, as consciousness dips and reels, the boy resists the blackness, clinging to the stubborn belief that someone will come. Every unanswered plea for help sharpens Death's interest, an experiment in endurance conducted at the margin of oblivion. It listens and waits and learns. The scene holds, saturated and cold, as the first shouts break through the storm. The boy's calls have ceased, replaced by the small, mechanical rhythm of his breathing. Death takes up a position just behind his shoulder, invisible but present, and considers the odds. In the crucible of rain and silence, Death finds itself, against expectation, hopping. When the first responders arrive, Death does not step aside. It walks the space between their frantic bodies, unnoticed, immune to the scramble and the splay of torchlight. The rain has not relented, and neither does Death. It stands in the middle of chaos, its outline smudged by the collision of headlights and weather and the panicked breaths of those who would mend what is already broken. A fire captain barks orders, his voice flat and declarative above the clamour. A pair of EMTs maneuver their gurney with the practiced indifference of those who have seen too many wrecks and too little miracle. Death lingers by the mother first. It senses the way her departing awareness clings more to the back seat than to her own extinguished body. Death leans in, gathering the last frequencies of her being, echoes of worry, a clutch of memory from the boy's infancy, an unfinished prayer for a tomorrow that does not arrive. Death completes this act with a precision bordering on tenderness, smoothing the edges of her passage before stepping around to the driver's side. The man is easier. His departure is brisk, a data dump, all impulse and reaction with the emotional shelf life of static. Death takes what is left, a final pulse of apology and regret, and files it away, a transaction as unremarkable as the man's faded tie. Now only the boy. The jaws of life groan to life, biting into the frame with a hunger that Death respects. The steel yields incrementally, accompanied by the wail of rending metal and the persistent chatter of rain on plastic. Death observes the boy's face as the rescue unfolds. There is no panic, no bargaining, only a strange, fragile calm. The boy's eyes are open, tracking the geometry of hands and tools working inches from his own bruised cheek. He does not cry out when the blade shreds the door, nor when they lever the dashboard up from his legs. Pain is there, yes, but it is secondary, displaced by a fascination with the ritual of being saved. Paramedics are quick, efficient, methodical. They drape the boy in silver blankets, talk to him in the neutral, upbeat tones reserved for the very young or the nearly dead. Death notices the way the boy listens, not to the words, but to the space around them. The clatter of equipment, the whoosh of oxygen, the hiss of radio static. His mind is a bright and narrow beam, cutting through the haze. Death waits until the boy is stabilized. There is, it knows, a statistical likelihood he will survive the transport, though the outcome is as yet unspooled. Death is not invested, but it is interested. As the gurney is loaded into the ambulance, Death finds itself glancing backward, one last scan for missed details, stray threads. The parents' bodies have become objects, covered in cheap blue tarps and annotated with evidence tags. The family unit is no longer a unit, merely a case. The ambulance door slams shut. Death stands in the wet, reflected glow of hazard lights, the taste of ozone and blood lingering in its mind. For the first time it hesitates before moving on. The boy's quiet, almost scientific acceptance of pain, of loss, of the unfixable, resonates. Death catalogues this, turns it over in its thoughts like a foreign coin. Death lingers, then follows. Death recedes to the curb, content to observe the living grind their teeth against inevitability. It watches as the rescue team circles the car, each member falling into a role with the uncanny synchronization of a single organism. There is an almost ecclesiastical weight to their actions. The captain's gloved finger slicing the air in directive, the flares blossoming at the perimeter, the saw screaming its hymn against the metal. Death listens to the shouts. Stabilize. Watch his airway. Pressure here now. The voices braid into the rain, forming a brief and brittle shield against despair. Death recognizes the futility, but admires the choreography. Every gesture is a small rebellion against entropy, every tool a denial of the fact that the boy is already half absent, hovering at the threshold Death so carefully maintains. Sam does not cry out. He stares straight ahead, past the confusion of hands and the blood-speckled light, his expression anesthetized by something more than shock. Death studies the vector of his gaze and finds it fixed not on the faces of his rescuers, but on the uncertain space just beyond the windshield, where night and water merge into one infinite pain. For the boy, the world has collapsed into a tunnel, and at its end is not salvation, but the promise of nothing more to endure. Door yields with a shriek, and the medics descend, cocooning Sam in thermal sheets and clotted encouragements. Death notes the absence of resistance in his limbs, the way he allows himself to be lifted and carried, as if he has already divested himself of weight. The stretcher wheels shudder through the gravel and into the waiting more of the ambulance. Death floats after, tracking the slow closure of the doors, The brief candle flicker of the boy's face before it is extinguished by the retreating light. Left behind the car is a ransacked sarcophagus, rain sluicing through its wounds, the dashboard still blinking its useless metrics into the void. The sirens fade. The crowd dissolves. Death remains for a beat, memorizing the geometry of violence, the negative space where family used to be. Only then does it move on, trailing the ambulance down the slick road toward the next appointed hour. Death takes its place in the liminal zone, just outside the hospital window, pressed invisibly against the cold glass. The night is drained of light, sky the shade of an old bruise, all stars suffocated by the cloud cover. Inside, the pediatric wing is a network of blue-white fluorescence and lacquered surfaces, everything scrubbed clean in anticipation of more suffering. The hallway is lined with doors that open and close in silent rhythm, each a portal to its own private debacle. The nearest room, Sam lies beneath a thatch of regulation blankets, both arms mummified in gauze and his left leg immobilized in a cage of plastic. His face is swollen, one eye sealed shut by the force of his new reality. Death catalogues the monitors and tubes, the beeps and whirs, the slow drip of saline that counts down the seconds with a vigilance that borders on obsessive. The room has a stillness only occasionally punctured by the shuffle of nurses or the distant clatter of a dropped clipboard. Not the only observer. At regular intervals, adults enter, first a nurse with a clipboard, then a hospitalist in grey scrubs, then a social worker whose badge reads bereavement liaison. Their voices are calibrated to be soft, but nothing escapes Death's attention. Words like prognosis, next of kin, and custody hang in the air, each one a piton hammered into the wall of the boy's future. The conversations are more about the empty space left by the parents than about Sam himself. Death notes this and wonders, in a distant way, how much of a life is ever truly owned. Eventually, Sam wakes. Not all at once. Consciousness returns in awkward, stuttering phases, as though his body distrusts the utility of being present. The first thing he does is turn his head, squinting with his one good eye at the window where Death waits. His gaze does not falter. Death is used to being unseen, but there is something in the way the boy looks at the darkness outside, as if he has learned already to recognize the shape of absence. For several minutes, Sam says nothing. His breathing is shallow, uneven. Death listens to the subtle changes in pulse rate, the way pain spikes and recedes like a tide. At length, a nurse comes to check the machines and the dressings. She leans close, the scent of her gloves and the echo of her kindness doing little to soften the clinical choreography of her work. "Do you remember what happened?" she asks, voice bright but brittle. Sam closes his good eye for a count, then opens it again. "Car accident," he says. The words emerge dry, already scabbed over. The nurse hesitates, glances at her chart, then offers a bland reassurance about being safe now. It is a lie, and Sam knows it. Death wonders if the boy will ever be less alone than he is in this moment, tethered to life by the few slender threads the accident has not managed to snap. When the nurse leaves, Sam shifts his gaze back to the window, back to Death. For the first time, Death considers the possibility that it has left some trace of itself on the boy, some residual imprint from the night's work. It is not affection, exactly. More an acknowledgement, the boy and Death, joined by a mutual understanding of what cannot be repaired. Later, two adults arrive. A man and woman who wear their discomfort in mismatched suits and the shiny exhaustion of people summoned from their routines to bear witness. They stand in the doorway, uncertain whether to enter, then step inside with the cautious optimism of those who have not yet heard the full story. "Sam," says the man, "we're here to help you." Sam's lips twitch in a simulacrum of a smile, but it fades before reaching his eyes. The woman kneels at his bedside, searching his face for some fragment of the child he was supposed to be. "Do you want to talk about it?" she asks, her voice filling the small room with practiced sincerity. Sam looks past her, past the man, and into the corridor beyond. "It doesn't matter," he says, with the flat certainty of someone who has seen how quickly the world can take away everything that matters. Death absorbs this, the clarity of it. It is not resignation, nor is it despair. It is something closer to the truth than either. The meeting is brief, a formality. Papers are signed, instructions given, questions about preferred schools and dietary restrictions exchanged like currency in a market of futures. When it is done, Sam is alone again, the air in the room thick with what has not been said. Death returns to the window, compelled by something not unlike duty. It waits, counting the hours by the shifting of shadows and the endless recalibration of the heart monitor. In the small hours before dawn, Sam sits up, wincing at the pain but refusing to call for help. He leans forward, touches his hand to the cold glass, and holds it there as if expecting an answer from the emptiness outside. Death stands on the other side, separated by a membrane thinner than the difference between before and after. It wants to speak, to explain, but knows there is nothing to say that has not already been understood in the space between the boy's last scream and his first silence. And the sky begins to pale. The city beyond the window resolves into its customary grid of promise and abandonment. Sam withdraws his hand, lies back, and stares at the ceiling, his mouth set in a line as clean and irreversible as a scar. Death remains at its post, a fixture in the architecture of aftermath, present for every moment that the boy must survive. There is no ceremony, no benediction, just the persistent, necessary work of being alive. And death, keeping the only kind of vigil it knows, stays to see how the story goes. Chapter 2. Death is unaccustomed to kitchens. Its element is the corridor, the crosswalk, the impact, the quiet hush of clinical tile. Here, in the bungalow's kitchen at the shallow end of a faded suburb, death is out of context. It watches the boy, Sam now, not Samuel, the diminutive a ritual of return, enter with a slow, test-case hesitation, as if the floor might tip under his next step. There's a pattern to these mornings. The old man is already at the table, refolding the newspaper for the 5th or 15th time. He wears a white undershirt that fits like a second skin and rimless glasses perched halfway down his nose. His fingers are arthritic but precise, folding the headlines along strict creases, as if this discipline might reconstitute the past into something less tragic. The old woman moves between stove and counter with a hypnotic efficiency. Her hands are broad and confident, gripping the loaf of white bread, twisting the dial on the toaster, slicing through a clementine with the neat violence of habit. Death notes all of this. The low murmur of the radio, something with strings and static, predating the boy by generations, seeps from the speaker propped in the crook of the window. The station is never changed. Death wonders if the old woman is even aware that other stations exist, or if the day would be impossible to navigate without this particular waltz in the background. Sam sits at the table, drawing his knees up to his chest and scanning the perimeter of the room before settling in. There is always a moment, just before the old woman sets the plate of toast and fruit in front of him, when Death senses the boy cataloguing exits, clocking the phone on the wall, the view down the short hall to the mudroom. He does not eat right away. He waits for the clink of the old man's spoon in his coffee mug, the rhythm of page turns, the confirmation that the world is behaving as forecast. Death can feel it, the boy's synapses on high alert, listening for the note out of tune, the sudden gesture that signals rupture. But none comes. The house is secure for now. First morning after discharge, Sam would not meet their eyes. His own were mottled, one ringed in sunset colors, the other twitching at every sudden movement. His arms were bandaged, left leg in a soft brace. The hospital had sent a caseworker to deliver him, and Death followed the trio into the foyer, scanning for weaknesses in the old house's bones. It found many, but none immediately fatal. Transition was observed with the solemnity of a diplomatic handoff. There was a note from the bereavement liaison, a set of forms to sign, a quick exchange of insurance information. Death watched the old woman study Sam's bruised face, her own features a deliberate blank. Only after the social worker's sedan pulled away did she reach out and smooth the boy's hair, her hand hovering a half-second longer than necessary. The gesture was both foreign and instinctive, a touch evolved in the absence of practice. Since then, the days have assumed a gentle but relentless order. The grandfather clock in the living room announces the hour with a hollow wooden certainty. The floorboards answer back, a series of groans and sighs that mark the passage of feet, never hurried, never aimless. Death tracks Sam's movements, the precise times he emerges from the guest room, the pauses at each doorway, the involuntary flinch whenever the telephone rings. It takes less than a week for the boy to learn which steps will betray him with a squeak, which cabinet doors stick, and which drawers harbor the best knives. At night, Death hovers by the head of the narrow bed. The first evenings are marked by a sequence of abortive attempts at sleep, lights on, then off, then on again, the sheets twisted and bunched, a pillow pressed hard over one ear to block out the tick of the clock or the wind rattling the gutters. Death listens for the telltale escalation of breath, the coming panic, but it never rises above a tight, controlled tremor. The boy is not afraid of the dark, but of something narrower and more precise, the possibility that dark might be the only constant. By the third week, the nightmares recede. Sam's bed remains made through the night, his body sleeping in one unbroken line beneath the covers. In the morning, his hair is less wild, his eyes less feral. The old woman remarks on his improvement to the old man, who grunts and nods without looking up from the crossword. He's strong, she says, as if this is a thing that can be measured like blood pressure or temperature. Death notes the pride in her voice and stores it away. The house itself is a repository for such small gestures of endurance. The living room is a gallery of photographs, most faded to the palette of ancient receipts. Death catalogues each frame. Sam's father as a grinning teenager with a black eye, the old woman in a graduation robe, an infant, possibly Sam, though the resemblance is off, propped in a knitted blanket. In the kitchen, the wallpaper peels in spots, revealing earlier attempts at domestic perfection. A layer of avocado green beneath the currant daisies, and beneath that, a stubborn stratum of plaster and lath. Every surface bears the scent of the old woman's cooking. Death is fluent in the language of kitchens. The acrid note of overbrewed coffee, the saccharine tang of canned fruit, the faint char on the crust of a reheated casserole. It marvels in its own way at the way these odors cling to clothing, to hair, to the boy himself. Security, Death observes, is less a function of locks or alarms and more a residue, accumulated over time, impossible to replicate in sterile environments. One morning, Death is standing behind the refrigerator, listening to the hum of the compressor and the measured respiration of the boy at the table. Sam is drawing on the back of a junk mail envelope, the pen scratching lines of what will become a cityscape. Blocky buildings, hard-angled streets, no sign of nature or people. The old man reaches for the sports section and, without looking, slides a glass of orange juice closer to the boy's elbow. Sam accepts it, sips, and places it back in the same ring of condensation as before. School starts Monday, the old woman announces, buttering both halves of a bagel with the blunt edge of a spoon. Sam nods, tracing another building along the skyline. The old man clears his throat. You'll do fine. It is not encouragement, not exactly, but a statement of the laws of inertia. The universe will proceed regardless. Death feels the fragile web of their routine stretching across the morning. There are unspoken rules. No one mentions the accident, or the parents, or the boy's long absences in thought. The radio's playlist never changes. The newsprint stains on the old man's fingertips, the toast always cut diagonally, the clock's hourly reminder that time is passing, even here. In the evenings, after the old man retires to the recliner and the old woman to her knitting, Sam paces the boundary of the backyard. Death follows, keeping to the periphery of the porch light. The grass is brittle, stubbled with winterkill, and the neighbor's dog occasionally looses a volley of barking at the movement in the darkness. Sam stands at the far end of the fence and stares out at the street, where taillights drift in and out of sight like distant flares. Death waits, but nothing happens. The boy returns to the house, closes the door behind him, and ascends the stairs with a measured tread. Death listens to the water run in the bathroom sink, the click of the light switch, the muted thump of the boy's feet on the bedroom carpet. Weeks stack up, each identical to the last. Death does not understand boredom, it is infinitely patient, but it recognizes the slow calcification of days, the way habit hardens into certainty. It is not surprised when the old woman begins to leave small notes on the fridge for Sam. Dinner in oven, homework first. Milk in garage fridge. Remember jacket. The handwriting is the same as on the condolence cards that still arrive every few days, only sharper, more directive. Death wonders how long this stasis can last. It knows the mathematics of survival, the way a system absorbs shock and eventually returns to equilibrium. Still, it observes the boy every morning for signs of weakness in the structure. It is not disappointed, not exactly, when Sam's composure holds. On Friday after dinner, Sam lingers at the table while the old woman clears plates. He watches her movements, the brisk stacking of dishes, the efficient sweep of crumbs into her palm. The old man has already retreated to the television, where a muted war documentary flickers on the screen. Sam opens his mouth to speak, then closes it again, pinching his lips between thumb and forefinger as if to test their reality. Death leans in. The moment is brittle, precise, like the second before a bone gives way. Can I, the boy's voice catches, then steadies. Can I stay up tonight? The old woman glances at the clock. It's Friday. You can have another hour. Sam nods, the gesture practiced, and returns to his drawing. Death registers the exchange as significant, an incremental gain in autonomy, a test of boundaries. It files this away, alongside the other minute advances. The first day Sam walks to school alone, the first time he volunteers to answer the phone, the first night he sleeps through a thunderstorm without waking. Death is always there, behind the curtain, beside the refrigerator, in the crease between pages of the old man's newspaper. It is neither threatening nor protective. It simply observes, catalogues, waits. This is its role, to bear witness to the ongoing struggle between entropy and order, between the impulse to succumb and the stubborn refusal to yield. For now, the house stands. The boy grows more solid in its center, less defined by what is missing and more by the geometry of the present. Death notes the change, and though it would never admit as much, feels something akin to satisfaction. But death is patient. It knows the rhythm of things, the way even the strongest foundation can be shaken. For now, it is content to wait, listening to the slow heartbeat of the house, the boy's dreams gradually uncoiling into the gentle certainty of another day. Death registers the disturbance before any of the living. The peace in the bungalow is by now a fragile compound, routine layered over loss, the days strung together with the limp precision of paper dolls. When the telephone rings, sharp and insistent, Death knows immediately, by the slight tremor in the air, the minute pause in the grandmother's hands, that this is not a robocall, not another neighbor with a casserole. This call will breach the perimeter. The old woman answers, voice brisk, the only weapon she possesses against calamity. Death listens to the one-sided conversation, the too long pauses, the dampening of resolve with every syllable. Yes, I see. When? Oh, no, he's doing better. We will come. She hangs up, places the handset gently in its cradle, and leans both palms on the countertop, her back to the room. Sam is in the hallway, half out of sight, fingers gripping the doorjamb so tightly that his knuckles fade to white. He is wearing the blue sweatshirt with the torn sleeve, one foot bare, a ghostly silhouette caught in the margin between kitchen and stairwell. Death watches the tension rip through him, the way his posture telegraphs premonition. In its silent arithmetic, Death calculates the odds. The probability that the boy will bolt, the likelihood he will collapse, the statistical chance that his next word will be his last for the rest of the week. The old man appears, summoned by the absence of noise. Who was it? His tone is flat, neutral, as if the call could only ever be about utilities or local elections. Leela, the old woman says, then corrects herself. About Leela. Sam's name is not mentioned, but he hears it anyway. The old man nods once, the way men do when the alternative is to weep. Death catches the microsecond flicker across his face, something between relief and dread, as if a part of him had been expecting this, but hoped for a slightly different outcome. The grandmother wipes her eyes with the corner of her apron, turns, and faces the boy in the doorway. Honey, can you come here? Her voice is soft now, trembling at the edges. Sam doesn't move at first. The inertia is absolute. Death admires the purity of it, a body in crisis, denying the possibility of forward momentum. Finally, Sam's grip on the wood slackens, and he pads, one step at a time, into the kitchen. His feet are silent, a skill learned from too many years tiptoeing around sleeping giants. The old man attempts a smile, fails. He gestures toward the chair. Sit, Sam. The boy obeys, folding into himself, hands clasped tight between his knees. Death is very close, standing just above and behind the boy's left shoulder, as the old woman sits across from him and reaches for his wrist. He lets her, but only barely. His body is in the chair, but the rest of him is somewhere else entirely. Sweetheart, she says, we need to tell you something. She hesitates, then blurs the next words into a single softened sentence. Your Aunt Leela passed away yesterday. The old man, as if sensing the inadequacy of this, adds, it was sudden. She was in her garden. The neighbor found her. He seems to think the details might help. Death knows better. Sam blinks. Once, then again. Death marks the interval, the lag between sensation and comprehension. The boy's face does not change, but his whole body goes rigid, like a branch iced over midwinter. For 3 full breaths, the kitchen is a vacuum. The only sounds the hush of the radio and the faint tick from the grandfather clock in the next room. Death is not new to this tableau. It can read the hidden traffic of memory in the tilt of a jaw, the pulse at the base of a throat. Sam's mind is elsewhere, rifling through a mental shoebox. The foil wrappers from chocolate bars Leela sent from faraway cities, each one pressed flat and stowed under his mattress. The postcards with impossible landscapes, pagodas at sunrise, neon towers in the shape of flowers, an ice hotel shaped like a whale, taped to the drywall of his bedroom. Leela's handwriting, bold and musical, the words, "Next time you'll come with me," underlined with a flourish. Death tastes the electric trace of each fragment and almost aches at the rapidity with which the boy files them away. Sam looks up, not at his grandparents, but at the line of condensation on the orange juice glass left from breakfast. He does not ask how or why. He does not cry. Okay, he says, after a long minute. The old woman's hand tightens on his wrist. We're going to her funeral on Saturday. It's in the city. We'll all go together. Sam nods once, a mechanical tilt. His eyes settle back on the table, scanning for invisible cracks. The old man stands, muttering something about getting the car serviced before the trip, and leaves the kitchen. Death registers the retreat, the way the old man's shoulders sag once he is out of sight. The old woman lingers, her thumb tracing soft circles on the boy's skin, an ancient pattern for conjuring comfort. Sam submits, but his face is sealed shut, every emotion vacuum-packed and shelf-stable. Death finds the exchange disappointing, if only in the sense that no performance of loss could ever equal the raw material of its own memory. Still, there is a particular gravity to the boy's reaction, a calm so distilled that it becomes a form of violence. Death replays the images, the shoebox of wrappers, the gleaming postcards, the promises of elsewhere, now amputated from the future. It wonders, for a moment, what will become of the memories once they are left to curdle. When the old woman finally releases Sam's wrist, she wipes her nose, stands, and returns to the stove. She busies herself with the dishes, stacking plates and scrubbing with extra force. Death watches the spray of water bounce off the edge of the sink and leave a constellation of droplets on the countertop. Sam does not move. He sits perfectly still, as if waiting for the rest of the world to catch up. At night, the house is quieter than usual. The old man retires early, his footsteps heavy on the staircase. The old woman moves about in small, tight orbits, fridge to counter, counter to sink, sink to trash. Sam disappears into his room, the door clicking shut behind him with a finality that is unmistakable. Death lingers in the hallway, standing watch. It listens for the sound of weeping, for the thump of a fist against drywall, but there is nothing. Only silence, strung tight between the bedrooms like a high wire. At midnight, Sam emerges, barefoot and silent, and walks to the end of the hall. He stands there, unmoving, for a long time, his gaze fixed on the darkness outside the window. Death stands beside him, so close it could lay a hand on the boy's shoulder, but it does not. Instead, it waits, measuring the endurance of a heart that has grown expert at not breaking. The world resumes in the morning as it always does, but death detects the fissure, the hairline crack in the boy's composure. It marks the spot, takes note, and prepares for what comes next. Death is not unfamiliar with funeral homes. It knows the mechanics, the tight script of arrival, the scent of industrial-grade lilies, the algorithm of sorrow mapped across the faces of strangers. Still, it finds the atmosphere in Leela's chosen parlor particularly saturated. The air is a syrup of formaldehyde, floral arrangement, and the undercurrent of bodies sweating under black wool. Service is scheduled for a Saturday noon, the sun reduced to a flat disk behind the mortuary's shaded windows. Death slips in ahead of the family, taking up residence in the corner by the guestbook, watching as the old man ushers Sam through the double doors. The boy is dressed in a suit half a size too large, the sleeves bunched at the elbows, the cuffs grazing his knuckles like manacles. His hair is combed flat, but even that cannot subdue the persistent cowlick above his left ear. Inside, the room is dim, set for maximal solemnity. Chairs in even rows, tissue boxes every other seat, the casket a lacquered monument at the far end. Death watches the guests as they file in, some faces familiar from Sam's mental inventory, others unknown, but connected by the shared gravity of Leela's absence. The hush is total, broken only by the incongruous sound of a child sniffling somewhere in the back row. Sam is led to the front pew. He walks stiffly, the old man's hand a warning against deviation from the path. The old woman sits between them, clutching a purse with both hands, her knuckles bloodless. Death observes her from the side, notes the way she stares straight ahead, refusing to let her eyes linger too long on the casket, as if to look directly would be an act of betrayal. Service begins, and with it, the choreography of mourning. A woman in a navy dress reads a poem, her voice trembles, and she bites the inside of her cheek at the word journey. A man in a rumpled jacket delivers a eulogy, hitting the approved notes of vibrant, generous, never met a stranger. Death knows that Leela hated funerals, found the whole pageant morbidly gauche. Yet here she is, reduced to anecdote, transubstantiated into memory and cliché. Sam sits upright, hands clenched together in his lap. His eyes do not roam. He is a study in restraint, the only movement a sporadic pulse at the base of his jaw. Death marvels at the control, the discipline it must take not to fidget, not to bolt. Around him, relatives dab at their eyes, squeeze each other's hands, whisper consolations that evaporate before reaching the boy's ears. Midway through the service, Death senses the ripple of attention. The guests are stealing glances at Sam, their curiosity thinly masked as concern. He is, after all, a living inventory of loss. Parents gone, aren't now a casualty, his own future an asterisk. Death notes the variety of reactions. Some faces tense with empathy, others with relief at not being him. The whispers begin to circulate. He's so brave, poor thing. He looks just like her. All filtered through the soft focus lens of funeral propriety. At the end of the service, a line forms to view the body. Death positions itself by the casket, observing the careful theatre as each mourner leans in, murmurs a prayer or a promise, then steps aside. When Sam's turn arrives, he approaches alone, the crowd holding its breath behind him. He looks down at Leela, whose face has been sculpted into an approximation of peace. The mortician's art is evident, blush in the cheeks, lips pressed in a gentle smile, hands folded as if at rest. Death recognizes the hollowness instantly. The woman in the casket is not Leela, not really. The real Leela was all motion and uproar, a staccato laugh, a hand that squeezed too tight, a perfume that lingered long after she left a room. Here she is wax, her vibrancy embalmed and shelved. Sam stands for a long time, eyes locked on the unmoving face. Death leans in, curious what the boy will do. There is no trembling, no visible distress. Just an intense surgical examination, as if Sam is trying to parse the mechanics of how a person becomes an object. Death sees it, the moment when the boy recognizes the failure of the illusion, the seam between memory and artifact. He steps back, joins his grandparents, and sits through the closing hymns without a word. The procession to the cemetery is brief. The weather holds, grey and anonymous. At the graveside, Death observes the old man's hand on Sam's shoulder, a grip at once supportive and preventive. The pastor intones the usual promises. The ashes are committed. The mourners disperse in ones and twos, reluctant to return to a world that has demonstrated its cruelty with such economy. On the ride home, Sam does not look at his grandparents. He stares out the window, watching the sky darken, the clouds compressing into a single, featureless mass. His hands remain folded in his lap, the skin over his knuckles stretched thin and white. Death is in the back seat, silent and vigilant, waiting for the next fracture. The house is cold when they return. The old woman goes straight to the kitchen, clatters around with pots and pans, the noise a desperate signal that normalcy might still be retrieved. The old man disappears into the garage, his refuge from any grief not his own. Sam lingers at the threshold, then retreats to his room. Death follows, standing sentinel in the dim hallway as the boy sits at his desk, blank paper and pencil arrayed before him. He draws nothing. The day ends in stillness. Death, uninvited but never absent, marks the hour. It does not yet know what to make of the boy's survival, only that it persists. Death does its best work at night, not in the bloodless sense of clocks and calendars, but in the way absence fills a house after the world has taken what it wants. Tonight, the bungalow is a hush, every lamp extinguished except for the digital timer's green blink on the stove. Death stands in the seam of shadow between hallway and kitchen, observing the perimeter, cataloguing the threat level as negligible. It is just after 2. The old woman has finally succumbed to sleep, a slow sedimentation of fatigue undercut by grief's aftershocks. The old man snores in his recliner, television static washing the room in ghostlight. For almost an hour, the house is inert. Then, with a soft rasp, Sam's bedroom door opens. The boy moves differently now, no longer prey, but an agent of his own intentions. He crosses the hall in 3 silent steps, bypassing the treacherous floorboards learned in the weeks since his arrival. Death follows as he pads into the kitchen, bare feet blanching against the cold tile. Sam opens the cabinet under the sink. The hinge whines, briefly disturbing the equilibrium. He hesitates, then retrieves a battered blue bucket, a bottle of bleach, a scrub brush, and a block of dish soap. He lines them up on the floor with the precision of a ritual, then draws a pair of yellow gloves from beneath the pile of plastic grocery bags. The gloves are too large, and he rolls the cuffs until they pinch tight at his wrists. Death is intrigued. It watches as the boy fills the bucket with hot water, the faucet's hiss amplified in the silence. Steam billows upward, carrying with it the sharp promise of chemical absolution. Sam measures out 2 capfuls of bleach, watches the swirl dissipate, then sets the bucket down with deliberate care. He kneels, tucks his toes under his body, and presses the scrub brush into the linoleum. The first few strokes are tentative, testing the give of the bristles, the resistance of the floor, but soon he settles into a rhythm. Back and forth, overlapping arcs, a methodical erasure of stains that do not exist. The floor is already spotless, but Sam proceeds as if excavating a memory just below the surface. Death draws closer, interested in the fine distinctions between compulsion and grief. The boy's face is vacant, eyes unfixed, his breath regulated into shallow sips. As the bleach begins to work, the air thickens with the acrid scent. The skin at the edge of the gloves, where water seeps through, reddens and shines. Sam does not flinch. His hands, unbuffered by the cheap rubber, turn raw, then rower. Time telescopes. For nearly an hour, the only sounds are the whisper of brush on tile, the occasional clunk as the bucket shifts, and the faint gurgle of water sloshing over the brim. Death notes the gradual degeneration of the boy's fingers, the way his knuckles swell and the pads of his thumbs split into tiny bloodless fissures. Still, Sam continues. His attention is absolute, all-consuming, the energy that might have fueled tears or rage, instead redirected into the violence of cleaning. Halfway through, Death senses movement at the threshold. The old woman stands there, backlit by the stairwell's nightlight, her robe cinched tight, hair grey halo. She does not speak, does not approach. She watches her grandson for a full minute, then steps forward just enough to open a drawer and retrieve a clean dish towel. She places it on the edge of the counter, within reach but not in the boy's line of sight. She lingers, hand resting on the countertop, then retreats. Before leaving, she flicks on the under-cabinet light, a pool of gold that chases the blue gloom into the corners. Death understands this gesture, the tacit permission granted. It is not a license to grieve, but a silent acknowledgement that the house can absorb a little more suffering if it means the boy survives. Sam finishes the last square of the floor, then rocks back on his heels. He wrings the brush, pours the remaining water down the drain, and wipes the edge of the bucket with the dish towel. Only then does he notice his hands. He peels off the gloves, examines the redness, the blisters just beginning to form. His face remains neutral, but he flexes his fingers in the air, as if to test whether they still belong to him. He rinses his hands under cold water, the sound crisp in the void. He dries them, not with the towel, but on his pajama pants, leaving faint streaks of pink behind. He replaces everything under the sink in exact order, closes the cabinet, and stands in the center of the kitchen for a long time, eyes unfocused, chest rising and falling in measured increments. Death is beside him now, closer than ever. It leans in, studying the ways in which pain can be domesticated, how it is pressed into the service of order. It marvels at the efficiency, the conservation of energy, the refusal to squander grief on spectacle. This is not endurance as the world knows it, but something more distilled, more elemental. The boy leaves the kitchen, switches off the light, and returns to his room. Death waits, listening to the sound of the sheets as Sam climbs into bed, the slow deceleration of his heart. The house resumes its silence, but the night is altered, molecules rearranged by the boy's refusal to break. Death stands in the kitchen a while longer, inhaling the ghost of bleach and the sharper, invisible residue of loss. It thinks, for the first time in a long time, about the limitations of its own presence, about the ways it can shape a life without ever truly understanding what it takes to persist in the aftermath. Before dawn, Death moves on to its next appointment, but not before marking the boy's name, again, at the top of its ledger. It does not know what the future holds for Sam, but it will not be surprised if the boy outlasts even the most determined efforts at erasure. The sun rises, as it always does. Death is gone, but the kitchen floor glows, impossibly clean, a monument to what can be endured. Chapter 3. Death does not favor the nursing home. Its corridors are an affront to continuity. Miles of scuffed linoleum, beige as jaundice, all illuminated by fluorescent light that hums with a private grievance. There is no grandeur in this place, no Gothic hush or pious terror, just the processed inevitability of expiration, managed and recertified by a rotating crew of underpaid professionals. Death moves here as a draft, never once disturbing the order of things, but always present, just beneath the surface, as if the air itself had been laced with its scent. This afternoon, Death has arrived early. It loiters at the nurse's station, invisible among the pungent tang of antiseptic and the undertone of latex. Clipboards thud in rhythm, signatures accrue in triplicate, and the nurses, each with the postural fatigue of someone who long ago forfeited the idea of miracles, exchange the same nods, the same truncated gossip about missed shifts and ungrateful kin. Death glides onward, tracking the corridors by memory. It is aware of the subtle shifts in atmosphere, the wet cough from room 217, the static flicker of a television on low in 220, the slow, deliberate breathing of the woman in 223, whose will to live has diminished to a faint, insistent murmur. It catalogues the minor indignities, the cracked vinyl of wheelchair armrests, the sag in the mesh sling of a shower commode, the bruises that blossom and fade in the delicate crook of an elbow. At the end of the north wing, a door stands half open, its wood swollen from years of steam and neglect. Death pauses at the threshold, registering the absence. There is no radio, no game show bellowing at unsafe decibel, not even the metronome of a call bell in the hall. The silence is a vacuum, eager to be filled. Death enters. Inside, the lighting is no less cruel. It reveals everything. The dust on the bookshelf, the erratic scatter of puzzle pieces across a side table, the way the cheap art print above the headboard has faded to a mere rumour of colour. In the corner, beneath a plaid afghan that looks nearly as old as its owner, the body of an elderly woman is arranged in an armchair. Her hair is a white halo, thin and unresolved. Her hands, folded on the armrests, are so translucent that every vein and ligament stands in sharp relief, like some ancient cartography. Her chest does not rise. Her lips are parted, but the jaw is slack, the colour gone to an unsettling shade of loss. Death examines the line where skin yields to blue. The body is not yet attended. It is in that liminal interval where the living have not yet discovered what is missing. Death surveys the room, noting the particulars. The solitary slipper beneath the heating vent, the tea mug with a fossilized rind of lemon at its base, the half-finished letter on the nightstand, the pen already surrendered to gravity. There is an order to these endings, an unspoken etiquette, and death respects it. It waits. First visitor is not the staff. It is a boy, 12 perhaps, in the winter of his growth spurt, all knees and collarbones and pale, sullen resolve. He moves down the corridor with a measured tread, refusing to look at the other doors, his hands thrust deep in the pockets of a green windbreaker. Death recognizes him instantly. There is a seam in the boy's aura, a splinter of knowledge that sets him apart from the usual traffic of familial obligation. He does not shrink from the threshold. He enters, and Death feels the room contract around the gravity of his presence. The boy surveys the scene with a kind of grim fluency. He moves directly to the chair, kneeling beside it, and takes the woman's hand in his. The skin is cold, but he does not flinch. He arranges the hand so the fingers curl gently around his own, as if in a handshake or a secret pact. He does not weep, nor does he call out. He sits perfectly still for several minutes, head bowed. His lips move, but no sound escapes. Death observes, fascinated. This is neither prayer nor denial, but something closer to communion. In time, the boy stands. He smooths the woman's hair with a tenderness born of repetition, then retrieves a blanket from the bed and drapes it over her knees. He surveys the room as if searching for instructions, finds none, and leaves, closing the door with a care that is almost ritual. Death remains. It circles the chair, taking in the shape of the life now absent, the precise geometry of its aftermath. It marvels at the absence of drama. Most passings are messy, buffered by confusion, denial, or the desperate attempts of the living to reverse entropy by force of will. This was different. The air is undisturbed, the body at peace, the gestures of the boy a kind of benediction. In the corridor, the shuffle resumes. The slow, erratic percussion of slippers, the trolley's squeak, the subdued murmur of staff. Life, such as it is, proceeds. Death slips out the way it came, silent as shadow, but marked, however faintly, by the boy's refusal to be afraid. There is a lesson here, Death decides, when it cannot quite articulate. It files the event away, another artifact in its endless archive of endings. Tomorrow the staff will find the body. They will follow the protocol, make the calls, inform the next of kin. There will be the brief spectacle of grief, the removal of possessions, the sanitizing of space in preparation for the next arrival. Death has seen it all before. But it will remember the boy. It always remembers the ones who know what is coming and choose to meet it, if not with courage, then with a kind of stubborn reverence. For the rest, Death is content to wait. Death lingers in the corridor, reluctant to depart. It is not sentiment that tethers it here, but a certain professional curiosity, a need to see the event through to its conclusion. There is a strange gravity in the room now, a denser pressure in the air. Through the crack of the doorway, Death watches the old woman's body in still repose, the echo of the boy's touch still evident in the set of her hand, the alignment of her cardigan, the way the Afghan edges up over her shins like a modesty preserved even in oblivion. Sam returns. He moves with a purpose but not urgency. Death notes the small adjustments, the way he shuts the door behind him, muffling the unending whir of the corridor. He stands over the chair for a time, studying the lines of the woman's face. With a deliberate gentleness, he sits cross-legged on the floor, positioning himself so that his knee just grazes the dead woman's slipper. He seems to be waiting for something, a sign, perhaps, or simply the permission to act. After a long interval, Sam begins to hum. It is not a melody Death recognizes, but the tone is low, steady, and unmistakably kind. The sound is quiet, just enough to fill the vacuum where the radio used to preside. It is a child's attempt to knit the silence back together, to honor the ghost of a presence with whatever tools are at hand. Death registers the intent. This is not performance, but a private liturgy. Sam keeps the humming going, even as his fingers trace along the knitted pattern of the cardigan. The yarn is rough, irregular in gauge, but the boy's movements are careful, as if handling something infinitely precious. He works his thumb across the button seam, finds a loose thread, and tucks it neatly out of sight. The hum does not waver. Death moves closer, drawn by the intimacy of the gesture. It hovers just over the boy's shoulder, watching the slow, repetitive caress of the fabric, the way Sam's breathing aligns itself with the rhythm of the tune. There is something ritualistic in it, a compulsive need to restore order to the disarray of endings. Death is reminded of the cleaning episode months ago, the night of bleach and raw hands in the bungalow kitchen. But this is softer, more resigned. Stillness holds until a commotion erupts from down the hall. A nurse, new, judging by the vibrancy of her scrubs and the hope still clinging to her voice, shouts for a chart, then pushes her cart up to the door. She expects the usual, a routine check, perhaps a minor crisis, nothing irreversible. Death is prepared for the instant her world stutters. The nurse bursts into the room and stops dead. The clipboard, so recently a weapon of authority, slips from her grasp and clatters against the tile. Her mouth opens, but no sound emerges. She processes the tableau. The boy sitting at the feet of the departed, humming in a voice just above a whisper. The woman in her chair, eyes shut, smile fossilized into a faint crescent of contentment. The blanket, the hair, the hands still folded into the boy. Sam does not startle. He looks up, recognizes the nurse, and lets the humming subside with a smooth diminuendo. He stands, dusts the knees of his jeans, and only then releases the old woman's hand. He faces the nurse squarely, as if preparing to absorb the shock for both of them. "I think she's been gone for a while," he says, his voice even and clear. "She looks peaceful." The nurse exhales, chest deflating. She backs out of the room, fumbles for the wall-mounted phone, and begins the process. The calls, the codes, the frantic whispering of procedure. Death steps aside, making space for the parade of functionaries that will follow. Sam stands in the corner, out of the way but not hiding. His eyes are dry, the color of smoke. When a second nurse arrives, she ushers him into the hall with a hand on his shoulder, her touch hesitant, uncertain whether comfort is needed or would even be received. Sam accepts it with the same neutrality he used for the dead woman's hand. In the corridor, the boy sits on a molded plastic chair, hands folded between his knees. He watches the nurses work, the brisk and efficient way they confirm the obvious, close the eyelids, draw the privacy curtain. He does not ask questions. He does not look away. Death leans against the doorframe, watching the boy's profile. There is no fear, no shame, just a vast, echoing comprehension. Death wonders how much of this is acquired, how much inherited. It thinks of the grandmother, her compulsive care for flaws and counters, the old man with his silent rituals of self-preservation, the lineage of survivors stretching out behind the boy like a shadow on the linoleum. After a while, a third nurse comes to sit beside Sam. She asks if there is anyone he'd like to call. He shakes his head, gaze fixed on the pattern of scuff marks at his feet. "We'll get your grandparents here soon," she assures him. "You did very well." Sam nods, accepting the compliment as one might accept an umbrella in a drought. Death feels its work is nearly complete, but it lingers a bit longer, watching as the machinery of aftermath whirs into motion. The arrival of an orderly with the gurney, the discreet zipping of the body bag, the muffled conversation behind the closed door. Through it all, the boy remains, neither comforted nor undone by the proceedings. When the grandparents arrive, the handoff is seamless. The grandmother draws Sam to her chest, holding him with a force that suggests she might never let go. The old man stands behind them, silent but resolute. The nurse briefs them in the practiced monotone reserved for the recently bereaved. "She passed in her sleep," the nurse says. "Your grandson was with her at the end." Death watches as the grandmother nods, blinking back tears. She looks at Sam with a gratitude that borders on awe. Sam meets her gaze, and for the first time since entering the room, he permits himself a small, uneven smile. Death files this away, too. On the walk back down the corridor, Death trails the family at a respectful distance. It notes the way Sam and his grandmother move in sync, the matching tilt of their heads, the identical shuffle of their feet. There is no heroism in it, no grand catharsis, but a shared understanding of what can and cannot be salvaged. As they round the corner, Death lets them go. It stands for a while in the empty hall, savoring the aftermath. It is always the survivors who interest Death the most. The newly departed are, in a sense, its own kin. The living are the ones Death can never quite possess. Death finds the living room oddly sanctified. It is a space converted, for the moment, from a collection point for lost shoes and junk mail into a theater of mourning, though the props and costumes are strictly utilitarian. The coffee table, once a battlefield of remote controls and catalogues, is now meticulously cleared, save for a neat stack of hymnals and a box of tissues printed with daisies. The air is a sediment of dust, lemon oil, and the faint, medicinal ghost of the nursing home. Sam is at the center of it. He moves with the tranquil economy of a novice monk, folding the small rituals of preparation into a private liturgy. Death, invisible in the angle of a darkened corner, studies the boy's choreography, the precise alignment of hymnals, the way he fans them out, as if anticipating maximum occupancy, even though only 3 or 4 will ever be needed at once. He wipes the table's edge with the sleeve of his shirt, not to clean, but to confirm the absence of friction. The arm of the sofa is a stack of carefully chosen clothes, 2 dresses, one dark blue, the other a faded floral print, and a man's suit jacket hung over the backrest like the ghost of its intended wearer. Sam considers each item with a forensic attention, pinching the blue dress between his thumb and finger, examining the seam, then folding it into a crisp rectangle. He moves to the floral, but his interest fades quickly. He replaces it with reverence, as if admitting a mistake, and proceeds to the jacket. Death watches as Sam drapes the jacket over the banister. There is a tactile satisfaction in the way he runs his hand along the worn lapel, feeling for the old man's shape still embedded in the padding. Death wonders if the boy believes, on some level, that the jacket will carry the old man through the service, that the fibre and thread will hold up under the weight of remembrance. It is a childish thought, but Death has seen adults construct entire religions from less. The phone is next. The landline is anchored to the wall by the kitchen, its cord a snarled spiral, yellowed by time. Sam dials the numbers with careful, deliberate pressure, consulting a list written in the grandmother's hand. Each call is a recitation. Yes, it's tomorrow at 11. No, not at the church, at the chapel in town. He repeats these lines with the tonal flatness of someone reading from a script. Between calls, he jots check marks on the margin of the list, creating a latticework of completed tasks. Mantle is the final site of preparation. Death notes the careful arrangement of framed photographs, the way Sam balances old studio portraits with candid, off-center snapshots, as if attempting to create a full-spectrum memory out of partial data. There are pictures from weddings, picnics, graduations, a black and white of the old woman as a teenager, hair pinned up, gaze unsmiling but unafraid. Sam places this one dead center, flanked by color photos of himself as a toddler, one with jam on his face, another with his eyes shut tight against a too bright birthday candle. The symmetry is not perfect, but the intention is evident. The adults are less certain. The grandmother stands in the kitchen, washing already clean mugs and rearranging the contents of the refrigerator by increments. Every few minutes, she pokes her head into the living room, eyes darting between Sam and the clock on the wall. Death senses the calibration of her worry, not enough to intervene, but sufficient to fill the room with static. The old man is in the hallway, shuffling through the closet, extracting pairs of shoes and lining them up on the runner. He tests the firmness of each insole, then sets them aside with a grunt, as if this judgment will make the funeral proceed with greater efficiency. At intervals, he glances at Sam, never directly, but through the reflective glass of the curio cabinet or as a shadow passing over the family photographs. Death sees what the family cannot articulate, that Sam is performing the role not just of grandchild, but of something more elemental, a vessel for all the order that has lately gone missing from the world. His composure is not a shield, but a scaffold, a temporary architecture to hold the day together. By evening, the house is as ready as it will ever be. The relatives will arrive soon, bringing their casseroles and their nervous laughter, their solemn attempts at remembrance. Death waits for the influx, curious to see how the new variables will disrupt the boy's arrangement. For now, though, the family is held in stasis. The old woman hovers at the edge of the living room, a mug clutched in both hands, watching her grandson with a mix of pride and fear. The old man sits in his armchair, lacing and unlacing his shoes, the tension in his jaw suggesting words he will never speak. Sam stands back from the mantel, squinting at the tableau he has constructed. He steps forward, nudges one frame a half-inch to the left, then returns to his vantage point, assessing the symmetry. When he is satisfied, he sits on the edge of the coffee table, hands folded in his lap, and waits. Death observes the boy in profile, the clean angle of his jaw, the dark hollows beneath his eyes. It recognizes the toll the preparations have exacted. Grief, Death knows, is not always loud. Sometimes it is a fever that burns under the skin, invisible but absolute. The doorbell rings, and the world resumes its forward motion. Death melts back into the shadow, content to watch the day play out as it must. There is no undoing what has happened. There is only the choreography of the aftermath and the patience to endure it. Death does not sleep, but it honors the privacy of those who do. It moves through the house at night as a murmur, a thinning of the air. Most rooms are abandoned to darkness, the exception being the kitchen, where the old woman's insomnia burns in the form of a lone nightlight and the constant, involuntary rattle of glassware settling on the counter. The rest is quiet. Even the old man's snoring, so thunderous in daylight, has faded to a tired rasp. Am's bedroom is an annex off the main hallway, a remnant of the home's original floor plan. The walls are thin, the door warped by humidity. Death passes through the barrier without effort, finding the boy curled tight on the mattress, knees to chest, a hand-knit scarf wound around his fist like a tourniquet. The room is a capsule of gloom, every surface dulled by the absence of moonlight. The only movement is the slow, tectonic rise and fall of Sam's back as he breathes. At first, Death thinks the boy is asleep, but the rhythm is off, too shallow, too ragged. It leans in, adjusts its focus. In the muted light, Sam's face is blotched and sallow, eyes swollen, the damp line of a tear cutting a channel down his cheek. He buries his face in the pillow, stifling the sound, but a low, animal whimper seeps out, a vibration more felt than heard. Death is familiar with this variety of suffering, the species of sorrow that prefers to be suffered in solitude, the kind that fears to leak into the waking world lest it become an inconvenience to others. It notes the mechanics of Sam's grief, the white-knuckled grip on the scarf, the bite marks on his knuckle, the way each sob is checked, minimized, swallowed before it can escalate. On the ceiling, a patch of shadow seems to dilate and contract, responding to the boy's despair like a pupil to darkness. The temperature in the room drops by imperceptible degrees. The curtains, drawn tight, flutter once as if disturbed by a breeze, then fall still. Death recognizes its own influence in these phenomena, but it does not gloat. There is no satisfaction in the spectacle. It is an observer, nothing more. It holds its vigil at the foot of the bed, tracking the passage of the night. Occasionally, the boy's sobs abate, replaced by a thick silence broken only by the ticking of the old alarm clock on the windowsill. In these intervals, Death reflects on the mathematics of endurance. It wonders how much sadness the body can metabolize before it calcifies into something less mutable, like anger or apathy. At some point, Sam sits up. He blinks at the dark, as if orienting himself in a country where grief is the only language spoken. He unwraps the scarf from his fist, presses it to his face, and inhales deeply. The scent, wool lavender, the remote trace of the dead woman's hand lotion, seems to steady him. He wipes his nose, knots the scarf around his neck, and lies back down, this time on his back, staring at the ceiling where the shadow lingers. Death moves closer, compelled by the magnetism of the boy's gaze. For a moment, it entertains the impossible thought that Sam sees it there, hovering in the gloom, more real than any nightmare or memory. The boy's expression is unreadable, blank but alert. He does not blink. He does not speak. Eventually, fatigue overtakes him. His eyes flutter shut, and his breathing slows, the turbulence of emotion giving way to the dreamless inertia of the truly spent. Death watches as the tension leaks from his body, his limbs slacken, and the room resumes its equilibrium. For the remainder of the night, Death stands sentinel. It does not pity the boy, that is not its function, but it registers the courage it takes to mourn in darkness, to inhabit the ache rather than flee from it. It marks the resilience, the way even the most battered heart, given a few hours of rest, will begin again. Outside, the first suggestion of dawn bleeds into the sky, painting the curtains with a pale, watery light. The house stirs. A pipe groans, a floorboard creaks, the refrigerator coughs to life. Death withdraws, satisfied that its vigil has been honored, and makes ready for the next day's ceremonies. There will be more suffering and more endurance. Death knows this as well as it knows itself. It is always the survivors who command its attention. Death has always admired churches, though not for the usual reasons. They are engineered for awe, every detail conspiring to lift the gaze upward, away from the floor where most endings actually occur. Today's venue is no different. A modest parish in the city's old quarter, its nave an arcade of polished pews, every surface bathed in fractured sunlight. Death stands half-concealed behind a marble column at the rear, its form blurred by the interplay of shadow and stained glass. The filtered light projects a slow dance of color onto the faces of the congregation, painting each mourner with a mask more radiant than their natural expression could ever achieve. The morning is cold, but the heat inside is oppressive, forced air mingled with the musk of damp coats and fresh lilies. The pews are packed with the extended family, old neighbors, and the pale, ghostly faculty of the woman's former nursing home. Each participant is draped in regulation mourning, navy, charcoal, the occasional accidental purple. Death notes the hierarchy of grief with anthropological interest. There are the front-row weepers, the dignified dabbers, the stone-faced sentinels who do not move for the entire service. At the far end of the spectrum, a young mother checks her phone beneath her prayer book, her toddler engaged in a game of silent, illicit peekaboo with the choir boy in the aisle. Death searches for Sam and finds him near the front, bracketed by his grandparents. His posture is upright, shoulders set with the same square determination as in the living room. The scarf is looped neatly at his neck, the blue dress selected for the old woman laid out in the open casket up front, visible to all but the oblivious. Sam's eyes are focused forward, but his hands are clenched in the fabric of his dark slacks, the knuckles blanched nearly white. Service proceeds in stages. There is the opening hymn, half-hearted and unsure, the verses drifting upward to die against the groin vaults. There is the reading of the obituary, delivered by a local pastor who did not know the deceased and fumbles her middle name. There is a parade of testimonials, each one a recitation of benign virtues, hard work, thrift, a knack for lemon bars. Death recognizes the pattern, the living so eager to canonize their dead, to render loss more palatable by erasing the inconvenient particulars. Midway through, Sam rises. It is not his turn, strictly speaking, but he stands all the same, then walks the aisle with a steadiness that arrests every eye in the sanctuary. Death watches the faces as he passes. The aunts and uncles, the teachers from his old school, even the interim social worker, who sits bolt upright, lips pressed into a bloodless line. Sam mounts the steps to the lectern. His hands tremble as he arranges a slip of paper, but his voice is even, clear enough to cut the stagnant air. She was not afraid of much, he begins, glancing once at the casket. Not thunder or surgery or losing her keys. If she ever feared dying, she didn't say. He pauses, searching for the next line. She told stories, not always the same ones and not always true, but she told them even when nobody listened. Sometimes she just hummed. Death feels the words settle over the crowd, the ripple of discomfort that follows honest sentiment. She taught me that the world is smaller than it looks, and that being kind is a better use of time than trying to be right all the time. She taught me to fold a fitted sheet, to light a candle with a toothpick, to eat the last piece of pie and not apologize. The congregation titters, a weak, grateful release of tension. Sam scans the room, and in the sweep of his gaze, his eyes catch on the marble column in the back. For the briefest instant, Death senses the boy's attention rest on its own outline, vague but unmistakable in the seam where color yields to gray. The air between them tightens, as if the whole church has been briefly compressed into a single, shared breath. Sam continues. People say that everything ends, but she showed me that the end of a story can be as beautiful as its beginning, sometimes more. Death absorbs this, rolling the line over and over in its mind, like a rare coin found on the street. It registers the effect on the assembly, the bowed heads, the shudder of a sob from the second pew, the way the old man finally lets his face collapse into his hands. The rest is denouement. Sam returns to his seat, is folded into the arms of his grandmother, and does not resist. The service resumes, the business of closure transacted with hymn and prayer, and the ceremonial procession to the graveyard. Death watches from its vantage, tracking the boy through each ritual. The handshake at the threshold, the mud and salt crunching beneath his shoes, the brief, unremarkable handshake with the pastor at the grave. Afterwards, the crowd disperses in the parking lot, shuffling toward their vehicles, their next meals, their unfinished arguments and unmade beds. Death slips into the slipstream of departing mourners, its presence diluted by the surge of living bodies. It glances back once to see Sam, standing in the half-shadow of the vestibule, his face turned toward the spot behind the marble column where Death once lingered. There is a question in the boy's gaze, a wordless inquiry into what, exactly, it means to be accompanied by absence. Death finds this touching. It would like to answer, but knows it cannot. Instead, it drifts away, leaving the church and its history behind, and resumes its patient orbit of the world. It will return, of course. There are always more stories, more endings, more survivors assembling meaning from the fragments of what remains. But for now, Death allows itself the luxury of a slow walk, savoring the memory of a service well attended and the rare, echoing note of a life completed without regret. This, too, is an ending, as beautiful as any beginning, sometimes more. Chapter 4. Death stands at the curb, a shade among vapors, arms folded against the morning that refuses to arrive. The world is orange and twitching, its boundaries reset by fire and the fevered strobe of emergency. Death is always at home in places like this, where the air itself is caustic and time has begun to call in on itself. It breathes deep or simulates breathing and counts the seconds between sirens, between the next heave of destruction. Across the street, the house burns without modesty or reticence. Shingles buckle in time-lapse, siding sloughs in sheets, and the windows emit the shrill, hysterical song of glass overstressed and giving up. Death is a connoisseur of violence, but even it acknowledges the artfulness of combustion. The way an ordinary split level, identical to the dozens lining the street, can become a lighthouse of catastrophe before breakfast. The blaze throws shadows against the neighboring houses, painting doorways and driveways with silhouettes of creatures no one has invented yet. Inside one such shadow, behind a curtain of synthetic blend fabric, a boy named Sam is not sleeping. He lies on top of the sheets, fully clothed, as if he never meant to relinquish consciousness. The room is dim, but the orange pulse from outside finds him anyway, tracing thin lines along his jaw and the creases in his forearm. Death can hear his breathing, shallow, hoarding what little oxygen remains, long before the smoke finds him. First thing to reach Sam is the smell. It is not the scent of a campfire or a candle gone rogue, but something rower, ancient, the musk of history erasing itself in a hurry. He is on his feet before the rest of him agrees to it, ears straining for context. There it is. Sirens, doubled and redoubled by distance, then the muffled bass of fire truck engines angry at being roused so early. He slides into the hallway, blinks against the acrid haze already gathering near the ceiling, and for a moment believes the house itself is the one in peril. At the end of the hall, the grandfather is already up, barefoot, clutching a cordless phone and speaking into it with a violence reserved for wrong numbers and telemarketers. The old woman stands by the window, her hands pressed to the glass, as if she might melt through and cross the street by willpower alone. Neither of them sees Sam until he is already passing, until the front door is swinging open and the cold air chews at the threshold. Death admires the purity of the moment. No second thoughts, no self-preservation, just a vector drawn in haste. Sam is out the door and down the porch steps, pajamas billowing, soles of his feet stinging against the cold concrete. The scene on the street is a riot of light and confusion. Neighbors in varying states of undress cluster on the asphalt, their faces a gallery of stunned variations. Some are holding phones, some just stand and gawk, their hair luminous with static. Death walks the perimeter, invisible among them, tasting the sharp backbeat of fear and shame and helplessness. The source of it all is directly across the street. A house-shaped bonfire, its eaves shuddering with the effort of supporting so much heat. It is Jake's house, Sam's best friend since third grade, and there is no doubt, none, not in the shape of the flames or the geometry of the windows, that nothing inside survives as itself for long. Death notes the lawn ornaments, a pair of ceramic ducks that have not yet surrendered, the bike propped against the gutter, tires already softening. Sam stops at the curb, the last border before the no-man's land of the burning yard. Death takes up a post beside him, invisible but absolute. It notes the tremor in the boy's shoulders, the way his hands hover at his sides, indecisive. In the distance, the fire trucks approach, sirens now cutting through the soft fat of the morning. Death counts the seconds until arrival, aware of the futility, but unable to resist the old habit of keeping score. The trucks scream to a halt. Firefighters pour out, their choreography half-dance, half-brawl. They unspool hoses, shoulder axes, bark instructions with the calm of men who know how quickly chaos can boil over. Death listens to the language. Nobody out. Which room? Stay back. It is the liturgy of every disaster, familiar as blood. Sam takes a step forward, then another, his bare feet leaving damp ellipses on the winter-burnt grass. The heat is savage, pushing him back before he gets within 20 feet of the porch. He stands at the margin, eyes wide and unblinking, every breath scalding the inside of his nose. He tries to see past the flames, to make out Jake's room, the window with the cracked Star Wars decal, the ledge where they used to launch water balloons at the mailman. But the glass is gone, the stickers rendered into blackened confetti. Death is impressed by the efficiency. Within minutes, the first hose teams have doused the north side, sending up pillars of steam that make the fire look like it's bleeding out its own rage. The captain shouts something into his radio, then moves down the driveway, his face already glazed with sweat and soot. He gestures to the neighbors, forming a loose cordon, then scans the crowd for a representative. The old woman is first to break protocol. She advances into the yard, waving her arms, voice pitched high enough to cut through even the fire's insistence. Is anyone? Did they get out? Is anyone inside? The captain shakes his head, says something measured and technical. The old woman's knees buckle. She sits hard on the frostbitten lawn, hands open in her lap. Sam does not move. His focus is on the fire, on the house that used to contain not just Jake, but an entire axis of possibility. Video game marathons, stolen sodas from the garage, plans for the future mapped in pencil on notebook paper. Death feels the tidal pull of all the moments that will not happen now, the negative space carved out by catastrophe. It is an old feeling, but it never quite dulls. As the sun starts to climb, the fire loses its mania, subsiding into the groan and snap of ruined lumber. Death stands next to Sam, watching the boy watch what is left of his friend's world fold in on itself. There is nothing theatrical about the end. The blaze shrinks, revealing the blackened bones of the structure, the random debris of survival, a half-melted mailbox, a strip of aluminum siding curled like a ribbon. On the steps, the ceramic ducks are gone, replaced by two identical puddles of glaze. The fire chief approaches Sam, squatting so their eyes are level. Death listens closely, but the words are as expected. "No one made it out. I'm sorry." Sam nods, not trusting himself to answer. Death wants to tell the chief that Sam already knew, that there is no comfort in confirmation, but Death is not in the business of speaking to the living. Neighbors disperse by degrees, shuffling back into houses heavy with survivors' guilt. The air is fouled, thick with the mineral taste of what cannot be undone. Death lingers, savoring the afterimage. Sam on the sidewalk, outlined by soot and loss, the boy's shadow long and motionless against the daylight. In time, the paramedics arrive. They wrap Sam in a blanket, offer him water he does not drink, ask if he has somewhere to go. He does. He points at the house across the street, the old woman now standing in the doorway, arms crossed over her chest as if to hold the universe in place. The medics usher him gently, one hand on his elbow, treating him as if he might fall apart from the touch alone. Death follows, stepping lightly over the scorched earth, unwilling to leave the boy alone with his thoughts. It knows how such moments compound, how they ferment in the absence of context or witness. The house is warm, redolent of coffee and panic, but the old woman is calm now, her eyes clear and dry. She presses Sam's hand, leads him to the kitchen, and sits him at the table. He does not speak, not at first. Death stands by the fridge, listening for the moment when the reality settles in. It does not take long. "He's gone," Sam says. The old woman nods. There is no comfort she can offer, not in language. She pours coffee into a mug, sets it in front of him, and brushes the hair from his forehead. They sit like that, in the hush that follows every cataclysm, while the fire trucks finish their work and the sun climbs higher in the sky, indifferent. Death waits until the coffee is cold, until Sam's hands stop shaking, until the world resumes its forward crawl. It files the event away, another specimen in its endless cabinet of disaster. It does not pity the boy, but it acknowledges him. There are those who survive, and those who are marked by what they survive. Death knows the difference. As the morning brightens, Death stands at the window and observes the charred skeleton of the house across the street. It wonders, not for the first time, if the real work begins after the last flame is out. There is no answer, only the slow, inevitable return of ordinary time and the promise that death will be there to witness whatever the next day brings. Death returns in the small hours, when the residue of adrenaline has given way to the low, grinding ache of aftermath. It finds Sam at the kitchen table, posture caved in, cheek pressed to the cool laminate. There is a mug of untouched coffee in front of him, a pinwheel of condensation radiating from its base. The old woman hovers at the stove, pretending to tidy, but every few seconds she looks up, inventorying the boy for signs of further damage. Death considers the room as a set piece. The clock's minute hand dragging through each tick, the fridges exhale every cycle, the slow seep of light at the horizon. It is an unremarkable morning, except for the way no one breathes unless they think no one is watching. The old man enters, already dressed for the day, the lines in his face deeper than they were yesterday. He leans against the doorjamb, arms crossed, gaze fixed on some distant and preferable timeline. The old woman gestures at the table, a silent prompt for Sam to eat something. He ignores her, focusing instead on the pattern of tile grout at his elbow. It is the old man who breaks the silence. "You want a ride to school?" he asks, the question lacking any hope of agreement. "No," Sam says. He rubs his eyes, the lids puffy and abraded from hours of not crying. The old man shrugs. "Suit yourself." He pours coffee into a travel mug and retreats to the garage, his exit marked by the hiss of the weather strip under the door. Sam's hand trembles as he reaches for the glass of orange juice beside his plate. The old woman sees it, pretends not to. She sits across from him, fingers twisted together in a latticework of nerves. "You don't have to go," she offers. "We could call." Sam shakes his head, sharper than necessary. "I'll go." Death watches the old woman's face collapse in on itself, the attempt at comfort backfiring with surgical efficiency. She stands, busies herself with the dishes, scrubs at a spot on the counter that is not there. Sam drains the juice in a single gulp. The glass slips from his hand as he sets it down, shattering on the tile with a brittle, clarifying note. The sound is so clean, so absolute, that for a moment no one moves. "Shit," Sam says, not loud, but not under his breath either. The old woman flinches, whether at the profanity or the finality of the broken glass is impossible to say. Death notes the red bloom on Sam's palm where a shard has sliced him. He stares at it, mesmerized, then presses a paper towel to the wound with clinical detachment. The old woman hesitates, then kneels to gather the pieces. Her hands are steady, but her breathing is uneven, the silent count of each inhalation a desperate metronome. "It's all right," she says, her voice almost a whisper. "We'll clean it up." Sam stands. "I'll be late," he mutters, already backing out of the room. He grabs his backpack from the floor, slings it over his shoulder, and heads for the door. Death follows at a measured distance, trailing him through the brittle morning. Outside, the world has not yet remembered what happened. The street is silent, the charred skeleton of Jake's house cordoned off with police tape, an overkill of yellow looping from mailbox to tree to porch. The fire trucks are gone, replaced by a city van idling at the curb. Inside, a pair of men in official windbreakers conduct their inventory of ruin, a clipboard, a camera, a series of low, muted exchanges. Death does not bother to listen. The details are already written. Sam walks past, eyes locked forward, but Death sees the micro-adjustments in his stride, the flicker of his gaze toward the scene of impact. He picks up speed, a near jog, and rounds the corner toward the high school. Death notes the way his breath clouds in the cold, the quickening of his pulse. It wonders how long it will be before the boy returns to the site of his own erasure. At school, the air is brittle with expectation. The front office is manned by a woman whose job is to differentiate between absences that matter and those that do not. She barely looks up as Sam signs himself in, her mind already 2 steps ahead, collating paperwork, flagging systems, sending a digital alert to his first period teacher. Death feels her sympathy register, and then fade, displaced by the needs of the hour. Hallways are a gauntlet. Death observes the shifts in behavior, the way other kids angle away from Sam, as if proximity might ignite their own disasters. The teachers who stiffen when he passes, wanting to say something but not trusting their ability to survive the reply. There are whispers, too, but softer than usual, modulated by the sense that even the cruelest among them would not dare tempt this particular brand of fate. Am makes it to his locker, enters the combination by rote, and stares at the inside for a full minute before moving. The interior is a mess, old math assignments, a half-emptied lunch bag, a photo booth strip of him and Jake, both cross-eyed and mid-laugh, stapled to the back wall. Sam tears the photo down, folds it into quarters, and buries it in the pocket of his jeans. Death notes the ceremony, the refusal to leave anything behind for the world to interpret. Classes pass in a blur. Death sits in the back of each room, sometimes leaning against the radiator, sometimes perched atop the bookshelf. It watches Sam's performance, the minimal responses, the unbroken stare out the window, the way he holds a pencil in his fist like a weapon. Teachers call on him less and less as the day wears on. At lunch, Sam ignores the cafeteria, instead finding a spot in the far corner of the library. He sits with his back to the stacks, knees drawn up, the backpack a barricade between him and the rest of the world. He opens the top compartment, roots around until his hand closes on something, a small, battered spiral notebook. He flips through the pages, most of them blank, but here and there a scrawl of writing, a list or diagram, the debris of projects left unfinished. Death edges closer, curious. Sam opens to a fresh page, writes the date at the top, and underneath, a single line. "This should have been me." He underlines it twice, then snaps the notebook shut. His jaw clenches, and for a moment Death is certain the boy will cry, but he does not. After lunch, the day's inertia is broken. Sam skips his last class, instead heading straight out the back door and into the empty expanse behind the school. Death follows, not hovering now, but walking in parallel, the boy's shadow lengthening in the low winter sun. He takes the long way home, cutting through alleys and side streets, avoiding any intersection where someone might recognize him. Death notes the route, the purposeful disorientation. When Sam finally emerges onto his own block, the city van is gone, but the police tape remains. Sam stops at the edge of the lawn, staring at the ruined house. He hesitates, then steps over the tape, boots crunching on the frozen grass. The air is heavy with the scent of wet ash and the faint, chemical tang of fire suppressant. Death is close enough now to see the goosebumps rising on the boy's forearms, the way his hands ball into fists and then relax over and over. He circles the house, pausing at what used to be the garage. The bike is gone, only a smear of black rubber on the concrete as evidence it ever existed. Sam walks the perimeter, finally stopping at the backyard. There, in a patch of mud, he finds the remains of a toy spaceship, plastic hull melted into a grotesque parody of flight. Sam crouches, picks it up, turning it over in his hands. He wipes at the soot with the sleeve of his shirt, but the stain is permanent. Death senses the weight of the moment. The boy's breathing accelerates, lips pressed tight. He looks up, scanning the ruined house as if expecting someone to wave from a window to call his name. But there is nothing, no sound but the wind. Sam hurls the spaceship at the back fence, where it explodes into fragments, each piece skipping once, then settling in the mud. He stands, breathing hard, and for the first time all day, Death sees the tears come. They are silent, efficient, nothing wasted. He sits in the dirt, arms around his knees, and lets the world recede. Death sits beside him, close enough to touch, but does not. It waits, as it always does, until the grief burns itself to ash and the boy is ready to stand again. Only then does Death rise, following the shape of the boy's shadow, already anticipating the next break, the next beautiful shattering. There is no fixing what is gone, only the rearrangement of what remains. Death spends the next week in the library, shadowing the boy's marathon of obsession. Sam sits at the computer terminal with a hunched intensity, fingers flying over keys, eyes flickering as he scrolls page after page. The search history is a litany of warning: deadliest house fires, smoke inhalation fatality rate, best fire prevention strategies. Death reads over his shoulder, committing every statistic to memory, though it has always known the numbers by heart. The librarian, a woman with a tragic devotion to order, watches Sam with a mix of suspicion and pity. She hovers behind the information desk, eyes following him as he moves from printer to copier to resource shelf. When he reaches the checkout counter with an armload of books on building codes and disaster preparedness, she hesitates before stamping his card. "School project?" she asks, her tone gentle. Sam shrugs. "Just research." Death admires the honesty in that. There is no project, not really, unless you count the one of rebuilding a world in which loss is not just a statistical inevitability. At home, the grandparents indulge Sam's new fixation, though the old woman worries aloud to anyone who will listen, mostly the cat, sometimes the grandfather, once a delivery man dropping off groceries. "He's not sleeping," she says. "He's not eating right. I know it's how he copes, but—" She never finishes the sentence, always deflated by the futility of her own worry. Death sits at the kitchen table, a phantom at the feast, as Sam converts the research into action. He uses the dining room as a staging area, tapping poster boards to the wall, arranging pamphlets in rows, highlighting key phrases in fluorescent yellow. The old woman brings him snacks, sandwiches cut into triangles, celery sticks, apple slices, none of which are ever consumed in full. The old man nods at the work as he passes through, sometimes pausing to read a headline, more often pretending not to see. When the project is complete, Sam loads the flyers and posters into his backpack, packs up the extra pamphlets, and leaves for school an hour before the first bell. Death follows, curious to see what theater the boy has constructed. At the entrance to the school, Sam begins his campaign. He tapes posters to the bulletin board, stark black and white photos of house fires, bold text warning about the speed of smoke inhalation, the futility of second chances. "Fire doubles every 30 seconds, one headline reads. "You have less than 2 minutes to escape." Underneath, a smaller font. "Have a plan, practice it, don't assume you'll have time." Death notes the precision, the unassailable logic, and the way Sam stands back, surveying each display like a general reviewing his troops. He moves through the halls with methodical purpose, hanging flyers on every available surface. Lockers, bathroom stalls, the glass doors of the cafeteria. In the gym, he posts a sign next to the exit. "Most people die within 5 feet of a usable door." Death can almost hear the gasps of the student body, the flutter of unease as they read the messages between classes. The teachers react with predictable discomfort. Some pull the posters down, citing inappropriate content. Others leave them up, unsure of the correct response to a grieving child's call to arms. The principal sends Sam a polite but firm email asking him to coordinate future efforts through approved channels. But the message arrives after the campaign is already complete. At lunch, Sam sits alone in the library, monitoring the school's response via social media. His phone vibrates with a steady drip of messages, some supportive, most confused, a few outright hostile. Death perches on a bookshelf overhead, observing the boy's impassive face as he reads each comment, files it away, and moves on to the next. At afternoon, the principal calls an assembly. The pretense is fire safety awareness, but everyone in the room knows the real reason for the gathering. The entire student body files into the auditorium, filling the rows with a restless energy. Death takes a seat in the back, blending into the shadows cast by the high windows. The principal delivers a brief, rehearsed speech about community, resilience, and looking out for one another. He introduces a representative from the fire department who gives a 5-minute tutorial on smoke alarms and evacuation routes. The students fidget, eyes glazed, waiting for something real to happen. Finally, Sam is called to the stage. He walks up the stairs, hands trembling, and stands at the podium, a single sheet of paper clutched in both fists. For a moment, he says nothing. The room breathes as one, waiting. When I was little, he begins, I thought fire was just a thing in movies, something that happened to people far away. He pauses, the silence stretching out until it threatens to snap. But it is. Last week, my best friend died. His name was Jake. He lived across the street from me. I should have been able to save him. I didn't. There is a rustle in the auditorium, some gasp, some flinch. Sam looks down at the paper but does not read from it. If you think you have time, you're wrong, he continues. If you think it won't happen to you, you're wrong. You need a plan. Not for your parents, not for your teachers, for you. Because when it happens, you're the only one who can move. He glances at the back of the room, where Death is seated, hands folded. The boy's eyes meet Death, if only for a fraction of a second. There is no accusation in the look, no plea, just a brutal acceptance. Don't wait for someone to tell you what to do, Sam finishes. Figure it out now, because the rest of your life might only last 2 minutes. He steps away from the microphone, walks off stage without looking back. The applause is hesitant at first, then grows, an ovation not for performance, but for survival in the face of the obvious. Death stands, stretches, and exits the auditorium as the students file out. It walks the perimeter of the school, knotting the conversations sparked by Sam's speech, the way the message worms its way into the collective mind. It knows the numbers won't change much, not in the short term, but it recognizes the shift, the sense of agency, however small, planted in the ground where catastrophe once flourished. That evening, Sam returns home to find the kitchen table cleared. The old woman sets down a plate of spaghetti, the first hot meal in days. They eat in silence, but the air is different, less brittle, more breathable. Death stands in the hallway, listening to the sounds of utensils on ceramic, the slow, deliberate chewing of the living. Later, as Sam prepares for bed, he tapes one of his own flyers above the headboard. Have a plan, practice it. He studies the words for a moment, then switches off the light. Death lingers outside the window, watching the boy's silhouette settle into sleep. It notes the ease of his breathing, the unclenched hands, the faint trace of a smile at the corner of his mouth. The world is still dangerous, still ruled by chance and error and the unforgiving mathematics of disaster. But tonight, death allows itself a moment of satisfaction. Not because the job is done or because anyone is safe, but because, for once, someone learned something from the end of a story. Even if it's only for 2 minutes at a time. Death stands in the far corner of the boy's bedroom, where the light from the street finds no purchase and the air feels denser, weighted with things left unsaid. Sam is on the bed, legs folded beneath him, hands busy with the remains of a plastic action figure. It is unrecognizable except for the ghost of a face and a single, clawed hand, some monster from a franchise Death never bothered to learn. The other side is melted smooth, fused into a shape that would never survive quality control. The ritual is wordless. Sam turns the figure over and over, thumbs tracing the warped seam where once there was a cape, a badge, a memory of play. At intervals, he glances at the clock, as if rehearsing a countdown. Death watches, unblinking, as the boy sets the figure on the cleared bedside table, arranging it so that its melted face stares directly at the bed. The room is dark, but not oppressive. There are traces of order everywhere. Books lined up by height, pencils squared to the edge of the desk, a laundry basket half full but aligned perfectly to the corner. Death sees the subtle rebellion in this, how every inch of the room is a barricade against the disorder outside. Sam sits cross-legged for a while longer, elbows on his knees, head bowed. Death notes the rhythm of his breathing, slower now, as if each inhale is an argument against forgetting. Then, softly, almost too soft for the living, Sam says, "Good night, Jake." There is no reply, of course. Not from the plastic figure, not from the streetlight sending its elongated shadows creeping across the wall. But Death feels the words land, the way all last words do, an ending that pretends, for the sake of the living, to be temporary. Sam slides under the covers, pulls them up to his chin, and stares at the ceiling. For a few minutes he is still, eyes tracking the faint play of light as cars pass outside. Death senses the boy's attention shift, just slightly, toward the corner where it stands. It is not the first time this has happened. The sensitivity runs in families, or so Death suspects. Sam does not speak, but the question is clear in his face. Will you be here in the morning? Will you come for me if I need you, or only if I do? Death has no answers, but it remains, invisible but unwavering, a constant presence in the dark. It watches as the boy's eyes grow heavy, as the tension seeps out of his body, leaving behind only the ordinary vulnerability of sleep. At midnight, the old woman peeks in, checks to make sure the covers haven't slipped, the window isn't open, the plastic figure is not too close to the edge. She leaves the door cracked, a wedge of yellow spilling onto the floor. Sam is already asleep. He will dream tonight, not of fire but of water, lakes, rivers, the strange logic of buoyancy and the cool embrace of currents. Death is in the dream too, but only as a shadow on the far shore, patient and unhurried. It waits as it always does, for whatever the next day brings. For now, it is enough to stand sentinel, holding the line between what is gone and what remains, between the stories that end and those that refuse to. In the room, the plastic figure stands guard, melted face luminous in the thin light. And Death, for once, is content to watch in silence, bearing witness to the unremarkable miracle of another night survived. Chapter 5. Death is unaccustomed to sunlight. It prefers the ambiguous wash of dusk, the blankness of windowless wards, the hush of lamplight at the end of a corridor. Yet here, in the kitchen at 7:03 a.m., it finds a tolerable purity in the way morning pours itself over the linoleum, pooling in blue-white stripes through the blinds, diluting the kitchen into gradients of clean and shadow. Death stands at the very edge of the tile, as if mindful not to scuff the waxed floor. Sam is already up, wearing a wrinkled t-shirt and the uniform slack of adolescence. He is rooted at the kitchen island, hunched over a bowl of unadorned oatmeal, spoon in hand, eyes locked onto a paperback propped open by a salt shaker. The old man, grandfather per the usual taxonomy, hovers nearby, fussing with the coffee pot, his movements abrupt but precise, as though each step is calibrated against the risk of spillage or waste. There is an art to this routine, a choreography of small collisions and territorial claims. The boys slouch encroaching on the old man's preferred pathway, the old man's reach for the sugar canister slicing through Sam's spoon trajectory. Neither comments, but the exchange is weighted with the comfort of repetition. "Any good?" the old man asks, nodding at the book without looking. Sam shrugs, not because he does not know, but because the act of distilling opinion is more trouble than it's worth before the coffee has percolated. "It's fine," he says, spooning up a mouthful with surgical detachment. Death notices the old man's hands, steady, but bearing the mottled signature of an age spent in the sun, veins and capillaries mapping a stubborn vascular cartography across the skin. There is a deep, insistent patience in the way he waits for the coffee to finish its cycle, as if he knows precisely how long each second must last before it surrenders its claim on the present. "You got a test today?" the old man asks, voice rough but absent any bite. "Geometry," Sam says, not looking up. "A beat, still hate it." It's pointless," Sam says with a flicker of irritation, pun intended. The old man grins, a small, private smile. "You'll appreciate it someday. Everything goes in circles eventually." Sam's eye roll is only half-hearted. Death files it alongside other instances of familial theatre it has witnessed over the years. There is no pain in the exchange, no barbed resentment or existential dissonance. Just the low-level hum of two survivors packing out their truce in the early morning, each content to let the other exist as is. The old man pours himself a mug, sits at the table, and studies Sam over the rim. Death lingers at the border of the room, noting the subtle arrangements. The way the boy's foot braces against the stool rung, the old man's left elbow always angling toward the open doorway, the casual, inherited symmetry in the line of their shoulders. For a moment, Death wonders if it has misread the boy. There is no residue of recent trauma, no telltale stutter in his breathing, no cinch of muscle at the jawline that betrays suppressed grief. The boy is, for lack of a better word, unbroken. But Death has seen enough to know that endings rarely announce themselves in advance. The kitchen is a catalogue of the family's history. The fridge is a gallery of expired coupons and dog-eared photos, each one fossilized by a magnet shaped like a fruit or a state. The cabinets are a mismatched parade of glassware and chipped mugs, none of them belonging to a set, all of them testament to years of attrition. A scratch in the Formica countertop, just beneath Sam's bowl, speaks of some ancient mishap. The old man's voice, years ago, shouting, "Careful," as the boy wielded a bread knife with doomed confidence. Death reviews these details with a forensic satisfaction, as if prepping an exhibit for a trial no one will ever attend. The old man stands, stretches his back, and opens the fridge. "Eggs?" he asks, already reaching for the carton. Sam shrugs, "Sure." The old man's hands are efficient. 2 eggs cracked in sequence, each shell discarded with a flick into the trash, whites pooling with an almost iridescent slickness in the pan. Death watches, hypnotized by the sizzle, the brief transformation of liquid into substance. There is a moment, just as the eggs begin to congeal, when the old man pauses, his right hand tightening on the spatula, his left groping blindly for the edge of the counter. Death senses the shift. It is not a premonition, but the recognition of a familiar acceleration in the molecules of the room. The air grows fractionally heavier, the light loses its temperature, and a frequency just beneath human hearing announces itself with a bass note of dread. The old man sags, knees buckling, and for a split second his face contorts, not in fear, but in profound annoyance, as if betrayed by a body that had always, until now, obeyed. He drops the spatula. It clatters on the tile, then spins out of reach. Sam's head snaps up. There is a lag, a single beat, before his brain catches up to what is happening. Then he is off the stool, around the counter, hands outstretched and clumsy with urgency. "Pop, hey, sit down, just sit." The old man shakes his head. "I'm okay," he rasps, but his voice is slurred, vowels heavy with sediment. His left hand clamps over his chest, knuckles whitening. Death is 2 feet away, invisible but dense, the gravitational center of the unfolding event. Sam grabs a chair, eases the old man down. He kneels, eye level now, and the practiced detachment of moments ago is gone, replaced by something raw and wild. "Should I call? Should I get?" "Give me a sec," the old man says, teeth gritted. "It'll pass. I get these sometimes, just a cramp." Death knows the lie for what it is. It has heard this line in every tongue, every dialect, every era since the invention of denial. Sam hesitates. Then, decisively, he bolts for the wall phone, yanking it from the cradle. His fingers misdial once, then steady. Death counts the rings until the 911 dispatcher answers, listens as Sam's voice narrows into the staccato of triage. "My grandfather," Sam says. "I think it's his heart. He's breathing, but no history, but he's sweating, and no, not pale, he's just, yeah, okay, I can do that." Death notes the forced calm, the way Sam's voice is both brittle and razor-sharp. There is no panic, only the compulsion to act. By the time the boy returns to the kitchen, the old man's head is lolling to the left, breath shallow and ragged. Sam kneels again, puts a hand on the old man's shoulder. "Pop, stay with me, okay?" The old man's eyelids flutter, then fix on the boy. There is a flicker of recognition, followed by a slackening of resistance. Death watches as the tension drains from the body, as if the old man has finally acknowledged the futility of holding on. Sam's hand slides down, searching for a pulse at the wrist. Death admires the boy's precision, the way he counts the seconds, mouth moving in silent calibration, refusing to look away even as the numbers dwindle. Outside, the first ambulance siren peals through the neighborhood, a Doppler shift of inevitability. Death is unmoved. It has heard better chorales. The old man is nearly gone, his chest rising in shallow, ragged intervals. Pop, can you hear me?" Sam asks, voice cracking. The old man doesn't answer, but his lips twitch. For an instant, Death is certain he is about to speak, a final word, an aphorism to fold into the boy's memory. But the moment passes, and with it, the old man. Sam does not break. He lays the hand back on the armrest, arranges the fingers, and leans in so his forehead touches the cooling skin. There is no sound in the kitchen, but the residual click of the stovetop burner, the egg in the pan now coagulated into an unlovely scab. Death registers the arrival of the EMTs as an intrusion. They move with the efficiency of those who have rehearsed the script 1,000 times. Check the vitals, confirm the absence, pronounce. One of them, a man with the beard of a second-career paramedic, tries to steer Sam into the living room. "Why don't you sit down, kid? We've got it from here." Sam shakes his head, plants himself at the table. He watches as they wrap the old man's chest in sensors, as they attempt a round of compressions, despite knowing exactly how little it matters. Death notes the paradox, the persistence of hope in the face of certain arithmetic. Eventually, the efforts subside. A clipboard is produced, forms are filled. The kitchen is now a scene, cordoned off by the invisible logic of aftermath. Death steps aside, giving the living their space. It floats to the window, surveys the day as it sprawls outward, undisturbed by the violence it has just absorbed. There are joggers on the sidewalk, a dog barking at the mail truck, a flag hanging limp on its pole. Inside, the kitchen is in stasis. The paramedics confer in low voices, the police officer arriving late and apologetic, the neighbor from next door poking her head in to offer what help she can. Sam sits at the table, hands folded, gaze fixed on the cooling eggs in the pan. Death has seen every species of grief. It is used to the performances, the wailing, the denial, the bargaining, the collapse. But this silence, this absolute surrender to the present, is different. Death files the image away. The boy in the chair, the smell of coffee cooling, the empty bowl and the paperback still open to a page no one will ever finish. It wonders what the boy will do now. It wonders if, perhaps, the story might yet take another turn. For now, it remains in the kitchen, the only witness to what is left behind. Kitchen returns to silence so abruptly that Death feels the air compress, as if the room itself is unwilling to expand and accommodate absence. The paramedics are gone, as are the neighbors who drifted in, offering casseroles and shock blankets and platitudes all recycled from the deep well of their own pending disasters. The only evidence of their passing is a scattering of latex gloves in the trash and a subtle medicinal sharpness layered over the lingering scent of eggs. Sam remains at the table, body immobile, gaze fixed on the cooling breakfast, as if he is waiting for time to reverse itself. Death lingers, uncertain whether to lean in or retreat, and is surprised to find itself suspended in a kind of mutual holding pattern with the boy. In its elapse, the sunlight advances along the cabinets, climbing the handles of every drawer. The kitchen's clock, an artifact shaped like a rooster, ticks on in the upper register of the room's frequencies, too high for the living to parse but resonant to Death's particular ear. At last, Sam stands. He moves with the slow inevitability of a sleepwalker. His hands are steady. There is no trace of tremor in his fingers as he crosses to the stove and turns the burner off, the egg now fossilized into a puck against the black. He takes a moment to scrape it loose, prying it away from the pan's surface, and plates it with care. He pours a second mug of coffee, though the first remains untouched and stone cold beside his paperback. Death watches as Sam sets the table for two, arranging the utensils and napkins with the precision of someone laying out evidence for a trial. He pulls out the chair opposite his own, the one the old man always occupied, and places the plate squarely before it. Then, with a kind of resigned authority, Sam returns to his own seat. Death is there before him, already occupying the space, but Sam does not notice. The boy moves with intention, not joy. Each bite is measured, neither rushed nor savored. The yolk is congealed, the toast unbuttered, but he chews and swallows with grim efficiency. Death marvels at the absence of tears. It is so common, so expected, that its omission makes the air in the kitchen feel slightly over-oxygenated, a fraction too clean. As Sam eats, his gaze flicks up at intervals to the empty chair. His lips twitch, as if words are forming and then being reeled back. Once he almost speaks, but the effort aborts, replaced by a single shallow breath. The routine is nearly complete. Sam drains his coffee, now tepid, and wipes his mouth with a napkin. He collects both plates and washes them, running the sponge over each surface with such force that the cheap ceramic threatens to shatter. Death is mesmerized by the process, by the choreography of maintenance. There is a faith in this ritual, an invocation against the entropy pressing in from every direction. After the dishes, Sam sweeps the floor. Then he retrieves the paperback and the salt shaker, placing them back in their usual alignment. The kitchen is reset, as if the mourning never occurred. Death takes inventory. The clock is now past 9. The only sound is the hum of the fridge. Outside, the neighbor's sprinkler ticks in a lazy arc, its spray glinting in the sunlight. Sam hovers in the doorway, unable to leave. He turns, scans the room, then sits again at the table, hands folded. There is no purpose to this, only a magnetism, a reluctance to exit the orbit of the day's first catastrophe. Death sits across from him. It leans in, scrutinizing the angle of the boy's jaw, the way his eyelashes cast shadows onto his cheek. There is no sign of collapse. Instead, there is a grim, structural beauty to the boy's composure. Death wonders if this is the byproduct of earlier losses, or simply a mutation, an adaptation to persistent exposure. The hours pass. Sam remains at the table, unmoving except to sip at a glass of water he pours for himself, though he drinks no more than a mouthful every hour. Around noon he stands, leaves the room, and returns with a legal pad and a stub of pencil. He writes a list, a column of tasks. Death cannot read the handwriting, but it recognizes the pattern. A column of words, some crossed out, some underlined, a diagram of control mapped against the chaos. Afternoon crawls by. Sam's eyelids droop, but he resists sleep. He does not retreat to his bedroom, as he might have in other circumstances. Instead, he retrieves a carton of milk from the fridge, pours it into a chipped glass, and sips it in tiny increments, as if rationing his engagement with the world. It is late in the day when the first memory emerges. Death sees it in the tilt of Sam's head, the shift in his breathing. He stares at the old man's empty chair, and in the moment overlays it with an image from months earlier, a Saturday morning, the old man demonstrating how to flip a pancake without tearing its surface. The memory is vivid. The way the spatula slid under the cake, the flourish of the wrist, the airborne arc followed by a soft, triumphant landing. The boy, younger then, had laughed, an unself-conscious sound that echoed in the corners of the kitchen for the rest of the morning. Death catalogues the memory, tucking it beside thousands of others, but notes with interest how the recollection does not fracture the boy. If anything, it stabilizes him, as if the presence of the old man's ghost is a load-bearing structure, not a threat. As dusk creeps into the corners, Sam stands and paces the perimeter of the kitchen. He touches the counter, the sink, the back of the old man's chair. For a time, he stands at the window, watching the neighbor's dog chase shadows across the lawn. He puts the milk carton away, straightens the stack of mail on the table, and wipes down the handle of the fridge. Finally, he sits, just as the last orange flare of sunset catches on the edge of the formica. This time, he speaks. "Pop, I made your eggs," he says, barely above a whisper. Death perks up, alert to the sound. The voice is not plaintive or mournful. If anything, it is factual, as if reporting a status update to an absent supervisor. "I think I left them too long. Sorry." The air does not reply, but Death, for once, is tempted to answer, to fill the vacuum with some acknowledgement. It refrains, holding the line. "I put the trash out," Sam adds, "like you said." The kitchen is almost dark. In the pooling gloom, Death observes the architecture of the scene. The boy at the table, the empty chair across from him, the plate set as an offering. It is a tableau that will outlast the moment, echo through the days to come. Sam rests his head on his arms, not to sleep, but to listen, to the fridge, to the clock, to the settling house. The day ends not with a scream or a shatter, but with a series of small, insistent silences. Death is impressed, not by the absence of tears, but by the rigor of survival. It waits in the kitchen, curious to see how many days the ritual will hold before the structure fails, and the flood comes in. For now, it is enough to watch, to bear witness, to mark the moment in its ledger and move on, knowing that nothing here is ever truly erased. At dusk, the kitchen is a pale cavity, all shadows and reflective surfaces, as if the day's purpose has drained through a crack in the linoleum and left only the aftertaste of itself. Sam moves through the room with a deliberate slowness, the effect of hours spent in the long-haul endurance of unspoken tasks. Each step is measured, each reach for a glass or a crumb performed with the gravity of someone placing bets on the continued existence of inertia. Death sits at the kitchen table, invisible but not inactive. It records the trajectory of every utensil, the sequence of muscle and sinew as the boy folds napkins into squared, perfect quarters. The napkins form a small stack, white and clean and useless, like surrender flags for a war already lost. The table is set for two, the way it always was. The plate opposite Sam remains untouched, the yolk on the egg puckering into a hard, sulphurous eye. Sam avoids looking at it, but the plate exerts its own gravitational pull. When he reaches for it at last, his hand hovers, fingers splayed, as if the act of clearing it will erase a body from the universe. Death notes the tension in the boy's back, the way his shoulders pitch forward as if expecting to bear the brunt of some unseen impact. The weight is psychological, but the effect is physiological. A slight tremor in the wrist, a pallor to the knuckles, a shallowness in the draw of breath. Sam grips the plate, and for a moment everything in the kitchen aligns. The stack of mail, the clock's silent taunt, the mug of coffee now cold and impenetrable. The equilibrium is perfect, a stasis that could last forever. But then entropy, a slip, a miscalculation, and the plate shivers in his grasp, falls and detonates against the linoleum with a crack that is both loud and final. A shatter, a scattering, a brief escalation of chaos before the fragments settle. Death flinches, not out of fear, but out of a strange, secondary regret, a recognition that something delicate has just ruptured. Sam kneels, gathering the shards with a frantic animal efficiency. His hands move too fast, and in his haste, a sliver of ceramic slices the soft pad beneath his thumb. Blood wells up, slow at first, then urgent, blooming bright against the pale fragment. Death watches, fascinated, as the wound beads and then runs, tracing a thin line down the boy's palm. Sam stares at the blood for a long time. The pain is real, specific, but it is not the pain he has been bracing for all day. He presses a napkin to the cut, clamps down, and lets the rest of the broken plate sit where it is. The silence in the kitchen now is total, the kind that ripens into tinnitus if you hold your breath and wait for it. Death leans in, close enough to count the flecks of yolk on the floor, the residue of past meals layered into the grout. It can sense the escalation, the way the small hurt opens the floodgates for the larger one, how the act of bleeding paves a path for everything else to follow. Sam rises, hands shaking, and goes to the sink. He washes the cut, the water stinging, then stands with both palms braced on the counter, head bowed. Death hears the first sob before the boy does. It bubbles up, unexpected, a hiccup of air and wet. Sam grits his teeth, tries to swallow it, but the effort is doomed from the outset. He slides to the floor, back against the cabinet, and curls in on himself. The favorite mug, his grandfather, with the chipped handle and fadding college mascot, sits on the counter within arm's reach. Sam grabs it, clutches it to his chest, and lets go. The sobs are low, guttural, the kind that work their way up from the diaphragm and double the body over. Tears streak the face, pool on the kitchen tile, and soak into the cuffs of the t-shirt. Death is beside him now, a whisper of gravity, a negative space. It reaches out, not with a scythe or a bony hand, but with a presence. A weight, a compression, a steadying force. The gesture is not to claim, but to comfort. Death is surprised at its own intent. It has witnessed a trillion variations of this moment, but rarely has it lingered so long after the contract has been executed. Sam rocks, cradling the mug, the sobs giving way to a long, shuddering silence. The pain is raw, unfiltered, but in the aftermath there is a new kind of quiet, a relief maybe, or just the absence of strain. Death sits with him until the last of the sunlight disappears, until the kitchen is nothing but a blur of outlines and negative space. It waits until the boy's breathing slows, until his muscles unclench and the grip on the mug loosens. Only then does it rise, leaving a trace of warmth in the air that is not quite memory and not quite hope. The mess remains, the shards, the blood, the half-eaten eggs, but for the moment Sam is intact, battered, bruised, but whole enough to stand again. Death surveys the room, memorizes the pattern of the mess, and files it away with all the other beautiful aftermaths it has witnessed. Tomorrow the ritual will begin anew. The table will be reset. The memory will ache, but the wound will close. And Death will be there, a quiet observer at the edge of the linoleum, waiting for the next rupture, the next breathtaking proof of how much the living are willing to endure. For tonight, it lingers a little longer, savoring the echo of survival in a kitchen that was, for one day, a crucible of the possible. Chapter 6. Death has always preferred the clinical palette, linoleum, bleach, the muted blues of waiting rooms. But the garden this afternoon is a riot of living matter, verdant and rank. It is late summer, and the air quivers with insect density and the low, bone-deep hum of cicadas. The sun is punitive, flattening the grass along the path, bleaching the last resistance from the peeling fence. But in the alcove behind the bungalow, the tomato vines riot unchecked. Their leaves are done and serrated, dusted grey with the memory of rain, and the fruits themselves hang obscenely heavy, bulging red and gold, some split open and weeping seeds in silent, preordained rot. Sam is in the thicket, knees deep in mulch, his hands blackened with soil. The old woman, his grandmother, is next to him, her hair the colour of smoke, arms bare to the elbow, wrists red and stippled with the marks of 1,000 small abrasions. They move together with a silent choreography, a looping circuit between the bushel baskets and the wild riot of green. Death is nearby, never more than an arm's reach, though it is careful to remain unnoticed. It watches, fascinated, as the two perform their devotion to the fragile idea of continuity. Your mother, the old woman says, was hell on tomato worms. I'd catch her out here at dawn with the trowel in one hand and a peanut butter jar in the other. She'd decapitate the fat ones and save the heads in the jar so she could show me her work. Sam grins, not directly at the woman, but at the stalk he is untangling from its trellis. You let her. The old woman shrugs. She was 5. It was the 70s. If I didn't let her, she'd just eat the worms to spite me. Sam laughs, sharp and involuntary, as if the idea of eating worms is only slightly less plausible than anything else the world might offer. Death notes the sound, logs its timbre in the long ledger of the boy's audible reactions. which have become fewer and more precious with each recent season. They were bright green, the old woman adds, and they bled blue. She'd come inside with her fingers stained like she'd murdered a box of crayons. Sam's smile lingers, softer now. He pushes his hand into the tangle, prying loose a cluster of tomatoes whose skins are so thin they split at the pressure. "You never told me that," he says. "I'm old," she replies, not unkindly. "I forget which stories you've heard." Work in silence for a stretch. The only noise the spongy squish of fruit falling into the basket, the scuffle of Sam's shoes on decomposed mulch. The boy moves with a concentration that Death admires, as if the act of harvesting tomatoes is the only thing anchoring him to the present. The old woman is less methodical, sometimes pausing to free a trapped bee from a blossom or to squint up at the latticework of sunlight on her forearm. Death sees in her a slow erosion, a transparency that comes for the very old even before it comes for the dead. The old woman wipes her brow with a sleeve and nods at Sam's stained hands. "Your mother had hands like that, always, even when she was grown. Every year, her palms would go green in July and brown by August. She said she'd never trust a person whose hands weren't stained by something real." Sam glances down at his hands, then at the old woman, then back at the tomato in his palm. "She used to say people who wore gloves were hiding something," he offers. The old woman laughs, a single bark, so abrupt it startles a finch from the bird bath. "She was right," she says, "and she always refused gloves, even for roses. She'd come in every week bleeding from the same two knuckles, but she wouldn't hear about using protection. She said you had to feel the thorns to know the roses were worth it." Death registers this, the currency of pain, as proof of value. It is a concept that never fails to intrigue. There is a rhythm to the afternoon, a rise and fall between bursts of story and stretches of silence. In the pauses, Sam works with grim efficiency, eyes narrowed against the glare, lips compressed in a way that reminds Death of the old man, now months gone. The grandfather's absence hangs between them, not as an open wound, but as a healed scar, the skin over it thickened and less sensitive, though never entirely numb. As the baskets fill, the old woman eases herself onto an overturned bucket, stretching her legs out in front of her. Sam gathers the harvest into a pyramid and sits beside her, not quite touching, but close enough for the warmth to cross the gap. "Tell me another one," Sam says, and the old woman does not ask what kind. She stares into the tangle of vines, and after a moment, her voice softens. "Your mother used to sneak out in the middle of the night. Sometimes I'd find her on the roof. She said she wanted to talk to the stars before the sun made them forget what they were." Sam's face works through this, as if translating the metaphor into a language he can trust. "Was she always that weird?" he asks, but there is a tenderness in the word that belies the judgment. "Weird in a good way," says the old woman. "She was the only one in the family who could tell a dying plant from a sleeping one. She said sometimes people were like that too." Death is struck by the accuracy of this. The ambiguity between dormancy and expiration is a question it has spent the entirety of its tenure trying to resolve. Sam reaches for another tomato, but does not pluck it. He lets his hand hover over the fruit, as if weighing the decision to harvest. "Did she ever talk about Dad?" he asks low, almost offhand. The old woman is silent, but Death notes the way her jaw tightens. "Not in the garden," she says at last. "They were always fighting over the tomatoes. He wanted to can them, she wanted to eat them fresh. They'd battle it out over the stove every August." Sam nods. "She always won," he says, not as a question. The old woman's mouth quirks. She let him think he'd won sometimes. He was easier to live with that way. The light shifts, the sun burning through a last layer of cumulus before descending behind the neighbor's garage. The shadows in the garden sharpen, the colors intensify. The air is thick with the funk of chlorophyll and decomposing foliage. Death watches as Sam and his grandmother lapse into a companionable hush, the kind of silence that is not empty but saturated with the residue of everything already said. The two sit side by side, hands similarly filthy, faces similarly marked by the day's heat and the memory of what has been lost. Neither looks at the other, but the set of their bodies is identical, spines slumped, knees bent, forearms propped on thighs. After a while, the old woman says, "You know, if you leave the last fruit on the vine, it sweetens the whole plant. That's what your mother believed, anyway." Sam squints at the tomato in his hand. Sounds made up. "Probably was," she concedes, but it made her happy to say it. They let this settle. Insects emerge as the heat abates, the chirr of grasshoppers folding into the cooling dusk. Death drifts closer, emboldened by the quiet. It leans in, attuned to the precise way in which the garden, in its act of dying back, achieves a kind of generational immortality. The routine, death realizes, is the inheritance, the thing that survives even after the living cannot. Sam levers himself off the bucket, dusts his hands on his shorts, and looks back at the old woman. "You want help carrying these in?" He gestures at the baskets, laden and precarious. She nods, and the two rise together, bodies aching in sympathy. They collect the fruit, pile it in their arms, and weave up the path toward the house, shoulders brushing once as they squeeze past the grape arbor. Death lingers behind, savoring the unharvested fruit, the few straggler tomatoes left to sour or sweeten on their own. It considers the old woman's words, the principle of leaving something behind to enrich the future. It is a philosophy that appeals, though it has always preferred a more thorough completeness. By the time it catches up to the house, Sam and the old woman are in the kitchen, washing the day from their hands and laying the tomatoes out on the table in concentric rings of color. There is a comfort here, a wholeness to the tableau that resists death's usual intrusion. For a moment, it stands at the threshold, observing the scene with something like respect. The sun has dipped below the horizon. The house is lit from within by a single lamp, and outside the garden is cooling, the day's energy receding into the roots, leaving only the drowsy buzz of insects and the smell of earth. Death marks the time, the shape of the day, the line where the living have chosen to leave something for tomorrow. It files the moment away, suspecting it will need the memory for what comes next. Morning breaks, less a sunrise than an uncurling of the dark. The garden is a damp lung, every leaf rimmed in silver condensation, the soil exhaling its accumulated night in slow, fragrant pulses. Death arrives with the light, slipping through the choked bramble at the edge of the lot, alert for the moment when the world transitions from merely sleeping to genuinely absent. Does not have long to wait. The old woman is there, just as she has always been, but the arrangement is different now. She lies between the rows, her arm twisted beneath her, fingers curled into the mulch as if in one last act of tending. Her body is already stiffening, mouth parted in an uncertain punctuation. There is nothing melodramatic in her pose, no theatrical splay, no clutching at the heart, just a slow collapse, as if she had knelt to pull a weed and never thought to rise again. Death stands at the perimeter, observing the garden's hush. The tomato plants, left to their own devices overnight, have sprawled with fresh abandon, tripping over themselves and spilling over the paths. A single bee works a yellow blossom 2 feet from the woman's head, unperturbed by her presence. The world, Death muses, is always eager to reclaim its own. Footsteps on the flagstones, bare, quick, a child's echo. Sam rounds the corner, his face still soft with sleep, pajama bottoms streaked with last night's grass stains. He is carrying a battered bucket, intent on some urgent, small errand. Death observes the first moment of noticing. Sam's eyes landing on the form in the dirt, the way his body halts so abruptly that the bucket arcs forward and hits the ground with a hollow plastic ring. For a long second, nothing moves. Death tracks the subtlest of changes, the dilation of Sam's pupils, the way his jaw sets, the tremor that twitches his hands before he stifles it with a breath. He does not call out. He does not break. Sam walks the perimeter of the garden, following the irregular border until he is aligned with the old woman's body. He approaches, each step measured, Soles pressing the wet earth with the caution of someone traversing a minefield. When he kneels, it is with deliberation, knees sinking into the cold soil. His hand, still dirty from yesterday's harvest, hovers over her cheek for a second before he gently brushes a lock of hair back from her forehead. Death notices the difference. Where once Sam might have flung himself across the body or collapsed into sobbing, now there is a self-control so distilled it almost reads as indifference. But Death knows better. It sees the effort in the way Sam's shoulders refuse to shake, the way his breathing slows to a crawl. There is no denial here, only an acceptance so complete it borders on reverence. Sam tilts the old woman's chin upward and with 2 fingers closes her eyes. It is not a dramatic gesture, but the mechanics of it are perfect, as if he has practiced for this moment his whole life. His voice, when it comes, is barely more than a whisper. "Thank you," he says, and Death feels the vibration in the air, as clear and final as a gavel. He does not say more. Instead, he sits back on his heels and stares at the woman's face, as if willing himself to remember every line, every freckle, the peculiar way her lips never quite shut at rest. A fly lands on her wrist. Sam swats it away, then cups her hand in his own, thumb stroking the back of it in a slow, endless loop. The ritual is silent, but it speaks volumes. Death edges closer, fascinated. There is a texture to this kind of grief that is rarely observed, clean, undiluted, unburdened by spectacle. It wonders if this is what comes of surviving so many previous endings, or if the boy has simply found a better way to metabolize loss. Minutes pass. The sun climbs, its angle sharpening the contrast between living green and the old woman's grey skin. Dew beads on her hair gathers in the crease of her collarbone. Sam does not seem to mind the chill or the damp. He remains exactly where he is, his gaze never leaving her face. Eventually he speaks again, this time even softer. "You did good," he says. "It's all here, I remember." Death files away the words, parsing the layers. Gratitude, affirmation, a benediction for the departed. It is a language death rarely hears, at least not in a form so unadorned by regret. Sam stays until the first bees arrive in earnest, until the garden is alive again with motion and sound. Then, with a kind of reluctant gravity, he releases the old woman's hand and stands, brushing the soil from his knees. He looks down at the body one last time, then up at the sky, as if searching for a sign or simply bracing himself for the next part. Death waits at the edge of the garden, unseen, and if it is possible, awed. It has witnessed every flavor of aftermath, but this is something else, a grief so precise and disciplined that it becomes a kind of grace. Sam retrieves the bucket and walks back toward the house, steps slow but certain. Death remains behind, watching as the garden reabsorbs the old woman, as the tomato vines bow and shiver in the morning breeze. The place where she fell is already healing over, the earth eager to rewrite its own narrative. For a long while, death lingers. It is not finished here. There is still the matter of aftermath, of what the boy will do with this new vacancy in the universe. But for now, it marks the moment, the exact coordinates where sorrow and gratitude have fused into something survivable, and wonders if, perhaps, this is the real inheritance of the living. It files the scene away, knowing it will need the example for future reference. Twilight falls with a measured reluctance, smearing the sky in violet and gold, turning every edge in the garden to silhouette. By the time Sam re-emerges from the house, the sun is a fist gripping the horizon, reluctant to let go. Death tracks the boy's progress as he moves with deliberate pace, phone clutched to his chest, voice already hoarse from the conversation with the dispatcher. The house is silent behind him, its lights untouched, the presence of the old woman now distilled to a single voice message on the answering machine. A neighbor inquiring about zucchini, unaware that she is already gone. Sam walks the path with purpose, shoulders set, feet steady on the irregular flagstones. There is no tremor in his movement, no break in the line of his body. Death recognizes the posture. It is the bearing of someone who has shouldered catastrophe before and learned not to be crushed. He reaches the garden, hesitates at the border where mulch meets grass, then steps in. The body remains where it fell, now loosely veiled in shadow, the details smoothed by dusk. Death watches as Sam kneels beside the old woman, not to check her pulse or call her name. Those rituals are complete, but simply to be with her, to bear witness in the interval between ending and erasure. He sits this way for nearly an hour, the only movement a restless hand plucking at a nearby weed, the only sound the intermittent shuffle of insects bedding down for the night. When the first sirens echo through the subdivision, Sam stands, stretches his arms overhead, and lets out a breath that seems to empty him completely. The authorities arrive. A cop, a paramedic, the kind of neighbor who cannot resist a flashing light. They cluster at the gate, exchanging practiced glances and soft-voiced questions. Sam greets them with a nod, answers their queries with quiet, factual precision. He leads them to the garden, watches as they document the scene, as the cop kneels to touch the old woman's wrist, and the paramedic stands back, recognizing futility when she sees it. There is paperwork, a brief assessment, and the inevitable repetition of the same 4 or 5 phrases. "We're sorry for your loss. Is there anyone you need to call?" She went quickly. "That's a mercy." Sam accepts each platitude, responding with a blank courtesy that death admires. It is the armor of the experienced survivor. When the crowd disperses, Sam lingers at the edge of the tomato patch. He kneels, selects a single ripe fruit from the lowest vine, and cradles it in his palm. The skin is warm, still pulsing with the memory of the day's heat. He lifts it to his nose, inhales the scent, acidic, earthy, tinged with a hint of rot where a beetle has burrowed in. Death approaches, closer now, drawn by the intensity of the boy's focus. It sees the way Sam's mind works, not turning inward, not collapsing under the gravity of the event, but channeling the force outward, searching for leverage, for meaning. Sam sits back on his heels, tomato cupped in both hands. He surveys the garden, the chaotic tangles of vine and weed, the half-buried stones, the patch of earth where the old woman has pressed her imprint one last time. Death senses the calculus happening inside the boy. the tally of all that has been lost, and the slow, inexorable pivot toward what remains. I'm going to fix things, Sam says, not to anyone in particular, but the words carry. It won't be this, but he breaks off, shrugs. I can fix something. Death registers this not as a threat, nor as a vow of vengeance, but as a simple, undeniable statement of intent. It sees the shape of the boy's future forming in that moment, something hard and purposeful, a design built from the shattered remnants of all the mornings and gardens and endings that have come before. He stands, brushes the dirt from his knees, and pockets the tomato. The authorities are gone, the old woman taken away in quiet dignity. Sam walks the perimeter of the garden, taking one last, measured inventory of the space they shared. When he reaches the back gate, he turns and looks over the scene, memory superimposed on present, summer and all its ghosts braided together. The last of the daylight fades, the sky now dark except for a single, bruised strip of color at the edge. Sam stands at the threshold, hand on the latch, and death is beside him, not as an adversary, but as a witness. There is a silence, a settling of the air, and then Sam steps through the gate. Death follows, feeling, if not satisfaction, then something adjacent. It is not often that death sees such a clean conversion of loss into resolve. It makes a note of it, curious how far the boy will carry this momentum, what new shape he will impose on the world. Inside the house, Sam rinses the tomato under the tap, dries it on a towel, and places it on the counter beside the old woman's favorite mug. He stands there for a long time, hand resting on the fruit, eyes unfocused. Death hovers in the doorway, content to watch. It knows the next stage will be longer, more complicated, a life built from a template of disaster, but determined to outpace the statistics. It is, Death thinks, a beautiful thing to witness, a survivor determined not just to endure, but to repair. The night settles in. The house is quiet. Death moves on, but it leaves a fragment of itself behind, an invisible companion for the boy who will, in time, come to recognize the presence, to accept that every act of fixing is also an act of remembrance. For now, there is only the tomato, the memory of the garden, and the steady pulse of intent that lingers in the space between what is lost and what is yet to be built. Chapter 7. Death is not immune to nostalgia, though its flavor is different than that of the living. The locker room, cinder block, tile, fluorescent strip light, calls to mind every booted hallway and nurse's break room it has haunted since the invention of hygiene. The air is a composite of ammonia mentholated soap and the wet wool of recently shed uniforms. Sam stands in front of the mirror, which is not glass but a hammered metal rectangle, its surface warped enough to make anyone's face appear haunted. He's halfway into his uniform, navy blue, yellow reflective stripes, the insignia of disaster and emergency response, a Velcro patch on the bicep. His hands work at the collar, fighting the newness of the fabric, and death registers the tremor in his left ring finger, minor but unignorable. The ID badge goes on last. Sam lifts it to his face for a second, reading the block letters as if confirming the validity of his own name, Samuel Blak. Below, in smaller font, Field Operations Specialist. Underneath the plastic, his photograph is as close to lifelike as a mugshot can get. Eyes direct, mouth a barely suppressed line of skepticism. Death watches the ritual with a kind of perverse pride. It has seen the boy assemble and disassemble himself through so many iterations. Pajamas to Sunday suit, jeans to borrowed prom tux, black to navy to charcoal, each costume a recalibration of the living's need for role. This one, Death thinks, is the closest to armor. The radio at Sam's hip interrupts the silence with a shriek of static. All units, be advised, flooding has breached the East Levee, mandatory evac in progress for Gracemont sector. The dispatcher's voice is flat, engineered for urgency without panic. Sam flicks the radio to mute just as the door slams open and his supervisor, a woman built like a retired linebacker, barrels in. "You're on truck 2. Go," she says, no wasted words. She is already pulling on her own jacket as she stalks down the row of lockers, pausing only to bark. "We needed you out the door 5 minutes ago, rookie." Sam finishes buttoning, checks his pockets for gloves, trauma shears, a weatherproof notepad. Death notes the economy of the motion, how nothing is fumbled or doubted. It is only the hesitation at the threshold, a 2-second pause, as if Sam is waiting for the airlock to cycle, that betrays any uncertainty. Then he steps into the corridor, boots squealing on the waxed tile, and Death floats after. Hallways are kinetic now, responders in varying degrees of readiness, radios burping out coordinates and casualty estimates, the sound of rain amplified by the metal roof overhead. Outside, the parking lot is an improvised parade ground, ambulances and supply trucks queued in haphazard formation. Floodlights render the night unconvincing. Everything is blue-white, saturated, bleeding at the edges. Sam jogs to the assigned vehicle, hopping into the passenger seat. The driver, a man with the complexion and temperament of raw cement, grunts hello and guns the ignition. There is a protocol to this, Death knows. The checklist, the roll call, the brief but obligatory pep talk. But tonight there is none of it. The dashboard is a chaos of blinking LEDs. Wipers snap in frantic semaphore. The only music is the relentless drumming of rain on the windshield, a million finger taps announcing the inevitability of wet. They hit the road, tires hydroplaning on the first curve out of the lot. Sam clutches the oh-shit handle and glances at the GPS, which stutters and lags as if even the satellites are reluctant to get involved. For the first 5 miles, neither man speaks. Death listens to their mutual silence, parsing it for subtext. The driver, Death decides, is not a talker. He points at the glove compartment, where Sam finds a stack of laminated maps, each one color-coded for a different flavor of apocalypse. He flips to flood event, level IV, and studies the overlay. Red for evacuation, orange for emergency shelter, black for no-go. The town of Gracemont is a liver-shaped smudge just east of the main river. All of it is underlined in blue. Last time this happened, the driver says, eyes never leaving the road, we pulled 3 bodies out of the library. People think cinderblock means indestructible. Nah, it's just heavier to move. Sam nods. He traces the evacuation routes with a finger, double-checks the location of their assigned shelter, an elementary school on higher ground. ETA 15 minutes, he says. It is not a question. The driver grunts, then adds, if the bridge is still up. Eth rides in the back seat, invisible but attentive. It observes the interplay of muscle in Sam's jaw, the way he chews at the inside of his cheek in perfect rhythm with the windshield wipers. It catalogues the things Sam does not say, the memory of a night not unlike this one, years ago, when the world ended on a 2-lane road slick with rain. The snap of paramedic gloves, the antiseptic tang of the hospital corridor, the hiss of oxygen as it failed to do its job. Death has watched these memories calcify in the boy's nervous system. It knows exactly which neural shortcuts to press when the time comes. They make the bridge. It is still above water, but only by inches. The river underneath is brown and frantic, slamming debris against the pylons with enough force to rattle the chassis. The driver edges the truck across, one tire hugging the centerline, and Sam steadies the laptop on his knees, checking for the latest situation report. The screen shows a live feed from the Gracemont Community Center. Inside, an ocean of faces, some panicked, some tranquilized by shock, cots in regimented rows, a woman with a clipboard, lips moving in a silent inventory. Sam watches the camera sweep the perimeter, counting heads. He finds himself involuntarily checking for children, then for the old and the immobile. Death, watching over his shoulder, notes how quickly Sam's focus moves from the general to the granular. A man clutching a grocery bag as if it contains the only proof of his identity. A teenager wrapped in a mylar blanket, eyes vacant. An elderly woman clutching her purse, knuckles white, her mouth moving in a ceaseless, private monologue. Death has met all of them, in one way or another. The truck pulls up outside the center. Floodwaters have already reached the far edge of the parking lot, where a line of traffic cones does nothing to deter the encroaching current. The air is loud with the whine of generators, the slap of rain on aluminum siding, the polyphonic confusion of hundreds of people pressed together in a single, unyielding space. Sam opens the door and steps out, boots disappearing up to the ankle in runoff. The rain is so dense it could be measured with a ruler. He pulls the hood of his jacket tight, shoulders his go-bag, and looks at the building. 3 stories, brick, the windows fogged with the breath of survivors. Death trails him to the entrance, where the supervisor waits under the awning, radio in one hand and a wrinkled pack of cigarettes in the other. Good, you made it, she says, nodding toward the main doors. Inside, they've got 200 and change. Nobody's dying yet, but it's just a matter of time. Sam absorbs this, blinking the water from his eyelashes. What's our assignment? She glances at her phone, then at Sam. Triage, then logistics. She lowers her voice, not out of secrecy but efficiency. There's rumors about a second levee breach up north. If that goes, this place is the new ground zero. Sam nods, shucking off the wet outer layer as he steps inside. Death follows, noting how the world narrows at the threshold. The sound becomes a massed, wet hum, the heat a living thing that clings to every surface. The fluorescent lights here are old and burn with a sickly, uneven glow. Death watches Sam's body language as he moves through the crowd. Shoulders squared, gait deliberate, voice calibrated for confidence but not command. He introduces himself to the shelter lead, who hands him a clipboard and a laminated site plan. Sam scans the plan, then starts a clockwise circuit of the gymnasium, checking emergency exits, flagging structural hazards, noting which cots are occupied by the obviously ill or the less obviously pregnant. Death enjoys the spectacle of the living organizing themselves in the face of disaster. There is a beauty in the makeshift. Families huddled in corralled constellations of duffel bags, the recitation of birth dates and blood types, the precision with which even the most random crowd forms a hierarchy of need. Death has always felt a fondness for nurses, who move through these clusters with a quiet, predatory efficiency. Sam finishes his tour and reports back to the supervisor, who is now chain-smoking in the stairwell. Main floors at capacity, he says. If we need to move anyone, the classrooms upstairs are still dry. Cafeteria's got backup generators. Triage is set up in the art room, but there's no med staff yet, just 2 volunteers with first aid. The supervisor flicks her ash onto the concrete and grins, teeth showing as if she is daring the world to try harder. Good, you're on supply. Inventory the first aid, see what you're missing. Then help the kitchen crew with rationing. We're supposed to get another delivery, but nobody's optimistic. Sam nods again and disappears down the hall. Death is right behind, curious to see whether the boy will break. The art room is a chaos of bandages, spilled hydrogen peroxide, and children's paintings. Death has seen cataclysm in every idiom. It has stalked plagues in velvet night, surveyed cities reduced to graphs of grief, stood over the numbed and the ruined as floodwaters recede from their beds. But there is a strange, inverted poetry to the new disasters. The way a town, beset by the brute force of nature, now arranges its panic into grids and flowcharts, massing the terror behind sandbags and bureaucracy. The world floods, the power dies, but the machinery of human endurance hums with almost erotic precision. The town's community centre is a concrete shoebox on the highest ground for 12 miles. A baritone roar of rain on the roof sets the tempo for the whole operation. Death circulates unseen, trailing through the lobbies, the locker rooms, the rec hall commandeered as a triage station. Everywhere there are people, some stunned, some functionally manic, organizing and reorganizing the business of staying alive. At the core of it all, Sam, hair plastered to his scalp, chest heaving, t-shirt an ad hoc map of sweat and river water. He has abandoned the affect of civilian, his sleeves are cuffed, his eyes fixed in a state of constant, tactical assessment. Death admires the spectacle. This is not the Sam of the bungalow, of the kitchen table, of the garden's slow choreography. This is a vector in crisis, a man tuned perfectly to the pitch of necessity. Volunteers are legion, mostly high schoolers and retirees. Sam deploys them with minimalist authority, each command dispatched with the efficiency of a traffic cop at the world's most lethal intersection. Row 4, double the stack by the east door. Kitchen, everyone not prepping food. I want you stripping towels for makeshift slings. Priority is the infants and anyone with a prescription. The words come out clipped, military, but never harsh. He makes eye contact. He repeats himself only once. Death tracks the movements. The way the teens in matching school sweatshirts pass sandbags down the line with a rhythm more beautiful than any hymn. The bent-over elders in galoshes, their hands raw and split, but smiling anyway. The world is ending, or it might as well be, but here is a pocket of order so convincing it makes death pause. Sam passes through the triage zone, a narrow band of wrestling mats covered with the wounded and the asthmatic. A volunteer in medical gloves gestures at the growing backlog of the mildly concussed. Sam scans the situation, lips tight, then reroutes the overflow to a side hallway, designating a new, low acuity sector with nothing but a strip of blue painter's tape and a point of his finger. It works. The line uncoils. The chaos abates, if only for a minute. Death is impressed. It has seen doctors lose themselves in far less. Sam does not indulge the drama. He catalogues the suffering, triages the unsalvageable, and moves on. At 10:14 p.m., the supervisor arrives. A woman built for the last century, her body compact and severe, hair braided tight to the nape. She surveys the command hub, just a circle of plastic folding tables appended to make a barricade against the rest of the world. She notes Sam at the epicenter, headset looped around his neck, pen digging channels into his forearm as he writes and rewrites the resource list. Blake, she says, not loud, but in a register designed to pierce any fog of adrenaline. Sam looks up, face slack with exhaustion, but the response is instantaneous. Ma'am. The supervisor gestures at the tally sheets. Who coordinated this? Sam shrugs, then gestures at the high school kid, tracking the evacuee log. It was everyone. We're just trying to keep the doors dry. The supervisor leans in, close enough for Death to admire the anatomy of command in her expression. You have a handle on East Wing overflow. For now, Sam says. If the water crests another 6 inches, we're routing to the library annex. Good. If you can spare anyone, have them monitor the back lot. Last report was 2 feet of standing water, and the van may go under. Sam nods, absorbs it, and fires off a new string of orders to a cluster of teens at the ready. Death studies the supervisor's face. She is weighing Sam, calculating his utility, assessing whether he is an asset or a liability in the grand equation of the night. Blake, she says again, quieter. If you need to rotate out, do it. Don't be a hero. Understood, Sam says, and Death can taste the lie at the back of his throat. The radio crackles. A voice from the perimeter. Need eyes at the northeast fence. We have debris impacting the barrier, and the rest is a fizz of static, the kind that feels like wet grit in Death's teeth. Sam keys his own radio. Acknowledged. Sending 3. He glances at the teens, selects 2 of the largest and an adult volunteer with a neon windbreaker. Grab the floodlights and check for anything that looks like it could breach. Do not repeat. Do not try to move any of the heavier trash. Call it in. Understood. They understand. They go. Death drifts after them, if only to observe the microcosm of panic at the edge of the center. Outside, the storm has drawn a curtain over the street. The world is colorless, punctuated only by the intermittent strobes of emergency vehicles and the migraine flicker of lightning. The debris is a motley: tree branches, plastic lawn furniture, a child's bike painted a horror movie red. The volunteers plant the tripod lights and sweep the fence line, every muscle in their bodies a hymn to the urgent stupidity of the living. But nothing gives. The debris banks against the chain link and pulses in time with the wind. The volunteers call it in, voices trembling but not breaking. We're good, says the kid in the front. No sign of breach. Next check in 15. They cluster under the overhang, shivering, then return inside. Death lingers for a beat, cataloguing the residue of stress hormones and the fragile, temporary peace. It has learned that the most critical moments are not in the impact, but in the lull, where everything trembles with the possibility of not holding. Inside, the tempo has shifted. The wounded sleep or pretend to. The air is thick with the smell of wet clothing, off-brand antiseptic, and the sweet, high tang of stress sweat. Sam circulates, checking on every station. There are fewer fires to put out. He passes the time with tasks of decreasing importance, rearranging cots, refilling the Gatorade dispensers, writing inventory lists that no one will ever read. But Death sees the signs. The composure is a suit of armor, but the body underneath is already leaking through. At midnight, a paramedic with a jagged scar across his cheek intercepts Sam at the supply closet. You should eat something, he says, not quite an order. Sam opens a foil packet of crackers, shoves 2 in his mouth, and nods as if this will satisfy the requirement. The paramedic watches, not unkindly, then presses a hand to Sam's shoulder. You want to sit? I'll cover your sector. Sam shakes his head then, seeing the paramedic will not leave, relents. 10 minutes, he says, and Death is surprised he allows himself even this much. He finds a bench in the gymnasium, wedged between a stack of cots and the wall. The fluorescent lights are off, but the emergency strobes paint everything in a sickly blue. Sam sits, lets his head loll back, and closes his eyes. For a minute, there is nothing. And without warning, Death feels the shift. A song, the low hum of a woman's voice, threads through Sam's memory, overlaying itself on the drone of rain. It is the old woman's lullaby, warped and reverberant, but unmistakable in its cadence. Sam blinks, shaking it off, but the sensation persists. The tactile memory of a hand on his back, the pressure of kneeling on scrubbed tile, the taste of bleach thickening the air. He breathes deep and slow, fingers drumming a panicked code on the bench. Death sees the data unfold on his body, the dilation of his pupils, the electric pulse at the jawline, the hand curling into a fist so tight the knuckles blanch. Sam waits, forcing the memory down, trying to flatten the spike. It works, but not before Death catches the moment when the mask breaks. Sam leans forward, head between his knees, elbows digging into thighs. His hands tremble, not with the theatrical quaking of a breakdown, but with the minute, deliberate quiver of someone refusing to let go. He holds this pose for a count of 20, 30. When he sits upright, the tears have not made it to the surface, but the eyes are wet, and Death catalogues the loss as precisely as if it had been measured in millimeters. He stands, wipes his palms on his jeans, and returns to the corridor. There is a line at the main desk, a mother with 3 children, one of them limping, the other 2 eerily quiet. A pair of retirees, sodden but uninjured, asking about the status of their dog left behind. A volunteer from the adjacent church, offering blankets and baked goods. Sam absorbs each problem in turn, solves or delegates, thanks the volunteers, soothes the mother, takes the retiree's address and promises a check-in when the road's clear. Death watches from the shadow beneath the scoreboard, the old woman's voice still faint in the air. Sam never looks back at the bench. There is no heroism in it, only the obligation to continue. Night winds onward. At 2:03 a.m., the radio erupts. A breach at the southern levee, a fleet of stranded motorists in the submersion zone. Sam is the first to respond. He snaps the command chain into place, assigns the volunteers to shelter the incoming evacuees, dispatches the paramedic and the high schoolers with flotation gear to the access road. As the storm intensifies, Death roams the perimeter of the gym, marveling at the choreography of suffering and survival. It is not the violence of the world that astonishes. It is the capacity for the living to arrange the wreckage, to reshape loss into a working system, even as the waters rise. At dawn, the rain has not stopped, but the worst is over. Death is perched on the bleachers, watching as Sam and the others, now bleary and dazed but still operational, finish the last sweep of the facility. The wounded are stable. The volunteers are fed and debriefed. A new shift has arrived, ready to take over. Sam sits on the edge of a cot, staring at a clipboard, pen hovering but not writing. Death feels a tug, an invitation to move on. But it lingers. Something in the boy's stillness is magnetic, unresolved. It wants to see what happens when the crisis has drained out, what form the residue of composure will take. Sam rises, the stiffness in his movements betraying nothing. He paces the room, gathers the empty coffee urns, lines them up on a cart. At the window, he watches the water recede, sees the sunlight start to turn the mud into gleaming bands of silver and brown. He does not smile. He does not weep. He stands, hands braced on the sill, and lets the new day come to him, inch by inch. Death shadows him, unseen but ever present, curious to see how long the living can hold against the undertow. It knows there will be a reckoning, a collapse, a break, or perhaps something subtler. But for now, it is content to watch the boy endure. There are other crises to attend, other stories in the ledger. But for tonight, Death remains in the community center, the echo of humming in its ears, keeping score. Day breaks with the sound of mop buckets, the rolling thunder of distant helicopters, and the staccato rhythm of evacuees rearranging the disaster into new configurations of misery. The community center has become an arc of the battered and the displaced, every surface converted to a makeshift cot or triage zone. The gymnasium floor, which last night glistened with the synthetic sweat of rec league basketball, now reeks of wet cardboard, boiled coffee, and the interleaved tang of human panic and its exhausted aftermath. Death, true to its nature, prefers the peripheries. It lurks in the corridor by the vending machines, in the shadow behind the partition wall, where volunteers offload more donations than hope can ever justify. But even here, in this manufactured refuge, Death's work is less about endings than about the liminal, the space where loss curdles into memory, then molds to fit the shape of whatever is left. Maria is the first one Death notices. She is not remarkable for her injuries. There are none. Her face is a geography of fatigue, her hair still lacquered by the rain, but it is her hands that draw attention, clutching a fat, bloated rectangle that might once have been a photo album. The thing weeps water at the corners, the paper inside already gone to pulp, but Maria holds it with a grip that brooks no argument. She sits alone on a cot, shoulders hunched in a pose that signals, approach at your own peril. Sam, after a morning of re-inventorying the supply closet and compiling a list of plausible breakfasts from a stack of expired MREs, spots her from across the gym. He moves in her direction with a gait that is almost apologetic, balancing a styrofoam cup of black coffee and a blanket folded with unnecessary precision. Death observes the performance. Sam's voice, when he speaks, is pitched low and thin, designed not to fracture anything further. "Ma'am," he says, "it's not much, but the heating's sketchy right now." Maria looks up, then back down at the photo album, as if considering whether to reply at all. She accepts the coffee and the blanket with a wordless nod. Her hands, wrapped around the cup, tremble only slightly. "Maria," she says finally, as if reciting a password to enter her own life. "Sam," he answers, sitting 2 cots away to respect whatever boundaries the day's suffering has left intact. They exist like this for several minutes. The ambient noise of the shelter is relentless. A kid sobbing somewhere near the bathroom, 2 women arguing over the last of the dry socks, the low-frequency hum of air handling units barely keeping up with the number of bodies. Maria sips her coffee, then sets it on the floor, freeing both hands to cradle the photo album. Sam watches her, but not directly. Instead, he scans the room, making a show of counting heads or cross-referencing lists. Death, closer now, sees what the boy is actually measuring. The emotional gradient of the gym, the proximity of various intensities of loss, the places where his intervention would do more harm than good. Maria opens the album. The first page comes away with a sick, sucking sound, and for a moment she stares at the obliterated photograph. An expanse of skin tones blurring into bruise, the faces anonymous, the bodies half dissolved by water. She moves to the next page. Same result. A third, and here the image is just intact enough to reveal the outline of a backyard barbecue, a cluster of children in matching t-shirts, the shimmer of a helium balloon reflecting some lost summer. She presses her thumb against the photo, as if to test its reality, and leaves a faint crescent of dirt on the surface. Sorry, she says, not to Sam, but to the universe in general. He waits, gives her the space, then says, family. Maria barks a laugh that is all wind and no sound. 30 years in the same house. Basement was full of these. This is the only one I grabbed. Should have taken the passports instead. Sam shakes his head, almost smiles. You made the right call. Maria closes the album, pinching it shut as if this might save the rest. She looks at Sam for the first time, her gaze sharp enough to draw blood. You part of the fire department, or one of those professional disaster types? He shrugs. Just a manager. I work logistics for the response team. That means I mostly make phone calls and move people around when someone's bleeding. Maria studies him for a moment, then turns her attention to the chaos in the gym. You're too calm, like you've done this before. Everyone's done this before, Sam says, voice level. They just don't know it until the water gets high enough. Death leans in, savoring the line. It wonders if Sam knows how true it is, how little separates the survivors from those left behind, except for the accident of breath or a second's worth of luck. Maria pulls the blanket over her knees, then sets the photo album between her feet, anchoring it as if it might float away. My son's in Chicago, she says, apropos of nothing. He called twice last night. I told him we were fine, just some water in the garage. I didn't even wake my husband. I was so sure it would be over by morning. Sam's face twitches, the faintest tick at the right eyelid. Was your husband able to get out? Maria blinks once hard. He's upstairs. They told me to wait here, that they'd bring news when they had it. She glances at the exit, as if measuring the distance between the cot and the rest of her life. Sam leans forward, arms on his knees. Sometimes all we can do is survive, he says. The words have the texture of gravel chewed, then spat back, but not diminished by repetition. Death recognizes the pivot in the conversation. This is the place where most attempt comfort or reassurance, a performance of hope that rarely does more than prolong the agony. But Sam does not offer platitudes. He sits in the stillness, lets it accumulate, then gestures at the album. Do you want to try and dry those out? He asks. We have a microwave in the staff break room. Might help, or it might just bake them, but... Maria smiles, one side of her mouth turning up. Worth a try. Better than sitting here like an idiot. I can show you, Sam says, standing. Or I can do it for you if you'd rather. Maria thinks for a moment, then stands, blanket wrapped around her like a cloak. She picks up the photo album, clutching it to her chest. Let's go together. If I ruin it, I want to blame myself. They move through the shelter, Death trailing at their heels. In the break room, Sam opens the microwave and wipes it clean with a wad of paper towels. He sets the album on the rotating glass, flips the power setting to its lowest. Maria hovers beside him, her hands twitching with the urge to interfere, but she restrains herself. They watch the album rotate, the plastic cover steaming slightly at the edges. I used to hate microwaves, Maria says, said they made everything taste like death. Sam does not flinch at the word, but Death grins, enjoying the inadvertent invocation. Some things are better that way, Sam says. Quick, painless, no drama. Maria looks at him sideways. You've lost something too, haven't you? He shrugs, then opens the microwave, checks the album, turns it a quarter turn, then closes the door again. Everyone's lost something, he says. She waits, not moving. What was it? Sam answers without looking up. My mother, then my grandparents. They were all, what's the word, sequential, like falling dominoes. He wipes his hand on his jeans. It leaves a mark, but you get good at hiding it. Death is transfixed by the intimacy. It marvels at the ease with which Sam passes the line between professional and personal, never letting one contaminate the other, but never pretending the boundary is absolute. Maria nods. "You're good at this," she says. "The disaster stuff." "Not really," Sam says, and for a second the facade slips. "I'm just the last one left standing." The microwave dings. Sam opens it, pulls the album out with a towel. The plastic is warm, the pages dry enough to peel apart without tearing. Maria opens it to the page with the barbecue, and this time the faces are visible, though their features have migrated, smearing in the direction of the water's pull. She presses a finger to the photo, laughs quietly. "We look better than we did in real life." "That's how memory works," Sam says, then hands her the towel for insulation. Maria cradles the album, lets the heat soak into her chest. They stand there for a moment, the exhaustion in both faces making them look like kin. "I should go back," Maria says. "Don't want to miss the next round of bad news." Sam gestures for her to lead the way. "You know where to find me if you need another round of culinary science." They walk back to the gym, the silence between them now companionable, a buffer rather than a void. Death waits until Maria is seated again, photo album now drying in her lap, before it drifts towards Sam. It is close enough to hear the hitch in his breath, to see the way his jaw sets against the oncoming weight of the next hour, the next day, the rest of whatever is to come. It is not a heroic moment, nor a tragic one. Just two bodies with their respective histories of loss coexisting in the wake of a flood. Death wonders, not for the first time, if this is the real work, not the accounting of the dead, but the archiving of all the small kindnesses that make survival bearable. It files the moment away, curious how long it will take for the next breach, the next communion between those who have already practiced the art of losing. The day limps forward. Death, for now, is content to watch the living nurse their ruins. The air in the command center is metallic, stripped of humidity by the emergency dehumidifiers, every molecule vibrating at a frequency only the desperate can hear. The routine of triage and aftermath, briefly stabilized by morning's lull, dissolves in an instant when the radio squawks its next pronouncement. Family of 3, still trapped on the east side, second floor. The block was supposed to have been cleared, but the flood crested overnight, swallowing 2 more feet of street and choking the phone lines with static and battery death. Death feels the temperature shift as soon as the message lands. It watches Sam freeze, the clipboard arrested mid-scribble, eyes narrowing to 2 hard, perfect beads. No hesitation. He grabs a weatherproof jacket, shrugs into it with the violence of a man trying to zip his own soul in tight, then heads for the staging area without a word. The rescue coordinator, a man with a voice that oscillates between prayer and profanity, tries to talk him out of it. "You're not field certified," he says, "and the river's running 3 knots and climbing." But Sam is already in the life vest, already ratcheting down the straps with the methodical grace of a butcher setting up his own workspace. He takes the caution, weighs it, discards it. The boat is an aluminum coffin, small enough to turn on a dime, but fragile against the violence of what's coming. The river has long since overflowed its channel, the water now an opaque stew of silt, tire shreds, and a virulent green from upstream's fertilizer and piss. Death paces the dock, watching Sam step aboard, next to the squad paramedic and a kid barely 20, face pale as moonstone, knuckles white on the outboard's tiller. They launch. The instant the hull leaves the shallows, the boat is at the mercy of a current determined to reroute the entire city. Death rides the prow, invisible and giddy, soaking in the adrenal high that only comes from watching the living outpace their own odds. Sam braces his knees, keeps the radio pressed to his jaw, eyes locked on the map of submerged street signs and the sharp, random impacts of floating wreckage. The wind knifes through the channel, rendering voice useless. Every order is a gesture, every warning a glance. The houses have become islands, their porches crumbling into deltas of driftwood and the secret lives of basements. A car, hood first in the water, snarls at their passage. A trampoline, twisted and inverted, whirls toward them and misses by a foot. Death notes the absence of spectacle on Sam's face. Not fear, not even calculation, just a blank, relentless persistence. The paramedic barks coordinates. The pilot guns the throttle, getting the boat through a slot between a split-rail fence and a telephone pole, the latter suspended 3 feet above the flood on a tangent of live wire. The houses are grotesque. Colonial, or what remains of it, the siding shucked off in sheets, the front steps now a slide straight into the brown. Water laps at the window sills of the first floor. The family waits at the upper window, mother, 2 children, a girl and a boy, both small and nearly swallowed by the darkness behind the glass. The mother's face is a fixed grimace, her arms around both kids, holding them as if posture alone could stave off gravity. The pilot brings the boat to a dead stop, feathering reverse to keep it steady in the eddy behind the porch. "We only have 2 seats, the paramedic says, already unclipping his own harness. "We'll have to run a relay." Sam nods. The mother opens the window, shoves the girl out first. The child lands hard, nearly toppling into the water, but Sam is there, one arm a barricade, his grip a vice. The boy is next, shivering so violently Sam wonders if he's been in the cold all night. The mother hesitates, hands clenched on the window frame. Sam looks up. "We're coming right back," he shouts. 15 minutes tops. The mother is beyond speech. She shakes her head, then nods, a gesture of pure animal confusion. She disappears from the window, then returns, a duffel bag slung over her shoulder. The boat reverses course, riding the current hard, the children pressed between the adults, both silent, but for the ticking of their teeth. Death hovers over the transom, knotting the micro-expressions. The girl's flat stare, the boy's refusal to look up, the way Sam doesn't flinch when the water douses his feet or the wreckage scrapes the hull. At the launch site, there's a knot of volunteers with towels and foil blankets ready to catch and ferry the children inside. The paramedic hands them over, then yells at Sam. "You stay, I'll do the second run." But Sam shakes his head, already back in the boat, gunning the engine with a force that surprises the pilot. Death feels the vector. Something has come loose in the boy, a wire that can't be threaded back through the pulleys. The return trip is faster. Sam scans the river, cataloguing the new dangers, barely registering the cold or the pain in his forearms from bracing against the shocks. The house is lower now, the water having chewed off another half-foot of siding. The mother is at the window, mouth open in a scream that the wind eats alive. She gestures at the back of the house. Sam sees it at once. The roofline is drooping, the supports in the crawl space nearly gone. He shouts to the pilot, "If we can get on the porch, we'll pull her through. If not." The pilot doesn't answer, just edges the boat in close, the hull scraping against the vinyl with an awful teeth-on-tin sensation. Sam scrambles onto the porch, grabs the handrail and half walks, half crawls to the window. The mother is there, but the floor beneath her is already warping, the window frame pinched by the shifting house. Sam wedges his body into the window gap, braces his feet, and uses his leverage to wrench it higher. It doesn't budge at first, then gives with a wet crack. The mother, duffel bag first, launches herself at him. For a moment, her weight nearly knocks them both into the river, but Sam holds, drags her through, then pulls the window shut behind them. The porch shudders. There is a groan from inside the house, a protest from the submerged beams, and then a silence so profound that even death turns its head, anticipating the next sound. It comes, a crack, then a boom, and the porch begins to slide off its moorings. Sam and the mother scramble, half running, half crawling toward the boat. The pilot is screaming, "Jump! Jump now!" The porch collapses just as they reach the edge. Sam pushes the woman ahead, then dives, twisting his body to shield her from the impact. They hit the water, icy, viscous, full of hidden bruises, and for a second, Sam thinks the river will take him. But the pilot throws a line, the paramedic grabs the mother, and together they haul the 2 bodies into the boat. Death is there in the water, watching the struggle, admiring the refusal to let go. It feels the pulse of Sam's heart, the raw animal thud that means, "Not yet, not this time." The boat spins in the current, nearly broadsides a refrigerator bobbing by, then rights itself, gunning for the launch. The mother is sobbing now, the tears indistinguishable from the rain, her hands clawed into the fabric of Sam's jacket. He holds her until she is upright, then wraps his own arms around the shuddering life vest, squeezing until the tremors ease. Death rides the wake back to the dock, following the flume of adrenaline and lactic acid that Sam leaves behind. At the shore, volunteers swarm, lifting the mother from the boat, bundling her in blankets and gidding her away. Sam climbs out last, sags against the gunwale, eyes closed, face blue with cold. The rescue coordinator is there, mouth set in a line of anger and relief. "You could have died," he says. "That whole porch." Sam waves him off. It was worth the risk. "Yeah," the coordinator's voice is wet with something he won't show. "Next time, you follow orders." Sam nods, but Death knows he doesn't mean it. It can see the pattern now, the way every disaster pulls the boy further from the shore, how each rescue is a rehearsal for whatever comes next. The day is grey, the rain unrelenting, but the center is a hive of awe and gratitude as word spreads. The family, reunited, weeps together on a cot. The pilot drinks from a bottle of Gatorade, hands shaking so hard he spills half of it on his boots. The paramedic writes up the incident report with a pen that keeps breaking through the damp, cheap paper. Sam sits on a bench near the locker rooms, head down, elbows on knees. Death approaches, slow, deliberate. It settles next to him, so close that the boy should feel the drop in temperature, the ache at the base of the skull that signals a near miss. Sam breathes, in and out, every rib sharp under the skin. He watches his hands, flexing and unflexing them, as if expecting to find some new injury or proof that he was, in fact, alive. Death wants to say something. It wants to tell the boy that nothing ever gets easier, that the calculus of who gets saved and who drowns will never be less cruel. But it is not allowed this intimacy. It can only observe, mark the moment, and move on. Sam stands, drags off the vest, and heads for the showers, the routine a lifeline. Death stays behind, counting the seconds, waiting for the next time the boy will throw himself into the current. On the far side of the gym, the mother and children huddle, their bodies a single mass of relief and exhaustion. The smell of river mud and fear saturates the air, but for now, everyone is alive. Death lingers at the doorway, eyes on the boy. It knows it will see him again, sooner than anyone expects. But for now, the world is as it was. Battered, leaking, full of survivors who refuse to stop pulling each other from the water, no matter what it costs. The night is a ragged wound, torn open by the rattle of wind and the thin, abject whine of sirens echoing down streets no longer recognizable as streets. Sam and the rescue team make the dock just as the second floor of the house collapses into the current. The noise of its demise is so absolute that even death flinches. The mother's scream is lost in the greater sound, but her hands, bruised, bleeding, clamped on Sam's jacket, never let go until volunteers pry her free, ferrying her down the plank to the safety of the gym-turned shelter. Death, sopping with the residue of river and adrenaline, lingers on the deck as Sam stumbles to the edge of the crowd. There is applause, or something like it, a scatter of claps, wet and offbeat, as if the living cannot agree on how to greet another miraculous survival. Sam wants none of it. He nods once, a reflex, then disappears inside, weaving through the labyrinth of cots and bandages and coffee urns as if he were navigating a dream he has already had 1,000 times. Mother and children are enveloped by blankets and the semi-competent attention of a half-dozen volunteers, all of them desperate to convert disaster into some approximation of comfort. The paramedic retells the story 3 times in 2 minutes, each version more florid than the last. The pilot sits on the floor, head between his knees, shivering in great theatrical bursts. Only Sam seems untouched, a negative space in the geometry of the gym. Death follows, moving from the sight lines of the grateful to the small, dark corner by the janitor's closet, where Sam presses his forehead to the cinder-block wall and breathes in short, tight huffs. The relief comes in increments, no euphoria, just the slow bleed-off of tension. Death wonders if the boy will ever be able to let go, or if each escape simply resets the clock on his internal collapse. The storm does not abate. The work is endless. The phone lines fail again at 2 a.m., and for a while every command must be relayed by runners, teenagers in reflective tape, their faces bright and empty in the strobing lantern light. A man comes in with a compound fracture, another with hypothermia so advanced the skin at his fingertips will never forgive him. Sam is everywhere, handing out dry socks, inventorying rescue blankets, holding the hands of the catatonic and the near-dead, each gesture performed with the same meticulous indifference as before. Death sees the cracks. At 3:30 a.m., Sam pours himself a paper cup of coffee, finds a seat by the side door, and sits in silence, refusing to move even when the coffee pools out onto the floor and soaks into the hem of his pants. His hands shake. He laces them together, then unlocks them, then laces them again, as if trying to remember how his own body works. By 4, the rain slows. The volunteers sleep where they fall, some curled in pairs, some flat on their backs as if awaiting triage that will never come. The gymnasium smells of sweat, feet, and the low, tinny ozone of panic, finally exhausted. Death prowls the aisles, counting the living, counting the still warm, counting the ones who will wake up with a new reverence for the force that almost erased them. At 6, Sam emerges from the supply room with a broom and begins sweeping the corridor, not for cleanliness, but for ritual. The corridor is empty except for a single woman in a wheelchair and the child in her lap, both staring out the window at the streetlights reflecting on the new-made lake outside. Sam nods to them, then to Death, who returns the gesture invisibly. By the time the sun rises, the worst is over. The river recedes, if only by inches, but the direction is enough to buoy the survivors into a kind of collective optimism. Some sleep, some cry, some begin the process of cataloguing what can be salvaged. The gym becomes a dispatch center for the next phase. Insurance, cleanup, the impossible task of making memory agree with reality. Sam leaves the gym, feet squelching in socks still wet from the rescue. He passes the perimeter, walks down a block of collapsed fences and mud, and finds his way to the beach, now a filigree of driftwood and trash, the salt and fresh water mingling in low, defeated waves. Death follows, of course. It always does. It keeps a respectful distance as Sam walks the tide line, head down, scanning for nothing, for everything. The air is clean in a way it hasn't been in days, the violence of the night replaced by a clarity so sharp it could slice skin. The sand is cold and abrasive underfoot, but Sam does not seem to notice, or perhaps welcomes the friction. He stands at the water's edge for a long time. Death notes the slow collapse of his shoulders, the way his arms wrap around his own chest, not for warmth, but to contain the shudder that finally, at last, overtakes him. The noise of the surf covers the sound, but Death hears it anyway. A single, broken exhalation, the sound a body makes when it is not yet ready to admit defeat, but can't pretend to have won either. Sam stays like that, hunched and insensate, as the sun pushes higher and the town behind him starts to reconstitute itself. Eventually, he turns, walks the length of the beach back to the access road, and pauses at the threshold of the parking lot. He does not look back, but Death can sense the circuit complete, the round trip from crisis to aftermath to whatever version of the boy survives until the next time. Death does not approach, does not speak. It stands in the surf, watching the tide erase Sam's footprints, one after another, as the water licks away the evidence of his passage. The day will go on. There will be inventory, paperwork, debriefs, and the mundane business of living to be endured again. But for a moment, on this strip of sand, Death allows itself the luxury of admiration. It wonders how long the boy can continue to stave off the inevitable, how many times he will return to the edge and survive. For now, that is enough. The tide recedes, the morning holds, the living persist, and Death, for the time being, is content to watch from the margins. Chapter 8. Death is always drawn to garages, not for the drama of combustion or the simple, clean geometry of an accident, but for the quiet aftermath, the trace of sweat in sawdust, the fingerprints on a spanner, the latent tension of things left in disarray. This garage is no exception. Death slips through the side door in the brief hush between the closing of a hinge and the click of the light switch, gliding on the faint echo of metal scraping wood and the high-pitched, arrhythmic hiss of Sam's breath. The air is hung with the smell of oil, rags, and something sweetly necrotic, spent coolant, or maybe the ghost of gasoline baked into the walls. The light is sodium yellow, casting sharp-edged shadows onto the concrete, exposing the crime scene with the indifference of a forensic lamp. Sam stands at the center of it all, a singularity of living matter among artifacts of half-finished intention. Death observes the arrangement. Scattered tools fanned out in an arc of interrupted motion, a socket wrench frozen mid-leap between bench and engine block. There is a red toolbox on the floor, the kind with stickers from 3 different decades, its lid clamped shut by the force of a single decisive gesture. Above the toolbox, a set of battered leather gloves dangles from a rusted nail, still curled in the attitude of a grip. They are black at the fingertips, stiff with memory. Sam is breathing fast, but not loud. He leans against the workbench, elbows braced wide, shoulders slumped to contain a collapse that will not be permitted to finish itself. His hands, no longer gloved, but stained in the creases, hover above the benchtop, flexing and releasing in a rhythm so precise that Death can't help but catalogue it. There is a tremor at the pinky of his left hand. Death knows this is from nerve damage, but it could just as easily be fear. The bench itself is a palimpsest. Marks in the wood from years of abuse, lines drawn and redrawn in pencil, and once in blood from a careless chisel slip. There is a blueprint tacked up above the work area, 4 sheets deep, edges curled and soft. Death reads the annotations, noting the different handwriting. Sam's upright, methodical block letters, Mason's slanted cursive that bleeds off the grid lines. The top page is labeled Deck, North Side, but Death's attention drifts to the margin, where a crude smiley face is scrawled, toothy and faintly obscene. It was Mason's trademark, as much as the way he bit his tongue when measuring a board or the way he refused to wear gloves on principle. Death remembers Mason, even if the world does not. He was here last summer, crouched beside Sam on this very floor, coaxing the heart out of a seized engine with the patience of a field surgeon. Death had watched the process from the rafters, admiring the choreography of hands and the economy of curses. That day, the two had worked in silence for an hour, then Mason had said, without looking up, "If you keep overthinking it, you'll strip the bolt." Sam had grinned, wiped his brow, and said, "If you keep talking, I'll strip you." The laughter had been bright, dangerous. Death remembers thinking then that the real risk was not in the tools, but in the persistence of affection. Tonight, Mason is absent except in residue. His gloves, still shaped to his hands. The torque wrench set to the exact calibration he'd favored. The plastic cup on the shelf, rim stained orange from the endless, unexplainable Gatorade. Death surveys these relics and senses the density of unfinished business, the gravity that pulls the living back to the scene of their last, unmediated happiness. Sam does not move for a long time. He is staring at the blueprint, but Death knows he is not seeing the lines or the measurements. The boy's jaw is locked, the muscles in his forearm cording under the skin. Death considers the possibility of intervention, but holds back. It is not in its purview to interrupt the rituals of the living. Instead, Death scans the garage, inventorying the collection of things that will outlast Sam and everyone like him. The pegboard with hooks for tools no longer present, the milk crate of extension cords coiled like hibernating snakes, the pile of wood offcuts with their sharp, splintered edges. Each item is a chapter in a longer story, one that Death is obligated to memorize, but not to summarize. Sam lets out a breath that sounds like a tire deflating. He reaches for the gloves, but stops short, fingers trembling. He looks at his hands as if surprised to find them still attached, still stained by the work of being alive. Death notes the way the right hand closes into a fist, the thumb digging into the palm hard enough to blanch the skin. The left hand, the one with the tremor, simply dangles. In the silence, a single drop of oil falls from the underside of the engine block, hitting the concrete with a noise so pure that Death is momentarily seduced by the possibility of music. Sam hears it too. His head snaps up, eyes flicking around the space, as if expecting Mason to emerge from behind the refrigerator, grinning and carrying 2 bottles of the worst beer in the state. There is only Death, standing in the corner, a silhouette so slight it is more absence than presence. It watches as Sam straightens, wipes his hands on the front of his jeans, and moves to the workbench. He untacks the blueprint, folding it with excessive care, aligning every crease to the original. He places it in the toolbox, closes the lid, and sits on the bench. His breathing slows, but the tremor in his left hand intensifies, spreading up the arm like a slow-moving fire. Death waits, patient as always, marking the sequence of grief as it unfolds. The denial, the attempt at reclamation, the collapse into ritual, the slow sedimentation of loss. It is not until Sam presses his hands to his eyes and lets out a sound, half laugh, half sob, that Death allows itself the luxury of satisfaction. The living, Death thinks, are always at their most honest when they think no one is watching. A minute passes, then another. Sam stands, retrieves the gloves from the nail, and hangs them on a different hook, a half-inch higher than before. He sweeps the benchtop clear, lines up the socket wrenches by size, and replaces the torque wrench in its molded case. The work is pointless, but it restores a kind of order. Death respects the effort. And the garage is reset. Sam turns off the light and leaves through the side door, closing it with a gentleness that borders on reverence. Death remains behind, absorbing the afterimage, the gloves, the toolbox, the lingering tang of Gatorade and oil. It will be months before the living enter this space again, but Death will wait, inventorying each microshift, each new layer of dust, each infinitesimal decay. For now, it is enough. The scene is preserved, the story archived, the residue of the living catalogued for whatever comes next. Death drifts to the blueprint, traces the smiley face with a finger, and considers, not for the first time, the curious tenacity of human design. Outside, the night is cold and bright, the stars pinned to the sky like metal shavings on felt. Inside, the garage holds its breath, waiting for someone to finish what was started. Death arrives at the chapel in the slipstream of morning, gliding beneath the door on a wave of climate-controlled air and the scent of refrigerated lilies. The space is engineered for grief, every surface tuned to absorb noise and reflect light in shades of velvet and bone. The pews are arranged with surgical symmetry, the aisle a runway for the slow, dignified procession of the bereaved. Death takes up its post at the rear, invisible but perfectly centered in the long perspective of the nave. Room is already half full. Men in unconvincing suits, women swaddled in black like nuns from a lost order, teenagers in borrowed dress shirts, collars misaligned. Death inventories the guests, cataloguing their micro-reactions, the compulsive smoothing of skirt hems, the white-knuckled grip on hymnals, the way a few fingers brush at cheeks, even before the ceremony has begun. Each body is a vector for its own strand of sorrow, each mind caught up in the double helix of guilt and relief. Death notes that the casket is closed, lacquered to a high-gloss shine that mocks the light. It is flanked by floral arrangements, all lilies and white roses, and at its head a photograph of Mason, captured in the act of laughter, eyes squinting, mouth open, as if he is about to say something that will puncture the gravity of the moment. The photo is ringed in a black ribbon, pinned to a foam core backing, and Death admires the precision of the presentation. It has seen worse. 10:03 a.m. The service begins. The minister is the kind with a voice that belongs to no particular faith, soothing, generic, its vowels sanded down to avoid offense. He speaks of community, of the importance of bearing witness to one another's burdens. Death hears the words as a soft patina over the real event, the tension that crackles in the silence between each sentence, the way the congregation leans forward, hungry for a narrative that will explain what they already know. Sam sits in the third pew aisle seat, hands folded in his lap. He is wearing the navy blue suit, the one reserved for job interviews and funerals, but the fabric sits wrong on his shoulders, as if it is a borrowed identity. His hair is combed flat, eyes fixed on the edge of the casket, refusing to let the mind wander. Death tracks his breathing, steady, shallow, the kind that keeps the heart rate just below the threshold of panic. When it is Sam's turn, he stands with the rigid economy of a man climbing a gallows. His stride to the podium is measured in centimeters, each step a recalculation of balance. He does not clear his throat or glance at his notes. Instead, he grips the sides of the lectern and lets the room settle before he begins. His voice is clear but flattened. "I was supposed to speak at Mason's wedding," he says, a slight emphasis on the verb that death registers as an intentional fracture. "Instead, I'm here." He lets the silence linger, then continues. "There's not a story I can tell about Mason that isn't also about fixing something. A bike, a fence, an entire engine when it was 110 outside. I'm not sure if he ever believed in God, but he believed in the sanctity of a bolt torqued to spec, in the poetry of compression ratios. He taught me that nothing is unsalvageable unless you give up on it." Death is attentive to the audience. There are nods, the occasional suppressed smile, the ripple of laughter when Sam recounts the time Mason tried to replace a starter motor with parts scavenged from 3 different makes of car. But the room is straining, waiting for the phrase that will let them cry. Sam obliges. "I never thought I'd have to say goodbye to him, not this soon and not like this. But I do know he wouldn't want me to stand here and pretend it's okay. It's not. The truth is, it hurts in a way I can't describe, and I'm angry that I can't fix it, not even a little." A murmur passes through the congregation, not quite a sob, but a consensus of agreement. Death notes the angle of Sam's chin, the way he refuses to drop his gaze, the effort it takes to stand upright under the weight of so many eyes. He finishes simply, "Mason was my best friend. I don't know what comes next, but if he taught me anything, it's that you keep working, even when the problem looks impossible. You just don't stop. Thank you." He returns to his seat, hands trembling but otherwise composed. Death sees the way he breathes out through his nose, a valve releasing pressure from a vessel close to rupture. The minister resumes, offers a prayer so inoffensive that Death wonders if it was generated by an algorithm, then cues the next speaker. But Sam is done. His performance is complete. Service grinds through its stages. More eulogies, a reading from Ecclesiastes, the muted chime of a single handbell to signal the end. Death is fascinated by the choreography of the exit, how each row stands, shuffles forward, bows their heads in sequence before the casket. There are handshakes and shoulder pats, the exchange of platitudes that no one will remember, but Death observes the real transactions in the glances that flicker and then retreat. Sam walks the aisle with the same deliberate cadence as before, but at the threshold of the vestibule he veers left, ducking into a side corridor. Death follows, maintaining the precise interval that separates witness from participant. The corridor is lined with framed photographs, decades of parish events, baptisms, bake sales, 100 faces all stamped with the strange gravity of posed happiness. Sam walks its length, eyes roving over the images but not registering their content. At the end of the hall he stops, bracing his hand on a doorframe. For a moment, Death thinks he might collapse, but Sam inhales, holds it and straightens. In the side room, the reception is already underway. Plates of cheese and crackers, urns of coffee, and a punch bowl brimming with a pink liquid that Death cannot identify but suspects is at least 30% sugar. The noise is low but constant, the sound of the living congratulating themselves on having survived another day. Sam stands at the edge, surveying the crowd. He accepts a handshake, nods at a condolence, but does not linger. Instead, he circles the perimeter, finds the table with the sign-in book, and scrawls his name in the blank at the bottom. His handwriting is compressed, as if even the act of signing is too much to sustain. Death is close enough now to see the ink smudge where his hand trembles, the way he closes the pen with a snap and sets it down with careful precision. Sam steps into the vestibule, where the air is cooler, tinged with the antiseptic tang of whatever solvent they use to clean the floors. He stands by the door, head bowed, hands in pockets. Death waits, knowing the moment will not last. A woman in a navy pantsuit approaches, Mason's aunt by Death's reckoning. She touches Sam's shoulder, leans in to say something in a tone too low to pass. Sam answers with a nod, a half-smile, then slips past her, out the main doors and into the glare of noon. Death is the only one who follows. The parking lot is mostly empty, the asphalt rippling with heat. Sam walks to the edge, stops, and looks back at the chapel. His face is blank, but Death detects the telltale signs. The tight set of the jaw, the way his right hand is clenched into a pocket, the micro-tremor at the corner of the eye. He stands like that for a long time, as if waiting for Mason to appear at his shoulder, to offer a punchline that will explain the joke. But the only answer is the silence, and Death's unblinking gaze. When Sam finally moves, it is with the mechanical purpose of someone obeying the law of inertia. He walks to his car, unlocks it, and sits behind the wheel, hands resting on the steering column. He does not start the engine. He does not cry. Death watches, patient. The day is bright and loud, but inside the vehicle, Sam is a study in stillness, a machine at idle. Death makes a note of the moment, the refusal to emote, the stubborn insistence on control, the way the memory of a friend is both a ballast and an anchor. But now the work of mourning is suspended. The living will resume their routines, and the dead will settle into their new coordinates. But Death remains at the door of the chapel, taking inventory, tracking the slow decomposition of hope, and waiting for the next fracture in the surface of the world. The service is over. The day is not. Death is content to remain in the vestibule, unseen, holding the silence until someone is ready to break it. Death enters the kitchen as a rumor, an atmospheric disturbance, a drop in pressure, the faint suggestion of a shadow at the edge of peripheral vision. It settles at the threshold, blending into the negative space, content to let the silence accumulate. The room is a composition in taupe and chrome, every surface polished to deaden the glare, the windows half-draped, as if to keep out any superfluous reality. In the center of it all, Sam moves with the deliberate caution of a sleepwalker, each gesture insulated from consequence. The only sounds are the subtle ones, the tick of the quartz clock over the stove, the stutter of the refrigerator's compressor, the occasional groan of old pipes expanding in the late afternoon heat. The faucet is leaking again, a single drop every 4 seconds, the interval so regular that Death times its own breath to match. Sam opens the cabinet, extracts a rocks glass, then crosses to the counter, where a decanter of whiskey glows in the anemic light. He pours 2 fingers, careful not to spill, the liquid catching the overhead glare and fracturing it into a spectrum of gold and brown. Death notes the steadiness of Sam's hand, the restraint in the pour, the way the bottle is returned to its place with the label facing outward, as if order might stave off entropy for 1 more hour. He sets the glass on the counter, but does not drink. Instead, he reaches for his phone, which is face down, a black rectangle absorbing all radiance. Death can see the screen before Sam does. 3 notifications, all from the same number, each a voicemail left at decreasing intervals over the last 72 hours. Sam unlocks the phone, thumbs to the voicemail tab, and hovers. His thumb is white at the knuckle. Death feels the ripple of anticipation, the split second in which the mind composes and rejects 1,000 possible outcomes. He presses play. First message is short. Mason's voice, taut with frustration and reverb, says, "I don't care what time it is, just call me back when you get this. Okay, please." There is the sound of traffic in the background, the rise and fall of a car radio tuned to static. The message ends in an abrupt silence, as if Mason has realized the futility of the effort mid-sentence. The second message is longer, and the voice is slurred at the edges. "Sam, it's late, I know," Mason says. There is a clatter, a pause, and then, "Just wanted to say I was wrong about the thing. You were right. I'll see you tomorrow, man, I promise." Death recognizes the undertone, the way confession sometimes masquerades as apology, the way even a promise can be a species of farewell. Sam listens to both, unmoving. He does not blink until the message ends. He scrolls to the third. This one is shorter than the first, a single phrase. "Forget what I said, I'm fine. Don't worry about me." The voice is hollowed out, an auditory negative of itself. Death waits for Sam to replay the messages, to excavate some scrap of meaning. But Sam does not indulge the habit. He selects all 3, holds his thumb on the trash icon, and confirms. The electronic chime that signals deletion is antiseptic, but in Death's ear it resounds like a bell tolling in a crypt. Sam sets the phone beside the glass, then leans on the counter, arms bracing his body against a force only he can feel. His head is bowed, but his eyes are open, tracking the pool of light cast by the whiskey. Death watches the dilation of his pupils, the fine vibration at the hinge of his jaw, the way his breath slows to the point of imperceptibility. The glass remains untouched. Death takes inventory of the kitchen, the spotless plates stacked beside the sink, the coffee maker set to autobrew for a morning that will now arrive unchanged. The fridge is decorated with nothing but a single magnet and a blank white shopping list. The room is an organism in stasis, waiting for a signal to begin dying. Sam stands like that for a long time, then straightens, wipes his hands on the back of his pants, and turns away from the counter. He flips the kitchen light off, and the glass catches the last of the daylight, refracting it into a thin, spectral line across the countertop. Death is the only witness to the closing of the scene. It feels the density of the unresolved, the mass of words left unsaid and promises unredeemed. It notes the precision with which Sam deletes the final traces of Mason's voice, the discipline required to leave the drink untouched, the silence that settles over the house like a dusting of radioactive snow. It knows this is not the end, only the closing of another circuit. The living are stubborn that way. They survive by constructing mausoleums out of habit and denial, by erasing the evidence in increments, by convincing themselves that memory is best preserved when kept under glass and never spoken of again. Outside, the world is bright, indifferent, full of the noise and speed that makes forgetting possible. Inside, Death lingers at the doorway, watching Sam's silhouette recede down the hallway, his hands empty, his stride unbroken, his face already recalibrated for the next round of endurance. The glass, for now, remains. Death regards it with a kind of reverence, the amber at the bottom reflecting the last glint of sun, the circle of condensation, a perfect halo against the counter. It is an artifact, a proof of passage, a monument to the smallest act of survival. Death files the moment away, as it always does, and prepares for the next visitation. The clock ticks, the faucet drips, and the silence regrows itself, cell by cell, into a room that was, for a few minutes, the epicenter of all the living and the dead in the world. Chapter 9. Death is ambivalent about natural disasters. It dislikes the pageantry, the wailing, the media, the overhead drone footage. It prefers the more intimate undoings, the silent burst of a vessel in the brain, a miscalculation in the dark, the slow, dignified collapse of a body under its own memory. But disaster sites have their own choreography, a mass migration of the desperate and the soon-to-be-ex, and so death attends with the cool detachment of an inspector at a condemned building. Today, it is an apartment complex, once 6 stories of agging stucco and duct-taped air conditioners, now a lasagna of concrete slabs folded back upon themselves by the simplest cruelty of tectonics. The earthquake lasted 8 seconds, but the consequences stretch out like an aftershock. Alarms, the percussive stutter of choppers, the ambulances double parked on the median. By the time death drifts up to the hot zone, the place is already divided into factions. The first responders, the media, the rubberneckers, the family members reciting names like incantations. At the center of the chaos, Sam stands by the hood of a disaster response SUV, clipboard and radio arrayed before him like talismans. His hair is dusted white, his eyes cinched at the corners, but his posture is ramrod, each vertebra stacked with the authority of someone who survived the last 24 hours by mainlining protocol. He is flanked by a team of municipal engineers and paramedics, all talking at cross purposes. Death studies the tableau. There is a beauty in the triage. Who gets saved first? Who gets written off as a cost of doing business? Who gets assigned a tarp and a number and a very polite phone call to next of kin? Sam, by consensus, is in charge of the incident's human element, which is a polite way of saying he must keep both the living and the nearly living from panicking until someone else decides what happens next. He scans the crowd. There are, by Death's count, 3 women and 2 men in high-visibility vests, all with faces bracketed by the stress of making life-or-death calls before coffee. At Sam's elbow, a volunteer with a clipboard and a voice pitched high by adrenaline reads off the list of unaccounted residents. 23 confirmed in the building at time of collapse, -5 already pulled out, leaves. 18, Sam interrupts, in a tone that is neither hopeful nor resigned. A murmur. The paramedics look anywhere but at the pile of rubble. Death senses the arrival before it sees the body. Julia, a kinetic hurricane of navy blue overalls and tactical sneakers, blitzes up the incline from the staging area, waving a battered cell phone in one hand and a half-eaten breakfast bar in the other. "Who's running evac?" she yells, voice fracturing the conversation. Because they're about to put a live line through the north stairwell, and if anyone's still breathing on 2, they're gonna toast 'em in 30 seconds. The assembled crowd rotates to face her. Sam, unflappable, raises one eyebrow. "That's not the plan," he says. "We cleared the north side. They're running power to stabilize the elevators for extraction." Julia plants her fists on the SUV's hood, breakfast bar dropping to the pavement like a spent magazine. "You cleared the north side with a visual sweep. My guy on 2 heard taps 5 minutes ago. 3 slow, 3 fast. That's alive in every language." A beat, the engineers look to Sam. He inhales, slow and deep, exhaling through his nose like a furnace refusing to ignite. "Okay," he says. "If there's a chance someone's still there, we divert, but the power's already en route." Julia pulls out her phone, jabs at the screen, and thrusts it at Sam. "You want to tell her she's a hallucination?" On the cracked display, a voice message. A woman's voice, muffled but unmistakable, reciting a string of digits, then the word help. Julia plays it on loop until the engineers begin to fidget. Sam listens, face unyielding. "That's apartment 214, he says, more to himself than anyone. Julia grins, a hard, bright flash. "So what's the move, boss?" Death admires the pivot, the way Sam drops the clipboard, the way he recenters the entire operation on a single datum. "We get a responder to 2, now." "Elevator's dead," an engineer says. "Ladder team," Sam asks. "Blocked, maybe through the courtyard." "No, maybe," Julia snaps. "I'll go." Sam turns, appraising her. "You're not with fire or med." She shrugs, already moving. "I'm with Save People First. That's the patch today, right?" The engineer at the back, face smeared with concrete dust, mutters, "That's not protocol." Julia, already 50 feet away, waves backward. "Protocol gets you a body count, not survivors." Death notes the exchange, files it beside thousands of other moments where instinct outbid caution. It likes Julia, her improvisational disrespect for the chain of command, the way she treats every rule as a suggestion unless it has an immediate victim. Sam's rigidity, by contrast, is a kind of armor. Death has seen both types break. It is merely a question of who cracks first. As Julia barrels toward the wreckage, Sam keys his radio. "Patch me through to L2 courtyard. I want a medic in visual contact before she goes in." His voice is as calm as if he were ordering lunch, but Death hears the tightening of the words, the old whiplash of control versus chaos. On the edge of the action, Death settles in, savoring the geometry of the confrontation. The paramedic at the perimeter watches Julia with a mixture of awe and terror. She scales the temporary fencing, boots sliding on the bent rebar, then disappears into the shadow of the north stairwell. For a moment, Death thinks she might make it. The world holds its breath. Then a tremor, not a full aftershock, just a shift, but enough to send a slow-motion avalanche of dust and sheetrock through the open corridors. The rescue team yells, someone at the incident tent drops a mug. Sam's radio erupts. "She's down. Lost visual. Say again. Lost visual." Sam, for the first time, looks rattled. His left hand balls into a fist, the radio shaking ever so slightly. "Dispatch ladder team now," he says, voice clipped, then to the engineer. "Power stays off. Don't turn it on for any reason." Death is nearly vibrating with anticipation. It glides to the stairwell entrance, threading itself through the tangle of cables and hope, and waits. The darkness inside is total. The only sound is the laboring echo of air trying to remember what fresh used to mean. Julia is there, sprawled across a broken chunk of flooring, her right leg twisted, blood already blooming at the knee. She is swearing low and steady, like a mantra for the damned. She reaches for her phone, but it's gone, lost somewhere in the rain of debris. Death floats just above her, curious. There is a possibility here of a story ending. It leans in, eager for the next act. But Julia, stubborn and unsentimental, bites her lip, plants both hands on the concrete, and crawls forward, dragging her ruined leg behind her. Every movement is a detonated nerve, but she does not scream. She advances a foot, then another, then 3 more, until she is at the door of 214. The door is swollen in the frame, but she rams her shoulder into it, teeth clenched, and pops it open on the second try. Inside, it is black and choked with gypsum. She calls out, voice barely above a whisper, "Anyone alive in here?" There is a sound, faint, then stronger, a child's cry, then the muffled reply of an adult. Julia fumbles for her flashlight, flicks it on, and sweeps the room. A woman, maybe 30, is huddled beneath a dining table, a boy and a girl clutched to her chest. All 3 are caked in dust, the woman's face a mask of terror. "We have to go," Julia says, "now." The woman shakes her head, pointing at the ceiling. "It's going to fall." Not yet, Julia says, not knowing if it's true. She crawls forward, hand outstretched. Come on, follow me, crawl. Death is very close now. It knows that even if Julia gets the family out, her leg will be the end of her mobility for at least 6 months, maybe forever. It admires the willingness to trade future function for present salvation. The logic is elegant. In the corridor, Sam's voice comes through the radio, distorted by the angles of the collapse. Julia, if you're there, respond. She grabs the boy, tucks him to her side, and waves the flashlight at the door. The woman and the girl inch forward, faces raw with desperation. We're coming, Julia shouts. The structure groans, a whalebone chorus. Death notes the lines of force, the way the next collapse will propagate. There is a window, 60 seconds, maybe less, before the load above shifts and closes off the exit. Julia does the math, then pushes the boy to the threshold. Go! She shoves the woman after him, then the girl. The three scramble over the debris, hands bleeding, eyes wild. Julia tries to follow, but her right leg gives. She swears again, then braces herself, and with a sound that reminds Death of a rifle shot, wrenches the joint back into alignment. She screams this time, but only once. The family is almost to the stairwell when the ceiling comes down. It's not dramatic, just a suffocating wall of particulate and drywall, but it is enough to seal the room behind them. Julia, last out, is nearly buried in the dustfall. The woman turns, grabs her by the collar, and drags her into the stairwell. The four of them tumble together, rolling down the last intact flight, landing in a heap at the bottom. Death, disappointed but impressed, floats after. It watches as Sam, now at the entry, grabs Julia under the arms and hauls her into the light. He checks her pupils, then her pulse, then the angle of her ruined leg. Idiot, he says, but there is a tremor of relief. Julia grins, teeth bloodstained. Still alive, she pants, so we both lose the bet. Sam shakes his head, but Death sees the grudging respect in the way he cradles her head, the careful way he avoids jostling the knee. He looks at the three survivors, mother and two children, and nods to the paramedic to start triage. Death, hovering above, files the scene. It has seen better rescues, but few as efficient. It wonders if, next time, Julia's luck will hold. The sun, now fully up, makes the entire disaster glitter. Reporters cluster at the perimeter, waiting for a quote or a body bag. In the command tent, Sam and Julia are patched up, and after a cursory examination, left to their own devices. You're insane, Sam says, voice low. Julia sips at the juice box handed to her by a medic. That's why they hire me. Sam allows himself a smile, half a gesture really, but Death notes it. We're supposed to work together, not compete for martyrdom. Julia leans in, the juice box's straw clamped between her teeth. Next time, don't wait for a voice memo to prove someone's alive. Go see for yourself. Sam's hands clench, unclench, he nods. Next time we do it by the book. Which book? Julia asks. Yours or mine? Death records the exchange, savoring the texture of it. The dialogue is the point. The way two worldviews grind against each other, generating the heat that sometimes sparks a genuine connection. The medics return, apply a temporary cast to Julia's leg. Sam stands, not sure whether to offer a hand or not. Julia, unbothered, levers herself up, grins through the pain. Don't worry, she says. I'm not quitting. Sam nods, then says, soft, almost lost. Didn't think you would. Death, from the periphery, marvels at the persistence of the living. It has seen Sam endure, but never yield. Now, watching Julia, it wonders if this is what the species means by adaptation. The next shift arrives, and the disaster is passed down the line. A relay of exhaustion, resolve, and the smallest increments of progress. Sam and Julia are debriefed, assigned to opposite sides of the incident tent, but Death knows they are already plotting the next move. In the heat, in the glare, in the slow, inexorable accumulation of aftermath, Death lingers, curious. It suspects the next chapter will be even more interesting. For now, it files the moment. Two survivors, neither broken nor whole, holding the line against the inevitable. It is, Death decides, a good day. Death has seen disaster teams welded together by everything but trust. The profession selects for the types who prefer skill to sentiment, who speak in short bursts of acronym and sarcasm, who trade empathy for operational tempo and coffee for sleep. 3 days in the field and all affectations burn away, leaving only the bone. Sam and Julia, thrown together by the misfortune of both geology and bureaucracy, orbit each other with the cautious choreography of predators unaccustomed to pack hunting. The apartment collapse has transformed from triage to endurance. Endless rubble clearance, victim accounting, the grim lottery of finding someone more or less alive in the air pockets between what used to be floors. A1. Julia is all momentum, ignoring the seeping fracture in her leg by attacking the triage lists, bulldozing through chain of command, and improvising shims for a splint out of PVC pipe and gaff tape. She calls Sam boss with increasing irony, but follows his directives with a precision that surprises even death. Sam, methodical to a fault, recalibrates his schedules around Julia's calculated risks, trusting her field sense more than the engineer's spreadsheets. At shift change, they debrief in monosyllables. Courtyard grid. Cleared to 4. Still a dead spot near elevator shaft. Any movement. Dogs picked up a hit. Low probability. Could be a pipe. Protocol. 3 more hours. After that, we mark the sector cold. Copy. Death logs the exchange. Blunt, transactional, no wasted words. But beneath the language is a growing accumulation of respect, the kind Death recognizes from the rare marriages that survive the first decade intact. A2. The heat wave rolls in, and the disaster zone develops its own internal climate, stewing in the reek of rot and melting asphalt. Death notices that Sam and Julia have started dividing tasks not by rank, but by efficiency. She handles perimeter sweeps. He deals with incident tent politics and personnel drama. In the rare downtime, Julia props her ruined leg on a cooler and critiques the operation with the venomous affection of someone who still expects improvement. You ever notice, she says, voice pitched low enough to evade the comms, how everyone with a walkie thinks they're in a war movie? Listen, we've got a live one in the debris field over. Like over what? Over the fact that this sucks. Sam, unfazed, sips from a bottle of sports drink, the color of it indistinguishable from the dirt on his hands. They teach it in the training, he says. Makes people feel like they're contributing. Julia eyes him. You ever get tired of following the script? Sam shrugs. Scripts save lives. She grins, and Death notes the new angle at the corners of her mouth. A concession, perhaps, or just relief at not having to argue. You're a weird one, Blake, she says, but there's no heat to it. Death observes the shift. The adversarial edge is dulled. Now it is curiosity, pure and corrosive. Second night, the incident tent is quieter than it should be. Power outages have knocked out most of the portable lights, leaving only the greenish haze from the generator-fed lamp by the whiteboard. Sam and Julia sit on opposite sides of a folding table, each with a cold sandwich and a cup of what might once have been coffee. The other volunteers have collapsed into sleeping bags or wandered off to argue with the media. Death, perched in the tent's corner, can feel the charge in the air, a different frequency than panic or exhaustion. This is anticipation, or maybe the very early onset of trust. Julia breaks the silence first. You got family? She asks, as if it's a bet she already knows she'll win. Sam, assembling his sandwich with the precision of a bomb tech, answers without looking up. None that would notice if I stopped showing up. Julia's laugh is sharp, almost a bark. Now who's running the script? He meets her gaze, and for the first time, Death sees a flicker of something unshielded. What about you? Sam asks. You seem the type to have a dozen siblings, all fighting over who gets to bail you out first. Julia shakes her head, and the motion is slow, deliberate. One brother was. She peels the crust from her sandwich, fingers twitching. Did this work before me? Death registers the word, was, the conversational sinkhole that follows. Sam seems to notice, too. He puts the sandwich down, carefully aligning it with the edge of the napkin, a tiny gesture of deference. He die on the job. Yeah, Julia says, and her voice is utterly flat. Earthquake 5 years ago. He went back for a second sweep, found a little girl, saved her, but roof came down. They pulled him out, but by then, she exhales. Not the ending I wanted, but he wouldn't have either. Death leans forward. This is new, confession, unprompted, without audience or reward. Sam nods, as if the only thing to do is acknowledge the reality and not try to make it smaller. It's a hard way to go. Julia's lips twitch. Better than most. You see what's left behind sometimes. You take what you can get. The silence now is not empty, but saturated. Sam looks at his hands, finds them shaking, and folds them tight. Death watches the gesture, curious. For 3 days, this man has handled corpses, consoled strangers, restructured chaos into schedules and sops, and never wavered. One story, and his hands go soft. Your turn, Julia says, and there's a lopsided challenge in it. You ever get close to the edge? Sam considers, and Death sees the wheels spinning, the list of deflections he could deploy. He selects none of them. My parents, he says, car crash when I was 16. He looks at the cooling sandwich as if it might offer a reprieve. Both at once. It wasn't instant, but it was final. No bedside drama, just a phone call from the county coroner. Julia whistles, low and respectful. That'll do it. Yeah. He tries to return to the sandwich, but the words hang between them, refusing to dissolve. Julia shifts, propping her chin on her palm. That why you're here, some kind of penance. Sam shakes his head. Not penance. I just couldn't stand not knowing. The way it happened, no closure, no last words. I thought maybe if I worked with disaster, if I could help someone else get their people out alive, it would mean the universe wasn't just arbitrary. Death watches this confession, slow and incremental, eked out like currency in a rigged game. It notes the way Julia does not flinch, does not try to fix or comfort, only absorbs the data. My brother was the same, she says. He had this theory that every time you save someone, you're borrowing time from the cosmic balance sheet. You just have to hope the interest doesn't come due all at once. Sam unexpectedly laughs. The sound is brief but real. He sounds smarter than me. Julia's smile returns, softer now. He was, but you're better looking. A pause. Then both are laughing, quietly, like kids who've gotten away with something dangerous. Death finds itself, if not moved, then unsettled. It had expected competition, perhaps a mutual obliteration, but what unfolds is a merger. Pain as adhesive, regret as fuel, the beginnings of something ineffable and therefore precious. The meal ends in silence, both of them gazing at the city beyond the tent, where the floodlights cast shadows over a landscape unrecognizable from 3 days prior. Julia stands first, collects the empty wrappers, and tosses them into the plastic bin. Back to it, she asks, already limping toward the whiteboard. Sam nods, and Death observes that the tremor in his hands has subsided, replaced by a steadier rhythm. The night stretches on, punctuated by more rescues, more losses, more of the 1,000 tiny cruelties that make up a disaster. But something is different in the way Sam and Julia move through the world now, an unspoken alliance, a mutual recognition. Death, lurking at the edge of every shadow, logs the change. It will be important later. For now, it is content to watch two battered souls carve a moment of meaning from the formless chaos. It is, Death thinks, better than the script. Death is intimately acquainted with false dawns. In the aftermath of crisis, it is always the lull, the cigarette break, the post-op debrief, the brittle reprieve before the next collapse that seduces the living into believing in safety. The disaster site has settled into a pattern, the kind of stabilized misery that makes even the most feral responders start to hope for a shift rotation, a cold shower, or a moment of something that is not work. Am stands on the edge of the cordon, clipboard in hand, tracing rescue schedules with the tired rigor of a man who has not slept in days. He has delegated half his responsibilities to Julia, whose disregard for the command structure is now a sanctioned asset. Together, they have carved the chaos into manageable quadrants, each with its own language of urgency. Death notes, with mild surprise, the number of survivors their combined stubbornness has clawed from the jaws of probability. In the distance, the sun crawls up the haze of dust and smoke, setting every jagged silhouette of rebar and broken concrete aglow. The atmosphere hums with a kind of malignant peace, the silence before a gunshot, the brief high of a heart between beats. It does not last. Death feels the aftershock before the earth does, a microsecond warning, a sickening premonition that runs along every exposed cable and hairline fracture. When the ground shivers, it is not dramatic, but it is enough. A wedge of the upper floors, already compromised by the week's earlier violence, sags inward, then slides. The sound is like nothing in the catalogue, not an explosion, but a slow, ancient groan, the voice of gravity itself. For a second, all activity freezes. The responders, the hovering drones, even the dogs trained to ignore their own fear. Then the wave hits, a shock front of dust and air pressure, glass fountaining out in a glittering cloud, concrete slabs hammering into each other like tectonic plates. From the epicenter, a single, unmistakable cry, a child, or something close enough to rearrange the priorities of everyone within earshot. At the command tent, radios explode into static and panic. We've got collapse in the east stack, multiple units down, potential survivors inside. Repeat, east stack down, unknown number of trapped. Death is already in motion, skating the dust cloud, curious to see which of the living will be the first to break formation. It is, predictably, Julia. She tears away from the triage line, ignores the shouted orders from the perimeter, and sprints for the breach. Her limp is barely visible now, eclipsed by the forward velocity of intent. A field medic tries to intercept her, but she jukes left, launches herself over the flattened remains of a chain-link fence, and disappears into the blizzard of powdered drywall and despair. Sam, for a single heartbeat, hesitates. Death records it, the instinct to obey versus the imperative to act. Then he ditches the clipboard, grabs a respirator from the kit, and follows. Inside the new ruin, the world is a labyrinth. Corridors truncated by debris, doors pancaked into non-existence, the air thick with the taste of blood and atomized stone. Julia moves by sense alone, using the memory of the building's layout and the Doppler wail of the child's cry as her beacon. Every step is a negotiation with entropy. Each handhold could be a lever for either escape or annihilation. Behind her, Sam navigates the instability with the brutal calm of someone who has prepared for this moment his entire life. He shouts once, "Julia, stop." But the echo is eaten alive by the ambient roar of settling matter. Death shadows them, delighting in the uncertainty. Cry comes again, closer. Julia pivots into a collapsed stairwell, claws her way up the inverted treads, and finds the epicenter, a pocket of space, triangular and impossibly small, where a family has managed to wedge themselves between a refrigerator and the bent frame of a sofa. The mother is in shock, the father's leg pinned at an angle that means nothing but trouble, and the two children are crammed together, faces streaked with mud and terror. Julia does the math. The pocket will hold, maybe, another 10 minutes before the slab above gives up its struggle with geometry. She crouches, rips off her gloves, and shoves her hand through the gap. "Hey," she says, "I'm Julia. You need to get out now. When I count to 3, you pull the kids toward me, okay?" The mother does not move. Julia, impatient, grabs a chunk of debris and levers the space wider by an inch. "You want to stay here, fine, but your kids are coming with me." A small, feral part of the mother's brain re-engages. She grabs the first child, a boy, maybe 6, and pushes him at Julia with a force that threatens to dislocate his shoulder. Julia catches him, swings him out, and deposits him on the landing. The slab above shifts. A fine mist of concrete dust falls like grey snow. "Faster," Julia says. "Now the next one." By the time Sam reaches the pocket, she has both children free and is working on the mother, whose survival instincts have finally overclocked her sense of etiquette. Sam takes in the scene, the calculus of force and leverage, and immediately moves to the base of the wedge, where a rotting 2x4 is the only thing keeping the overhead mass from finishing its descent. He braces the board with his own shoulder, hands shaking but precise. "Move," he tells Julia. "I've got this." She grins, wild, and sets to freeing the father, whose lower leg is mangled and half-severed by a rusted bracket. Julia rips a length of her own shirt, tourniquets the wound, and without ceremony or warning, pries him loose. The man screams but stays conscious. Sam counts, "You've got 20 seconds." Julia pulls the mother free, then loops both parents' arms over her shoulders. "I'll need help on the stairs," she says, and Death notes the total lack of shame in the request. Sam grunts, "Just go." They navigate the return with a kind of animal grace, children clinging to Julia, mother dragging her broken foot, Sam using his entire body as a buttress against the next collapse. Each time the slab shifts, he absorbs the impact, redistributes the stress, and wills the tunnel to hold a little longer. Death follows, chronicling every slip, every curse, every whisper of bone against stone. At the exit, the rescue team is already assembled, hands outstretched to haul the survivors into the clear. Sam, last out, releases the 2x4 and rolls forward just as the wedge finally gives way. The noise is apocalyptic, a single, final punctuation mark at the end of the building's existence. Outside, the medics swarm the family, triaging wounds, wrapping thermal blankets, whispering the familiar liturgy of "You're safe now, it's over, you did so well." Julia staggers back, sinks to her knees, and dry heaves into the grass. Sam stands over her, respirator dangling, hands shaking. Death sees the smile before Sam does, a real, involuntary baring of teeth, no irony or self-consciousness at all. Julia notices, too. She coughs, wipes her mouth, and elbows him in the thigh. "Don't get used to this," she says, grinning back, voice shredded by dust and adrenaline. "You'll ruin your reputation." Sam laughs, and the sound is unpracticed but lovely. Death, hovering at the edge of the crowd, is momentarily at a loss. It expected trauma, confession, perhaps a spectacular failure. Instead, it finds something approaching grace. Julia, still seated, points at the rescue tent. After they patch up the usual, she says, "Let's get coffee, real coffee, not whatever chemical weapon they brewed in there." Sam nods, still breathing hard. "I'm buying," he says. Death observes the micro-expressions, the flush of color in Sam's cheeks, the loosening of his jaw, the way he glances at Julia not with skepticism, but with unguarded curiosity. For the first time in years, Death senses that Sam is not just surviving, but participating. Family is wheeled away on stretchers, the mother clinging to both children, the father already sedated into blissful oblivion. The incident tent hums with new gossip, the legend of the responders who defied protocol and pulled 5 lives from a place everyone had marked for the dead. Julia levers herself upright, still limping, and dusts off her hands. "You want to know the secret," she says to Sam. "Never wait for the next guy. There's always another collapse coming." Sam watches her walk ahead, then jogs to catch up, his stride steadier than before. Death trails behind, content to witness the afterlife of the disaster in slow motion. They reach the perimeter, where the air is fresher and the horizon is almost visible. Julia stops, turns, and waits for Sam to catch up. "Don't look so scared," she says, reading something in his face. "You made it out, that's the hard part." Sam shakes his head, a smile still ghosting his lips. "It doesn't feel over." Julia shrugs, hands on her hips. "It never is." Death, in that moment, understands. The living do not outpace the inevitable. They only improvise, again and again, until time or luck or courage runs out. For now, Sam and Julia keep moving. There will be coffee and conversation, and perhaps another disaster, and perhaps, though Death will never admit it, a chance at something gentler. The day wanes. The debris is catalogued and sorted, the survivors tallied, the dead given to the official narrative. At the edge of the cordon, Sam watches Julia stride into the distance, his posture both hopeful and wary, as if he has not yet decided which outcome to root for. Death marks the moment, uncertain if it is the beginning or the end of the story, and files it away. Sometimes it is forced to admit, the living surprise even it. Chapter 10. Death is first through the threshold, as always, because no place is truly empty while it waits nearby. The new apartment is a rectangle of pale walls and 2 bright LED, the floor a battlefield of boxes with brand names still echoing the warehouse. Death maps the space with a surveyor's detachment. 2 bedrooms, a kitchen whose sink is still sheathed in blue cellophane, a living room with a picture window facing a 6-lane overpass and the clot of city sunset beyond. Sam and Julia arrive 10 minutes after the movers, balancing cardboard on their hips and laughter in their mouths. Death marks the choreography, the way each navigates the entry, careful not to brush shoulders, the practiced civility of people newly obligated to inhabit the same geography. Sam is an agent of order, even in chaos. He slides boxes into the far corner in tidy columns, labels aligned outward like books on a shelf. His system is neurotic but elegant, color-coding by room, then by subfunction. His hands do not shake, not at first, but Death notes the small betrayals. The way he flicks his thumb against the tape seam, the way he recalibrates the box position by increments no living person could measure. Julia's method is all velocity. She carries 2 boxes at a time, never sets them down in the same place twice, and by the 3rd trip has abandoned any system but intuition. Her arms are corded with effort. Her knees bear the kaleidoscopic bruises of a life lived at full tilt. She's the first to rip into a box with her keys, laughing at the disaster she makes as packing peanuts chase her across the hardwood. They exist in counterpoint. Sam stalks the perimeter, checking the apartment's bones, door locks, thermostat, the antique wiring in the breaker panel, while Julia plants herself in the center of the living room and begins peeling back the tape on kitchen, fragile. Death floats between them, delighting in the friction. Sunset is hemorrhaging across the city, leaking through the window in slats of gold and violet. It stains the blank walls with a pigment that will last only an hour, but Death knows that every color is a prelude to gray. The room is an echo chamber, amplifying every clink of glass, every grunt of exertion, every half-uttered curse as the furniture refuses to assemble itself. Sam consults a checklist, typed double-spaced, annotated with margins in pencil. He reads it aloud, not to Julia but to the world, as if intoning the right order of tasks will keep the floor from falling out. Unpack kitchen, assemble bed, set up router, test smoke detectors. The words are beads on a rosary. Julia doesn't answer. She is elbow-deep in bubble wrap, excavating a set of hand-painted mugs and arranging them on the countertop in a crooked parade. Her hands are quick, steady, and she has already adopted the kitchen as her own by the time Sam sets foot inside. Death observes the tension with interest. It has seen thousands of cohabitations bloom and rot, knows the trajectory by heart. First, the honeymoon of shared space. Next, the slow reveal of incompatible rituals. Finally, the denouement of silent meals and weaponized chores. But this one has an undertone, a mutual awareness of damage, a respect for the other's brand of madness. Sam pauses at the threshold, checklist in one hand, and watches Julia repopulate the cabinets. She fills them not by category, but by whimsy. The espresso cups beside the ramen packets, a jar of colored pencils nestled between spice tins. When Sam opens a drawer to insert dividers, he finds it already crowded with paint tubes and a half-solved Rubik's Cube. He does not object. Instead, he sets the checklist on the island and begins to unpack a box labeled ESSENTIALS, Sam. Every motion is measured, as if he is rehearsing for an audience. He lines up the silverware with geometric precision, pauses to restack the plates so that the smallest are on top, runs his finger along the countertop to erase a ghost of dust. Julia watches him from the corner of her eye, but says nothing. She appends a box over the recycling bin, the sound of cardboard splitting echoing like a minor chord. She returns to the living room, where she has begun constructing a fortress of throw pillows on the floor, and resumes her campaign against the chaos. Death senses the moment of equilibrium, the way the two orbits begin to bend minutely toward each other. Julia drags an area rug from its plastic shroud and unfurls it across the bare wood. The pattern is loud, almost obscene, a riot of color that clashes with the anonymity of the walls. She stands back, hands on hips, and appraises her work. Sam joins her, arms folded, gaze sliding from the rug to the ceiling and back. He wants to say something, but the silence is thick with possibility. Julia toes the edge of the rug, then looks at Sam, challenging him to object. "It's bright," he says, neutral. She grins, triumphant. "You hate it." "I don't hate it," he answers, and Death registers the lie with a small pulse of approval. "It's just unexpected." "That's the point," Julia says, collapsing onto the rug and sinking into the pile of pillows. She stretches out, arms overhead, and closes her eyes. "Try it. Feels like a vacation." Sam stands at the edge, uncertain, then lowers himself gingerly onto the rug. He sits cross-legged, back straight, like a child at a timeout. Julia opens her eyes and rolls onto her side, propped on an elbow. "You don't have to make it perfect tonight." He shrugs. "If I don't, it'll never get done." "Let it never get done," she says. "Maybe that's better." Death files the line away. It is an idea foreign to Sam, but he allows it to hover in the space between them. He looks out the window, where the last of the daylight is dissolving into freeway noise and the sodium glare of streetlights. He breathes in and out, steady but slow. Julia watches him for a while, then picks up a pillow and flings it at his chest. It lands with a soft, accusatory thump. He catches it, almost laughs, and tosses it back. The volley escalates, then abates. They lie side by side, staring up at the blank white ceiling, listening to the ambulances and the muffled TV from the neighbor's unit. Death is there, in the negative space above them, amused at the absence of fear. It has been a long time since either of these two allowed themselves the luxury of boredom, of stillness, of a night without sirens or inventory or triage. It wonders how long they can tolerate it before the old patterns reassert themselves. Sam is the first to break the silence. "Do you want to keep going? Unpacking, I mean." Julia shakes her head, hair fanning out against the rug. "I want to order pizza and pretend this is our real life for an hour." Sam nods, relieved. "Okay." They do. The pizza arrives 30 minutes later, and they eat it on the rug, plates balanced on their knees, the cheese still molten. The boxes remain stacked in the corners, but neither seems to mind. Death hovers by the window, savoring the scene. It is not often that the living allow themselves to inhabit a moment fully, to set aside the calculus of survival and simply exist in the raw present. The apartment, for now, is not haunted. It is only a vessel waiting to be filled. Death lingers, uncertain whether to intervene or just observe. It opts for the latter, curious to see what happens next. The night deepens. The boxes sit, patient. The checklist is left unfinished on the kitchen island, the ink drying to a ghostly grey. Sam and Julia lie on the rug, side by side, eyes unfocused, listening to the hush that comes when the city finally remembers to sleep. In the darkness, Death allows itself a brief, silent applause. Death is less interested in the new day than in the residue of the old, but it follows the slant of morning through the windows and charts the resulting pattern across the living. The apartment is a ruin before it is a home. Cereal bowls in the sink, laundry still in duffels, the rug now stippled with pepperoni grease, and a constellation of dried tears no one will admit to. The boxes are fewer than before, but their contents have migrated across the floor in tides. One for books, one for studio, another for misc, a designation Death privately admires for its honesty. Sam wakes first. He is a creature of habit, even when the context is unrecognizable. He showers with military precision, arranges his toothbrush and razor in a glass on the sink, and emerges in the same faded jeans and navy t-shirt he wore the day before, as if the uniform can extend some continuity from a previous existence. He starts unpacking in the only way he knows. Systematically, one object at a time, each one slotted into its new habitat with a rightness that borders on aggression. Death tracks his progress. He sorts the kitchen before breakfast, methodically moving from drawer to drawer, testing the closure of each until he is certain which stick and which click. He hangs his shirts in the closet by spectrum, then by sleeve length, then starts again when a button breaks the sequence. By the time Julia drifts from the bedroom, the apartment's north wall has become a small, perfect museum of Sam's past lives. Diplomas, a clock that runs 2 minutes fast, a still life in sepia of 3 strangers in a rowboat. Julia emerges trailing the smell of mint and faintly sleep. Her hair is a tangle, her feet bare. She navigates the detritus of cardboard like a creature bred for uneven ground. First act is coffee, which she brews too strong, then pours into the only 2 mugs not wrapped in newsprint. She hands one to Sam without asking how he takes it, and he accepts without protest, though Death notes the way his nose twitches at the bitterness. Morning passes in a rhythm of industry. Julia claims the living room, where she unpacks a treasure hoard of art supplies. Battered tubes of oil paint, a mason jar packed with brushes like a hedgehog's spines, a battered portfolio that she slides under the coffee table as if it is both too precious and too heavy for the air. She unboxes books by the armful, shelving them in heaps according to whim. Poetry with thermodynamics, vegan cookbooks beside monographs on plague. Sam watches at first with the polite detachment of a stranger at a petting zoo, then with a growing urgency that Death finds delicious. He wants to intervene, to impose taxonomy on the chaos, but he also wants, so much it hurts, to let it happen, to see what pattern might emerge if he lets go. The incident is inevitable. Julia is ferrying a stack of philosophy books to the windowsill when her heel glances off the edge of a box labeled Family Archive. The handwriting is Sam, all caps, ruler straight, the kind of script that survives the apocalypse of water and time. The box topples, and what spills is neither book nor keepsake, but a blizzard of photographs, matte and glossy, black and white, and oversaturated, cascading across the waxed boards in a scattershot of past lives. Sam freezes. In Death's inventory, the sequence is immediate, heart rate spike, skin blanch, fingers knifing into fists. The breath caught in his throat is not visible, but Death senses it, an invisible tourniquet, cinching memory until the present cannot circulate. Julia crouches at once. She does not speak. She does not apologize. She begins to gather the photographs with the deliberation of someone picking up broken glass, her hands careful, her gaze unblinking. Death inches closer, savoring the tableau. Sam sinks to the floor, knees hitting wood with a mute thud. For a long moment he does not move, and Death wonders if it will have to prompt him. But then, with the precision of ritual, he extends a hand and lifts the nearest photo from the scatter. It is a snapshot of a woman, early 30s, hair scraped into a bun, a smile drawn so tight that Death can see the ligaments beneath the skin. The backdrop is a kitchen, blue-painted and sunlit. Sam stares, then looks up at Julia. His voice, when it emerges, is a dry exhalation. She used to hum while she cooked, always the same tune. Julia listens. She collects a handful of the photos, holding them with both palms up and edges closer. Her knee bumps his, and though Sam flinches, he does not recoil. He picks up another photo. This one is a garden scene. An old man on a stool, a woman in a straw hat, both absorbed in the trivialities of tending green things. The saturation of the print is so high that Death can taste the chemicals off-gassing from the paper. My grandparents, Sam says. Every summer I get dumped there for a week. They used to grow tomatoes the size of softballs. My grandfather would salt them like steak and eat them with his hands. Julia smiles only briefly, then returns her attention to the spread of images. She sorts them not by chronology, but by color and mood. Cool tones in one pile, yellows and reds in another. She makes no effort to rebox them. instead letting them breathe in the open as if exposure might cure them of their grief. Sam cycles through the photos, each one a landmine. He finds a passport-sized print of a woman in a sari, her face set in the polite anguish of official documentation. He holds it a long time, then sets it gently atop the others. "My aunt," he says, barely audible, "used to send me postcards from everywhere she went, even when she lived 2 towns over." Julia nods. She is closer now, cross-legged beside him, her bare foot tucked beneath his knee. Death notes the shift in body language, the careful, practiced neutrality, the way her touch is always mediated by the intention not to break anything. Sam is silent for a time, and Death lets the interval stretch. He moves a photo with a single finger, then another. His hands are steadier now, but his breathing is still fractional, each inhale fighting for space. Finally, Julia breaks the silence. She holds up a photo of Sam, age maybe 7, missing 2 front teeth and wearing a sweatshirt 3 sizes too big. "You were a menace, weren't you?" The question is a kindness, an excuse for him to step outside the Museum of the Dead. Sam laughs, more a cough, and says, "I was a disaster. Broke both wrists before I was 10. My mother said I'd end up in a full-body cast by puberty." Julia laughs with him, the sound light and unfeigned. She leans into his shoulder, just enough to make contact, then withdraws. They sort through the rest of the photos, each one a code for a story. Sam tells them with a restraint that Death envies, never more than 2 sentences, never the whole truth at once. Julia collects the stories, stores them in the vault of her attention. She never interrupts, never asks for more than what he offers. After an hour, the photographs are arrayed across the floor in a grid of memory. The box, family, archive, sits empty, its function complete. Julia traces a path between the photos with a fingertip, as if reading the narrative left by Sam's hand. Death stands over the tableau, and for the first time since entering this space, it does not know where to intervene. The pain is not clean, but neither is it terminal. Sam exhales, slow and long. "I haven't looked at these in years." Julia looks up, her gaze direct. "Why now?" He shrugs, the gesture abrupt. "No one else to see them, I guess. Or," he hesitates, "no one else I want to show them to." She nods, accepting this. "I'm glad you did." Death observes the aftermath. The air is not lighter, but it is less poisonous. The living have a way of metabolizing loss that defies the rules of physics. They gather the photos, not back into the box, but into a series of makeshift frames. Along the windowsill, pinned to the fridge with cheap magnets, one slid under a cracked coaster on the coffee table. Sam watches Julia do this and makes no move to correct her. The photos remain where she puts them. Death lingers in the kitchen, reading the script of past and present. It finds itself almost hopeful, a word it rarely permits. By noon, the apartment has the look of a place inhabited by the living, not just by their things. Sam stands at the window, a mug cooling in his hand, and surveys the new horizon. Julia sweeps the last of the packing debris into a bag, then joins him. They stand together, close enough for Death to feel the warmth radiate in the space between. Outside, the city pulses with its indifferent heartbeat. Inside, for now, the dead are only present in the way the light refracts off the glass. Death turns away, satisfied. The experiment is working. Death is never more attentive than in the hour before sleep. The residue of the day clings to the living like sweat, saturating the air with things unsaid, and the microdoses of dread that accumulate, cell by cell, as darkness takes up residence in a room. In the new apartment, the bedroom is an afterthought, a last-minute concession to comfort after a day spent fighting entropy. The bed frame is a spindly thing rescued from a neighbor's curb. The mattress still smells faintly of vinyl and foreign detergents. Round the periphery, boxes and bags make up a cordon, hemming the couple in as if to prevent escape or intrusion. Sam lies on his back, arms crossed, gaze mapping the slow progress of headlights on the ceiling as traffic pulses along the overpass. Julia is curled on her side, her hair a smear of shadow against the pillow. For a long time neither speaks. Their breathing, a duet in uneven tempo, is the only proof that the world is not yet entirely over. Death perches on the open closet door, knotting the way the walls trap and amplify every sound. The flex of a bed spring, the hiss of the HVAC, the fractional twitch when Julia's hand brushes against Sam's wrist in the dark. It catalogues the tension, a pressure gradient, unspoken but omnipresent, mapped in the staccato language of glances and withheld sighs. The scene is static until Sam breaks the surface. "I'm terrified of losing you," he says. the words leaking out so quietly that for a moment even death is unsure if they have reached the air. Julia does not turn over. Her voice, when it comes, is flat and salt-edged. Don't make promises you can't keep. Sam laughs, but it's a low, painful sound, something caught in the gears. I'm not promising anything. I just need you to know. I can't do this alone anymore. The light from the window divides the room into fractions. Sam in one quadrant, Julia in another, death in the third. For a while there is no movement, just the sound of the city metabolizing the night. Julia says, "Sometimes I worry I'll never be enough for you." She pulls her knees closer to her chest, the comforter wrapping her like a chrysalis. Like there's this ledger in your head, and I'm always on the wrong side of the equation. Sam turns at last to face her. His voice is barely a vibration. "You are." She laughs, but the sound is brittle. "Which?" Sam reaches out, finding her hand under the tangle of blankets. He threads their fingers together, grip uncertain, as if the contact might set off an alarm. "You're enough," he says, "and then some. But I can't stop waiting for it to all get taken away." Death feels the charge in the air, the old and perfect fear that it knows better than the taste of marrow or blood. The urge to vanish, to spare them the anticipation, is almost overwhelming. But it waits, hands folded, observing. Julia does not pull away. "Everything ends," she says, eyes fixed on the wall. "I get that. I just want," she falters, then recovers. "I want to be in the story, not just the epilogue." Sam closes the gap between them, their foreheads nearly touching. In the darkness, their faces are indistinct, more feeling than shape. "This isn't an epilogue," he says. "It's just the first part that doesn't hurt." Death records the line. It is, in its own taxonomy, an act of defiance. They lie together, hands fused, the rest of the world in abeyance. Death senses the slow recalibration, heart rate sinking, breaths merging into a single, continuous tide. For the first time since the move, the room feels inhabited, not by the ghosts of what has been lost, but by the possibility of what remains. Hours later, the city has dulled to a background hum, and the apartment is soaked in the blue-black ink of pre-dawn. Sam wakes with a jolt, the echo of a nightmare still ricocheting in his chest. He sits up, blinking, and watches Julia sleep. She is turned toward him, her features softened by the absence of thought, of memory, of anything but the blind, selfish need to endure the next minute. Death is in the room now, not as a spectre or a threat, but as a fact, a pressure in the air, a chill on the exposed skin at the nape of Sam's neck. He recognizes it, welcomes it almost, the comfort of an old adversary returned to finish its work. He looks at Julia, then at the darkness, and says, not loudly but with the full gravity of invocation, "I choose this. I choose her." It is a prayer or a challenge, or maybe just a declaration of intent, but death feels the words like a seismic shift. The fear does not dissipate. It simply becomes a background hum, a part of the architecture rather than a flaw in the system. Sam lies back down. He pulls Julia into his arms, careful not to wake her, and listens to the silence for as long as he can bear it. Death, satisfied, retreats to its corner. It has seen enough. The sun, when it comes, will find the two of them still there, tangled, bruised, but together. Death knows the future, of course, but it also knows the value of a single, perfect night. It leaves the room with a whisper of approval, and for once does not close the door. Chapter 11. Death prefers apartments at night. The artificial glow, the hush that settles once the city's metabolism slows, the peculiar way certain human anxieties compound after sunset. In this particular apartment, Death hovers by the bookshelf, eyes, if such things can be said to exist, taking inventory of the evolving still life. The stacked mugs drying by the sink, the spray of Julia's art supplies across the coffee table, a sweatshirt of Sam's left crumpled on the arm of the sofa. Evening's script is unremarkable at first. Sam at the kitchen table, tapping through unread work emails, each click accompanied by the low, involuntary groan that is the signature of adulthood. Julia in the bathroom, the sound of running water just audible beneath the thin walls and even thinner privacy. Death notes the regularity of Sam's breathing, the restless bounce of his foot under the table, the faint shadow moving behind the frosted glass of the bathroom door. Then, an anomaly, Julia emerges without the usual clangor of toothbrush or towel. Her hands are empty, save for a single white object held upright as if to shield it from air or light. She pauses on the threshold, her body making the shape of a question. Death registers the static in the air, the million invisible particles that now hang in suspension between the two. Sam does not look up at first. When he does, he blinks, slow as a reptile, then sits up straighter. He is not a man who expects the world to change on a Tuesday night. Julia crosses to the living room, her steps landing in the precise center of each plank, the way a tightrope walker would if tightropes were manufactured by mid-grade property managers. She stands in front of him, arms rigid at her sides, the object, a plastic stick, gripped as if it were evidence in a murder trial. Death is delighted. It recognizes the scene at once, has watched its like unfold in motel rooms, hospital bathrooms, high school stairwells, and 100,000 ordinary kitchens. But here, in this unit on the 11th floor, the moment feels weighted, the ambient pressure higher, the probability curve bent just so. Julia says nothing at first. She extends her hand, wrist trembling, and holds the test between them. It is neither offered nor withheld. Sam stares at it, then at her, then back again. His jaw flexes, but the rest of his face stays eerily still. Death can taste the cortisol the way it surges and recedes. For a long minute, nothing moves. Then Sam, ever the engineer, ever the empiricist, takes the stick with 2 fingers, careful not to touch the end she has held. He inspects it, turning it to the light. It is white, and it is blue, and it is absolute. The first word out of his mouth is, "Are you sure?" Julia's voice is hollow, but perfectly calibrated. "I took 3. Sam nods, sets the test on the table with forensic gentleness. He opens his mouth, then closes it. 100 thoughts, statistical, existential, logistical, pinwheel behind his eyes. Death is nearly giddy at the speed of them. "I don't know how to do this," Sam says finally, and the words are stripped of bravado, of every defense mechanism he spent a lifetime refining. Julia sits on the couch, knees drawn up, hands folded like she is prepping for a confession. "Neither do I." Death drifts closer, drawn by the vulnerability. It is rare among the living to see the full scope of fear and hope unmasked in real time. The silence between them is not empty, but charged, alive with every version of the future that now fans out in fractal possibility. Sam's eyes are locked on the test, but Death watches his mind cycle through its private roll call of disaster. The accident that took his parents when he was 16, a head-on, instant, but still messy. The slow fade of his grandparents, both claimed within the same grim spring by strokes that rendered their bodies foreign, their voices stranger. The friend, Jake, gone at 27 in a chemical fire that Sam still dreams of when the air smells of solder and burnt metal. Death has kept the record, as it does for everyone, but in Sam the residue is visible. It manifests as a stutter in his breath, a grip on the table so tight the knuckles go from pale to bloodless. He has not been allowed to believe in happy endings, so the news refracts through every layer of past catastrophe. Julia watches him. Death is impressed by her restraint. She does not reach for his hand, does not fill the void with automatic comfort. She lets the silence mature, as if giving him permission to grow a response inside it. "I thought you'd be mad," she says, finally. There's a laugh tucked somewhere in the words, but it doesn't make it past her lips. "Why would I be mad?" She looks away, out the window, where a line of car headlights maps the city's pulse. "You like control." "This is," she gestures vaguely, as if the enormity of pregnancy can be summed by a motion usually reserved for shooing flies. "It's not a disaster," Sam says. Then, as if surprised by the assertion, repeats it. "It's not a disaster." Death marvels. It has seen the language of loss weaponized in every human dialect, but rarely turned back on itself with such delicacy. He stands. The movement is abrupt, inelegant. He paces to the edge of the kitchen, then doubles back, as if the motion itself will untangle the knot in his chest. "Do you want this?" he asks, voice dropped to a lower register, the one reserved for ultimatums and confessions. Julia is silent for a long time. Then, "I don't not want it." "Okay," he says, and sits back down, this time closer to her, the table now a mere suggestion of barrier. Death tracks the next minute as a succession of micro-movements. Sam's left hand, which finds the edge of the table and holds it like a lifeline. Julia's right foot, which bobs in staccato, heel tapping a rapid-fire code into the rug. The way the positive test, resting between them, seems to glow under the cheap LED, the blue lines so crisp they might have been inked with a drafting pen. Death turns its gaze to the room itself, the scene's supporting cast. On the wall above the couch, a series of photos from a trip to Patagonia. Julia in a red windbreaker, face half wild with cold and joy. Sam behind the camera in every shot, his presence implied by the quality of focus and the angle of the frame. Above the photos, one of Julia's canvases, an abstract rendered in violent pinks and aquamarines, the colors threatening to spill off the canvas and into the room. On the shelves, a precise grid of technical manuals, spines uncracked but dusted weakly. Next to them, Julia's collection of thrifted tchotchkes, the treasures of a dozen flea markets, porcelain cats, an hourglass filled with turquoise sand, a pewter mug stamped with a family crest neither of them could trace. Death regards the apartment as a map of their union, each artifact a proof that order and chaos can be, if not reconciled, then at least made to coexist. Back on the couch, Sam's face is no longer blank. It is, in Death's estimation, the face of a man slowly reprogramming his own expectations. The tremor in his jaw is gone, replaced by something like focus, or maybe hope. He reaches for Julia's hand. She lets him take it, her palm cool and dry, the fingers folding around his as if in rehearsal for something larger. "We're going to be parents," he says, and the statement hangs in the air unchallenged. Death, ever the auditor, senses the axis of the world tilt by a micron. It will take time for the new reality to propagate, but the shift is undeniable. Julia does not weep, not right away. She leans into him, their shoulders touching, and lets her eyes close. Sam's thumb strokes the back of her hand once, twice, before he too surrenders to stillness. Outside, the city moves on, indifferent. But inside, everything is now irrevocably altered. Death withdraws to the corner, satisfied. Its work tonight is to witness, nothing more. Tomorrow, there will be logistics and questions, and the slow, relentless creep of uncertainty. But for now, there is this, the positive test between them, the pulse of 4 heartbeats in the room, the quiet, radiant fact of a future that has not yet learned to grieve itself. The hour grows late. On the wall, the painted riot, Death mentally corrects itself. The painted upheaval seems less an assault and more a signal, a warning flare that even in the best planned lives, beauty has a way of arriving unannounced, insistent, impossible to ignore. Death files the moment away, one of its rarest, a night in which hope outnumbers sorrow, if only for the space of a single breath. In the weeks that follow, Death observes the transformation of the apartment from the comparative serenity of a 2-person system into the forward operating base of a planned, if improbable, invasion. The lines of battle are drawn with military clarity. Sam at the kitchen table, advancing steadily through stacks of library books and printouts. Julia at the edges, watching with an indulgence that flirts with sarcasm, but never lands. It is not quite nesting, not yet. Rather, Sam attacks the project of parenthood with the zeal of someone who has never trusted luck, but still believes, dimly, in the power of preparation. The table vanishes beneath a sprawl of spiral-bound notebooks, highlighters, color-coded sticky notes, and death counts, 5 separate copies of What to Expect in various editions and physical states. The third day, a whiteboard has appeared on the far wall, mapped with timelines, milestones, and a column ominously titled Contingencies. Sam spends an hour every morning updating it, the chiseled tip of the marker squeaking out the future in sharp block capitals. Death is charmed by the futility of it. Every disaster scenario is cross-indexed, every variable assigned a risk score, every uncertainty greeted not with dread, but with the faint hope that systems analysis might domesticate fate. This morning, Sam has assembled a battalion of sources. American Academy of Pediatrics to his left, several tabbed issues of Consumer Reports to his right, and in the middle, a laptop that hums with the accumulated dread of 1,000 parenting forums. Death lingers just behind his left shoulder, following the spreadsheet as it evolves from a simple column of dates into a snarl of macros, graphs, and color flags. Julia emerges, wrapped in an oversized robe, hair wet from the shower. She stops at the fridge, fetches a lemon yogurt, and surveys the kitchen landscape as if assessing a storm's aftermath. She waits until Sam finishes typing before setting a cup of tea next to his elbow. "Anything new in baby science?" she asks, voice dry but not unkind. Sam looks up, momentarily disoriented by the transition from digital panic to physical reality. Apparently, crib mattress firmness is a matter of life and death. Also, pediatricians are booked out 3 months in advance. Julia sits across from him, tucks one leg up under her robe, and spoons the yogurt with the tempo of someone in no hurry at all. "My mother says they just let you bring home Barbies in the 90s. No lessons, no safety briefings. She claims the pediatrician was a guy who also did taxidermy." Sam is, for a moment, thrown off script. "I don't think that's accurate." "She showed me a photo," Julia says. "There's a deer in the background. You can tell by the eyes." Death studies the exchange, intrigued by the contrast in thermodynamics. Sam running hot with anxiety, Julia radiating a kind of amused inertia. It is less an argument than the collision of 2 incompatible elements. Julia sips her tea, then sets the cup down with a thud. "What do you need from me?" Sam glances at the whiteboard. If we're going to paint the nursery, we need to pick a color. The fumes can mess with brain development if we do it too late. She squints, then laughs. You want to do the painting now? I'm not even showing. He flushes. Death notes the precise hue, catalogues it against a database of previous humiliations. It's on the list. Show me, Julia says, tilting her head toward the binder at the center of the table. Sam hesitates, then slides it across. It is organized by swatches, each section labeled in his own hand: soothing blues, warm yellows, neutrals, potential for growth. Julia flips through, lips pursed. These all look like toothpaste commercials, she says, but there is a fondness in the way she lingers on each sample. What if we just went with whatever color feels right when we get there? Barbies remember colors, Sam says. Early exposure can bias them for life. I looked it up. Julia tears off a sticky note and slaps it to the Aqua Whisper page. Let's be rebels. We'll decide at the hardware store. Death files the moment. Not a capitulation, but an armistice. The war will continue, but for now there is peace in uncertainty. Later, Julia returns to the living room, arms full of unsorted laundry. She dumps it onto the sofa, then begins folding with a dexterity Death finds hypnotic. Sam shadows her, still clutching the binder, as if unable to relinquish command. We should talk about names, he says. He does not meet her eyes. Julia glances over. You're way ahead of schedule. He fidgets. I just thought maybe we should have options. Options are good, Julia says, and begins listing them with a breezy, improvisational rhythm. Luna, Mara, Aiden, Eamon, Kestrel. Sam is unprepared for the last. He writes it down anyway. Isn't that a bird? He asks, half-smile creeping in. Julia shrugs. Birds are free. Sam sets the binder down, lets his hand rest on her knee. Do you want them to be free? He asks, softer. Julia does not answer immediately. She finishes folding a shirt, sets it in a stack. I want them to be safe, she says. Free, but safe. Death registers the line. It is not a joke, not this time. The room is briefly lighter, as if the density of expectation has thinned. The mood does not last. That evening, Sam insists on setting a schedule for prenatal appointments. He builds a wall calendar, annotates each week with vitamin regimens and exercise milestones. Julia leans over his shoulder, reading upside down, and snorts. You're going to hate it when the baby doesn't stick to your plan, she says. I just want to get it right, Sam replies, and it is the closest he comes to admitting fear. Death observes the evening as it unwinds. The apartment, once a theater of opposites, now hums with a new energy, chaotic, but not at war. Sam obsesses over details. Julia pokes gentle holes in his certainty. They move around each other in a choreography of anticipation, every gesture a rehearsal for the infinite contingencies of what's to come. At midnight, Death lingers in the hallway. Sam has fallen asleep on the couch, spreadsheet open on his laptop, hand draped over his heart. Julia is curled at the opposite end, her foot touching his ankle, the gentle friction of skin on skin a constant even in sleep. Death takes a snapshot of the room. The notes, the open books, the binder now speared with Julia's sticky notes in 100 colors. The apartment, transformed by their efforts, looks less like a fortress and more like a nest. In the hush, Death admits to something almost like admiration. Against all probability, the living have learned to cooperate with uncertainty. They have chosen, over and over, to improvise rather than retreat. For now, that is enough. Tomorrow will bring its own disasters. But tonight, the only thing in the air is the promise of a future that refuses to be managed. And just for the record, Death is rooting for it. Medical offices are Death's least favorite venues. Not for the inevitability of outcome. Death admires a straight line as much as anyone. But for the staging, the drag of waiting rooms, and the limbo of unremarkable corridors. In this clinic, the lighting is low and indirect. The walls are forgettable blue. The chairs molded plastic, designed for both sterility and the prevention of sleep. The place is so modern, it's already outdated, a monument to a future that never quite arrives. Sam and Julia sit together, hands clasped in her lap, the shared silence not the brittle edge of argument, but the dense, underwater quiet of people bracing for a blow. Sam wears his best button-down, pressed that morning, the collar so stiff it sketches a rash at the base of his throat. Julia's hair is wet, darkening the fabric of her shirt at the nape. They do not speak. Death drifts through the waiting room, reading the magazines no one else touches, surveying the other bodies in waiting. A woman with an arm in a cast, scrolling aimlessly. A couple in matching gym clothes, their phones held in identical grips. an older man staring at a poster about colon health with the intensity of a gambler memorizing odds. The nurse appears, calls Julia's name, and the spell breaks. Julia stands, offers her hand to Sam. He takes it, their fingers interlocked in a code of mutual reassurance. The nurse, clipboard against her chest, smiles with the professional brightness of someone who has perfected the art of neutral empathy. The exam room is smaller than expected, everything scaled down for economy of motion. A vinyl bed, a rolling stool, a machine with a monitor, and a wand coiled like a medical serpent. There is a print of Monet on the wall, its colors an affront to the clinical whites and blues. The technician enters, young, ponytail, eyes ringed with exhaustion. "First appointment?" she asks, typing into the keyboard without waiting for a reply. Julia nods. "First time for both of us." The tech glances at Sam, then at Julia's file. "We'll do a quick look, then you can see the little bean." She gestures for Julia to lie down, exposes her stomach, and applies the gel with a flourish that is almost artistic. The wand follows, its business end pressed flat against the skin. Death watches the screen, unblinking. It has seen these images a billion times, but never tires of the moment when a blur becomes a pulse, a static field suddenly resolved into the signature of a life. Sam's grip on Julia's hand tightens. Death notes the whitening of his knuckles, the minuscule flex in his jaw. He watches the monitor, hungry for data, and when the heartbeat flares into the speakers, a fast, insistent whoosh, more engine than heart, Sam jerks as if physically struck. "That's ours?" he asks, voice a full octave higher than usual. The tech nods, smiling for real this time. "That's your baby. Looks perfect." Death feels the temperature in the room drop. In that instant, Sam's composure cracks, eyes wet, mouth set in a line so tight it could cut glass. He laughs, or maybe sobs, then wipes his face with the back of his hand, embarrassed. Julia turns, studies his face with clinical precision. "Hey," she says, "you okay?" Sam nods, but the motion is unstable. "It's just real," he manages. Death lingers in the corner, savoring the moment. The heartbeat, amplified in the tiny room, is so loud it drowns out the HVAC, the hum of fluorescent lights, even the technician's gentle commentary about yolk sacs and limb buds. The sound is an announcement. Nothing will ever be the same. When the appointment ends, the nurse hands Julia a printout, a blurry oval circled in black. Sam pockets it as if it is currency. The walk to the car is silent, and even Death, who can trail anyone anywhere, struggles to keep up with the velocity of their thoughts. In the parking lot, Sam buckles in, keys in hand, but does not start the engine. The windows fog with their breath. For a while, neither speaks. Death floats in the back seat, waiting. Sam breaks first. "I'm scared," he says, the words raw and stripped of artifice. Julia puts her hand on his thigh, thumb tracing a slow spiral. "Me too, all the time." He turns to face her. "No, I mean, I'm scared I'll lose you, or both of you." Julia's smile is crooked. "You can't lose what you haven't got yet." "But that's the point," Sam says. "I have it. You the baby. It's already here." He gestures with a fist, as if the feeling is lodged somewhere just under the sternum. Death recognizes the move. It is the gesture of the condemned, the gesture of the newly blessed. The difference is only semantic. Julia leans back, eyes on the blurred horizon through the windshield. "What are you most afraid of?" she asks, tone almost clinical. Sam thinks. He does not rush. "I'm afraid I won't be enough," he says at last, "that something will happen and I won't know how to fix it, that all the planning is just a joke." Julia closes her eyes. "You ever feel like you're watching your life from outside your own body?" she asks, and Death perks up at the line, finding it more literal than most humans ever guess. Sam considers then, every day. Julia nods. "When I heard the heartbeat, I thought I'd be happy, but all I could think was, what if I mess this up? What if I'm not good enough to keep it safe?" Sam turns to her, eyes wet again. "You're the bravest person I know." Julia laughs, and the sound is as brittle as ice. "I'm not. I'm just good at pretending." Death leans in, curious. There is something here, some hinge on which the whole future will turn. Sam rests his head against the steering wheel. "I've spent my life watching people leave. The thought of loving you both this much." He cuts off, unable to finish. Julia pulls his hand to her stomach, holds it there. "Then we'll be terrified together," she says. "That way, at least, we're not alone." The car is a capsule, a sealed environment of fear and hope, and the possibility that courage is just the decision to keep moving. Death feels its own attention sharpen, as if even it can be surprised by the living. They sit like that, hand on stomach, until the windows clear and the sun breaks through the fog. The printout of the ultrasound lies on the dashboard, a token of faith in a system designed for nothing but uncertainty. Death files the moment, its favorite yet. The instant when the living choose love, not in spite of dread, but because of it. In the rear view, Death waits, invisible, a passenger in their impossible future. Saturday arrives, sharp-edged and saturated, the air in the apartment so full of sunlight that Death suspects it could be bottled and sold as a controlled substance. The nursery project is scheduled to commence at 900 per Sam's now laminated agenda, but Julia ignores the summons in favor of 3 slow coffees, a chapter of her book, and the complete disregard of all clocks. By the time she appears in the doorway, Sam is already tapping the baseboards, his hands steady, his hair tucked beneath a disposable painter's cap. Julia's overalls, paint freckled from a dozen previous campaigns, hang loose on her frame, the front pocket bulging with a toolkit more suitable for sculpture than wall priming. Sam's attire, purchased new for the occasion, is so white it glows. Death, stationed in the hallway, sees the juxtaposition as a study in existential contrast. "Classical?" Julia asks, raising an eyebrow at the strains of batch bleeding from the Bluetooth speaker. "Prenatal optimality," Sam answers. "It's in the literature." Julia sets her coffee on the windowsill and surveys the room. The baby's future domain is a blank rectangle, the corners webbed with cracks, the carpet still holding the imprint of the prior tenant's dresser. There's a birth certificate taped to the window, awaiting dry time. "Do you want to argue first, or after we start?" she asks. Sam considers. After, wet paint is less forgiving. They begin. Sam cuts precise lines with the brush, his movements so calibrated that Death wonders if he has rehearsed them at night, alone. Julia rolls the walls in broad, enthusiastic arcs, sometimes overlapping his borders, sometimes painting over her own mistakes. They trade space as they work, moving around each other with the practiced inertia of people who have learned to compromise in every other domain. After an hour, the room smells of latex and sweat, and something faintly citrus, a deodorizer hidden in the paint. Sunlight slants across the drop cloth, fracturing the room into segments of blue and yellow. Death notes the music has changed. Mahler now, soft and unhurried. Julia pauses, squinting at the wall. "Did you ever think about what you'd name a kid?" she asks, dabbing a rogue drip from the trim. "Once," Sam says, "for a college psych class. We had to write our own fake obituary." Julia laughs. "You're kidding." "Sadly, no. I went with Robert." She leans against the roller, wipes her forehead. "Why Robert?" "Normal, safe. Someone you could trust to hold down a job or pay taxes on time." Julia rolls her eyes. "You wanted a baby who was a 40-year-old accountant." Sam shrugs. "Accountants have good health insurance." Death listens as they volley options. Ancient Roman emperors, doomed poets, the name of a dog Julia once loved and lost. It is equal parts joke and audition, each syllable weighed for potential. There is no winner. Midway through the second coat, Julia starts humming. It is not the classical track, but something older, the tune meandering and gentle. She paints without looking, and after a moment, Sam finds himself matching the melody. The brush and roller fall in sync, a slow duet. The room is half finished when Sam, out of nowhere, says, "My mom used to hum when she was happy." Julia stops, the roller poised above her head. She does not turn around. "What song?" Sam thinks then. I don't know if it was a song, just a noise. Sometimes she'd switch to whistling if the mood was really good. Death remembers the mother. The short hair, the scent of lavender, the way she held Sam's face in both hands, as if memorizing it for a test she hadn't studied for. It feels the memory spark in Sam, then burns slowly down. She had this trick for getting stains out, Sam says, brush moving in careful strokes. She'd use club soda and a butter knife, never failed. Julia sets down the roller, wipes her hands on her overalls, and perches on the windowsill. Was she happy a lot? Sam does not answer right away. She tried, he says. She was better at it than me. Death catalogues the silence, the way the light pools around Julia's ankles, the way Sam's voice does not tremble. Julia glances at him, then at the wall. She'd be proud of you, this whole thing. Maybe, Sam says, but she'd be annoyed at the color. She was strictly an eggshell woman. Julia laughs, the sound sharp and honest. Well, it's not her nursery. A beat, then Sam. No, it's not. They work in silence after that, but it is a comfortable one, filled with the tap of brush on tin, the low rumble of music, the sound of two people trying to build something neither has seen before. After a while, Julia says, "What about your dad or your grandparents?" Sam wipes paint from his wrist with a rag. Dad was an engineer, liked solving problems more than people. Grandad fished every Sunday, even when it snowed. Nana grew tomatoes the size of your fist. He says this without embellishment, the facts stacked like stones. Julia lets the quiet hang then. Did you ever go fishing? Once I hooked my own ear, bled like hell. Julia cackles. There it is, the family legacy. Sam glances at her, eyes bright for a second. You come from a long line of people who loved deeply and bled easily, he says, and the line floats in the sun-dusted air, soft as the music. Death feels the difference in him. The way the stories now bend toward joy, not loss, the way his hands are steady even as the light fades. By late afternoon, the room is transformed. The walls gleam, a color neither of them would have chosen alone, but now cannot imagine changing. The drop cloth is a spattered map of everywhere they have stepped, knelt, argued, laughed. They stand in the doorway, arms around each other, and admire their handiwork. Julia yawns, rests her head on Sam's shoulder. We make a good team, she says. He nods. We do. Death watches as the music slows. The sun dips behind the towers outside, and the future, for once, feels navigable. Julia falls asleep on the couch, body curled like a comma, hair haloed out behind her. Sam washes the brushes, wipes down the rollers, and cleans the paint from the rim of the bucket with a precision that would have made his mother proud. He moves quietly through the apartment, tucks a blanket around Julia, and stands for a long time at the threshold of the nursery, staring at the place where the color changes at the ceiling. He steps inside, lets his hand trail along the curve of the wall, then stops at the patch where Julia had signed her name in wet paint. He traces the letters, thumb smudging the edge of the J, and then, voice barely above a whisper, says, I will protect you both, no matter what. Death stands in the doorway, arms folded, gaze fixed on the man in the half-light. It has seen promises like this before. Most break, some fracture, a few endure. But tonight it cannot help but wonder if this one might actually hold. For the first time in ages, death does not step forward. It does not touch, does not mark, does not measure the distance between now and the inevitable. It just watches, waiting to see what the living will do next. Chapter 12. Death waits, as it always does, on the threshold. Not poised, not lingering, but settled with the patient gravity of something that has already outlasted the room and everything in it. It stands just inside the nursery doorway, its presence a subtraction of air, while Sam maps the four pale walls as if he's reconstructing them from scratch. The windows are taped over with newsprint to catch the inevitable splatter. A new rug, still tagged, lies coiled on the floor like a snake in winter. Every surface, every edge, is a variable for Sam to solve. He measures distances, wall to window, crib to door, rocker to baseboard. The tape measure whips out, retracts, whips again, each length recorded in pencil on a graph paper pad. On the bed, a mattress still wrapped in plastic, lie the patient's tools, a carpenter's square, a level, a box of blue chalk. At his feet, the paint cans are arranged in a tight phalanx, their lids annotated in ballpoint. Death catalogues each motion with the rigor of a lab technician. It notes the flexion of Sam's knees as he double-checks the wall stud alignment, the hunch of his spine as he corrects for a bubble of air under the paint tape. Death is unconcerned with the future of the room itself. Its curiosity lies in the choreography, in the micro-adjustments, and the way every act of making seems to double as an act of remembrance. Julia enters without sound, gliding in behind Sam and watching for a moment before announcing herself. She stands in the patch of weak sunlight that has managed to bleed through the window shade, arms crossed, chin up. Death registers her in fractions. The crescent shadow of a smile, the uneven clip of her hair, the small scar above her left knuckle, a legacy of childhood. She waits until Sam is distracted by the level before she sidesteps behind him, reaching for the tape measure at the same moment he does. Let me guess, Julia says, her voice pitched just above the hush of the street below. You're planning to draft the baby before it can crawl. Sam doesn't flinch at her sudden proximity. He releases the tape measure, just a split second late, so that her fingers briefly overlap his. Barbies don't crawl until, 8 months, he says. That's plenty of time to recalibrate if the load shifts. Julia laughs. Death notes that the sound has not changed, even as her body center of gravity has begun to tilt forward, the growing mass under her shirt both ballast and vulnerability. She leans in, nudging the tape back into its housing, and lets her hand trail along the edge of the workbench before appending a stool and moving it 2 inches off the precisely marked chalk line. There, she says, spinning the stool on its axis so the legs splay in deliberate chaos. Much less fascist. Sam regards the disruption with the stoicism of a man used to creative sabotage. He flicks the level once, replaces it, and returns to his sketch. It's easier if you let me get the measurements first, he says. Then you can randomize it. Julia plants herself on the stool, one foot hooked under a rung, and folds her arms. You don't have to act like there's a building inspector coming in an hour. Sam's pencil halts mid-stroke. He glances up at her, eyes tired but not unkind. I like having a plan. Julia spins the stool, the motion gentle enough not to threaten her balance. I know, she says, but this isn't a FEMA shelter, it's a nursery. You can let it be a little, she gestures at the unevenly patched ceiling, human. Beth listens, as it always does, for the resonance of fear under the dialogue. Sam's need for precision is not just habit. It is a bulwark against the past, against the unpredictability that claimed half his bloodline before he finished growing into his own hands. Julia's disorder is equally intentional, a refusal to let the future calcify before she's had a chance to vandalize it. Death appreciates both strategies, having seen them fail and succeed in equal measure. The paint can sit between them, an awkward mediator. Julia leans forward, toes splayed on the boards, and pops the lid off the nearest can with a screwdriver. You know what I remember about my childhood bedroom? She asks, voice gone soft at the edges. It smelled like feet, and there was a weird stain on the wall that looked like an octopus. Sam grins, the motion so brief Death almost misses it. You want a mural? I want, Julia says, dipping the mixing stick into the pastel blue, for you to chill out and just start painting. A beat. Sam sets down the pencil and flexes his fingers. Death watches the effort, the way he consciously unspools the tension from his hands before picking up the paint tray. You want drop cloths? He asks, already knowing the answer. Julia is already drizzling paint onto a roller, the splash uneven, deliberate. We'll scrub it, she says, or paint over it next year. Nothing's permanent. Death remains by the doorway, perfectly still, observing the way the air grows thicker, more electric, as the first lines of color drag up the wall. Sam paints in precise verticals, never overlapping, while Julia roller coats in broad, diagonal sweeps, covering half the masking tape in the process. The contrasts are immediate. Julia's section is already a blur of brushstrokes and overlap, while Sam's is an even, geometric rectangle. They work in silence, their two approaches edging toward each other in slow, inevitable collision. When the roller splatters a fleck of blue onto Sam's shirt, Julia grins. Battle wound, she says. Sam wipes at it, fails, and shrugs. Occupational hazard. You make it sound like parenthood is a war zone, Julia says, but her smile is forgiving. Sam turns, eyes on the growing patch of color. It's not. Julia spins the roller, watches the paint splatter onto the drop cloth. Maybe, but it's the only one where both sides are supposed to win. Death marks the line, files it for future reference. It is neither true nor false, but it has the taste of survival about it. The painting continues, the room gradually filling with the smell of latex and a rising tide of nervous sweat. Death's presence is not acknowledged, but Sam glances at the empty doorway once or twice, as if sensing the vacuum left behind. Julia hums, low and tuneless, her song drifting between the scrape of the roller and the faint city noise leaking through the window. At one point, Sam sets down his brush, walks to the center of the room and stands very still. Do you ever think about? He stops, the rest of the sentence lost. Death leans in, curious. Julia does not turn from the wall. About what? Sam hesitates. About how fast it's all going, like every day is just. He shakes his head. Never mind, it's stupid. Julia pauses, roller poised above her head. No, it's not. He looks at her, really looks, as if searching for coordinates. I just want it to be okay, he says, voice raw and too loud in the echo of the nursery. Julia nods, the motion slow, and sets the roller in the tray. She crosses to him, stands so close Death wonders if the air will combust. She rests her paint-smeared hand on his arm, not a comfort so much as a grounding. It will be, or it won't, but we'll make it work. Sam's shoulders drop a fraction. You really think that? Julia leans into his side, chin on his shoulder. No, she says, and then, quietly, but I really want to. Death steps back, giving them the space it rarely allows. It considers the ways in which the living teach themselves to improvise, how even the most meticulous plans buckle under the weight of a single, well-aimed confession. It wonders whether the child, this theoretical creature, as yet unborn, will inherit Sam's need for control, or Julia's flair for disorder, or something else entirely. It wonders if it will be there to see the answer. In the hallway, the clock ticks onward. The room fills with the blur of color, with the drone of the city, with the electric tension of two people trying not to lose their nerve. Death waits, sentinel and silent, listening for the first fracture in the new world they are building. It knows it won't have to wait long. For now, it is enough to stand in the doorway, watching as the future is built one paint-stained handprint at a time. Death, still rooted at its post, senses the shift before the room does. The color in the can is a nearly translucent blue, an aspiration more than a pigment, and Sam approaches it as if the act of painting is an operation requiring sterile field and scalpel. He dips the angled brush, draws it out, and lets the excess fall in silent strings to the rim. Each stroke is a microcosm, vertical, unbroken, the boundaries of the tape observed with almost liturgical devotion. He is sweating in the cold morning light, jaw set so hard that Death can see the lines etched along the hinge. Julia, meanwhile, has abandoned all pretense of technique. She coats the roller in a slurry of paint and attacks the walls in great, swinging arcs, heedless of pattern or thickness. Her section is already a map of continents and weather systems, the blue so uneven it seems alive. She splashes past Sam's neat border, a comet tail of droplets trailing her movements. The effect on Sam is visible. He watches the incursion, lips pressed thin, but says nothing. He doubles down on his corner, painting more quickly, as if speed alone can erase the chaos blooming behind him. Death watches, as it always does, for the moment when entropy overtakes the illusion of control. It is not disappointed. Julia, noticing Sam's acceleration, grins. She leans in, roller dripping, and says, "You missed a spot," dabbing a fat glob of blue just above his shoulder, out of reach. Sam's eyes flick to the blemish. For a second, he stands motionless, brush still wet. Death can almost hear the circuits rerouting behind his eyes. "You did that on purpose," Sam says, voice low. Julia feigns innocence, setting the roller in its cradle. "I would never." Death admires the escalation, recognizes in it the same competitive instinct that fuels both courtship and annihilation. Sam sets his brush in the tray, wipes his hands on the already ruined jeans, and crosses to the ladder. He climbs 3 rungs up, surveys the top edge of the wall, and calmly paints over Julia's latest intrusion. When he descends, he steps too close, and Julia, not missing a cue, drags a stripe of paint across his forearm with the back of her wrist. The exchange is surgical, precise. Sam's retort is a dip of his thumb in the tray and a fingerprint of blue on Julia's nose, left there with a gentleness that borders on reverence. They circle each other, both waiting for the next move. Death holds its breath, figuratively. It has none to hold, knowing exactly where this will go. Julia breaks first, splattering Sam's chest with a full roll of the brush. It leaves a sopping arc from collarbone to hip, a Rorschach of surrender. Sam blinks, then, as if resigning to the inevitable, dips a broad brush in the can and flicks it upward, painting a loose band around Julia's bicep. Paint fight is on. It is not a battle so much as a choreography, each move met with a counter, each escalation preempted by laughter. The rug takes the worst of it, blue stains blooming like bacterial cultures across the weave. The newsprint shielding the window is quickly overwhelmed, soaked to translucency in a matter of minutes. Death observes the entropy, mapping each splatter and streak, tallying the number of times skin meets skin, and how the force behind it is never truly punitive. At one point, Julia spins to dodge a volley and slips, catching herself against the half-painted crib. Her hands slide along the rail, leaving streaks of blue like tiny rivers. She laughs, and the sound is so loud that Death is almost certain the neighbors will come knocking. Sam, a beat behind, skids on the drop cloth and nearly collides with her, his hands closing reflexively around her hips to steady her. They pause, panting, blue paint everywhere. "You look like an extra from Blue Man Group," Julia says, breathless. Sam glances down at his arms, then at hers. "It's your fault," he says, but the accusation is weightless. Julia plants a kiss on his cheek, leaving a perfect, if imperfectly shaped, print. Death logs it, the first time in hours that Sam has relinquished control, even for a second. The aftermath is a tableau of disaster. The walls are a patchwork, their intended color overwhelmed by layers of improvisation. The tools are abandoned, dripping paint onto the plastic. Julia sits cross-legged in the middle of the rug, shirt ruined, hands flecked to the wrists. Sam stands over her, shirtless now, the garment lost somewhere in the melee, his chest and arms streaked with blue. It is here, in the denouement, that Sam notices his hands. He holds them out, turning them over, and Death detects the micro-shudder of memory. For a moment, Sam seems entirely detached from the room, gaze locked on his own skin. "My mom," he says, so quietly that only Julia and Death can hear it. "She used to get mad at me for making messes. We had this," he hesitates, searching, "this one room, the only one with carpet. She hated how it picked up stains." Julia leans in, knees bumping his ankles. She doesn't ask, only waits. "I always tried to clean up before she noticed," Sam continues. "But I never got all of it. She'd find the spots and she wouldn't yell, not really. She'd just go quiet, and I knew I'd disappointed her." Julia, still silent, wipes her palms on her jeans, then places one hand over Sam's. "It's just paint," she says, her thumb tracing the blue along his wrist. "We can fix it, or we can leave it." Death, for once, finds itself uncertain. It has witnessed Sam's memory before, but never so unguarded, never in a moment that might actually count. Julia's presence, the softness in her gesture, is a variable outside its usual models. Sam laughs, the sound brittle. "It's not the carpet, though," he says. "We can always paint over it." Julia stands, moves close and presses her forehead to his. "Yeah, but I like it better this way." The room is quiet again, but it's a new quiet. Less the void left by disaster, more the hush of things finally settling into place. Death, still at the threshold, scans the scene. The walls, a topography of color and accident. The rug, a memorial to the war just ended. The pair of them, coated in blue and holding on as if they might float away otherwise. Julia pulls back, wipes a streak of paint from Sam's cheek and says, "You want to help me finish, or you want to keep reminiscing?" Sam grins, the smile less restrained than before. "I'm good with both." They return to the work, but now their movements are looser, less concerned with edge or finish. They overlap, their sections blending until the lines are gone. The blue is darker in some places, thin as breath in others, but it covers the old color completely. Death lets itself relax just slightly. It cannot claim responsibility for the outcome. Chaos is its domain, but so is the balance struck at the end of it. It marvels, privately, at the way the living can transform even the ugliest wreckage into a new kind of order. By evening, the walls are finished. Julia stands back, surveying the work. "I like it," she says. "It looks alive." Sam agrees, voice softer than before. "It's perfect." Death disagrees, but only on principle. Julia packs up the tools, Sam rolls the drop cloth, and together they drag the ruined rug into the hallway. The apartment, for the first time since they moved in, smells like something new. As the sun drops behind the skyline, Death hovers by the window, watching the blue fade to grey in the dusk. In the living room, Sam and Julia share the couch, arms intertwined, legs tangled. They do not speak, but the silence is no longer fraught. It is a peace brokered by accident, by paint, by the willingness to ruin something in order to make it better. Death, for once, is content to observe, no longer searching for the next fracture. It stands watch as the couple, and the room, settle into the unfamiliar comfort of a mess well made. Tomorrow there will be new stains, new arguments, new disasters. But tonight there is only the color, and the memory, and the echo of laughter still vibrating in the freshly painted walls. Death moves closer as dusk slips in, the last natural light pooling on the painted floorboards, diluted by the blue of the new walls. The room is still, the air thick with the chemical sweetness of latex, the synthetic promise that this transformation will hold, at least until entropy reasserts itself. Julia stands at the window, watching the skyline blend into a single soft bruise, her arms crossed and lips moving silently to a tune only she can hear. Sam lingers in the doorway, a brush in his hand, the tip trembling with the effort of doing nothing. He is clean now, or as close as he will get, the worst of the paint washed from his hair and skin. But there is a stain under his thumbnail, a thin line the color of faded sky, and Death finds itself drawn to the way he rubs at it with his thumb, again and again, as if by sheer force of will he could restore himself to a blank state. They do not speak for a long time. Julia's back is to Sam, and Sam's gaze slides over her, over the walls, over the unfinished crib, as if afraid that to focus on any one thing for too long is to invite disaster. At last, Julia turns. She holds out a brush of her own, thin, the kind used for detail work, and the gesture is so solemn that for a moment Death expects a ritual. "You should do it," she says, and the words hang waiting. Sam looks at the brush, then at her. "It's just a wall," he says, voice thin as vapor. Julia shakes her head. It's not, she says. Not if we do it on purpose. Death knows what comes next. It has seen 1,000 parents write their hopes, their names, their secret wishes on the places where they plan for their children to sleep. Most cover it over, some let it show. It is a warding spell, a contract with the universe that, for a little while at least, the world will stay together. Sam steps into the room, the floor creaking once under his bare feet. He dips the brush into the can, wipes it off on the rim, and stands before the largest blank space on the east wall. Julia is behind him, just out of reach, and death registers the way she holds her breath, as if waiting to see if he will finish the motion or let it go. The hand shakes, not a lot, but enough that the first letter is wider at the bottom than at the top. The paint beads up, drips, lands on the floor. Sam's lips move as he spells out the name, each curve and straight line an act of faith. Death recognizes the name, of course, though it has not yet been spoken aloud. Julia moves to stand beside him, her shoulder brushing his. She puts her hand over his, steadying it, and together they finish the word. When they are done, Sam steps back, surveying the mark. It is uneven, the blue darker here and lighter there, but it is unmistakably a name. "You did good," Julia says, her voice nearly a whisper. Sam smiles, and it is the first true smile Death has seen in hours. Julia slips away, brush still in hand. "I'm going to shower," she says, disappearing down the hallway, her footsteps trailing off into the hush. Death glides to Sam's side, the temperature of the room falling by a degree or two. Sam stands, shoulders hunched, staring at the name on the wall. Death feels the density of the moment, the way the air seems to resist movement, the pull of all the unspoken fears and silent hopes that have filled this apartment since the first night they arrived. Sam lifts his fingers, tracing the letters without touching. "It's not finished," he says, more to himself than to the empty room. "It never is." Death remains silent. This is not its moment. Sam steps to the window, staring out into the blue-lit street. The city below is alive with lights, small constellations mapped by traffic and the occasional ambulance siren. He watches until the world outside becomes abstract, then turns back to the wall. His breath is visible, or so Death imagines, a small puff of condensation in the cold he does not know has arrived. "I'll protect you," he says, voice just above a murmur. "Even if I don't know how, I promise." The words echo. Death feels them vibrate in the floorboards, in the thin glass of the window. There is nothing to answer with. Promises, it knows, are like paint on walls, beautiful, fragile, and so easily covered over. Sam stands in the center of the room, hands dangling at his sides. He shivers once, and then looks directly at the corner where Death waits. He does not see it, not quite. But his eyes linger, and in that pause, Death wonders if he senses the presence of something watching, keeping inventory. "Is someone there?" Sam asks, half smiling at his own absurdity. "Death is, of course. It always is." Sam shrugs off the question, heads down the hall, and the light from the nursery follows him for a moment before falling away. The room is quiet. Death drifts to the wall, reading the name, the shaky letters still wet. It commits the moment to memory, as it does with all things that matter. There will be more work to do tomorrow. There always is. For now, it waits in the painted blue dark. The name on the wall, a promise it cannot keep, but will remember all the same. Death returns after midnight, when the city has finally unknotted itself into pools of silence. It does not knock. It never does. The nursery is darker now, the only illumination a slip of moonlight uncoiling itself across the blue walls and the pale floorboards. The can of paint is sealed, the brushes washed and arrayed on a scrap of cardboard, bristles splayed in slow surrender. Death settles into the shadow beside the window, its preferred vantage, the same as it has chosen for 1,000 vigils. It notes the temperature, colder than before, the way the air holds its breath between the walls. On the feature wall, the name glows faintly, the paint still wet enough to catch the lunar gleam. Death reads it again, as it has read every name ever written, and wonders how long this one will last. The apartment is quiet. Far off, a siren pulses, then fades. Above, a neighbor coughs, the sound muffled by 2 layers of insulation and a decade of dust. The hallway is empty, the only trace of living a sock abandoned near the door. Death catalogues these things, not because they matter, but because everything is data, a breadcrumb leading back to the precise moment when something becomes memory. Turns its attention to the nursery, to the residue of Sam and Julia. The scent of them lingers, salt and sweat, the low alkaline tang of paint, the undercurrent of laundry soap. They are asleep now, limbs tangled in the way of people who have fought through to an uneasy peace. Death can picture them in the dark, the curve of Julia's arm over Sam's chest, the slow tide of his breath in and out, the micro-movements as his muscles recalibrate against some ancient nightmare. Death wonders, as it often does, why the living persist in building things they know will collapse. Why every vow, every child, every handprint on a wall is made in the face of certainty that one day it will be erased. It knows the answer, has heard a million variations, because it is beautiful, because it is all they have, because not to try is a worse kind of death than the one it brings. It remembers Sam's promise, thin, almost pleading, echoing in the painted dark. I'll protect you. Death weighs the words, finds them both noble and absurd, the way all such pledges are. It has seen fathers and mothers, lovers and friends, swear to outlast time itself, only to break like so much bone and dust. But the vow is not the point. The point is the speaking of it, the brush of hope against inevitability, the temporary shelter built out of nothing but words and will. Death shifts, its form rippling across the glass, and peers down at the world below. The city is beautiful in the way a wound is beautiful, raw, glistening, alive with its own private urgency. It will survive the night, as will Sam and Julia and the child to come. But not forever. Death is patient. It can wait. It will be there when the child is born, when the walls are repainted, when the name fades into a patch of color, when the bed is given away to a friend or burned on the curb with the other relics of a life well lived. It will be there at the end, as it was at the beginning, a silent auditor, marking the passage of time in brushstrokes and breath. For now, it is enough to sit in the blue-lit dark, listening to the slow, hopeful rhythm of hearts beating on the other side of the wall. Death is not lonely, not really. It is never alone for long. It waits, as it always does, for the next beginning. And when the time comes, it will remember everything. Chapter 13. Death loves hospitals, not for the drama, though there is plenty, and more besides, but for the perfect geometry of endings and beginnings, the way a single hallway can become the pivot between future and history. Tonight it is the delivery suite on the 5th floor, a room so saturated with antiseptic and hope that even the vents hum with anticipation. Death arrives 10 minutes before the call, settling into the negative space at the corner of the ceiling, unseen by everyone except the cleaning staff, who glance up sometimes and cross themselves, just in case. Lights here are so bright they bleach all color from the world. The floor is a liquid linoleum, the walls lined with prints of blue sky and wildflowers nobody in this city has seen in decades. At the center, a hospital bed, its white rails rising on either side like the arms of an interrogator. Julia reclines there, her knees up, her hands knotted white around the bed sheet, eyes wide and glassy with equal parts terror and morphine. Next to her, Sam, an anchor of calm with his hair slicked back and shirt half untucked, the hospital bracelet already curling at his wrist. His left hand encloses hers, thumb stroking the vein at the back of her hand in the way you'd calm a startled bird. The monitors sing their one-note lullaby. Pulse, pulse, pulse. The contraction graph spikes and plateaus, a green waveform pulsing in tandem with Julia's ragged breaths. Death counts the seconds between spikes, matching the rhythm to the jitter of the clock in the corridor. Julia's eyes are fixed on the monitor, as if she might will the numbers into submission. The nurse, young, her ponytail a streak of nervous gold, hovers by the foot of the bed, glancing at her phone every so often as if it might offer the password to Julia's salvation. She smiles, but the smile is brittle. Death enjoys the way the room warps her intentions, a field of gravity pulling everything toward the inevitable. A contraction hits. Julia's spine bows, lips drawing back from her teeth in a soundless grimace. Sam's hand tightens on hers, his mouth forming words Death can't hear but knows by heart. You can do this. I'm right here. I love you, just one more, you're almost there. The nurse checks the chart, jots something, then disappears into the corridor with a purposeful clatter. The door swings shut, muffling the outer world. Death slides closer, eager for the next act. Julia sags into the mattress, hair slick with sweat, eyes raw but still unbroken. How much longer? She asks, the words thick and unmoored. Sam consults the monitor as if it might tell him. They said it could be hours, or maybe just a little bit. She makes a noise, a laugh almost, but it splits into a sharp exhalation as the next wave crests. Sam rubs her arm, voice a low monotone of comfort. Breathe, just like before. In, out, count with me, in, out. Death registers the performance. It is the same in every language, the ancient liturgy of partners trying to make the passage less lonely, less final. The doctor enters, crisp and blinding in her whites, her face made of perfect rectangles. Let's check again, she says, already gloving up, already sliding the tray of tools closer. Julia flinches at the snap of latex. Sam watches, eyes darting from doctor to monitor to Julia's face and back, as if mapping the best escape route from here to dawn. The exam is quick, impersonal. The doctor's hands are confident, her voice a monotone, her verdict precise. 8 centimeters, not much more to go. You're doing great. She glances at Sam, appraising his stability, then at Julia, whose face is now white as the pillow. The nurse returns, this time with a cart of fresh towels and a tray of syringes. The instruments glint under the lights, their edges softened by gauze and sterile wrap. Death notes the nurse's slight tremor as she preps the IV, the way she avoids Julia's eyes as she tapes the line. Is it supposed to hurt this much? Julia asks, her voice pitched high with panic. It means you're making progress, the nurse replies, smile unconvincing. Death is attentive, cataloguing every microsecond, every fraction of courage or cowardice. It has seen Julia before, of course, seen her as a child with a scraped knee, as a teenager smuggling a dying bird into her closet, as a college sophomore sobbing into a phone after her brother's overdose. Each time, Death took the measure of her and found her wanting in nothing but certainty. Another contraction sharper than before. Julia gasps, nearly folds in half, and Sam leans over her, his hand flat on her back. You're so close, he whispers. So close, just keep going. Time fractures. The monitors leap, then falter, then resume. Death tastes the sudden metallic spike in the air, the ozone of terror blooming behind Julia's eyes. The doctor's hands move faster now, the confidence replaced by something harder. The nurse glances at the monitor, then at the doctor. Their eyes meet, a relay of silent alarm. Sam senses it first. He straightens, his fingers stilling on Julia's hand. What's wrong? The nurse does not answer. The doctor keeps her eyes fixed on the task, her voice even. Sometimes the baby shifts position or the cord gets compressed. It's usually nothing. Death knows the word for this. A lie, but the kind that keeps the world turning. Julia's face collapses, the mask of resolve crumpling into fear. Is the baby okay? Her voice is thin, elastic, and Death can feel the hope stretching to the point of rupture. The nurse increases the flow on the IV. The monitor's beep goes from lullaby to staccato warning. Sam tries to catch the doctor's eyes. What's happening? She's fine, the doctor says. Let's get you ready for the final push, okay? Julia's eyes fill, the first tears not of pain but of something worse. She shakes her head. It hurts. I want it to stop. The words are a whisper, meant for Sam alone, but Death hears them. The contraction rises and falls. The room grows colder. The doctor slides the ultrasound over Julia's belly, searching for the shape of the future. The monitor flickers, then resolves into grainy grey. The silence in the room is sudden, total, as if the world outside has been put on pause. Even Death holds itself perfectly still. There's no heartbeat, the doctor says. It is not a verdict, not a judgment, just a fact offered into the vacuum. For a full 2 seconds, nothing moves. The words drop into the room and explode, filling every molecule with their residue. Julia's body reacts first. She arches, then curls inward, her hands clawing at the blanket as if to erase the moment by pure animal force. Her mouth opens, and the first sound is a keening, low and terrible. The nurse steps forward, lays a hand on Julia's shoulder, but it might as well be air for all the good it does. Sam doesn't move. His hand remains locked in hers, gripped so tight the knuckles blanch to bone. His eyes are wide, but Death sees the instant the shutters come down, the inside of his mind receding to some bunker where nothing can touch him. His breathing is perfect, measured, the way it would be if he were underwater. Death loves this part. The exact moment when possibility ends, when the future collapses into a point of absolute certainty. It catalogues the way Julia's cries fill the space between each beep, how the nurse and doctor become furniture, how Sam's face is not grief, but an architecture of refusal. Next minutes are a procession of noise. The medical staff swarm in, 2 more nurses, a resident, someone in street clothes who brings a cart and a clipboard. Death floats above the scene, tasting every permutation of suffering. Julia's voice decays into a tremor, then a whimper, then a silent quake that shakes the bed. The doctor explains again and again what will happen next, her words broken into units of comfort. You have to deliver. There's no other way. We'll keep you safe. You're not alone. But Julia is alone. They all are. Sam finally breaks. He turns his head, presses his forehead to Julia's shoulder, and sobs once, sharp and ugly. He keeps his hand on hers, but now it is less anchor than lifeline. The 2 of them adrift in the current. Death is patient. It waits until the room empties, until only Julia and Sam remain, cocooned by white sheets and the fluorescent buzz of overhead lights. It listens to Julia's soft weeping, the words lost in the fabric. It watches Sam stare at the ceiling, lips moving in silent prayer or curse. It cannot tell which. It could linger forever, watching the unraveling, but the work is not yet done. There will be calls to make, family to notify, arrangements and ceremonies, and the endless business of living after loss. Death will be there for all of it, savoring the slow, beautiful decay of hope into resignation. For now it files the moment away, the exact coordinates of disaster, the names and faces and sounds. It waits, as it always does, for the next beginning. Death returns to the apartment with the same unhurried tread it uses in morgues and archives. The change in atmosphere is immediate. The entryway is a crypt, shoes abandoned in a half-circle, as if the owners evacuated mid-fire. The kitchen is a museum of abandoned attempts at normalcy, 2 mugs, both cold, a plate with toast fossilized to concrete, a stack of unopened mail, the top envelope stamped in red. The air is dense, every molecule reverberating with the memory of what should have been. Am sits at the kitchen table, his phone in one hand, a pen in the other. The surface before him is an exhibit, glossy casket brochures, a spreadsheet printed with times and costs, 2 notepads, one for logistics, one for emotional support talking points, the latter half-filled and already crossed out. He wears the same button-down from the hospital, sleeves rolled, collar wilted from the accumulation of sweat and days. He works the phone with military precision, each call executed with a cadence that leaves no room for improvisation. "Thank you for your time," he says then. "We'll call you if we decide to proceed." Then, "I'm sorry, I have to take another call." Death tracks his conversations, noting the way he modulates his voice depending on whether he's speaking to a stranger, a friend, or Julia's mother. The latter is the most difficult. He manages only monosyllables, punctuated by the nervous scratch of pen against legal pad. He doesn't look up when Julia enters, silent as a draft. She stands just inside the doorway, one hand white-knuckled on the frame, the other trailing the hem of her sleeve, as if she needs to check that she still has a body. Her hair is unwashed, pulled into a knot that is more theory than practice. Death notices the way her feet are bare, the toenails chipped, the right heel streaked with old blood. "Did you eat?" she asks, voice a sliver. Sam's eyes flick to her, then the plate on the table, then back to the brochures. "I had some earlier. I can make you something." Julia shakes her head, slow and careful. She steps past him, her shadow crossing the table, and opens the fridge. There are 3 containers inside, soup, a casserole, something that used to be lasagna. She closes the fridge without touching any of them. Death moves between the 2, watching the air thicken with each passing second. There is no conversation after that, just the ritual of cohabitation. Sam returns to his paperwork. Julia wanders to the sink and fills a glass of water, then stares out the window as if waiting for the world to change. Later, Death finds Julia in the nursery. She sits in the rocker, knees tucked to her chest, the motionless arc of the chair making no sound at all. The mobile above the crib is still. Sam must have silenced it. The last time Julia heard it play, she shattered a glass against the wall. The shards are gone now, but Death knows where each one landed. Julia's arms are full of fabric, a onesie, mint green and tag stiff, a tiny hat with cat ears, a blanket embroidered with a name that will never be spoken outside this room. She holds them all together, pressing them to her chest, rocking not for comfort, but for penance. The light from the window fractures across her face, carving deep hollows beneath her eyes. Am hovers at the threshold, unseen by Julia, seen by Death. He holds a folder, more paperwork, something about insurance or counseling services or grief management. He means to speak but cannot. Death catalogues the way he stands, weight on the balls of his feet, shoulders tight, mouth half open. The longer he waits, the further away Julia drifts, until finally he turns, leaves the papers on the couch, and disappears down the hall. Death follows, curious. It finds Sam in the bedroom, phone pressed to his ear, voice a flat monotone as he negotiates the logistics of a body that is now, finally, just a body. "Yes, tomorrow is fine," he says. "No, we won't need a viewing, just immediate transfer." The conversation ends. Sam sits on the edge of the bed, hands folded, head down. Death sees the faint tremor in his thigh, the way he stares at the floor as if he might fall through it and keep falling forever. Time dilates. The days repeat, each one more spectral than the last. Julia lives in the nursery, sleeping in the chair, subsisting on water and the occasional spoonful of broth. Sam alternates between the kitchen and the study, rotating stacks of paperwork, as if the act of shuffling might reanimate the future. They pass each other in the hallways, eyes never quite meeting, footsteps muffled by the weight of unspoken things. Death is everywhere, but especially in the spaces between them. Only time they come together is in the late hours, after the city has gone quiet, when both find themselves drawn to the living room without knowing why. They sit on opposite ends of the couch, knees not quite touching, staring at the blue-lit glow of the aquarium that Sam bought on a whim the week after the funeral. The water inside is so still it seems frozen, the single orange fish drifting in lazy circles, a closed loop with no exit. Once Julia speaks, "Do you think about her?" Sam does not move, every minute. Julia nods, but the gesture is not agreement, only acknowledgement. Death slides into the armchair across from them, absorbing the silence, the way the pain has settled into a mineral at the base of their lungs. It enjoys this kind of slow-motion disaster, the way the living try to outlast their own memories by becoming less alive. At night, when they finally sleep, Death moves through the rooms, taking inventory. The onesie crumpled at the foot of the rocker, the pen cap Sam chewed to ruin, the flicker of the fish's tail in the dark. Each item is a marker, a waypoint on the map of grief. The apartment grows colder, the windows sweat with condensation, the air thickens with the scent of things left unsaid. Death lingers in the doorways, waiting for the next fracture. It knows the best is yet to come. Death glides into the nursery as if pulled by gravity, by the trace irons of loss. The room is a diorama of arrested motion. Light filtered through the blue-tinted shade, the rocker at its apex, the rug still ruffled from Julia's last passage. The mobile above the crib is stopped mid-rotation, its paper moons and felt stars frozen in a constellation designed to soothe someone who will never see it. Every item is laid out with ritual precision. On the changing table, 6 pairs of socks, each rolled into a soft pill and sorted by shade. A row of onesies, folded with the spines out, the animal faces peeking from their plastic wrap. A shelf of plush animals, penguin, giraffe, something that might have been a bear if its snout hadn't been sewn on sideways, lined up with the symmetry of a firing squad. Death catalogues the objects, senses the charge in the air. This is a room built for anticipation, repurposed now as a reliquary. It is not surprised to find Sam standing in the doorway, spine straight, fists tight, eyes locked on the center of the crib, as if expecting something to materialize. He hesitates before entering, the way a child might, waiting for permission. He steps in, slow, a single sock between thumb and forefinger. The breath he draws is a measured thing, rationed as if to stretch the moment thin enough to survive it. He crosses to the changing table, places the sock beside its mate, and runs his finger along the row as if to confirm the inventory. Death notes the tremor in his hand. Sam turns to the crib, the air thickening with each footfall. He rests his palms on the rail, bows his head. For a minute he is stone, but then his lips begin to move. Death leans in, listening. "Sorry," he says just that. The word is soft, the syllables dissolved almost before they reach the far wall. He straightens, inhales. The sound is sharp, final. He steps back and it happens. His heel catches on the edge of the rug, a microsecond of lost balance, and his shoulder collides with the crib. The mobile, suspended by a delicate plastic hook, shudders, sways, and then snaps off its perch. The moons and stars crash onto the hardwood, ricocheting in all directions. One bounces into the wastebasket, another lodges under the dresser, the rest scatter across the floor like teeth. The silence is absolute. Sam stares at the wreckage. His knees bend, and he drops, first to a crouch, then all the way down. He gathers the debris, hands shaking so violently the pieces slip through his fingers. A felt moon comes apart in his grasp, its cotton filling exposed, limp and unspooling. Sam clenches it in his fist, pressing the fragments into his palm until his skin blanches. He tries to breathe, but the sound that comes out is not breath at all, but a raw, animal thing, a whimper, then a sob, then a howl. It is the sound of something essential breaking, the keening that Julia could not manage in the hospital, but that now erupts from Sam's chest with the force of a confession. Death marks the instant, the way Sam's shoulders round forward, the collapse of his careful posture, the sudden avalanche of salt water cutting twin paths down his cheeks. He doesn't move to hide it. There is no one to hide from. The room is empty except for him and Death. But then Julia is there, drawn by the noise, barefoot in the doorway, hands clutching the frame so tightly her knuckles pale to pearl. She sees Sam kneeling amid the fallen stars and moons, hears the guttural rip in his throat, and her own face crumples. She doesn't speak. She crosses the room, sits down next to him, and pulls his head to her shoulder. They stay that way for a long time, two bodies pressed together on the cold blue rug, surrounded by the detritus of a life that never started. Sam's sobs subside, replaced by Julia's, a relay of grief that Death has never tired of observing. It is the only language that means anything in the end. The light in the nursery fades as afternoon bleeds into dusk. The air grows colder, or maybe it's only the absence that chills it. Sam and Julia sit in silence, the broken mobile at their feet, her hand smoothing his hair, his hand clutching hers with the grip of someone afraid to let go. Death is pleased in its way. It inhabits the room fully now, filling every corner, every shadow, every seam in the plaster. It is not cruel, it only wants to be remembered. Outside, the city resumes its indifferent rhythm. Inside, the couple sits on the nursery floor, tangled together, and for the first time since the hospital, they do not seem quite so alone. Death lingers, as it always does, in the quiet aftermath. Dusk falls like a verdict. Death hovers at the edge of the porch, balanced on the cusp of shadow and light, watching the neighborhood revert to routine. Doors click shut one after another, a chain reaction of safety. Across the street, a parent calls for a child named Finn, the syllables echoing off stucco and vinyl siding. A sprinkler ticks to a halt, its dying hiss replaced by the murmur of distant TV and the drone of cicadas making their last stand. Sam and Julia sit side by side on the porch steps, a shared blanket cocooned around their shoulders. Their fingers are interlaced, knuckles blue from the chill. The porch is battered, wood splintered and sun-bleached, but tonight it is a throne, and the pair are monarchs of everything they can see. Death absorbs the tableau, Julia's hair loose and wild, her cheek resting against Sam's shoulder. Sam's jaw slack, eyes tracking the slow dissolve of color in the sky. Neither speaks. The language between them is now all gesture. The rhythmic flex and release of fingers, the measured lean of bodies that have grown used to supporting each other's weight. The world narrows. The only motion is the faint shudder of leaves in the evening wind, the flutter of a moth against the porch light, the brief flare of headlights as a car turns down the block. Death catalogues each, savoring the precision of the moment. After a while, Julia lifts her head, hair haloed in the orange spill of sunset. Her voice is barely audible. What do we do now? Sam doesn't answer right away. He studies the horizon, as if waiting for instructions from the darkening blue. When he finally speaks, it is not a word but a motion. He squeezes Julia's hand, pulse steady, an anchor to the shifting present. Death recognizes the defiance in it. The living always choose movement, even when the direction is uncertain. It is the closest thing to magic they possess. The porch light flickers, then steadies. A dog barks 2 streets over. Someone closes a window, the glass catching the last echo of Julia's question and bouncing it back into the night. Death retreats a step, content to leave them to the dusk. It has done its work for now, etched this moment into memory, sealed it in amber. It will return, as it always does, but for the time being it is satisfied to watch as Sam and Julia draw their blanket closer, as they turn toward the coming dark not with fear, but with the resilience of the already broken. The night expands, swallowing the neighborhood house by house. On the porch, the couple sits in silhouette, hands clasped, waiting to see what will come next. Death keeps its vigil, silent and patient, holding the space open for whatever future they can manage together. Chapter 14. Therapist offices are among Death's least favorite habitats. Too much forced cheer, not enough honest suffering. Yet there is something perversely nourishing about the waiting rooms, the battered privacy of them. The magazines 6 months out of date, the chairs reupholstered in vinyl that can be wiped clean, the silent contest of whose trauma can be least conspicuously revealed. Death slips inside unnoticed, the only witness to this morning's first appointment. Sam and Julia, scheduled for couples, therapy at 8:30, a slot reserved for those who require the full, undiluted light of day to admit the need for help. The outer room is painted a color that once aspired to blue, now mottled and faded by 1,000 anxious bodies. The receptionist is a spectre behind her frosted window, sliding forms through a slit without making eye contact. Sam signs in with deliberate force, the pen nearly cleaving the thin paper, while Julia's attention strays to the fish tank in the corner, where a better with a torn fin loops the same circuit in endless, irritable solitude. Death seats itself in the void between them, an absence felt but never named. When the therapist calls their names, her voice is a neutral instrument. Sam and Julia. She holds the door open too long, smiling at a point just to the left of their faces. Her office is smaller than expected, papered in certificates and watercolors of boats on still water. 3 chairs form an isosceles triangle, the odd angle forcing the couple to orient toward the therapist and away from each other. Death occupies the leftover space, stretching itself thin across the room's periphery. They sit. Sam first, back perfectly straight, arms crossing his chest as if to contain a breach. Julia collapses into her chair, legs folding in, one arm draped over the other in a gesture that reads less self-hug than self-restraint. The therapist, whose nameplate reads Dr. Colson, and whose cardigan is aggressively soft, waits until the silence is nearly intolerable before beginning. "So," she says, "thank you for coming in together. I know it isn't easy." She turns the smile on like a light switch, then off. "I'd like to start by hearing what brings you both here today." Sam is the first to answer, voice clipped and unsentimental. "We lost our child," he says. "Stillbirth 38 weeks, 2 months ago." Julia's face does not register the word. She is focused on a loose thread at the hem of her sleeve, working it free with the diligence of a surgeon. Her silence is a rebuke, and death savors the way it makes the room smaller, the air denser. Dr. Colson nods, a gesture at once practiced and sincere. "That's an immense loss," she says. "Have you had space to grieve together?" This time Julia speaks. Her voice is flat, the vowels softened by disuse. "We tried, but it's like there's nothing left to say. Everything after the funeral just repeats." Sam looks at her, and Death notes the micro-movement, the flick of his jaw, the way his right thumb presses into the meaty part of his palm. "We're just trying to move forward," he says, as if the phrase is a raft and not a stone. Dr. Colson shifts in her seat, legs crossing, legal pad balanced on one knee. "Can you tell me about the day it happened?" The question lands like a slow leak, pressure building in the silence that follows. Sam answers first, again, as if narrating a technical report. "Julia went into labor in the middle of the night. It was fast. We got to the hospital at 4. The doctors said the baby's heart had stopped sometime before." He stops, but the sentence does not end. Julia picks up the thread. "They kept telling me to push, even after they knew. I don't know why." She looks up, eyes glassy but unshed. "It felt like a prank, like they were waiting for us to crack." Death leans forward, hungry. Dr. Colson's pen moves in a silent flurry, but she does not interrupt. "Did you see her?" she asks. Sam closes his eyes. "They let us hold her for a while." Julia's mouth twitches. "She was cold," she says, "and perfect." There is a moment where even death is silent, as if the room has entered a vacuum. Dr. Colson lets the pause stretch then, and since then. "We came home," Sam says, "cleaned the nursery, got rid of the crib, the clothes, the toys, everything." Death recalls the scene. The mechanical precision with which Sam boxed the onesies, the way Julia stared at the bin of stuffed animals as if they might turn on her. Dr. Colson turns to Julia. "How did you feel about that?" Julia's laugh is an exhale, a spike of sound. "It was the only time we worked together. Afterward, I just sat in the kitchen and watched the empty space." She looks at Sam. "He made lists. I couldn't read them." Dr. Colson writes this down. "A lot of parents feel disoriented after loss. Some need to keep busy, others feel frozen. There's no correct way, but it can be lonely if you're not in sync." Sam uncrosses his arms, folds his hands in his lap. "We haven't," he stops. "It's like we're living two different timelines. Julia's stuck, and I'm just waiting for her to catch up." The phrase lands with a weight that death can taste, iron and salt. Julia's eyes close, two dark hollows. "I'm still in that delivery room," she says. "I don't think I ever left." Death finds itself, if not admiring, then at least cataloguing the elegance of the admission. Dr. Colson nods. "That's a very real feeling, Julia. Would you say it's changed the way you relate to Sam?" For the first time, Julia looks at her husband, really looks, and Death notes the fatigue etched under her eyes, the way her hands twist in her lap. "He's already back to normal," she says. "I don't know how." Sam bristles, but says nothing. Dr. Colson shifts, directing the question to him. "Sam, do you feel like you're coping?" He frowns, a line scoring his brow. "I don't know if that's what I'm doing. I'm just not interested in making it worse." "Worse how?" Dr. Colson's tone is velvet over steel. Sam's eyes dart to Julia, then back to the floor. "If I fall apart, she'll never get out." There is a silence, so thick even death feels pressure behind its eyes. Dr. Colson uncrosses her legs, setting the pad on her knee. "Would you both be willing to meet separately, too? Sometimes it helps to have space for things you can't say together." Neither argues. The first individual session is with Sam. Death glides in, curious. The room is colder now, the blinds half closed against the midday sun. Sam sits rigid, both hands gripping the arms of the chair, as if bracing for impact. Dr. Colson starts with pleasantries, but Sam's answers are clipped, technical, all about logistics. He's taken leave from work, he's managing bills, he's handling the calls from relatives who don't know what to say but need to say something. Death listens, unimpressed, until Dr. Colson asks, "Do you ever talk to Julia about the baby?" He shakes his head. "She can't. Every time I try, she just shuts down." "Do you wish she could?" Sam's mouth opens, then closes. His hands tremble just a hair. "Sometimes I wish she would scream at me, tell me it's my fault, or that I should have driven faster, or something. At least then we'd be on the same page." Death leans forward, intrigued by the admission. Dr. Colson lets the moment breathe. "What do you feel when you're alone?" The pause is seismic. "Nothing," Sam says then. "Actually, no anger, but I don't know at what." He laughs, the sound brittle. "Sometimes I wake up at night and think I hear crying. I go to the nursery, but it's just empty." Death notes the way his voice cracks, the way he keeps his eyes fixed on the carpet. Dr. Colson writes something. "That's common. The mind wants to make sense of loss. It keeps looking for the thing that's gone." Sam nods, jaw flexing. "Is there a way to turn it off?" "There are ways to live with it," she says. "It's never really off, but it gets less sharp." Death files the session, then shifts to Julia. Julia is already in the chair when Dr. Colson enters, arms folded so tightly Death wonders if her bones might fuse. She stares at the wall, not the therapist. "Is there something you'd like to talk about?" Dr. Colson asks, gentle. Julia shakes her head. "Not really." "Would you like to talk about the baby?" Julia's face is blank. "She didn't have a name. I keep thinking if I named her, it would make it worse." Death registers this, the strange physics of namming, how it can bind or sever, make the absent more real or more impossible. "Why worse?" Dr. Colson asks. Julia shrugs, chin dipping to her chest. "If she had a name, she'd be someone we lost. This way, it's just something that happened." Dr. Colson is silent for a beat. "You know, sometimes grief is heavier when it doesn't have a shape. A name can help." Julia blinks, tears brimming. "Maybe, but then I'd have to tell people, I'd have to explain why." Death leans in, savoring the slow, precise agony. "Explain what?" Dr. Colson's voice is a thread. Julia's answer is almost inaudible. "That it was my fault, that my body did this." Dr. Colson shakes her head, voice firmer. "It wasn't your fault, you know that." Julia laughs, but it's a collapse more than a sound. "Doesn't matter, my body thinks it is." Death recognizes the logic, admires its implacable certainty. They sit in silence, the kind that is not healing but necessary. By the third session, Death can sense the couple's fractures beginning to align. Not healing, never that, but arranging themselves into a pattern that might be mistaken for progress. Dr. Colson brings them in together, a new tactic. "I'd like you to try something," she says. "Sit facing each other, take a breath. Now I want you each to say the thing you're most afraid of." Julia goes first, voice barely above a whisper. "I'm afraid if we move on, she'll be gone forever." Sam doesn't answer right away. His hands are open, empty, resting on his knees. "I'm afraid we'll never get her back," he says. Death sees the difference, measures the gap. Dr. Colson asks, "Is there a way you can hold both those fears together?" Sam and Julia stare at each other. There is something like recognition, or maybe just exhaustion. "I don't know," Julia says. "We can try," Sam offers. Dr. Colson smiles, genuine this time. "That's all I ask." Death is impressed, if only for the moment. As they leave, Julia's hand hovers near Sam's, not touching, but closer than before. Death lingers on the gap, intrigued by the physics of almost contact, the energy stored in a space so small it can barely be measured. Outside, the sun is barely up, and the city resumes its morning rhythm. Cars, dogs, the roar of an early train. Sam and Julia cross the lot in silence, but their shadows, long and uncertain, stretch together, parallel but converging somewhere past the visible horizon. Death follows, as it always does, patient and watchful, waiting for the next fracture to appear. Death wakes before either of them. The apartment is a crypt in the hour before dawn, shadows layered thick on every surface. Julia moves through it with the cautious efficiency of the condemned. Lights off, feet bare, every gesture pared down to minimize friction. She winces once hard as she flicks the kettle switch, and Death notes the way her hand lingers at the hinge of her jaw, massaging circles as if to grind away a headache by sheer persistence. Sam is slower, weighted by some invisible ballast. He emerges from the bedroom in gym shorts and a threadbare tee, eyes puffy, hair twisted into unlikely vectors. His presence in the kitchen is both an intrusion and a plea, and Death finds the tension delicious. Sam pours a mug of coffee, no sugar, no cream, and leans against the counter, arms folded tight across his chest. "You okay?" he asks, already knowing the answer. Julia's response is a half shrug, more kinetic than communicative. "Didn't sleep." Sam waits, searching her face for a chink in the armor. When he finds none, he tries again. "You've had that headache 3 days now. Maybe call in sick." She shakes her head, then immediately regrets it. "It's just stress. I'll be fine." Death feels the tremor in her hands, the way she keeps them hidden beneath the hem of her sweatshirt. It knows the sequence: denial, minimization, rationalization, collapse. Sam's jaw works, a silent machinery of worry. "You should see someone, just in case." Julia sets her mug down, the rim chipping against the porcelain. "I don't want to make a big deal out of this. I just need to get through the week." Sam doesn't answer, but the silence is louder than any argument. Death drifts closer, mapping the heat signatures of their panic as it rises and collides, then settles into an uneasy equilibrium. They dress and leave in tandem, Julia's movements careful, measured, Sam hovering at the edge of every threshold, not quite touching her but never far away. At the elevator, she leans against the cool steel wall, eyes shut, breathing in slow, deliberate increments. Sam watches her in the mirrored doors, his own face gaunt and unfamiliar. In the parking garage, Julia fumbles the keys, drops them, curses under her breath. Sam bends to retrieve them, brushing her fingers as he hands them back. The contact is brief, electric, and Julia flinches as if burned. Death notes the data point. First touch in 11 days, 22 hours. The drive is silent. Julia navigates the gridlock with robotic efficiency, every lane change a microcalculation of risk and reward. Death rides shotgun, eyes on the rearview, tracking the tiny facial twitches that betray Julia's mounting distress. Her left eyelid flickers, her grip on the wheel goes white-knuckled at every merge. At the campus drop-off, Sam hovers, waiting for some gesture, some word of reassurance. Julia offers none. She gathers her bag, slings it over her shoulder, and trudges toward the concrete stairs, head down. Sam watches her go, then turns his own car toward the office park, where he will spend the day staring at spreadsheets, inventing reasons to check his phone every 6 minutes. Death leaves him for now, preferring the higher-stakes theater of Julia's walk to work. The headache blooms over the next hour, escalating from background static to a consuming, full-spectrum hum. By 11, the fluorescent panels above Julia's desk seem to pulse in time with her heartbeat. She takes 3 ibuprofen, then 4, then moves to the break room in search of darkness. There is none. Even the vending machines radiate light. Death sidles up, close enough to see the individual capillaries dilate behind her eyes. It is almost disappointed when Julia finally cedes defeat, texting Sam in clipped code. "Leaving work. Can you drive me?" She sits on the curb outside, sun angled directly into her face. The world is too sharp, too loud. Death traces the sweat at her temples, the pulse at her throat. Sam arrives 10 minutes later, weaving through traffic with the urgency of a man already mourning. He helps her into the passenger seat, closes the door with gentle force. "Hospital?" he asks. Julia's voice is a ghost. "Just a clinic. I'll feel stupid if it's nothing." But it isn't nothing, and Death can already sense the way the story wants to break. The clinic is pure 21st century minimalism. White walls, grey floors, seating divided into antibacterial modules. They sit together, Sam's hand occasionally ghosting over Julia's wrist, never quite landing. The intake nurse measures Julia's blood pressure, clucks, leaves them alone with a stack of insurance forms. Waiting is measured in the volume of the daytime TV, in the number of times Sam checks his watch, in the increments of pain that migrate across Julia's face. Death is everywhere in the room, coiled inside the HVAC ducts, riding the hum of fluorescent ballast, lurking in the subtle chemical tang of the disinfectant wipes. Finally, Julia's name is called, and they follow a hallway lined with motivational posters: strength, hope, endurance. The exam room is smaller than a closet, the only color a child's crayon drawing taped to the cabinet. The physician's assistant is young, harried, eyes rimmed with insomnia. He shines a penlight in Julia's eyes, blurred vision. She nods, blinking against the pain. "Any history of migraines?" She shakes her head, then regrets it again. He runs through the checklist: recent illnesses, travel, allergies. "Any chance you're pregnant?" Julia's face goes blank. No. The PA glances at Sam, then at the chart. Are you sure? Death basks in the tension as Julia answers, voice flinty. Yes, we lost our child last winter. The air in the room cools by 5 degrees. The PA nods, but avoids her eyes. I'm going to order a CT scan. It's probably nothing, but let's make sure. The scan happens in a blur of forms and consents. Julia trundled down the corridor in a wheelchair by an orderly who never speaks, eyes fixed somewhere just beyond the horizon. Death matches pace, floating a centimeter above the linoleum, savoring the rising static in the air. The imaging suite is a cathedral of technology, every surface polished and indifferent. Julia lies on the tray, arms at her sides, head locked in a plastic frame. She closes her eyes. Death leans close, watching the sweat bead on her upper lip, the way her hands twist the fabric of the gown. Afterward, the radiology tech tells them the results will take an hour. Julia sits in the waiting alcove, shivering under the industrial AC. Sam fetches a blanket from the nurse's cart, wraps it around her shoulders, tucks the ends in with trembling fingers. Death notes the smallness of the gesture, the way it lands harder than any speech. The neurologist arrives at last. He is tall, hair gelled into submission, suit 2 notches above the clinic's standard. He introduces himself as Dr. Nemesek, but doesn't offer his first name. Death pegs him instantly, a man who has delivered bad news often enough to have invented his own etiquette. He sits across from them, knees perfectly aligned, hands steepled. The scan shows a small aneurysm in one of the arteries behind your left eye, he says. That's what's causing the headache and visual changes. Julia processes this with the same imperturbable calm she brought to her daughter's autopsy. So, what's the plan? Dr. Nemesek softens his voice. There's a risk of rupture. I'd recommend transfer to a larger hospital where they can do the repair surgically. Sam's hand clamps the arm of his chair, knuckles blanching. Death notes the surge in blood pressure, the microbeads of sweat at his temple. Julia nods. Is this genetic? It can be, the doctor says, but sometimes it just happens. Death sees the memory unspool in Julia's mind. Her brother's overdose, her father's fatal car wreck, her mother's chronic illness. The line of catastrophe drawn from her childhood to this day. How soon? Julia asks. Within the next 24 hours, says Dr. Nemesek. There is a brief silence, then Julia says, I need to call my husband's work, and my mother. Death registers the slight tremor in her voice, the way she keeps her focus on logistics. Dr. Nemesek nods, then stands. He hesitates, a human after all, and says, I'm sorry, I wish it were better news. Julia offers a small smile, the kind reserved for waiters who spill a glass of wine. In the corridor, Sam walks a half-pace behind her, as if trailing a wake. Julia is steady until the elevator, where she stumbles once, grabbing the steel railing. Sam's hand finds her elbow without thought. They stand like that, frozen, until the elevator arrives. Death lingers, mapping the contact point, calculating the odds of survival. In the car, Julia's composure fractures. She buries her face in her hands and weeps, not the showy tears of TV dramas, but the slow, full-body kind that leaves the lungs empty. Sam sits beside her, one hand limp on the wheel, the other draped over her shoulder, offering not comfort but solidarity. I can't do this to you again, Julia says, voice muffled by her palms. Sam shakes his head, eyes rimmed red. We'll do it together, like before. Death smiles, the gesture invisible but real, and settles in the back seat, content to witness the spiral. Outside, the sky is violently blue, the city humming with all the tiny lives unaware of the axis that just tilted. Inside the car, Death charts the arc of this new disaster, eager for the next collision. New Hospital is a high-rise, every floor identical in its careful, impersonal hospitality. Death picks Julia's room on the 4th floor as its main vantage. Bed 412, window view of the river, bathroom barely large enough for a single human regret. In the beginning, Sam takes the visitor chair, posture military, gaze locked on the variable vital signs monitor. But by the second night, he's learned the choreography. Adjust the IV pump, sponge the lips with water, mute the blood pressure alarm when it cycles up in the small hours. Death shadows Sam, noting the economy of each movement. He never wakes the nurses. He times every request for ice chips to coincide with their hourly rounds. When Julia groans, Sam is there to dampen her forehead, recite the small liturgy of comfort. You're safe. You're here. I'm not going anywhere. Julia's decline is not dramatic. It is slow motion, an unspooling of function. The aneurysm grows 1/10 of a millimeter at a time, pressing on the parts of her brain that make words, then on the parts that make sense, then on the ones that simply keep her alive. Death sees the transformation, Julia's language shrinking from sentences to syllables, her hands first restless, then inert, the light in her eyes flickering down to a pilot. The nurses call Sam the Rock. They tell stories at the station about husbands who run, husbands who hide in vending machine alcoves, but never about husbands who camp at the bedside for days. When Sam leaves the room, it is only for the bathroom or a vending machine run. Once, for a cup of watery coffee he forgets to drink. Death catalogues the time in shifts. The morning nurse with the tattoo of a sparrow, the evening nurse with a voice like sandpaper, the night nurse who always brings an extra blanket for Sam but never asks if he needs it. Death counts every pill, every saline flush, every increment on the whiteboard where the staff log their names and the day's goals. Comfort, then peaceful night, then just support family. On the fourth day, Julia's mother arrives, trailing a perfume of grief and cold air. She sits for an hour, hands folded in her lap, never speaking to Sam. When she finally cries, it is into Julia's shoulder, a silent avalanche of snot and tears. Death notes the choreography. Sam straightens the bedsheets, tucks the corners, then leaves the mother alone with her daughter. He returns only when Julia's mother has gone. In the blue dusk of evening, Julia wakes for the first time in hours. Her eyes find Sam, blurred but certain. She beckons with a finger, a gesture so small Death almost misses it. Sam leans in, bending close to catch the words. "Promise me something," Julia whispers, voice filament thin. "Anything," Sam says, though Death hears the fracture in the word. She finds his hand, fingers curling around his. "Live," she says, "even after." Death feels the shudder in Sam, the way his whole body absorbs the request. He nods once. "I promise," he says, and the effort it costs is visible, seismic. Julia smiles, but the energy spent leaves her slack, adrift. Sam keeps her hand in his until her eyes close again, then for an hour longer. Death takes its post at the foot of the bed, counting every breath. By midnight, the breaths are shallow, then scattered, then gone. The monitor flatlines in a way that is both cliché and true. Sam does not move for a long time. The nurse, seeing the change on her display, enters quietly, checks Julia's wrist for a pulse she knows will not be there. She says the words, "I'm so sorry for your loss." Death waits, as it always does, watching for the moment when the living decide what comes next. Sam stands. He smooths Julia's hair, traces the line of her jaw. There is no ceremony, no keening, just a long, even exhale. Death feels the old, ancient pull, the magnetic urge to finish what has begun. But Sam, after a minute, walks to the window, presses his palm against the cold glass, and watches the lights of the city blur into motion. He does not look back. Death admires the restraint, the stubbornness. It waits beside him as the river below keeps moving, indifferent and endless. The night is longer than any before. But morning still comes, dragging its soft light over everything that remains. Death is intimately acquainted with chapels. It catalogues them the way botanists classify weeds, by region, by denomination, by their signature perfumes of dust and lilies. This one is small, low-ceilinged, set behind a row of meticulously trimmed hedges. The morning is overcast, sky pressed low and grey as felt. Inside, the air is weighted with the anticipation of ritual. Rows of polished wood benches lead to an altar made gaudy by silk flowers and a burnished cross. The casket at the front is open, lid propped like the jaw of a trap. Julia's face is visible, lacquered to an imitation of sleep. Death admires the handiwork, the care given to the illusion of rest. Sam sits in the front row, his suit a shade too dark for his complexion, hair tamed flat against his skull. The pew beside him is empty. Julia's mother has chosen a seat 2 rows back, in a cluster of distant cousins and church acquaintances. The only other mourners are the colleagues Sam invited out of obligation, a handful of neighbors, and the nurse from Julia's old clinic. The service begins with a hymn, "Abide with me," the organ pitched a fraction sharp. Sam does not sing. His hands are steepled, knuckles pressed white. Death notes the absence of tissue boxes. The church's custodians know their congregation, and few tears are expected. The minister reads a selection of verses, voice pitched to fill the room but never to overtake it. He mentions Julia's courage and her quiet strength, but Death notices that neither trait is echoed in the faces of the living. What remains of Julia in this room is silence, and Sam wears it like a garment. When the time comes for remembrances, the minister gestures to the lectern. Sam stands, slow and deliberate, and climbs the 3 steps to the microphone. His first breath is shaky, audible even from the back row, where death perches in its preferred vantage. Sam begins. Julia would have hated this, and there is a ripple of nervous laughter. She said funerals are for the living, not the dead, and she was probably right. He swallows, glancing at the casket, then at the line of lilies arrayed before it. I want to thank everyone for being here, he says. I know it's not easy, especially. His voice catches a false start. He recalibrates. Julia was the bravest person I ever met, not because she fought illness, but because she faced the world with her whole self, even when it hurt. She loved hard. She forgave hard. She tried to make things better, even when she couldn't. Death notes the way Sam's hands tremble, the battle between composure and collapse. He presses on. I know most of you knew her as a daughter or a friend or a patient. I knew her as my compass. Even when we were lost, she made it seem like there was a way through. He pauses, breathes. I'm lost without her, but I think she'd want me to keep going, even if it's just one more day. There is no applause, just the sound of 100 collective breaths being held and released. Sam's last words are quieter, intended only for the dead. My heart will carry you, he says, always. He steps down, hands at his sides, and returns to the pew. Death watches the congregation, the way they avert their eyes, as if the grief might be contagious. After the service, the line to the casket is sparse. Julia's mother lays a trembling hand on the silk pillow, whispers something only the dead can hear. The nurse from the clinic places a single lily at the foot, head bowed. The rest file past, offering Sam brief handshakes or wordless nods. When the chapel empties, Sam rises and approaches the casket. Death follows, close behind. He stands over Julia for a long minute, then reaches into his pocket and extracts a small white rose. He sets it gently on her chest, fingers brushing the edge of her dress. Death studies the gesture, a last attempt at connection, the living trying to stitch themselves to what's already gone. The mortician appears, discreet and practiced, and closes the casket with a soft click. As the organ plays its final chord, Sam lingers at the threshold of the chapel. He rests a hand on the marble wall, breathes deeply, and only then steps into the corridor. Death remains inside, inventorying the aftermath, the scattered service programs, the faint ghost of lilies, the impression left by Sam's hand on the marble. It wonders, not for the first time, why the living go to such lengths to bear witness. But it understands, too. Grief is a gravity, and even death is sometimes pulled by it. The congregation disperses in silence, their shadows long and uncertain against the grey morning. Death lingers, as it always does, savouring the residue of what has been lost. Death knows the architecture of the newly bereaved. The spaces left behind swell with pressure, every object radiant with the possibility of collapse. Sam's apartment is a mausoleum at midnight, all movement bled from it save for the slow, orbital drift of a single living occupant. The kitchen table has become the axis of Sam's new universe. He sits there in boxers and a shirt with yesterday's coffee stain, elbows braced on the cheap wood, mug clutched between both hands. The overhead light is off. Illumination comes from a narrow slit where the blinds are misaligned, filtering the sodium haze of the street lamp into a crooked blade. On the table, the folded funeral program, a pen, the remains of a sandwich that has begun to sweat oil onto the plate. The program is open to the second page, where Julia's photograph floats above the lyrics to her favorite hymn. Death notes the way Sam's finger traces each line, as if reading Braille. The apartment is otherwise static. Laundry baskets overflow in the hallway, the bathroom door is ajar, the television remote precisely centered on the sofa cushion. Death inventories these things, measures the entropy, calibrates the timeline of decay. Sam exhales, a thin thread of sound, and closes his eyes. His thumb moves to the edge of the program, running over the embossed script again and again. Death recognizes the ritual. The living reenacting a memory, hopping repetition, will force the past to unspool in reverse. He lifts the mug, takes a sip, then sets it down with a muted clink. For a long moment, Sam just stares at the empty chair across from him. His lips move, shaping a word that never quite escapes. Death moves closer, close enough to see the way the light slicks the tears clinging to Sam's eyelashes, the damp crescent beneath each eye. It sees the microtremors in Sam's jaw, the way his hands flex and unflex around the mug, refusing to release their grip on even this small comfort. Sam rubs a hand over the empty chair, fingers splayed as if mapping its topography. Then, abruptly, He bows his head, resting his forehead against the warm ceramic. The quiet is absolute. Death is tempted to break it, to whisper in the man's ear, but holds back. It waits, patient as sediment, for Sam to make the next move. Eventually, Sam lifts his head, breathes, and says, so softly that even Death has to lean in to catch it, I don't know how to keep going. The words hang, suspended in the thin air of the kitchen, vibrating the surface of the table, the mug, the funeral program. Death smiles, slow and approving. It has all the time in the world. And so it waits, as the living do, for whatever comes next. Chapter 15. Death has always preferred the hush after ceremony, not the funerals themselves, though they offer a certain ritualistic comfort, but the slow, molasses hours that follow, when the living are forced to reckon with what the absence has done to the air. The apartment, in its present state, is a gallery of subtractions. Each object that survives the dead is invested with new gravity, as if the remaining things had been asked to perform the work of all things. Death slips through the entryway without announcement. It does not need to check for Sam. He is always here now, as much a fixture as the faulty radiator or the hairline cracks in the living room ceiling. Death inventories the scene. A sink crowded with dishes that have not been washed in a week. The slow congealing of egg yolk and tomato seeds forming a relief map on the plates. A trio of water glasses, rimmed with the ghostly lips of last Tuesday and the days that followed. On the kitchen counter, an abandoned bag of groceries, half the produce having collapsed under the weight of time and the other half still holding out, green and waxy. In the hallway, a snowdrift of unopened mail has accumulated, each envelope stamped with ever-increasing urgency. Final notice. Action required. Please respond. Death reads the headlines without touching, already knowing that Sam will ignore them, or at best shuffle them into an even more precarious pile on the breakfast table. The blinds are drawn so tightly that it is impossible to tell the hour, the world outside reduced to a low-frequency hum that seeps through the glass. Sam's bedroom is the epicenter. Death finds him there, not asleep but inert, face down on the top sheet, his legs splayed in a caricature of exhaustion. He has not changed from the suit he wore to the service. The tie has been jettisoned, the top 3 buttons undone, but the shoes are still on, mud and salt crusted to the soles. The only movement in the room is the gentle rise and fall of Sam's back, a metronome of reluctant persistence. Death lingers in the doorway, admiring the symmetry of despair. The closet door is ajar, revealing a series of shirts on matching hangers, none of which have been disturbed. On the nightstand, Julia's watch sits beside a half-empty bottle of acetaminophen, the band curled in a pose of reptilian patience. The bedsheets, Death notes, are too clean. The linens have been freshly laundered, the gesture a last vestige of ritual, of order, before entropy took the wheel. Sam groans, not so much from discomfort as from the weight of the day pressing down on his ribcage. He rolls onto his side, eyes open but unfocused, staring at the blank television mounted on the far wall. His mouth is crusted at the corners. His hands curl into fists, then release, then curl again. Death notes the repetition, the way the living will sometimes cling to their tics even after everything else has gone slack. Eventually Sam stands, each movement a negotiation with gravity. He makes his way to the bathroom, flicks the light on, and squints at the mirror as if trying to recognize the man staring back. Death sees what he sees, a face sallow and unfinished, stubble growing wild, eyes scored red at the seams. Sam splashes water on his cheeks, but does not bother to dry them. He stares at the condensation beading on the glass, and for a moment, Death is convinced he will punch the mirror or at least touch it, as if hopping for a portal to somewhere else. Sam just turns away, shoulders slumping. He wanders back down the hallway, past the unopened mail, and into the living room. The couch is draped with a throw blanket that still holds the indentation of Julia's knees. She had a habit of perching on the cushions like a child, ankles tucked beneath her, as she read or watched TV or simply existed more vividly than the world deserved. Death glances at the throw pillow, knotting a single, dark strand of Julia's hair clinging to the edge, preserved like an artifact in amber. Sam's next stop is the kitchen, where he retrieves a bottle of ginger ale from the fridge and drains it in 3 large gulps. The bubbles sting his throat, and for a moment Death wonders if he will vomit, but Sam merely burps and leans against the counter, head hanging. The apartment is silent. Death notices the small details. The slow thaw of the freezer, the way the eggs in the carton have begun to lean on each other for support, the slight but unmistakable scent of mildew rising from the dish sponge. The overhead light flickers once, then steadies, casting a pale rectangle across the linoleum. Death's curiosity is not born of malice. Rather, it is the clinical interest of a scientist encountering a new species of stubbornness. It has seen the bereaved take every possible path: self-destruction, denial, obsession, flight. But Sam appears to have chosen the rarest of all: to remain still, to inhabit the wound without numbing it. He stands at the counter for a long time, hands flat on the surface, eyes scanning the far wall as if reading invisible equations. Eventually, he moves to the window and cracks the blinds, letting in a sliver of city noise. The lights outside are indifferent, the traffic unbroken, the world at large unchanged by the collapse within these four rooms. Death observes Sam as he walks back to the living room, sinking into the far corner of the couch. He retrieves the funeral program from the coffee table and reads it again, tracing the outline of Julia's name with a finger. His lips move, but Death cannot decipher the words. It seems less a prayer than a private notation, a correction to the official record. The night deepens. Sam turns on the television, leaves it on mute, and falls asleep with his head tipped awkwardly against the armrest. Death sits beside him, the couch dipping slightly under its weight, and contemplates the remarkable fact of this endurance. The hours drag. Somewhere in the building, a dog begins to bark, but Sam does not wake. The first light of dawn finds him in the same position, the funeral program still clutched in his hand. Death studies his face, the way the muscles slacken in sleep, the brief twitches that ripple through his jaw as if he is working through the day's unfinished arguments. There is no peace in it, but there is a kind of resolve, a refusal to let grief erode the last remnants of the self. And Sam finally wakes. It is to the sound of the neighbor's shower running, the distant thump of footsteps in the hallway. He sits up, rubs his eyes, and regards the room with the detached interest of someone newly arrived. He opens the window a crack, then dresses in the same clothes he wore the day before. Death follows as he paces the apartment, collecting dishes, dumping out the ginger ale bottle, organizing the mail into a single precarious tower. There is no catharsis, there is no moving on. There is only the next minute, the next chore, the next inch forward. Death, having watched a million souls succumb to lesser devastations, is almost impressed. It wonders, not for the first time, how much sorrow a single organism can metabolize before it ruptures. Sam, unaware of the audience, walks to the center of the living room, stands very still, and simply breathes. Death records the moment, files it under a new category: resilience. It is not a word Death uses lightly. The morning presses on, and Sam is still standing. Death, for all its experience, has no explanation for it. It can only watch and wait and marvel. The day decays with neither flourish nor protest, only a slow leaching of color from the apartment's battered surfaces. Death, attentive to the changes in atmosphere, senses the moment Sam decides, against all prior avoidance, to enter the nursery. He stands outside the door for almost a minute, one palm braced against the jamb, the other hanging at his side. His eyes move across the chipped paint on the frame, the sticker residue from the brief period when he and Julia attempted to personalize the apartment in earnest. They had argued about whether to cover the bedroom in celestial decals or a rainforest scene. The compromise was a half-hearted border of cartoon giraffes, interrupted by the smoke detector and a wall calendar now stuck at February. Death slides into the nursery ahead of him, drawn by the static charge of dread. The room is small, easily the least square footage in the unit, but in the months prior it had demanded a disproportionate share of attention. The walls are a soft yellow, Julia's choice, after a week of paint chips taped side by side, and the air still carries a hint of the lemon-scented cleaner she used before everything stopped. The crib stands at attention beneath the window, its slatted sides unscuffed, the mattress still encased in a factory-sealed wrapper. On the changing table, a pyramid of diapers leans precariously, each package stacked with engineer's precision. A row of tiny onesies, untouched, hangs from a tension rod in the closet, each outfit branded with an animal face or a phrase in mock parentese. "I'm a big deal, little miracle, Dad's MVP." Above the dresser, a shelf holds an audience of plush animals, all tagged and new, their button eyes fixed in a perpetual, blank expectation. Sam lingers on the threshold, and for a second Death thinks he will back away, perhaps retreat to the living room and resume his posture of cautious survival. But something in him shifts, a fault line buckling beneath the weight, and he steps inside, the floorboard uttering a sigh under his heel. Death reads the movement as seismic. It notes the way Sam's hands hover, unsure what to do, and how his gaze avoids the crib, ricocheting from wall to wall before finally landing on the mobile hanging above the window. Mobile is a modest one. Wire and wood, painted spheres meant to evoke planets, each suspended by a filament so fine it is nearly invisible in the gloom. They sway with the faintest provocation, reacting to the breath of the room. The planets orbit an absent sun, the bright yellow sphere missing from its central spindle, lost during assembly and never replaced. The effect is more haunting than intended, the world incomplete and perfectly so. Sam crosses to the window, opens the blind a finger's width, and stands there, shoulders squared as if at parade rest. The evening's last light casts thin gold bars across the crib mattress, illuminating the faint dust that has already begun to gather on the lacquered rail. He reaches out, almost touches it, then recoils. Death has seen this choreography 1,000 times. The reluctance, the shame of moving things meant for someone who will never arrive. But Sam does not rearrange the room, does not repurpose it for storage or turn it into an office. He simply stands, trapped in the event horizon of what should have been, and lets the silence build. Memories begin their procession, unbidden. Death watches as they stack up behind Sam's eyes, not in sequence, but in a jumble of raw impressions. The phone call that ended his adolescence, a stranger's voice telling him about the accident on the interstate, the steady withering of his grandmother, the bitter weeks of hospice, the click of her tongue against her dentures when she could still speak. The friend who vanished into the wrong crowd, the uncle whose heart gave out mid-argument, the teacher whose name he can't recall, but whose funeral he attended out of obligation. Then Julia. The hospital room, cold with its polished surfaces and antiseptic glare, the way her hand never once slackened in its grip on his, even when she was sedated. The sound of the monitor's final, sustained note. The drive home, the compulsion to keep the radio off because music would make it real. And the baby, who never drew breath but whose absence has rearranged the molecules of the apartment, has reoriented every atom around a hollow core. Sam stands by the window for a long time, breathing in the dust motes and exhaling something thinner than air. He bends, just a little, as if the force of gravity is spiked. Then, with a mechanical precision, he turns from the window, steps to the crib, and lowers himself to the floor, legs folding at awkward angles. He does not sob, not at first. The body resists the impulse to break. His shoulders shake with the effort of containing it, and his hands grip the frame of the crib as if to anchor himself against the undertow. When the dam finally fails, the sound is shocking in its quiet. No guttural wails, no cinematic collapse, just a long, low exhalation, punctuated by the chattering of teeth and the intermittent thud of his head against the wood. The grief is animal, sublingual, a current that runs beneath words. Death inches closer, compelled by the spectacle. It is a long time before Sam stops. He lifts his face, streaked with mucus and tears, and wipes his nose on his sleeve like a child. He stares at the baseboard, eyes tracking the pattern in the laminate. He murmurs something, a string of syllables so faint even death has trouble discerning them. They could be a prayer or a confession or simply a fragment of memory returning to the surface. Death lingers in the dimness, feeling the aftershock of the collapse. It senses that something irrevocable has happened, not just the breaking of a man, but the realignment of the room, the way even inanimate things will settle into a new order after catastrophe. The planets on the mobile have drifted closer together. The plush animals on the shelf lean, ever so slightly, in Sam's direction. He sits there, crumpled and spent, for a span that blurs the boundary between night and day. When he finally rises, it is not with the careful grace of the earlier months, but with the resignation of someone who knows he will have to repeat the ritual again, and again, until the memory loses its edge. Sam leaves the nursery without looking back. He closes the door, but not all the way, leaving it ajar as if expecting someone or something to find its way in. Death takes one last pass around the room, cataloguing the scent of despair, the residue of hope still clinging to the paint. It does not tidy the space, nor does it try to reset the mobile. Instead, it sits for a while on the edge of the crib, watching the sunless dawn stain the yellow walls with the faintest hint of blue. There is nothing for it but to wait. Outside the door, Sam has already begun to shuffle through the routines of a new day, unaware that the breaking is only ever temporary. Death understands. It will take more than a single night to dismantle a lifetime of endurance. But the process has started, and Death is, as ever, patient. Nursery is a bell jar, every molecule of air stilled and poised, the aftermath of Sam's collapse preserved in the negative pressure that follows. Death inhabits the corners, uncertain whether to advance or withdraw. For all its experience, it has rarely lingered this long in the wake of a breakdown. The usual order of things is observation, cataloguing, departure. But Sam remains on the floor, curled in the brace position, making no effort to retreat from the epicenter of his undoing. Outside, the city has begun its day. The apartment above broadcasts the muffled thud of someone's elliptical, while the next-door neighbor's TV cycles through the litany of morning anchors and their speculative weather maps. Sam registers none of it. He has retreated into himself, eyes closed, body folded so tightly that the bones seem to want to fuse. Death hovers by the window, watching the shadows inch across the yellow wall. The mobile is motionless, a clutch of painted planets hanging in a tension that feels almost deliberate. Death finds its attention drifting, as if waiting for the universe to permit it to move on. But the room refuses to relax. There is a pulse here, subtle but undeniable, and it draws Death in close, to the very lip of the crib where Sam's hand now rests, knuckles pale against the lacquered rail. On impulse, an indulgence it has rarely allowed itself, Death speaks. "Sam," it says, a sound so soft it registers only as a draft against the skin, a shimmer in the dust motes. The syllable curls around the ceiling, slips down the wall, and finds its mark at the back of Sam's skull. He does not move, not at first, but there is a flicker of recognition, a ripple along the spine, and Death feels the curiosity ignite. What if it tried again? "Sam," it repeats, this time shaping the air, giving the word a fraction more weight. The effect is immediate. Sam's eyes snap open, pupils blown wide, and he inhales as if surfacing from deep water. The room changes. The light grows colder, the edges of things sharpen. Sam looks around, heart stuttering, and for a moment Death wonders if he will convince himself it was nothing, just the aftermath of a nightmare or the echo of Julia's voice, which still lingers in the auditory cortex like the residue of a strong perfume. But Sam does not dismiss it. He sits up, wiping his face with the heel of his hand, and turns toward the window as if expecting to see someone there. Death edges closer, manifesting in the most polite way possible, as a faint distortion in the light, a softening of the space just to Sam's left. It is not enough to be seen, exactly, but it is sufficient to register as presence. Sam shivers. He pulls his knees to his chest and stares at the far wall, where a patch of sunlight has begun to crawl toward the closet. His breathing is uneven, punctuated by small, involuntary noises, a hiccup, a sigh, the almost laugh of someone surprised by the persistence of their own misery. "Sam," Death says a third time, the syllables now threaded with intent. The sound bypasses the ears, lands somewhere deeper. He responds, not aloud but with a tilt of the head, a narrowing of the eyes. "Who's there?" he whispers, the words barely disturbing the air. Death pauses, uncertain. The rules are clear or have always seemed so. The living are not meant to perceive, not until the final moment. Yet here is Sam, suspended between the worlds, and here is Death, unaccountably invested in what happens next. "You're not alone," Death says, the phrase carefully selected, neutral. It expects this will frighten him, and perhaps it does. Sam's hands clench, his posture rigid. But there is something else, too. A flicker of hope, a dangerous and persistent willingness to believe that company exists, even in the depths of abandonment. Sam hugs his knees tighter. He does not look at the crib or the mobile or the toys lined up on the dresser. Instead, he stares at the patch of floor where Death hovers, as if he can sense the exact coordinates of its presence. "Julia," he tries, the name jagged on his tongue. Death shakes its head, forgetting for a moment that the gesture is invisible. "No," it says, "but I am here." The words hang, heavy as a verdict. Sam's face crumples, and for a second Death wonders if the intervention has only made things worse. But then Sam laughs, a quick, broken sound, and wipes his eyes with the back of his hand. "That's just perfect," he mutters. "Losing my mind wasn't enough. Now I get the full poltergeist experience." Death wants to correct him, to explain the rules, to make clear that this is not possession or haunting, but something altogether different. It wants to say, "I'm not here to torment you. I'm here because, for reasons I do not understand, I find your survival remarkable." But it says nothing, because it is not sure that it knows how to say such things. The morning advances. Sam eventually stands, stretching the ache from his limbs. He regards the room with new suspicion, as if every object might now be a conduit for further visitations. He leaves the nursery with the door again half open, never quite willing to seal it off. Death remains in the room, wondering at the breach it has created. The planets on the mobile have begun to swing, slow and asynchronous, reacting to a force that Death suspects is more emotional than physical. Later in the living room, Sam paces. He fixes a sandwich, eats 2 bites and throws the rest away. He sits on the couch, turns on the television, mutes it, turns it off again. He stands at the window, watches the city, then returns to the kitchen, circling as if mapping the dimensions of his own confinement. Death follows at a distance, observing the oscillation between despair and curiosity. It has never initiated contact before, never crossed the barrier in this direction. The novelty is exhilarating, if also tinged with the anxiety of rule-breaking. Sam stops mid-stride and glances over his shoulder. "Are you still there?" he asks, voice tight, as if daring the void to answer. "Yes," Death says, this time allowing the word to vibrate in the bones. Sam nods, as if he had expected nothing less. He sits at the kitchen table and rests his head in his hands, elbows braced on the battered wood. "I don't know what you want from me," he says, to the air or to himself. Death considers the question, the implications. It is not often that it desires anything. But here, now, it wants to see how far a man can go, how much can be borne before the final reckoning. It wants to bear witness, not merely to the end, but to the exquisite interim, the moment when survival itself becomes an act of defiance. "I am watching," it says, careful to make the statement neither threat nor comfort. Sam closes his eyes, breathes through the next minute, and then another. Death waits, attentive as a pulse. There is no instruction manual for this, no guidance for what to do when the living refuse to yield. But Death is adaptable, and Sam, for now, endures. Next morning is brittle with expectation. Death, no longer content with its usual boundaries, allows itself to accumulate substance in the seam between shadow and sun. Sam is in the kitchen, pouring coffee he has no intention of drinking, moving with the careful choreography of a man who fears abruptness will tear the thin membrane of his composure. The apartment's silence is amplified, the pipes and floorboards holding their breath. Death materializes near the bookshelf, not as a body but as a thickening, a subtle densification of air. The shift is slight, but Sam notices. He startles, the mug sloshing liquid onto the counter, and he backs up so quickly that his shoulder collides with the wall. Death watches as Sam's face cycles through the sequence. Alarm, skepticism, then a rapid calculation of whether this is hallucination, dream, or simply the final tilt into madness. Sam's gaze lands in the narrow space between two windows where Death has chosen to condense. His fists clench, then release. "You again," Sam says, the words flat, a defense mechanism honed by years of disappointment. "I hoped you were a fluke." Death considers its response, then replies, "No, I'm nothing if not consistent." The answer lands. Sam laughs, sharp and involuntary, then covers his mouth with a trembling hand. He stands there for a moment, blinking against the new geometry of the morning. "What do you want?" he asks, more demand than plea. Death glides closer, the air cooling by a shade. "To understand." Sam snorts. "Your Death, what is there left to understand?" Death regards him, curious. "Most do not speak to me so directly." Sam shrugs, arms folded tight across his chest. "Most don't get this many chances. I should have been gone years ago." Death knows the ledger. The near miss with the electrical fire, the car that skidded past a crosswalk, the infection that nearly shut down his kidneys at age 7. And always, in the aftermath, Sam alone, the casualties distributed around him like a statistical anomaly. "I have noticed your pattern," Death says. "You orbit disaster but never land. It is unique." Sam's face falls. "Yeah, well, my therapist thinks it's survivor's guilt, or some cosmic prank." "Therapists have their uses," Death replies, not unkindly. "But some things defy even the most rigorous analysis." Sam slumps into a chair, running his hands over his scalp, as if trying to find the join between body and mind. "So that's it. You're here to gawk at my suffering." Death is silent, weighing the accusation. The word gawk stings more than it should. "No," it says at last. "I am here because you are different. Most of the living fear me. You seem to have made peace with the inevitability." Sam leans forward, elbows on knees. "It's not peace, it's just resignation." Death notes the distinction. "You do not wish to die." Sam shrugs again. "It's not that I wish for it, it's that I don't expect anything else." Death considers. "Your loss is substantial. Many would have surrendered by now." The silence that follows is thick, a sediment of unspoken things. Sam picks at the skin around his thumbnail, voice barely above a whisper. "I don't think I know how." Death steps closer, compressing the space until it is less than a foot from Sam's shoulder. The room cools perceptibly, the sunlight retreating to the perimeter. Sam shivers but does not move. Death speaks this time with measured compassion. "I have walked beside kings and killers, warlords and weeping children. I have watched tyrants fall and empires burn. But you, it pauses, searching for the word, you are the first I've seen so deeply touched by loss, and yet never the one involved, always just beside it, always left behind. Sam's lips part, but no sound comes out. He is trembling, but not from fear. Why now? He manages, the syllables raw. After all this time, why show yourself now? Death lowers its voice, the sound resonating in Sam's chest. Because you are breaking, Sam, and I could not bear to watch in silence any longer. Your resilience, your capacity to endure and still love deeply, it is, Death falters, extraordinary. Sam sits in stunned silence, absorbing the words like a shock to the system. He stares at Death, finally seeing, not a figure but a force, a pressure that warps the very air. I thought I was invisible, Sam says. You are not, Death replies. You are in fact more visible than most. Sam closes his eyes, the tears welling but not falling. He sits like that for a long time, hands slack, mouth pressed tight. Death waits, willing to let the silence do its work. At last, Sam looks up. What happens now? Death thinks about it. That is up to you. Sam laughs, the sound hollow but genuine. Great. So even now, you're not going to give me a straight answer. There are no straight answers, Death says. Not in the world as it is. Sam sighs, stands, and moves to the window. He stares at the city for a long time, tracing the grid of streets and the movement of strangers far below. The ordinary persistence of things, unbroken even by the worst. Death remains, watching. For the first time it feels a kinship, a brief, fragile bridge between its world and Sam's. It knows this will not last, that soon enough Sam will resume the routines of the living, and Death will return to its endless circuit. But for this moment, they are in the same room, breathing the same air. Sam turns, his posture more relaxed. Will you stay? He asks. Death nods, if you wish. Sam pours another cup of coffee, this time adding sugar, and sits back at the table. He does not speak, and neither does Death. They are together in the silence, the morning slowly unfolding around them. Death has never envied the living. But in this quiet, with the light softening the edges of the room, it comes as close as it ever will. It thinks of Julia's watch, the unfinished puzzle of the nursery, the shelf of untouched toys. It thinks of Sam, sitting at the table, refusing to let the world erase the names and faces he has lost. Death files the moment, assigning it a new label, endurance. It waits, as always, but this time with the faintest flicker of hope. The day resumes with the steadiness of an old engine, a little reluctant, a little loud, but determined to keep moving. Sam goes about his tasks with a deliberation bordering on ritual. He does not speak again, at least not aloud, but Death senses the constant background hum of his thoughts, a current just beneath the surface. Move together from room to room. The kitchen is first, where Sam rinses the mugs and arranges them on the rack as if preparing for a guest. He wipes down the counter with a measured hand, eyes never straying far from the spot where Death had thickened the air only hours before. The living room is next, where he gathers the clutter into a single, disciplined stack. He folds the blanket Julia once favored and places it back on the couch, smoothing the fibers with his palm. Death observes from every angle, unblinking. It notes the micro-expressions, how Sam's jaw tightens at the sight of Julia's shoes still by the door, how his shoulders roll forward as he passes the nursery, how the lines of his face soften, almost imperceptibly, when the light shifts through the window and lands on the wedding photograph propped on the shelf. For a long while, they stand together in the hallway, neither advancing nor retreating. The air is static, the space between them a buffer and a bond. In the afternoon, Sam sits at the desk with the unopened mail, methodically slicing envelopes, scanning the contents, discarding the junk, sorting the rest into a neat pile. He writes a check for the rent, addresses the envelope, and affixes a stamp. The motions are practiced, but today there is a clarity, a decision to participate in the world that had been absent for months. When he stands, Sam runs a hand over the back of his neck, as if to check for the presence of Death. He finds nothing, but the gesture feels like a question, and Death is amused to be the answer. As evening approaches, Sam cooks himself an actual meal. Nothing extravagant, pasta with jarred sauce, a dusting of the old parmesan Julia used to hoard, but he eats it at the table, fork in hand, chewing with intention. When the phone rings, he answers it, and for the first time in months, he speaks to his mother. The conversation is short, but there is a softness to his voice that surprises even him. Death hovers near the window as the sun sets. The city below ticks on, the grid of lights flickering into existence, the rush of traffic rising and falling. Sam sits in the blue hour, watching the skyline, and Death senses a shift. Not hope, not yet, but the possibility of it. He leans back in the chair and closes his eyes, exhausted but not defeated. His breathing slows, settles into a rhythm that is almost peaceful. Death sits across from him, silent, an invisible anchor in the gathering dark. After a time, Sam opens his eyes. He looks directly at the space Death occupies, and for a moment it feels as if they are 2 points on the same line, equidistant from the edge. "Are you still here?" Sam asks, voice a notch above a whisper. "Yes," Death replies, barely moving the air. Sam nods, as if this was the answer he expected. He stands, stretches, and turns off the kitchen light. The apartment is shadowed but not empty. There is a presence, a fullness that was missing before. He moves to the bedroom, undresses, and slides between the sheets. His body curls on its side, knees pulled to chest, hands folded near his heart. Death sits at the foot of the bed, careful not to disturb. "Will you be here tomorrow?" Sam asks the dark. Death does not hesitate. "If you want." Sam smiles, a small, cracked thing but real. "Okay," he says, and closes his eyes. The night passes in increments. Sam dreams, restless but undisturbed, and Death stands sentinel, cataloguing the breathing, the pulse, the subtle movements beneath the covers. It is not a vigilant presence, nor is it the harbinger of finality. It is, for now, simply witness, a companion. At sunrise, the city stirs. Sam wakes slowly, stretches again, and sits on the edge of the bed. He does not look for Death, but Death is there, as promised. The two of them share the dawn, neither speaking, both changed. Death wonders at the resilience, the determination to move forward even when so much has been lost. It thinks of all the other Sam Blakes, the millions who have passed through its ledger. None have persisted quite like this. There is a lesson here, Death suspects, though it is not sure it has the words for it. The day begins again, and Sam rises to meet it. Death, as always, follows. But now it does so with a sense of purpose, a responsibility not to end, but to bear witness until the very last moment. It is not hope, not quite, but it is something close. Chapter 16. Night repopulates the living room with shadows and afterimages. Death finds it unchanged. The lampshade still askew, couch cushions slumped in defeat, a brittle film of dust floating on the air, illuminated only by the blue vapor of a muted television. Sam is a fragment in the armchair, knees up, body hunched in the ambiguous posture of sleep or collapse. Death does not knock. It moves through the room, past the uneven stacks of old magazines, the dried ring where tea cooled to mold, the curl of envelope after envelope, bills, condolences, all addressed in the impersonal font of the living. Scattered across the coffee table are photographs and letters, arranged not so much in order as in orbit around a single gravity-dense point. A framed picture, appended and clutched to Sam's chest. Death notes the shift in air temperature as Sam stirs. Not an awakening exactly, but a surfacing. The man's hand, cramped by hours of inaction, flexes around the frame. He lifts it, considers it under the weak wash of television light. The photograph is of Julia, her graduation maybe, the hair 2 shades lighter than Sam remembers, the smile a rictus of adolescent certainty. Sam's thumb obscures part of her face. Death finds the gesture significant, the way grief blots out the details it cannot bear. Sam's lips move, working a line of syllables that fail to clear his throat. For a minute, Death wonders if he is praying, but then the name comes out, soft, then louder, then steadier. Julia. The sound is a test of the room's acoustics, a challenge flung against the silence. He tries again. Mom, Dad, Grandpa, each word a stone tossed into the dark. It is a roll call, and Sam does not falter. He names the ancestors in sequence. Grandfather Henry, grandmother Louise, great-grandmother Irma, then the parents, reduced to Mom and Dad, as if that would keep them safe from extinction. Each utterance is a forced exhale, not quite a sob, but the consonants catch and threaten to tip him over the edge. Death catalogues the tremor in Sam's fingers, the way his jaw sets before every name, the pattern of his pupils dilating to meet each memory as it ghosts past in the flicker of the TV. The room is humid with recollection, every molecule vibrating with the memory of voices, the suggestion of perfume or aftershave, the old, stale perfume of disappointment and apology. The names repeat, growing less distinct, blurring into one another. Sam tips the frame against his forehead, presses it so hard the skin whitens, then draws it away and inspects it for damage. When none is found, he clutches the picture tighter, as if the pressure might reverse entropy. It doesn't. Instead, something inside him yields. Sam slumps lower in the chair, and the voice that emerges now is not an invocation but a plea. "Julia, please." The words are reedy, half-drowned. "I don't know how to do this. I can't." The sentence crumbles. His hand shakes so hard the frame slips, clatters onto the couch cushion, face down. Death moves closer, drawn by the escalation. It watches the pulse at Sam's throat, the beads of sweat even on a cold night. It smells the shift in body chemistry, the spike of adrenaline, the sour spike of shame. Sam begins to rock. The rhythm is arrhythmic, a child's attempt at self-soothing gone off script. With his free hand, he gathers the loose photos into a trembling heap, spreads them out across his knees. One by one, he lifts them, addresses them by name, sometimes a whispered hello, sometimes just a slow shake of the head. The repetition builds until Death recognizes the ritual for what it is, a deliberate invocation, a seance by brute force of memory. Then, without warning, the tension snaps. Sam hurls a photograph across the room. It hits the wall, slides down, comes to rest beneath a radiator. Another follows, a group shot, torn at the corner, flung with less force but more intent. Sam's breaths come quick, harsh, almost sobs now. He scoops the remaining photographs, raises them overhead, and lets them fall. They scatter, some drifting to the floor, some to the table. For a second he freezes, hands open, body quivering at the edge of either laughter or collapse. Then he smacks his own thigh, hard, a sound sharp enough to make Death's presence tremble. The man's voice cracks as he shouts, "Why did you all have to go?" The question ricochets off the walls, off the heap of laundry in the hall, off the shellacked memories pasted above the mantel. "Why not just take me too?" Death feels the question like a physical weight, but does not answer. It is not the right moment. It wants to see where the anger will go, whether it will burn out or detonate something new. Sam doubles over, head in his hands. This time the sobs are open, raw. The sound is not for the dead, but for the self, every note of it an acknowledgement that he is the last one left to witness. The episode runs its course in less than 2 minutes. Afterward, Sam sags, shoulders hunched, breath shuddering but even. He wipes his eyes with the heel of his palm, leaves a streak of tears and snot, and lets his head fall back against the chair. The room is quiet again. The photographs lie scattered on the floor, each one a marker of unfinished business. Death surveys the scene, notes the pattern of the fallout, the way the photos have landed with their faces up, as if unwilling to turn away from the living. There will be more nights like this. Death is certain of it. For now, though, the outburst has drained the room of its charge, left only the faint, static resonance of things unsaid. Death waits, as it always does, for the next surge. The aftermath is not quiet for long. Anger, in Death's experience, is never content to starve itself on the bones of memory. It needs meat, momentum, a vector to absorb and reflect force. Sam sits upright for only a minute before the restlessness overtakes him. He scans the room, breathing hard, as if looking for something to blame. His hand snags the lamp beside the armchair, a cheap thing from a chain store, its base already chipped. He yanks the cord from the wall, the plug making a sound like cartilage tearing. Death anticipates the movement, a backswing, a brief hesitation, then a lateral sweep that sends the lamp crashing to the floor. The bulb bursts, sending a flash of violence across the carpet. The lampshade rolls to a stop by the coffee table, its fabric split at the seam. Sam's chest heaves. He pivots, knocks over a pile of books with the flat of his palm. The volumes skitter and fan out, some opening mid-spine, others folding in on themselves like collapsed vertebrae. A mug, half full of cold tea, tips spills a slow brown snake onto the rug. Death watches the liquid spread, a map of frustration drawn in real time. The room is alive now, charged with the motion of things falling, breaking, shattering. Sam's voice is raw when it returns, not the whisper of invocation but a full-throated curse. "Fuck you," he says, directing it to no one and everyone at once. He kicks the nearest object, a stack of mail, a slipper, the ruined lamp base, then recoils, clutching his foot, almost laughing at the stupidity of the pain. It is, Death notes, a classic stage of grief, the transformation of helplessness into outrage, as if volume and velocity can convince the universe to rewrite a single line of fate. Sam stands in the middle of the wreckage, shoulders squared, arms shaking with adrenaline. His eyes are wild, flecks of spit on his lips, a bright fever in his cheeks. He looks around, sees the framed photo of Julia half buried under a magazine, and drops to his knees. The movement is so abrupt that Death almost flinches. Sam pulls the photo free, holds it at arm's length, then draws it in close, forehead touching the glass. For a long second, he is silent, the tremors in his body settling into a microquake that only Death can feel. The sound that comes out of him is lower now, as if the outburst has cored out his vocal cords. Why? The word is barely a syllable. He tries again. Why them? Why not me? His fingers curl around the frame, threatening to crush it. Death senses the shift, the narrowing of focus. The man's world has shrunk to this. The pressure of bone on glass, the heat of his own breath fogging the picture, the ache in his jaw as he grinds the words through clenched teeth. Why not me? He says again, louder, almost a chant. Death absorbs the question as it has a million times before. It lets the silence stretch, the room holding its breath. Sam's body lists forward, arms braced on the carpet, forehead pressed to the photo. His knuckles are white, the skin split on one from a previous, less memorable accident. In the hush, Death's voice enters, a low resonance, a modulation of the air that vibrates the glass in Sam's hand. I don't choose, Sam. The effect is instantaneous. Sam jerks upright, eyes scanning for the source, ears tuned to the resonance. For a moment he seems to register Death's presence as a trick of light or memory, a shadow at the margin, a chill along the collarbone. He doesn't speak. Instead, he sets the frame down with surprising gentleness, almost apology. He sits back on his heels, hands limp, gaze fixed on the point in the room where Death's voice lingered. Death is content to leave it there. It knows better than to overplay a line. Instead, it watches as Sam's anger collapses, replaced by a confusion so profound it might border on relief. The man rocks once, twice, then folds forward, hands over his head, body forming a crescent on the carpet. The living room, trashed and unsettled, feels oddly balanced now, every object in its new position, every fracture accounted for. Death surveys the scene, the broken lamp, the scattered books, the pools of tea and sweat, the photos staring up from the floor. Sam does not cry, not this time. He sits in the debris, head low, and lets his breathing return to something like normal. There is no cleanup, no repair, only the recalibration of energy, the low hum of a body learning to survive its own anger. Death remains, silent but unmistakable, a presence waiting to be summoned again. It does not have to wait long. The room is a wreck, but the man is wreckage. Sam sits amid the evidence of his own storm, arms slack, eyes fixed on some unfixed point across the living room. He is breathing through his mouth, like someone who has run too far and is trying to recover on borrowed time. The muscles in his forearms twitch, as if still anticipating another round of violence. Death, stationed at the margin where wall meets shadow, finds itself the subject of Sam's attention. The man's gaze doesn't land directly, but hovers in the region Death occupies, a subtle recalibration, the brain triangulating on a presence it cannot quite see. Sam licks his lips, voice barely functional. If you don't choose, he starts, then lets the sentence dissolve, swallowed by the buzz of the television and the tick of cooling metal from the lamp wreckage. The question reforms, coalesces around a new gravity. Then who does? There is hope in it, but also a thread of spite, the instinct to demand an answer, even from an empty room. Death lets the silence have its full weight, measuring Sam's patience against the certainty that no explanation ever satisfies. Sam waits. He is good at waiting. His hands drift to the mess of photographs and letters, sifting without order, picking up pieces at random and dropping them again. Then he finds something new, a faded postcard, the kind sold in museum gift shops. Death recognizes the artifact, a relic from the first vacation Sam and Julia took together, a beach neither of them ever returned to. Sam runs his thumb along the edge, traces the faint lines of handwriting on the back. The gesture is almost tender, but when he flips the card over, the corners bend and crease under the pressure. His eyes flick upward, past Death's shoulder, then down again. Who does? He repeats, the words a little louder, a little less hopeful. His voice carries the abrasions of too many questions, not enough answers. Death stands motionless, not out of cruelty, but because it knows the futility of the exercise. It has seen this script performed in every culture, every century, in every dialect the human mouth can shape. Sometimes the living blame fate, sometimes God, sometimes the dead themselves. The answer never changes the ending. Sam exhales, the sound deep, resignation flavored with residual fury. He presses the postcard to his lips, as if expecting it to become an amulet, then sets it carefully atop the pile of broken memories. For a moment, his eyes close, the lashes trembling in the half-light. The question hovers, still unanswered. Death leaves it there, suspended like a dust mote in the center of the room. Sam does not try again. He seems to understand at last the shape of his solitude. He stands, knees popping, and steps around the lamp shards, careful not to touch the frame of Julia's picture. He crosses the room, switches off the TV, and for a long moment just stands in the blue dark, listening to the aftermath. Death watches him go. It notes the precision of the retreat, the way Sam avoids the spilled tea, the way his hand hesitates at the doorway, the way his breath thickens but does not break. There is no answer tonight, and maybe not ever. Death finds this appropriate. It settles back into the corner, waiting for the next question. It will be along soon enough. Afternoon brings no reprieve, only new architecture for the pain. Death follows Sam to the study, a box-shaped room on the second floor where the day's weak sunlight struggles through the smeared window. The desk is cluttered but organized, each object with its own designated spot. Pens corralled in a chipped mug, unopened mail stacked with forensic precision, laptop closed and centered like a ceremonial slab. The chair is ergonomic, but Sam perches on its edge, as if afraid to trust the backrest. On the desk, a small cardboard box sits, taped and untaped so many times the flaps have begun to delaminate. Death recognizes the artifact instantly, Julia's keepsake box, the one she assembled over years of compulsive sentimentality. Sam runs a hand along the lid, the motion cautious, as though the box might bite. He opens it. Inside, the contents are arranged with a curator's eye for significance. A strip of ultrasound images, a bundle of rubber-banded ticket stubs, a half-used tube of lipstick, a USB stick labeled Jay's Mix 2022, and at the very bottom, a folded stack of loose-leaf covered in Julia's handwriting. Death feels the man's pulse speed up, the air in the room growing thick with memory. Sam lifts the USB stick, turns it in his fingers, and inserts it into the laptop. The screen glows to life, a folder opens, and suddenly the room is filled with Julia's voice, recorded messages, saved voicemails, a snippet of her singing along to the car radio, sharp and off-key but joyful. The sound hits Sam like a pulse wave. He jerks in his seat, then clamps both hands around the speakers as if to keep the voice from escaping. Death leans in, savoring the intensity. It measures the dilation of Sam's pupils, the way the skin at the base of his throat constricts and then relaxes. Each note, each clipped sentence, is a reanimation. The present moment evaporates, replaced by the hologram of a past so immediate it burns. Sam lets the recording play out, eyes closed, head tilted, as if listening for a frequency only he can detect. When it ends, he does not move for a long time. Instead, he reaches for the stack of loose-leaf, unfolds it, and begins to read. Julia's handwriting is distinctive, angled, impatient, the loops in her G, S, and Y, S curling like tiny anchors. The top sheet is a to-do list from years back. Buy oat milk / call mom, fix cabinet hinge / book Hawaii trip. The next is a letter unsent, addressed to the future. Death watches as Sam's lips move silently, tracking the lines. The effect is cumulative. With every word, Sam's breath grows shallower, his shoulders round further, until he is practically folded over the desk. The hand not holding the letter is clenched into a fist, trembling against the surface. His jaw works, teeth grinding in time with the sentences. Death approaches, close enough now that the gap between worlds feels paper-thin. It senses the fracture coming, the moment when nostalgia tips over into something sharper, more dangerous. Sam's breath hitches just once. His eyes shine, but the tears are held in check, as if the act of reading is too sacred to interrupt. When he reaches the end of the letter, he exhales, a sound that is almost a laugh. Death leans close, the shadow of its presence draping across Sam's shoulders. In a voice calibrated to the exact frequency of comfort and certainty, it whispers, "She never feared you'd forget." The phrase lands with surgical precision. Sam's body registers it not as a command, but as a release, a permission to let go, even for a moment. The muscles in his back uncoil, the fist relaxes, and for the first time since Julia's death, the man's face is unguarded. The relief is not total, but it is real. Death observes the change, the micro-adjustments of skin and breath and posture, and feels something akin to satisfaction. The room is lighter now, the sunlight less apologetic. Even the dust motes seem to slow their fall, suspended in a new equilibrium. Sam closes the letter, returns it to the box, and sits back in the chair. He does not smile, but the tension in his jaw is gone, replaced by a tired, almost contented resignation. He looks out the window, unfocused, and lets his hands rest on the arms of the chair. Death lingers a moment longer, then retreats to the edge of the study, content to watch as the man recalibrates his orbit. The world outside goes on as if nothing has changed, but death knows otherwise. Something has shifted. And for now, that is enough. Dusk dilutes the colors in the study, smoothing the edges until every object seems gently erased. The streetlights outside flicker on, casting vague, angular shadows through the window. Sam remains at his desk, the keepsake box pushed to one side, his hands folded and still. For a while, he just sits, attention cycling between the darkening glass and the patch of sunlight shrinking on the floor. Death stands in the periphery, but tonight there is no question of its presence. Sam seems aware of it, even comforted. He leans back, lets his head rest against the chair, and closes his eyes. When he speaks, his voice is hoarse, stripped of performance. Did she suffer? The words drop like stones into the hush. Death takes its time. It moves closer, the transition so smooth that Sam does not startle, just opens his eyes and looks into the place where death is thickest. No, Death answers. She knew you were there. The response is not rehearsed. It is simply true. Death watches as Sam absorbs it, the slow motion process by which new facts are allowed to settle. There is no sobbing, no shudder. The man's body seems to accept the news as it would a change in the weather, a shift in barometric pressure, a faint ache behind the eyes. Sam nods, the movement so small it could be an involuntary tick. He looks away, then back again, as if checking that death has not evaporated. He does not ask it to leave. He does not fill the space with more questions. Instead, he folds his arms over his chest, eyes open but unfocused, and lets the silence expand between them. It is not uncomfortable. If anything, it is companionable, a shared secret, the kind forged in late-night conversations or at the edges of disaster. Death lingers, not as a threat but as a promise, that there will be no more surprises, no more tricks of fate. Only this, 1 hour, then another, until the body is ready to resume its business. Outside, the world descends into night, the city settling into its familiar circuits. Inside, the study remains a pocket of stillness, illuminated only by the memory of a voice and the soft, unbroken hush of two survivors waiting for what comes next. Night returns, swallowing the house whole. The living room is a black pool, armchair and floor lamp now shrouded in the velvet indistinction of after midnight. Death enters without ceremony and finds Sam exactly where he expected, hunched in the old chair, feet bare on the ottoman, a throw blanket slumped around his shoulders. The day's carnage has been left uncleaned, lamp shards still scattered, tea stain now a brittle edge on the carpet, photos and letters rearranged only by the laws of entropy. This time death does not haunt the margins. It takes the seat beside Sam, forming a faint ripple in the air, an anomaly in temperature and gravity. To a passing eye it would be nothing, just a brief, localized shiver, a flaw in the light. But Sam is not fooled. He looks to his left, not directly, but near enough, and says, "You always show up at night." Death offers no denial. You notice more when the world is quiet. Sam nods, as if this answers some other question. He sits in the hush, listening to the minute ticks and groans of the cooling house. The silence is so complete that even the blood in his ears seems to move in slow motion. Why does it get worse at night? Sam asks. The tone is not plaintive, just genuinely curious. Because you're alone with the memory, Death says, and because the mind is built to replay what it cannot resolve. Sam's mouth twitches, something like a smile, even when there's nothing left to resolve. Death does not answer right away. It has learned the value of a well-timed pause. Especially then, it says. They sit together, the man and his shadow, for a long time. Sam eventually breaks the silence, voice softer than before. Was it like this for them? He gestures vaguely toward the debris field of family history. At the end. Death tilts its head, a movement so slight it barely disturbs the air. Different for each, it says. But the best endings are the ones where someone is there to see you off. Sam's lips compress, the question too large to fit in his mouth. He tries anyway. Is that why you're here? Death considers. I'm here because you need a witness. The answer seems to settle something in Sam. His shoulders drop, the tension leaching out of his neck. He turns his gaze to the ceiling, where the shadow of the ruined lamp draws a thin, perfect ellipse. I thought there would be more to it, he says. The end, I mean. There never is, Death says. You live, you leave traces, and then you're gone. The only thing that matters is what you do with the in-between. Sam lets this sit, eyes closed, head tilting back. Do you ever get tired of watching? Death laughs, and the sound is nothing like a cackle. It's a soft, unfinished chord. Not tired, curious sometimes. There are always new ways to be surprised. Sam smiles, faint but real. I think I'm ready to sleep now. Death nods, and the gesture is one of respect. I'll be here. Sam does not reply. Within minutes, his breath evens out, the line of his jaw softens, and his hands unclench from the blanket. He drifts, not into oblivion, but into the first dreamless rest he's had in months. Death remains in the chair, a silent cohabitant, monitoring the delicate oscillation of Sam's chest, the flutter of eyelids, the final relaxation of muscles as sleep claims the body. In the space between breaths, the world tilts a little closer to balance. The lamp shards and photos and spilled tea lose their charge, becoming ordinary clutter, nothing more. The dark is still absolute, but it is no longer empty. In time, the sun will rise, and with it the expectation of a new day. But for now, death keeps the vigil, content in its role as both warden and companion. It has all the time in the world. And tonight, for once, so does the living. Chapter 17. Death enters quietly. It does not announce itself, but the room knows. The temperature drops 3 degrees in under a minute, and the shadows, previously content to lounge along the walls, stretch themselves into barbed configurations around the perimeter of the living room. Am senses it before he recognizes it. He is on his feet tonight, not collapsed in the armchair or huddled under blanket, but upright, stalking the threadbare carpet with the gait of a man whose muscles cannot decide between flight and self-destruction. His hands flex and clench in violent rehearsal. A vein rides high along his jaw, pulsing. If death had a heart, it might quicken at the spectacle. So rare is it to witness the living so animated by rage, so unembarrassed by their own combustion. Tonight, Sam is not content to drown. Tonight, he will fight. He starts with the old names, the ones that taste of tradition and duty. Henry, Louise, Irma, each one thrown like a dart at a wall that does not flinch. Death notes the invocation and recognizes the sequence. These are not simply names, but a litany, a genealogy of grievance. Each syllable is a stone laid on the cairn of his memory, a tower raised in defiance of oblivion. He continues, voice louder. Mom, Dad. He does not use their given names now, as if that would diminish their power. Jake, he says, and this one sticks. Death feels it, a tremor in the air. Jake is not a parent or grandparent, but the friend, the brother in arms, the ghost that shows up most nights between 2 and 4 in the morning. The name hits harder, lands wet and heavy in the pit of Sam's stomach. The circuit is nearly complete. Only 2 remain. Sam grips the edge of the coffee table, knuckles bloodless. Leela. The child's name is a trigger. The force of it nearly buckles his knees. The word floats for a second, then is swallowed by the dark, where it waits with all the other things he cannot fix. He saves the last, for the bitter end. Julia. Her name is a wound reopened. He does not shout it, he spits it, like something poisonous forced back up the throat. Death can feel the chemistry shift, cortisol, adrenaline, raw animal panic. Sam paces faster, a lion in the world's smallest cage. The room itself seems to shrink in response. Death, unmoving, allows the pressure to build, its own presence a negative space against which Sam's fury finds new edges. Finally, Sam rounds on death, not directly, but to the place in the room where the cold is most dense, where the shadows have gathered to a single, obsidian core. I know you're there, he says, and the voice is clear, steady, almost tender with hate. You've been here for weeks, months. You show up every night just to watch. Death says nothing. There is nothing to say, not yet. It is not a thing that takes pleasure in confrontation, but tonight it feels the gravity of obligation. Sam has earned, by virtue of suffering, an answer. Sam laughs, a dry crackle. I used to think it was the house, or the grief, that maybe if I cleaned enough, burned enough photos, I could flush you out. But you're not that easy, are you? He wipes his hand across his mouth, smearing the words. You just wait for us to rot down to the bone, then you take. Death is silent, but this time it does not hide. Its form sharpens, condenses, the chill resolving into a silhouette just left of the television, where the blue light outlines the absence of a face. Sam faces it head-on now, refusing to look away. What are you waiting for? Are you here to finish me off, or just to make sure I do it myself? Death allows the question to hang. It takes a moment to arrange the words, choosing the ones with the least violence. I am not fate, Sam. I do not choose. The voice is not loud. It is not cold or warm. It is a frequency that bypasses the ear and lands directly in the center of the body, vibrating all the organs in sympathy. Sam freezes, as if a command has been issued to every muscle at once. The anger does not leave him, but it is forced to rearrange itself around the new information. Bullshit, he says, and there is no energy in it. If you're not fate, what the hell are you? Death considers. In the long history of its existence, it has been called Reaper, Angel, Demon, Mercy. It has worn 1,000 masks to comfort the dying or terrify the doomed. Tonight, it chooses to be honest. I am what comes after, Death says. Nothing more. Sam slumps, his frame folding down to the edge of the couch. His hands loosen, open. He looks at them as if seeing them for the first time. Then why do you haunt me? He asks. And now there is no challenge left, only the whimper of a child who has finally realized that the monster under the bed has always been there, waiting, patient. Death steps forward just once. It does not touch, but its presence is a compression of all the room's emptiness into a single, dense field. I haunt no one, Death says, but I listen, and you called. Sam raises his head. He searches the room, the walls, the pictures, as if to find evidence of what he has just heard. He finds nothing, only the weight of the answer. He stands. The anger is not gone, but it is spent, a match burned to blackness. You listen, he asks. To what? Death could answer with poetry, with scripture, with the long, winding recitations it has learned from the dying over the ages. But it keeps it simple. To the ones who cannot sleep, it says. To the ones who remember. Sam nods. He understands, or at least pretends to. He crosses the room, stops at the place where Death's shadow is thickest. He does not reach out, but the intention is clear, an offer of truce, or perhaps a handshake, if such a thing were possible. I'm tired, he says. Death does not respond with words. It simply steps aside, letting Sam pass, letting him find his way to the stairs, to the bed that still holds the indentation of another body. As Sam climbs, his shoulders uncoil. The air in the room grows lighter, the shadows recede to their usual places. Death stands alone, surveying the aftermath. It has done nothing and everything. Tonight, it will keep its vigil from a distance, satisfied with the knowledge that it is no longer the only witness. There are other nights to come, and in each, the anger will be less. The hour is late, but the apartment holds the lingering warmth of confrontation. Death waits in the doorway, patient as mold, while Sam collapses into the armchair, its faded corduroy instantly gathering his mass like a sponge. The adrenaline of anger is gone, and in its wake is something hollow, a vacuum sucking all the motion from his limbs. Death recognizes the symptoms: atonia, disassociation, the brief flirtation with oblivion that follows every true exertion of will. Sam sits with his head low, elbows on knees, hands knotting and unknotting as if searching for a grip on something tangible. His breath is shallow, measured in the short, sharp inhales of someone afraid that a deeper breath might unlock something worse. The house is quiet. Even the refrigerator, veteran of 1,000 long nights, has chosen this moment to silence its compressor. The only noise is the distant city, sirens, engines, the thin electrical hum of light leaking through blinds. Death drifts closer, the air growing slightly denser. It is careful now, aware of the delicacy of the moment. The margin between despair and surrender is so fine it can be crossed with a single careless word. Sam is the first to speak. His voice is unsteady, uncertain whether to whisper or shout. I thought I'd feel better if I got mad, he says. Death nods, invisible, letting the syllables settle. I thought maybe if I broke enough shit, or yelled at you, or blamed the world, it'd. He trails off, unwilling or unable to finish the sentence. Death supplies gently. It never does. Sam laughs, the sound not mirthful but the accidental byproduct of breathing too hard. So what now? He asks. You just watch me until I finally fuck up, then you cart me off to wherever everyone else went. I do not cart, Death says, matter of fact, and I do not watch, I wait. The answer hangs, not as judgment but as simple fact. Sam grunts, shifting his weight. You're a real piece of work, you know that. Out of all the possible things Death could be, you're basically a parking attendant. Death has heard worse, but does not take offense. If that analogy helps, I accept it. Sam runs a hand through his hair, drawing the sweat and sadness forward into a single, greasy lock. He presses his fingertips to his temples, rubs hard, then lets them fall to his lap. The motion is defeat, not relaxation. What are you? He says again, and this time the question is not rhetorical. Are you God, a ghost, just an echo in my head? Death is tempted to say all of the above, but the moment calls for more specificity. I am the end of every story, it says. I am the silence after the last line is read, the hush after the final note fades. I am the one who comes when everything else has left. Nothing more, nothing less. Sam considers this. He lets it percolate through the residual anger, the fatigue, the deep, grinding ache in his chest. Not much of a job, he says. Doesn't sound like you get a lot of days off. Death smiles, a gesture lost in the dimness. I am never lonely. There is always someone who needs me. A tear slips down Sam's cheek, the only thing moving in the whole room. He wipes it with the back of his hand, then gives up and lets it carve its own path down his jaw. So why me? He asks. Why keep coming back night after night just to sit here while I fall apart? Death considers. It could offer the clinical answer that certain griefs are so potent they become a beacon pulling death into orbit whether or not the end is imminent. Or the poetic answer that the beauty of human suffering lies in its refusal to be efficient, to be rationalized away. Or the blunt truth that Sam is among the last of his line, and the collective force of every death before his has gathered into a single, irresistible gravity. Instead, Death says, you are not alone in your pain. The ones you remember are never entirely gone. Sam snorts. That's what they put on the sympathy cards. And it is true, Death replies, but I am not here to comfort you, only to bear witness. The words strike deeper than intended. Sam goes still, then shifts, tucking his knees up to his chest in a pose that is half-adult, half-child. The silence stretches, but it is a different kind of quiet now, less suffocating, more like the calm after a storm. Do you remember them? Sam asks, surprising himself. Death inclines its head, a shadow rippling across the room. I remember everyone. Sam lifts his gaze, eyes rimmed red and wet. Tell me something about my mom, he says. The request is so raw it takes a moment to register. Death does not hesitate. She laughed when she was scared, it says. Even in the hospital, even at the end, it confused the nurses, but it made everyone else feel lighter, even for a moment. Sam nods, a tight little spasm of agreement. She did. She'd get this look, and you'd think she was about to break down, but then she'd just laugh. Death waits, letting the memory settle. Sam wipes his nose, then, emboldened, tries another. My grandpa, Henry. He had hands like bark, Death says, and Sam's lips part in recognition. He used to make things, birdhouses, sleds, even a crib for your sister. His hands never healed from the splinters. Yeah, Sam says, the word is breathless. He always said pain was a byproduct, not a problem. Death says nothing more. There is no need. Sam leans back, staring at the ceiling, at the point where the cracks in the paint converge. What about Julia? He asks, voice barely audible. Death answers, softer than before. She woke up every morning before you, just to watch the light come through the window. She said it made the day easier to start. Sam closes his eyes. The room feels different now, less heavy, more suspended, as if the apartment has floated a few inches off its foundation. The ache is not gone, but it is refracted, no longer a single blinding point, but a spectrum of colors he can almost bear to look at. Thank you, Sam whispers. I didn't know she did that. Death waits, respectful. Sam sits there for a long time, letting the stories roll over him. Each one is a balm and a razor, soothing and sharp, but he does not turn away. He lets himself feel all of it, the joy and the wound, the memory and the loss. Finally, he says, does it ever stop hurting? Death does not lie. No, it says, but the shape of the pain changes. Over time, it becomes something you can carry. Sam nods. I'm not sure I want it to stop, he admits. It's the only way I know they were real. Death does not smile this time, but it feels a deep, unspoken satisfaction. There is nothing more to say. It recedes, just enough to let Sam have the room, the night, the quiet. Sam dozes off in the chair, head tilted back, mouth slightly open. He will sleep for a while, and when he wakes, the world will be unchanged. But he will be, even if only by the smallest increment. Death remains at the margin, silent and unmoving. It will be here when Sam is ready, and for every story that follows. For now, the work is done. Sunrise finds the apartment unchanged, but the atmosphere inside is lighter, as if the architecture itself has been waiting for permission to exhale. Death observes from the window, tracking the slow drift of light as it infiltrates the old glass, painting a diluted gold across the scuffed floorboards. Sam wakes slowly, unwilling to leave the gravity of the armchair just yet. His body is stiff, mouth dry, the aftertaste of grief a faint bitterness at the back of his throat. But there is something different this time. The weight in his chest is still there, but it no longer pins him in place. Instead, it sits quietly, a passenger rather than a jailer. He stands, stretching the tension from his arms and legs. The room is cold, but not hostile. He pads barefoot to the mantel, where a clutter of framed photos makes a kind of altar. Death watches as Sam runs his finger along the edge of each frame, pausing at the image of a woman with laughing eyes, then at the grainy black and white of a child in a winter hat. Sam picks up the photo of Julia. He holds it at arm's length, studying the lines of her face, the tilt of her smile. The light catches the glass, briefly obscuring her features before illuminating them anew. He smiles, just a little, the gesture as fragile as frost but undeniably present. He sets the frame back in its place and turns to the room, addressing it as though the air itself were listening. "If you don't choose," he says, voice soft but clear, "then the responsibility of how I live is mine alone." Death acknowledges the statement with a ripple of presence, the air sharpening, then relaxing. It feels something close to pride, a rare sensation, but not unwelcome. Sam laughs, shaking his head at the absurdity of speaking to nothing. He crosses to the window and, after a moment's hesitation, pulls the cord on the blinds. Morning floods the room, the dust motes igniting in sudden brilliance. Death draws closer, no longer shrouded in shadow, but refracting the dawn, transparent and steady. Sam stands in the light, arms folded, shoulders dropped. He looks out at the street below, same row houses, same sleepy cars, but transformed by the simple act of daybreak. He breathes, deep and unhurried. Without turning, he says, "So what now?" Death waits, savoring the question. There is no answer, not really, not one that wouldn't sound trite or scripted. Instead, it lets the question hover, absorbing all the new air in the room. Sam seems content with this. He lingers at the window, letting the sun warm his face, then turns away from the glass and heads toward the kitchen. The simple rhythm of making coffee, the tactile pleasure of grinding beans and pouring water becomes a kind of invocation, a spell against the pull of old darkness. Death retreats, not absent but diffused throughout the apartment, no longer a spectre in the corner, but a memory stitched into every shadow, every patch of light. Sam sits at the kitchen table, cradling the mug in his hands. He looks at the empty chair across from him, and this time he does not flinch. He lifts the cup, toasts the vacancy, and drinks. Death remains close as always, but its presence is lighter now, a promise rather than a threat. On the street, the city wakes. Sam hears it, the distant drone of traffic, a bird in the neighbor's yard, the low voice of a child walking to school. He listens, really listens, and in that moment, the world feels possible again. The morning lengthens. The room fills with warmth. And for the first time in memory, Sam looks at the day ahead not with dread, but with a cautious, deliberate hope. Death smiles, unseen, and waits for the next story to begin. Chapter 18. The house is so quiet that even the dust dares not move. Death lingers in the hallway, just beyond the edge of light, drawn by the slow magnetism of a living body in conflict. Sam stands before the closet door, feet planted on carpet compressed by months of avoidance. The door is nothing, just hollow core and white paint, but the weight of memory behind it could stop a lung. Sam's hand hovers at the knob. The flesh around his knuckles is pale, almost translucent, bones rendered as if by X-ray. He closes his fingers, then lets go, then tries again, rehearsing the gesture with all the commitment of someone facing a firing squad. Death finds this admirable, the way mortals ritualize even the smallest trespass into memory. For a while it simply observes, noting how Sam's breath quickens, how the vein at his temple pulses in time with 1,000 unsaid things. There is a pause, then a sequence. Inhale, exhale, clench, release. 3 deep breaths, each more desperate than the last, and then Sam wrenches the knob and pulls. The closet opens with a sigh, the kind that only wood and hinges can produce, a breath older than the house itself. Inside, the stratigraphy of a shared life. On the left, Sam's jackets in diminishing order of formality, business to gym to never worn. On the right, Julia's dresses and blouses, still aligned by color as if the world had not ended. Death notes the way the fabrics have taken on a dulled sheen, the slow absorption of dust and oil giving them a topography Sam would never see. Shoes line the floor in a careful arc, Julia's toes pointing forward, Sam's pointing away. Above, on the top shelf, a cardboard box. It is not hidden, just placed with the logic of the recently bereaved, out of sight, but not inaccessible. Black Sharpie in the upper right, Julia. Sam stares at the box for a long time. Death sees the oscillation in his posture, the micro-adjustments as he weighs the cost of reaching for it. There is a calculation here, one that factors not just the energy required, but the aftershocks that will ripple outward from this single act. Sam's hand eventually rises, flat-palmed, and pushes aside a sheath of scarves. His fingers brush the box, linger at the edge, then pull it free with a groan of corrugated cardboard. The box is heavier than he remembers. Death could measure it, mass, volume, density of regret per square inch, but it chooses instead to watch Sam's reaction. He cradles the box in the crook of one arm, holding it like a wounded animal, and backs out of the closet, shutting the door with his foot. He makes for the living room, but not the couch this time. He sits cross-legged on the floor, the box between his knees, as if preparing to open a chest of forbidden relics. Death follows, less a shadow than a shift in atmospheric pressure, and takes its place on the rug beside him. The two of them form a tableau, the mourner and the witness, kneeling before an altar to the recently vanished. Sam rests his hands on the box, fingers splayed across the lid. He does not open it right away. Instead, he rocks forward, forehead nearly touching the cardboard, and lets out a sound. A hum, a fragment of a song, or maybe just a frequency only death can register. The room holds the note, suspended. Death leans in, curious. It has seen unboxings before, but never with this particular admixture of awe and terror. The rituals around the dead are always improvisational, but Sam's is more deliberate than most. With a shudder, he removes the lid. The smell that escapes is faint but unmistakable. Lavender from a sachet, the lingering top note of Julia's perfume, and the sharp, unyielding tang of old paper. Sam draws back, blinking rapidly, as if the scent is a physical thing that might invade his sinuses and rewrite his DNA. Inside, the box is a disorder of artifacts. Eth catalogues them at a glance. A silk scarf, knotted twice, and then looped with a rubber band. A velvet pouch, the drawstring frayed by nervous hands. A stack of envelopes, some still sealed, others torn with surgical neatness. A ceramic mug with a chip in the handle. 3 or 4 small notebooks, their pages dense with script. A lanyard, the plastic ID still visible through the yellowing of time. A handful of seashells, so clean they must have been scrubbed with a brush. Sam lifts the scarf first, letting it spill through his fingers like liquid. He presses it to his face, inhales, and for a moment death sees the chemical shift. Serotonin, dopamine, all the neurotransmitters of longing. He folds the scarf and lays it beside him, smoothing the fabric as if it were a sleeping child. Next, the pouch. He opens it with the delicacy reserved for relics. Inside, 2 rings, one silver, one twisted with a sapphire. Death recognizes them, the wedding band, and the engagement, ring Julia insisted on upgrading after the original was lost to a sink trap. Sam turns the bands in his palm, then slips them onto his pinky, where they rest, inert but radiant. He moves to the stack of envelopes, hesitating only a second before sorting them by date. The top one is addressed to S. Blake, in Julia's jagged hand. Sam runs a finger over the name, thumb denting the curve of the S, then sets the envelope aside, unread. He repeats this for each letter, building a small cairn of untouched communications. Death watches, fascinated. Most mortals rush the process, unable to stand the pain of anticipation. Sam does the opposite. He turns each object over in his hand, weighing it for meaning, measuring the resistance of memory against the urge to obliterate it. Ceramic mug comes next. A cat face, eyes wide, mouth set in a perpetual "Oh, Julia's favorite," even after the chip that would have sent most objects in this household directly to the trash. Sam holds the mug with both hands, as if it might fill itself with tea and solve everything. Then he places it gently on the floor, lining it up with the edge of the rug. Notebooks require more care. Sam removes the rubber band, splaying the covers. Each page is a microcosm. Lists of groceries, fragments of poetry, doodles of improbable animals, half-written letters. Death notes the handwriting, how it shifts from tight and meticulous to sprawling and wild, depending on the urgency of the thought. Sam flips through the pages, not reading so much as scanning for a pattern, a code that might explain what came after. He is slower with the lanyard. The ID photo shows Julia at an unflattering angle, her mouth caught mid-word, eyes glaring at the camera as if daring it to do its worst. Sam traces the plastic edge, thumb circling the clip, then sets it aside. Finally, the shells. He picks them up one by one, arranging them by size and color. There is a memory here. Death senses the neural storm as Sam conjures the exact day and place. A beach, too cold for swimming, Julia's hair whipping in the wind, her laughter so loud it startled a flock of gulls. The memory is vivid enough to create a phantom chill in the room. Sam's lips quirk, a smile struggling against the rules of mourning. When the box is empty, Sam sits back, hands on his knees. He surveys the arrangement before him: scarf, rings, mug, notebooks, lanyards, shells, envelopes. An ad hoc altar, each item a node in a network of unresolved attachment. Death sits beside him, cross-legged in perfect mirror. It does not speak, does not move. Its gaze is fixed on Sam, a look of curiosity, and if such a thing were possible, something perilously close to compassion. For a long time, neither of them moves. The room is a pressure chamber, the objects on the floor radiating stories that do not yet have an ending. Sam breathes, the motion shallow, as if reluctant to dislodge the moment. Death waits, as it always does, for the next impulse to surface. It will not have to wait long. The scarf goes first. Sam lifts it from the rug, unfurls it, and lets the silk slip through his fingers. The fabric catches the light, all slick iridescence, shifting between ocean blue and bruised plum. Death sees the way Sam's thumb lingers on the hem, the way he brings it to his face, eyes shut as he inhales. For a moment, the present recedes. It is a fall evening years ago. Julia is alive, laughing, her hair pinned messily to the back of her head. They are at a cafe perched above a strip of cold, wind-tortured beach. Julia wears the scarf coiled twice around her throat, the ends trailing like the tails of a kite. Each time she leans over her coffee, the wind tries to steal the scarf. Each time she catches it with a swat, then laughs louder, daring the next gust to do better. Sam watches her with a mixture of awe and disbelief that she would agree to a date with him, of all people. Her hands are restless, always in motion, twisting the ends of the scarf, tearing sweetener packets, fluttering toward his wrist when she wants to make a point. Death notes the moment. Julia's knuckle grazing the back of Sam's hand, the microsecond where both decide not to flinch. The memory is a living thing, drawn out by the scarf's chemical residue. Death can almost see the molecules of Julia's perfume, fossilized in silk, stubborn enough to survive laundering and time. Sam opens his eyes. He folds the scarf with military precision, smoothing it flat before placing it back on the rug. There is a hollow in his chest now, as if the act of remembering has scooped out some vital organ. Death shifts beside him, silent, a subtle adjustment of weight on the world. The air cools again. Sam reaches for the next relic, the seashells. He cups them in his palm, rolling them against each other with a soft, chitinous rattle. They are small, mostly fragments, the kind of shells most beachcombers would leave behind. Death watches as Sam chooses the largest, a ridged clam, pale and streaked with rust, and holds it up to the light. Another memory, a morning of wind and cloud. Julia, barefoot, advances into the surf with the stubbornness of someone who refuses to be cowed by temperature or tide. Sam follows, lagging 2 steps behind, cringing at the shock of cold water around his ankles. Julia bends to pluck a shell from the foam, holds it aloft, then turns to him with a look of triumph so outsized that even Death, who has seen every flavor of human posturing, finds it impressive. "You see," she yells over the roar, "treasure is everywhere if you're willing to freeze your ass off for it." Sam, shivering, tries to laugh. He takes the shell from her hand, feels the heat of her palm lingering on its surface, then slips it into the pocket of her jacket. The ritual repeats, each find an excuse for another touch, another trade of body heat. When they tire of collecting, they collapse on the sand, water pooling around their feet, and Julia unspools a monologue about the evolutionary history of bivalves. Sam listens, not to the words, but to the sound of her voice, how it spikes when she's excited, how it softens when she's explaining something to someone she thinks is listening only out of politeness. Death is attentive, recording every syllable. Back in the living room, Sam lines the shells up in a row. His hand is shaking now, not from cold, but from the effort of holding the moment together. He picks up the notebooks, but does not open them yet. Instead, he sifts through the stack of envelopes, extracting a handful of sticky notes, torn paper squares, and index cards. Death notes their provenance immediately, messages left in the crevices of daily life, breadcrumbs of affection. The first is a post-it, neon pink, the handwriting hurried but legible. "Remember, appointment at 3. Also, you are a marvel. Don't let them wear you down." The next, a fragment of ruled paper ripped from a steno pad. "You looked like hell this morning, but I love your face anyway. See you at 6. J." Sam turns the notes over in his hands, one after another. Some are barely more than a sentence. Others ramble down the page, instructions or reminders or jokes that must have made sense in the moment. Each is an artifact not just of love, but of the machinery of living together, the way intimacy is constructed in the mundane. He reads several aloud, at first in a flat monotone, then with increasing heat. "Don't forget, we're out of eggs. Also, last night you talked in your sleep about an exploding raccoon. I'm not judging, just documenting." Sam laughs, the sound brittle. "Please, for the love of God, take your vitamins. If you die before me, I'll kill you." He chokes on the last word, and the room lapses into silence. Death leans forward. It finds this ritual, living through the handwriting of the dead, one of the most effective technologies of grief. The notes serve as both a buoy and an anchor, floating Sam above the abyss, even as they weigh him down with memory. Sam sets the stack aside and retrieves the notebooks. He opens the first, flips through until he finds a page marked with a folded corner. There is a list. Things that would make me miss you. The smell of burnt toast. Your socks always everywhere. The way you say, absolutely not, when you mean maybe. The sound you make when you find something beautiful. The way you look at me when you think I'm not looking. Sam traces the bullet points with his fingertip, mouthing each as if incanting a spell. Death sees the tear pooling at the corner of his eye, the way his lip trembles as he tries to keep the lines from blurring. He skips ahead, finds a section filled with Julia's looping, hurried script. There are pages and pages of observations, rants, small confessions. Death reads over his shoulder, absorbing every word. Some days I am so afraid of losing him I can't breathe. It's like waiting for a thunderstorm that never comes. He says he doesn't believe in fate, but sometimes when he's sleeping I think I do. Sam closes the notebook, sets it down as if it might detonate. He wipes his eyes with the back of his hand, then rubs his palms over his face until the skin turns red. He returns to the envelopes. The one on top is heavier than the others, sealed with a strip of packing tape. It is addressed simply, "For the end of the world." Death is not surprised that Sam sets it aside, unread. Some messages require a different kind of courage. The next envelope, more pedestrian, contains a series of photos, some Polaroids, some glossy prints. Sam fans them out on the rug, Julia grinning with a mouthful of cake, Julia squinting against a backdrop of water, Julia asleep, her face blurred by motion, hair tangled in a way that would have mortified her. Sam arranges the photos in a tight grid, like a puzzle missing only one piece. He stares at them for a long time, letting the memory of Julia's face soak into him. Death senses the accumulation of grief, the way it calcifies behind the eyes, pressing outward until the skull can barely contain it. Sam begins to tremble. He folds his arms around his knees, rocks forward and whispers, "I'm sorry. I'm so fucking sorry." The apology hangs in the air, a filament trembling between worlds. Death, for all its experience, feels a pang of something. Not guilt, never that, but a kind of kinship, as if the ritual of remembering could bridge the gulf between purpose and desire. It wants to say something, to offer a word that would not be an insult to the moment. Instead, it places an invisible hand on Sam's shoulder, the merest suggestion of pressure. Sam shudders. Whether he feels death or the memory of Julia's touch, it is impossible to say. He rocks in silence for several minutes, then straightens, wiping his face with his sleeve. He surveys the altar of objects, the grid of photos, the fluttering of notes and lists. The room is charged with presence, the air thick enough to taste. Sam looks at the box, now nearly empty, and says, "What do I do with all of this?" Death is tempted to answer, but resists. This is not its decision to make. Instead, it waits patient as Sam gathers the photos and notes, stacking them with care. He replaces the scarf in the box, tucks the rings back into the velvet pouch, arranges the shells as if they might be catalogued, and return to the ocean. Each gesture is deliberate, a negotiation with time. When everything is repacked, Sam sets the lid on the box but does not close it. He rests his hands on top, fingers interlaced, and breathes, slowly, deeply, as if recalibrating his position in the universe. Death sits with him, a co-conspirator in the silence. Somewhere in the house, a pipe groans. The refrigerator kicks back to life, its hum a distant promise of normalcy. But in the living room, nothing moves. Sam leans his head back, stares at the ceiling, and lets out a long, rattling exhale. His voice, when it returns, is barely above a whisper. "I miss her," he says. Death nods unseen. It knows. And it will wait as long as it takes for Sam to move again. For a long time, Sam sits in the hush, palms pressed to the lid of the box, the rest of the world held at bay by the stillness of objects and memory. Death waits, content to let the moment breathe. There is no virtue in rushing the aftermath. But grief, like all things, seeks an end point. Eventually, Sam glances back at the box. He rocks forward, knees popping in protest, and peers inside as if surprised to see space where there should be none. His hands hover, uncertain. Then, with a slow exhale, he reaches in and sweeps the bottom with his fingertips. Something small, hard-edged, bumps against the cardboard. Sam fishes it out, a voice recorder, cheap plastic, the kind you buy in an airport gift shop. There is a sticker on the back, a fadding unicorn, one of Julia's private jokes. For a second, Sam only stares at the device. Death senses the acceleration of his pulse, the way his mouth tightens as he turns the recorder over in his hand. He thumbs the play button. There is a click, a hiss of static, and then Julia's voice, brighter and more immediate than any photograph. "Hey, Sam." Her voice is unsteady, as if she had to start and stop the message several times before committing. "If you're listening to this, I'm probably gone." She laughs, a nervous exhalation. "Sorry. I didn't want to write a letter because I know how you hate them, and I didn't want to talk to you in person because I would have chickened out or made a joke and ruined it." Sam's eyes close. His jaw clenches, but he doesn't pause the tape. "So, I want to leave you something, not just the stuff in the box. I know you'll go through it, because you're a sentimental idiot and you always have to finish what you start." Another laugh, this one warmer. "But I hope you remember the good stuff. Remember our first night in this apartment. We didn't have furniture, just the rug and some old pillows. We ate pizza on the floor and then we danced, like two drunks in a wedding video. No music, just the sound of traffic, and that weird neighbor yelling at his TV." Death watches Sam's hand curl into a fist around the edge of the box. "That's what I want you to remember, okay? Not the hospital, not the weeks after. I want you to remember how we danced, how stupid and happy we were. I want you to find that again, even if it's with someone else. I know you, Sam Blake. I know you'll try to become a statue, but that's not what I loved about you. You were always in motion, always fixing things, always showing up even when it hurt." A long silence. Death can feel Sam's body start to tremble, small vibrations radiating from his shoulders down to the tips of his fingers. "I love you," Julia says. "I love you, Sam Blake. I always will. Please don't waste time being angry at the world. I did enough of that for both of us." There is another click, then nothing but static. Sam keeps the recorder pressed to his ear until the battery dies, a high whine signaling the end. Then he lowers the device to the rug, sets it down with the care you might use to handle a detonator. His body folds inward, forehead to knees, and the sound that emerges is not a cry, but a deep, guttural moan, an expulsion of all the air he's been hoarding since the day Julia left. Death does not move at first. It allows Sam his collapse, respects the architecture of breaking down. The man rocks forward and back, arms locked around his shins, every muscle in his body pulled so tight it seems he might implode. It is a long time before the sobbing ebbs. When it does, death shifts closer, its form sharpening into something almost human. The air grows colder, but not threatening. It is the chill of a shared secret, the comfort of knowing someone else has seen your worst and is still willing to sit beside you. Death breaks the silence, voice a whisper woven from all the other silences that have lived in this room. "She never feared you'd forget her, Sam," it says. "These aren't reminders, they're pieces of the life you made together." Sam's head jerks up, startled by the words, not their meaning, but the fact of their being spoken. For a moment he searches the room, wild-eyed, as if Julia herself might step from the shadow and finish the thought. Death holds his gaze, or the suggestion of it. "She wanted you to remember," Death says, "but she also wanted you to live." Sam wipes his nose with the back of his hand, sniffs, and manages a small, battered laugh. "You sound like her," he says. Death shrugs. "I've had practice." They sit in the half-light, the room returning slowly to its regular dimensions. Sam leans back on his hands, staring at the ceiling, the traces of grief still etched deep, but no longer paralyzing. "Do you think it ever gets easier?" Sam asks. Death considers. "No," it says, "but it becomes something you can carry." Sam closes his eyes, lets the words settle into the spaces Julia left behind. He stays like that, breathing in and out, while death sits sentinel, a patient custodian of memory. Outside, the city shifts to night, the world taking on the hush of a story almost finished. Inside, Sam is a little less alone. And death, for the first time in an age, feels a trace of satisfaction. Sam sits for a long while, the silence broken only by his breath, the sound rough and uneven in the aftermath. His gaze drifts over the scattered objects, the empty mug, the knotted scarf, the shards of memory repackaged but never neutralized. He leans forward, nudges the box aside to clear space, then notices something wedged in the crease of cardboard at the bottom. He bends to retrieve it, a sealed envelope, cream-colored but faded, the edges curling inward as if time itself wanted to protect what's inside. His name, just Sam, no last name, no title, arcs across the front in Julia's hand, a line so familiar it could be a fingerprint. He runs his thumb along the curve of the S, the way the letters slant to the right, always rushing to finish. For a minute, he only holds the envelope, weighing its contents against the ache in his chest. Death observes, saying nothing. It understands the gravity of unopened things. Sam turns the envelope over and back again. He brings it close, inhales, as if the paper itself might exhale something Julia left behind. His fingers twitch at the seal, then retreat. He rests the envelope on his knees and leans his head back, eyes closed. Death senses the recursion of thought, the arguments for and against, the mental rehearsal of what could be written inside. The envelope becomes a singularity, compressing all the past and future into a choice that might, once made, be irrevocable. After a minute, Sam opens his eyes. They are red-rimmed but focused, sharpened by decision. He looks at Death, really looks, as if expecting judgment or permission. "If I read this," he says, voice stripped to its scaffolding, "will it be like losing her all over again?" Death considers, careful not to answer too quickly. "That," it says, "depends on what you're ready to find." Sam nods, the smallest possible acknowledgement. He holds the envelope in both hands, the seal still unbroken, and lets the weight of it settle onto his palms. He doesn't open it, not yet. He places the envelope on the rug in front of him, beside the shells and the scarf and the echo of Julia's voice still hanging in the air. Death sits with him, a silent conspirator in the ritual of waiting. For a moment, the room feels almost holy. And in that moment, Sam is not haunted, not even watched, but witnessed, held in the gaze of something patient enough to honor every version of goodbye. Chapter 19. Death appears at the margin, where wildness overcomes order, an overgrown border of once cultivated roses, now fanged with black rot and frostburn. Twilight stains the air. The sun has abandoned the garden hours ago, but its afterimage lingers in the clouds, a dilution of gold to silver, then silver to bruise. Damp earth exhales. Petals litter the stone bench like the leavings of an old wound. Sam occupies the bench with a geometry that suggests impermanence. His posture is folded, origamied into the smallest configuration a grown man can manage. His coat is too thin for the hour. He holds a picture frame, nothing extraordinary, except for the way his hands encase it, white-knuckled, almost reverent, as though the photograph inside might reconstitute its subject, if only handled with enough desperation. Death is always drawn to the places where memory is louder than the present, and this garden is thick with ghosts. It notes how each weed coils around the shank of a rosebush, how moss creeps up the plinth of a forgotten sundial. The metallic tang of blood is absent, but in its place is the sweeter rot of last autumn's decay, crushed fruit, wet bark, the anonymous sugar of things too long dead to name. It could announce itself, but Sam is already attuned to the cold. He shivers, and the vibration runs up through his ribs to the base of his skull. He glances at the edge of the bench where frost has not yet formed. Death takes this as invitation and sits, spectral and weightless, producing a dip in the temperature just perceptible to those with the right kind of nerves. The silence is not hostile. If anything, it is companionable, a truce negotiated between mourner and spectre. Sam looks out over the tangle of rose canes, the last few blooms dangling from their stems like lanterns at the end of a failed festival. He speaks without preamble. Did Julia suffer at the end? The question is not for Death, not at first. It is a signal cast outward in the hope that the universe will echo it back with an answer. But the air swallows the words, and only Death remains to respond. It studies the angle of Sam's head, the micro-twitch at the corner of his mouth, the effort it takes to keep his eyes from leaking. This, Death thinks, is what hope looks like in its final form, not a conviction, but a last-ditch attempt to negotiate terms. It answers, eventually, "No, Sam, she knew you were there." Words are not spoken aloud, but the space between them is as clear as frost on glass. Sam turns the picture frame over once, twice, tracing the outline with his thumb. His breath fogs the air, then dissipates. Death notes the detail. Sam's hands, which once steadied Julia's elbows as she knelt to weed the border, now shake in the aftermath. Each knuckle is a joint of raw data, the tremor a printout of his neurological depletion. Death sifts through the memory. It sees the hospital room, the walls the color of oatmeal, the windows locked against a city's winter. It smells the harsh syrup of disinfectant, the fainter sting of despair underneath. Julia is propped on the bed, a stack of pillows holding her at an angle that never seems comfortable, her hair gone not from age, but from the protocols of survival. There are monitors, yes, and tubes, but in the end, none of that matters. What Death remembers most is the angle of her smile, the way she tried to steady Sam even as the machinery of her body failed her. The last hour is an inventory of diminishing signals, oxygen, pulse, the voice hollowed out but still shaped for comfort. He died with Sam's hand in hers, fingers laced in a way that suggested permanence, though death knows better than to believe such things. It remembers the point where Julia's grip slackened and the data on the monitor slid towards zero. There was no panic, only the gradual erasure of sensation, the universe receding to a point. Sam wept with all the dignity of the damned, face buried in her shoulder. Death did not rush him. There is a protocol, a respect for the living's need to mark the moment. It has learned that the ritual is for them, not for the dead. Death feels the gravity of the memory now, the way it tugs at its own detachment. It observes Sam with a new attention, as if the act of witnessing might alter the ending. Sam's next words are quieter. I just wish I could have said goodbye better. The last word fractures into the air, brittle as old bone. Death wants to tell him that no one ever says goodbye well enough, that the living are always cursed to improvise, to make do with whatever words come in the final minutes. Instead, it settles for presence, thickening the cold just slightly, enough to let Sam know he is not as alone as he believes. A wind moves through the roses, scraping thorns against the bench. Sam bows his head, pressing the photo to his chest. Death sees the way his shoulders tremble, the way he rocks forward and back, another human metronome, keeping time with a pulse that will one day stop. For a moment, Death is tempted to reach out, to place a hand on the man's arm, to assure him that the end was not as terrible as he imagines. But protocol remains. No contact unless invited, no intrusion into the private architecture of mourning. It waits, as always, for Sam to gather himself. The garden darkens. A line of geese carves the dusk overhead, their bodies black against the sullen sky. Sam watches them, blinking hard, as if hoping they might carry a message back from the other side. Death has seen every kind of farewell, from the hysterical to the anesthetized, but there is something in this man's restraint that feels almost dangerous. It notes the stillness, the absence of keening, the way Sam keeps his grief sealed behind his teeth. The sun is gone now, the only light a weak wash from the neighbor's porch. Sam rises, joints popping, and for a second Death thinks he might throw the picture frame against the ground. Instead, he presses it once to his lips, then slips it into his coat pocket. He walks out of the garden with the halting gait of someone who expects to be called back. Death does not follow, not right away. It remains on the bench, feeling the aftershock of its own uncharacteristic longing, a desire, however fleeting, to be more than just a witness. It sits with this discomfort as the roses bow in the darkness, each bloom heavy with the weight of what remains unsaid. The garden is a different animal at night, its intentions more sinister. In the thick darkness, the rose canes rearrange themselves, sharp angles pointed inward, defending against the cold or perhaps against memory itself. The bench remains a wet, glistening remnant in the black. Death does not move. It has nowhere else to be. Sam returns before midnight. His approach is silent, the gate predatory, like someone breaking into their own home. He settles on the bench with a grunt, pulling his coat tight. The frame is gone, left in the house or maybe discarded on the walk. Sam's hands now float uncertain in his lap, as if he does not trust them with any more relics. Death feels the change in the air, the oxygen richer, the threat of frost close, the faint electricity of something about to break. For a minute, Sam says nothing. He just watches the horizon, a strip of navy bleeding into black. In the neighboring yards, dogs bark and are silenced. Somewhere, a train mutters its progress. The world goes about its business, indifferent to the rituals of the bereaved. Finally, Sam exhales, a long, shredded sound. I keep finding things I want to tell her. The sentence is unadorned, a naked admission. Death notes the way Sam's eyes are ringed with red, the sheen of old tears at the lashes. There's a cut on his knuckle, new, probably from punching a doorframe or the spine of a chair. The skin around it is already swollen, a bloom of violence among so much restraint. He goes on, voice thinner. It's never important stuff. Grocery lists, bad jokes from the radio. I wake up at 3 a.m. and there's always something new, some detail I need to report. Death studies the frequency of these confessions, how they arrive on a tide of exhaustion and hope. It has catalogued billions of them over the centuries, the living forever transmitting signals to the dead, as if the right combination of words might reverse the entropy of loss. In Sam's case, the transmissions are less about Julia than about his inability to let go of the call and response. Death suspects he will keep broadcasting long after he is sure no one is listening. Sam rubs his hands together, staring at the ground. I know it's stupid. She's gone, and I'm still writing her into the next day, like I could keep her moving just by talking about what comes next. A silence opens, deep and resonant. Death fills it, not with words, but with a recollection. It remembers the morning after Julia's last night. Sam slept in the hospital chair, body curled in the way of a man who has forgotten he once slept in beds. The sun was an intrusion, forcing its way through the Venetian blinds, revealing the wreckage of the previous night. Julia's hand had gone cold in his, but Sam didn't let go, not for hours. When he finally did, it was to arrange her hair, to smooth the blanket, to press her palm flat against her own thigh, as if that might remind her where she was. Death remembers the nurse who entered, her face lined by the fluorescent light, the way she asked Sam if there was anyone she could call. He said no. He always said no. Back in the garden, Death weighs its words, searching for a balance between truth and anesthesia. It wants to tell Sam that these messages are not wasted, that the dead sometimes linger on the frequencies of the living, absorbing what comfort they can. But it also knows that Julia is gone, truly and finally, her atoms already cycling into new forms. Instead, Death says, time moves differently for the living than for those who have passed. What feels like absence to you is not experienced as separation by her. The phrase hovers, atonal in the fog. Sam's face goes still. It is a dangerous stillness, the kind that precedes either acceptance or total collapse. He closes his eyes and leans back, head touching the chill of the stone. I want to believe you, he says. Death registers the slight uptick in Sam's heart rate, the way his jaw flexes, the brief flare of hope that quickly dims. It understands the machinery of these exchanges. The living want reassurance, but only if it aligns with their capacity for self-deception. Sam opens his eyes, staring now at the silhouette of a dead tree. Sometimes I think she's just on the other side of the glass. Like if I knock loud enough, she'll answer. His voice trembles, but he does not shy from it. Death considers the image, finds it apt. The dead are always close, but the partition is absolute. No amount of knocking changes the thickness of the glass. If she could hear you, Death says, what would you want her to know? Sam hesitates. His mouth works through several false starts before the words emerge. That I'm sorry for not being better, for not noticing how scared she was, for all the times I let her go to bed angry because I thought we'd have more time. Death feels the confession land, heavy as lead. It catalogues the composition of Sam's regret, 3 parts impotence, 1 part vanity, 1 part genuine sorrow. It recognizes the mix. It has seen it animate the living for years, sometimes entire lifetimes. A wind kicks up, carrying the scent of wet stone and something older beneath it. Sam huddles deeper into his coat, shuddering. Are you really here? He asks, and there is no sarcasm, only a child's need for confirmation. Yes, Death says, and lets the silence refill the garden. The conversation is unfinished. Sam remains in place, eyes fixed on the dying roses, the line of his shoulders hunched against the cold. Death sits beside him, more shadow than substance, but as present as any comfort could be. They stay that way for a long time, 2 shapes outlined by the refusal to leave. In the end, it is Sam who stands first, his movements slow, deliberate. He leaves the garden as he found it, no further disturbed, but the path back to the house is more certain. Death follows at a distance, watching the space where the living intersect with all they cannot reclaim. It knows the night is not over. There will be more to say. Above the garden, the sky is clear, uncommon for this city, where clouds usually conscript the night. The stars are an insult, so bright and numerous they border on cruelty. Death is aware of every constellation, every quasar bleeding light from epochs before Julia was even born. To the living, stars are memories. To Death, they are a reminder that nothing ever really goes away, not entirely. Sam sits on the bench, gaze lifted to the pinprick scatter above. His hands are dirty. He must have tried to right a toppled planter or dig something out of the frozen bed. Soil blackens his nail beds, a residue of effort that will not wash off until he chooses to let it. He is restless, knee bouncing, the motion telegraphing questions not yet committed to air. Death leans in, catching the subtle tilt of Sam's head, the way his eyes flicker back and forth, as if searching for a pattern in the chaos overhead. There is a tension in him tonight, an urgency that resists the usual collapse into mourning. Finally, he stands. The movement is abrupt, not graceful, and he nearly loses his balance before steadying himself with a hand on the arm of the bench. He brushes at his knees, as if soil were an accusation. He speaks, loud enough to crack the hush. Why do you continue to stay with me? Death is prepared for this. It has anticipated the question since the first night Sam spoke its name. Still, it lets the silence elongate, drawing out the space between the inquiry and the answer. In the time it takes to reply, Death considers Sam's dossier, the catalogue of loss, the string of names carved into his personal history. Leela, his parents, Julia, the friend whose suicide left a notch in Sam's life that never closed. Death reviews every instance of proximity, every time it has shadowed Sam through a fever or a car crash or a house fire. Death thinks of its own centuries of observation, the sameness of endings, the choreography of grief, the predictability of how the living break down and what they do with the pieces. Most move on. Some are destroyed. A rare few, like Sam, learn to live with the shrapnel. I have seen many endings, Sam, Death says. Most people avoid me or bargain with me or curse me. You invite me in. You speak to me as if I am not a punishment, but a part of your day-to-day. Sam absorbs this, arms folded across his chest. His breath clouds in the cold, each exhale marked by a tremor. I didn't ask for this, he says. No one does, Death says, but you did not close the door when I arrived. You allowed yourself to witness, even when it hurt. Sam looks down, scraping his heel against the frozen dirt. What's the point? Everyone leaves. Everything falls apart. Death considers. That is true, but you. It hesitates. The next word is not one it uses lightly. Endure. The word hangs between them, dense as a neutron star. Sam's posture falters, the defiance gone soft at the edges. For a moment he is a child again, one hand wrapped around the memory of another's. Death sees it, the timeline folding back on itself, Sam as a boy at his mother's funeral, the gravity in his face already shaped for loss. Why me? Sam says, the question a whisper now. Death answers, because your journey with grief is unique, Sam. You've faced loss repeatedly, yet you continue to love deeply. That resilience is extraordinary. The word is a gift and a sentence. Death watches as Sam tries to process it. His body stills, all motion arrested. The air crystallizes around him, the temperature dropping just enough to make his breath visible, each puff a semaphore of surprise. For a while neither speaks. The world is stripped to essentials, stars, cold, the black shapes of sleeping houses. Death sits beside Sam, both of them turned toward the sky. It is almost companionable. Eventually, Sam lowers his gaze. His face is open, vulnerable, the armor of sarcasm abandoned for once. I don't feel extraordinary, he says. No one does, Death says, not until the end. Sam nods, once, then again, as if testing the idea against the remaining hours of the night. He sits, the earth receives his weight. The two of them face the dark, sharing in the knowledge that it will never truly be banished. Above, the stars burn with borrowed light, each one a memory refusing to die. Death watches and waits and feels, if not pride, then something adjacent. It is enough. The wind shifts, gentle but insistent, dragging the scent of damp decay and the sourness of decomposing mulch across the bench. The neglected roses tremble, each shiver a semaphore against the black. Night is at its deepest, the hour when most souls surrender their grief to sleep. Not so for Sam, or for Death. Sam has not spoken for some time. He sits with his hands folded in his lap, posture less defensive now, his gaze hovering over the shadowed garden. The silence between them is dense, not empty, a substance through which words must swim if they hope to reach the surface. Death notices the hesitation, the way Sam's mouth twitches, the way his shoulders lift then settle as he weighs the cost of further engagement. Death feels the anticipation, a pulse of something like hope, though it knows that's not the right word for its kind. Sam turns, slow, careful. He does not look at Death directly, but to the space just beyond the shadow. Will you tell me more about the others you've watched? He asks. The ones who have faced loss like me. The question is a key, small and perfect, forged in the moment it's needed most. Death hears the breeze through brittle leaves, the faint sound of an insect scraping its last night's song from the undergrowth. It draws on its archives, centuries of endings, millions of goodbyes, the echo of each name uttered in despair or hope. In every era, there have been mourners like Sam, those who carried the weight of their dead, refusing to let the load grind them flat, refusing also to set it down. Death finds itself surprised by the ease with which these stories come. It recalls the mother in Minsk who wrote letters to her dead children, one every Sunday, for 40 years. The father in Johannesburg who built a new cradle for every stillborn child, until his hands grew too twisted to grip a chisel. The young woman in Kyoto who tended the shrine of her vanished lover, not with incense, but with her own hair, cut and left as tribute. Each was alone, and yet, in their persistence, they shaped a new form of memory, one that outlived even the boundaries of death. It gathers the details, prepares the delivery. When death speaks, its voice is softer than the wind, but edged with a precision that brooks no misunderstanding. If you're ready to listen, Sam, I have many stories to share. Sam shivers, not from cold, but from the realization of what he's invited in. Death draws itself up, no longer content with the margin. It leans into the present, the garden, the air shared between them. There was a woman in Minsk, Death begins, who wrote letters to her children even after the world told her to forget them. And as Death speaks, the stories unfurl. The hands, the letters, the hair, the altars made from what was left behind. Each memory is rendered with care, never hurried, never summarized. Each one is a thread added to the fabric that Sam has been weaving, whether he knows it or not. Sam listens, at first stiff with disbelief, but as the stories accumulate, something shifts in his posture. He leans forward. His eyes do not close, but they soften. The details, the ache of hands too old to carve, the taste of ashes, the texture of a lock of hair left on a cold stone, work their way inside him. Death observes this, catalogues it, and is satisfied. The stories are not about consolation. They are about the endurance of witness, the persistence of memory. Each telling is a way of saying, you are not alone in your pain. Others have carried it, and some have even managed to carry it well. By the time Death finishes its last story, the sky is lighter, the horizon stained with the threat of dawn. The roses are a silhouette, tangled but undefeated. Sam does not thank Death. He just sits, hands clasped, face turned to the coming day. Death lets the silence return, this time a little lighter, a little less oppressive. The garden, for once, does not feel like a graveyard. It feels like a threshold. Death watches and waits, and if such a thing is possible, hopes. There will be more nights like this, but not, perhaps, as many as before. Death lingers by the stone bench as dawn recomposes the world from the scraps of night. The roses, blunted by the cold, seem less tragic in morning's impartial light. Sam has not moved. He sits with his eyes closed, hands locked together, absorbing the afterimages of death stories as if they were the residue of dreams. For Death, the hour is a problem. It does not belong to night or day, but to a transitional zone where the old rules are suspended. Death has always found these liminal hours uncomfortable, a time when its boundaries are most permeable, its intentions least certain. It reviews its own condition. There is weariness, a sediment built up over centuries of watching, waiting, escorting the living through their narrow doors. There is also, newly, an ache that does not resemble exhaustion, but something more like anticipation. It wonders if this is what the living mean by hope, not the certainty of a better ending, but the curiosity of what the next beginning might look like. Sam opens his eyes. The whites are red-streaked, the pupils slow to contract in the swelling light. He looks at Death with an expression that is neither gratitude nor accusation, but something in between, a suspension of judgment, an openness to the possibility of further conversation. Death shifts uneasy. It is not built for gratitude. It is not designed for dialogue. But here, in the garden, with the stories lingering in the air, it feels compelled to speak. I do not often get the chance to recount, Death says. Most would rather forget, or at least pretend the forgetting will happen. Sam's lips quirk, a smile both self-mocking and sincere. I'm not most people. Death agrees, silently. It tries to articulate the significance of these exchanges, how rare it is to find someone willing to listen, to share the weight of so many endings. It thinks of the mother who stitched her daughter's dresses into quilts, then slept under them every night until she herself became memory. The man who carved his own name into the underside of every church pew he ever prayed at, leaving a breadcrumb trail for Death to follow. The twin sisters who promised to haunt each other, and did, with a stubbornness that survived the grave. Death wants to say that these stories matter, that the act of witnessing can be enough to redeem even the most hopeless of nights. But the words refuse to assemble in a way that feels true. Instead, it just stands with Sam, the two of them watching as the world edges toward movement. First a bird, then a car door slamming, then the soft percussion of morning routines resuming in the houses nearby. Sam straightens, pushing the hair off his forehead. Will you stay? He asks. The question is naked, the kind a child might ask at the edge of sleep. Death nods, for as long as you wish. There is nothing more to say, not now. The need for narrative has been, if not sated, then at least quieted for a time. Sam walks back toward the house, not hurried, not dragging his feet. Death does not follow immediately. It remains at the bench, feeling the impression left by Sam's body, the faint warmth still radiating from where he sat. It thinks of all the others it will meet today, the bedsides and doorways and hospital corridors it will haunt. It thinks of the words left unsaid in every room, the glances exchanged, the hands that will reach for comfort and find only air. But it also thinks of this garden and the man who chose to face it. When death moves at last, it does so not as a reaper, but as a keeper of stories, a witness to the fact that, sometimes, the ones left behind can make something beautiful out of even the smallest ashes. The roses, still battered, tilt toward the new sun. Death waits and watches, and for the first time in a long time, is content to see what comes next. Chapter 20. The house is not asleep. There is sleep inside it, thick and uneven, but the structure itself is alive, creaking its ribcage, bleeding out heat, never once surrendering to true rest. Death walks the seam between hallway and kitchen, drawn by the small and erratic currents that always mean the living are failing to maintain their prescribed torpor. Sam is awake again, exiled from the bedroom, haunting the kitchen tile in bare feet. Death watches the pattern. Sam's route from the fridge to the counter, the steady packing that runs parallel to the grout lines, the restless choreography of someone who no longer believes in comfort but cannot surrender to collapse. The kitchen is a still life of unmade decisions. Every surface bears the evidence of a meal abandoned mid-preparation, a life in progress interrupted by disaster. Dishes lean into one another in the sink, an unstable monument to unfinished routines. The fridge exudes a chemical chill into the warm air, a boundary that death can taste on its tongue. Death lingers at the threshold. It likes to see how long it can hold its shape before being noticed. Sam never looks directly, but he knows. The temperature drops as death gathers itself in the shadow of the pantry, observing the man's movements with the attention of a hungry scientist. Every circuit of the room is data. Every sigh, every muttered curse, every click of the jaw builds the profile death will someday recite at the moment of ending. Tonight, Sam is not talking to himself. He moves with a kind of silent deliberation, pausing now and then to stare at the world outside the window, just blackness and the reflection of his own face, distorted by the old glass. Sometimes his hand moves to the edge of the counter, hovering over knife block, then recoils as if the very thought is treason. Death admires the discipline. It has seen men with less control. Eventually, Sam stops at the sink. The window above it is rimed with condensation, obscuring the shape of the garden beyond. For a while he just stands there, breathing in the smell of soap, rotting lemon, and the faintest hint of mildew from the drain. Death sees the tremor in his fingers as he picks up a plate, scrapes it with the blunt edge of a fork, and returns it to the pile. This is a ritual, not a solution. When the lamp over the table blinks, death lets itself come into focus. Not fully, never fully, not for Sam, but enough to deform the air, to give the sense of a presence caught just beyond the corner of the eye. The man stiffens, and death reads the pulse at the side of his neck. "Can't sleep," death says. The voice is soft, more vibration than sound. Sam doesn't startle. He's past that stage. He sets the plate down, wipes his hands on a towel, and turns so his back is to the window. He crosses his arms, a posture that closes off nothing, and looks directly into the blur where death is thickest. "It's worse at night," Sam says, and the words come out flat, almost bemused. "You'd think, after all this time, I'd get tired enough to black out, but my brain has other plans." Death considers this. It leans against the side of the fridge, the magnets they're repelling its molecular presence in ways that amuse it. There is a child's drawing held by a fake ladybug, and Death studies it. A house with a triangle roof, smoke curling upward in a line of black crayon. There is no signature, but Death has seen enough of these to know that the artist is gone, long before her picture would have faded from the door. Night is when the boundaries thin, Death says. You're closer to the edge. All the daytime distractions are stripped away. Sam snorts. "I'm not afraid of the edge. I'm afraid of what's left on my side of it." Death allows itself a smile. It is always delighted when the living demonstrate clarity. Sam's hands drift to the faucet. He lets the water run hot until the steam fogs the air. The room shrinks around them, the boundaries going soft. He stares at his own reflection in the chrome, distorted into a funhouse ghost. "Why do some deaths feel peaceful and others feel violent?" he asks. "Is it just luck, or do you make a call?" Death detaches from the fridge, glides to the center of the room. It takes the stool beside the table, folding itself with geometric precision. The lamp overhead casts Death's silhouette as a negative, erasing rather than projecting. "Endings are as random as beginnings," Death says. "There's no system of fairness, no algorithm to optimize for beauty or mercy. Some bodies let go. Others cling so hard, the rupture is catastrophic. The process is indifferent. Sam nods, as if this is both exactly what he expected and the worst possible answer. He wipes a hand over his mouth, bracing himself on the counter. The motion is slow, deliberate, like someone learning to move in gravity for the first time. So there's no justice in it, he says. No balance to the books. Death shrugs. Not in the way you mean. The silence that follows is not uncomfortable. It is heavy, yes, but there is a density to it that feels almost like pressure therapy. Death can see the question forming in Sam's mind, the need to find meaning even where none is offered. Did Julia, Sam begins, then stops. He closes his eyes, rearranges the thought, tries again. Did she have a choice? Death thinks of the hospital room, the last slow descent. It remembers the chemicals, the way they flattened every peak and valley of pain. It remembers Julia's eyes, glassy but determined, searching for Sam's face even as the rest of her body began its final sabotage. She chose you, Death says. Every minute she stayed, every time she fought, it was for you. Sam's face crumples, just for a moment. He recovers quickly, but the fissure remains, a fine, permanent line that will never fully heal. I wasn't enough, he says, so quietly that even Death strains to hear it. You were, Death replies, but that's not how it works. The room grows colder, the steam from the faucet condensing on every surface. Sam turns off the tap, dries his hands, and stands motionless, eyes locked on the center of the table where Death's presence is most felt. Why do you even talk to me? He says, not accusatory, just exhausted. Death considers. It has watched billions of lives, attended 1 trillion passings. Very few among the living ever demand an answer. Because you ask the right questions, Death says, and because you're still willing to listen. Sam lets out a ragged breath, half laugh and half sigh. He sits at the table, not directly across from Death, but close enough that his shadow overlaps with its absence. They sit in the hush, surrounded by the evidence of living and dying. The refrigerator ticks, a clock somewhere in the house counts off seconds, the whole building settles into the kind of silence that feels holy. Sam closes his eyes, rests his head in his hands. Death watches the slow collapse of tension in his shoulders, the way his jaw unclenches, the way his breath lengthens as the adrenaline finally ebbs. When Sam speaks again, the words are barely audible. Will it always be this hard? Death could lie, could offer the anesthetic comfort so many crave, but that is not the arrangement here. It gets different, Death says. Not easier, just different. Sam nods, accepting the sentence. He stays at the table, unmoving, as the night continues its slow march toward morning. Death keeps its seat, the boundary between them now measured in fractions of an inch. In time, the conversation ends. There is nothing more to be said, not until the next cycle of insomnia, the next round of questions, the next opportunity for Death to calibrate its answers to the specific gravity of one man's sorrow. For now, they share the silence, letting it settle over them like a blessing. In the unlit kitchen, the distinction between witness and warden is, for the moment, irrelevant. There is a specific hour, unlabeled by clocks, when the nursery absorbs every sound in the house and gives nothing back. Death occupies the corner near the blackout curtains, part of the wall where shadow is so thick it can bear weight. The blinds are cracked, just enough to let a fillet of moonlight knife across the carpet, up the baseboard, and onto the bars of the white crib. Effect is anatomical. The rails glow as ribs, intercostals picked out in faint blue. Death measures the angle, the intrusion of cold light, the way dust floats and then settles, never touching the mattress where nothing has ever slept. It is a reliquary, not a room. Every object here is frozen at the point of maximum anticipation. The shelves of unread board books, the baskets of neatly rolled receiving blankets, the mobile overhead, still as a model of a planetary system that refuses to rotate. Death waits. Its presence is less a shape than a deviation in local entropy. In the hall, the air shifts. The pressure drop is small, but enough to carry the approach of Sam, barefoot and careful, gliding past the closed door of the bedroom. He hesitates at the nursery threshold, the soft whirl of his palm visible as he braces against the frame, steeling himself against what is and what might have been. He steps inside, not turning on the lamp, not announcing himself with even the smallest cough. The room does not smell like him. It smells like detergent and unslaked promise, like the faint ghost of lavender from sachets placed by a hand now years dead. Sam moves to the crib, rests his hand on the topmost bar. The pose is statue-accurate, one elbow cocked, head bowed, a figure sculpted by guilt and inertia. Death lets the silence ferment. When it speaks, it does so from behind the veil of shadow, voice pitched to the exact frequency of mourning. "You come here often," Death says. Sam doesn't start. He's grown used to the perimeter of death, the way it never fully invades, but always waits to be summoned. He stands for a long time, eyes on the crib mattress, then looks over his shoulder, meeting the not-quite glimmer where Death's face would be. "I like to think about how old she'd be now," Sam says. "What she'd look like, what she'd want to eat, whether she'd scream all night or sleep through." "Most parents imagine futures," Death says. "Yours is the reverse. You imagine what you lost." Sam's hand slides down the crib rail. His finger finds a groove in the wood, a place where maybe Julia pressed too hard with a screwdriver or where the finish chipped in shipping. He traces the floor with the pad of his thumb, working it until the skin shines. "Did people always do this?" Sam asks. "Make shrines to the dead before they were even gone?" Death tilts its head. The question is anthropological, not rhetorical. Death recognizes the hunger for precedent. It knows how the living crave the legitimacy of pattern. "In Egypt," Death begins, "they started embalming before the last heartbeat. There were always people waiting at the edge, ready with linen and resin. In the north, the Vikings laid out the bodies, dressed them for the voyage, then set fire to the boat while the skin was still warm. You'd be surprised how quick flesh burns on salt water. In China, they bound the feet of the dead in shoes, so the ghost would not wander barefoot in the next world. The Americans, modern ones, prefer wakes, open casket, polished wood, and fake flowers. Even now, they paint the faces, tidy the hair. The dead never get to look surprised." Sam lets out a low whistle, half amused, half resigned. "And the parents?" "The parents," Death says, "invented 1,000 ways to keep from touching the emptiness. Locks of hair, casts of tiny hands, sonograms pinned to fridge doors for decades after the fact. No culture ever found a way to do it without rituals, even the ones who claim they don't believe in ghosts." Sam leans his head against the rail. The posture is neither collapse nor defiance. It is the equilibrium of someone who has decided to stop resisting gravity, if only for a while. "I used to think funerals were stupid," he says. "All the pageantry. My dad made us go to every family one, like it was a civic duty. I never felt anything except awkward, standing next to cousins I barely knew, waiting for it to end." "Funerals are not for the dead," Death says. "They're a tool for the living to inventory what's gone." Sam lifts his head, looking at the mobile above the crib. The figures are animals: giraffe, hippo, lion, each one painted with childlike confidence. They hang motionless in the lunar beam, casting monstrous shadows on the ceiling. "Do you remember all of them?" he asks. Death answers without hesitation. "I remember everyone. I remember the child you would have had, and all the futures she did not get to live. That's my job." Sam's hand leaves the crib. He moves to the window, pulls back the curtain, and stares at the street outside. Nothing moves, not even the neighbor's dog, which usually spends the night yowling at the moon. He doesn't speak for a while. Death lets the silence root, giving Sam space to find his question. "You ever get tired of watching this?" Sam says. "Isn't it boring, seeing the same grief, the same rituals, over and over?" Death thinks of the endless procession. The rooms, the bedsides, the bodies curled in final rest. It thinks of the variations, the infinite ways humans adapt to the certainty of loss, the creativity they bring to suffering. "It doesn't repeat," Death says. "Each one is its own problem, each one an experiment with a unique result." Sam laughs, a sharp exhale. "Like biology." "Like biology," Death agrees. For a moment, the only sound is the buzz of the streetlight through the double-pane window. Sam rubs his hands together, then slides down the wall to sit on the floor, knees up, chin resting on his arms. He looks up at Death, eyes rimmed with exhaustion, but also with a species of curiosity that borders on devotion. "Can you tell me about the first funeral you ever saw?" Death shifts, a flicker of surprise registering in the room. It considers the question, parses the memory. "The first funeral I remember was not called a funeral," Death says. "It was in a cave. The body was smeared with ochre and left in the fetal position, surrounded by shards of shell and stone. The others sat in a circle around it, not speaking. They waited until the body was cold, then covered it with leaves. No words, no weeping, just a long, long silence." Sam smiles, tired but real. "I bet that was the best kind." Death is silent, allowing the man his conclusion. Sam stares at the crib again. His finger drags along the carpet, tracing a pattern in the moonlight. "Do you think she would have liked it here?" he says, voice so soft it nearly evaporates. Death considers. It runs the simulation. The child, her first steps, the shriek of laughter as she pulls the animals from the mobile, the gradual accumulation of books and broken toys, the way her scent would have replaced the current void with something animal and insistent. She would have loved it, Death says. She would have made it impossible to keep the place clean. Sam laughs again, this time with less bitterness. Yeah, that's what Julia would have wanted. The moonbeam drifts as the planet turns. The animals on the mobile seem to stir, their shadows elongating across the ceiling. Thanks, Sam says, and Death detects a new weight in the word. Not gratitude exactly, but the acknowledgement that the ritual of memory can be shared, that even in the presence of the ultimate witness, the act of mourning is never wasted. They stay like that for a while. Sam on the floor, Death in the corner, the room balanced on the knife edge of loss and possibility. When the light finally slips off the crib and onto the wall, Sam stands, smoothing the carpet where he sat. Good night, he says, and leaves the nursery as quietly as he entered. Death lingers, inventorying the shadows, noting the precise location of every particle displaced by the living. It is not satisfied, but it is, against expectation, content. Some losses are too big to contain in ritual, but the attempt is what matters. Death keeps the vigil until the first light of morning dissolves the last of the moon, and then it too slips away, waiting for the next call to witness. Study is the smallest room in the house, a square of oxygen pressed tight by overfull shelves and the hum of an old radiator. Death enters through the seam where baseboard meets floor, condenses into a thin strip of shadow at the foot of the built-in bookcase. The light here is softer than in other rooms, just the muted glow of a desk lamp, its shade turned away from the center of the world. Sam is already inside, perched on the edge of his desk. He's in the posture of someone who's come to terms with never sitting all the way down. Legs splayed, shoulders folded forward, elbows balanced precariously on the closed lid of his laptop. Around him, the chaos is curated. Notebooks open to pages of frantic script, reports and printouts, corners dogged, many with the same margin note. Fix this. The air smells of cold tea, graphite, and the synthetic lemon of highlighter ink. Death lets its presence spread out, a dilation of the dimness. It doesn't announce itself, but Sam's eyes track the movement anyway. He offers a small, sardonic smile, the kind that doesn't touch the rest of his face. Was wondering when you'd show up, Sam says. It's getting to be a routine. Death stands near the wall, hands folded behind its back. You're a creature of habit, it replies. Even your suffering is on schedule. Sam laughs, but the sound is empty, pre-defeated. He uncaps a pen, recaps it, repeats the gesture as if winding up to something. I've been thinking about funerals, he says. How even the worst ones seem to follow a script. My dad died when I was 14. Mom made us dress up, go through the whole production. You'd think I'd remember something about the service, but all I remember is how the preacher mispronounced our last name and the pie they served after. Death absorbs this. The pie is not the detail it would have chosen, but it likes the quirk of it. It knows that funerals are less about the dead and more about the living trying to template their pain. Sam continues, my grandma's wake was better. We sat around her kitchen table, told stories, got drunk on boxed wine. My aunt played old records, real scratchy stuff from the 30s. At the time, I thought that was as good as it gets. You know, grief with a laugh track. Death inclines its head. Grief is always accompanied by laughter, it says. It's the brain's way of preventing total meltdown. Sam nods, then leans back, eyes skimming the room as if mapping the next point in his monologue. Julia hated funerals. She said it was barbaric, the idea of putting bodies in boxes, making everyone stare at them. She wanted cremation, quick, clean, no fuss. She got her wish, Death says, matter of fact. A beat of silence. Sam picks at a spot on his jeans, thumb working the fabric raw. I didn't go, he confesses. Her sister did the arrangements. I stayed here. Couldn't bear the idea of standing in a room full of people who wanted to talk about how great she was when most of them barely knew her. Death remains quiet, understanding that some silences are better left unfilled. It drifts closer to the desk, close enough to see the scratches where a mug once left rings in the varnish. Sam's hands are restless, fidgeting with a stack of post-its. I don't even know if she'd be mad about it. Probably not. She always said what you did after someone died mattered a lot less than what you did while they were alive. That's a rare philosophy, Death says. Most people reverse the importance. Sam looks up, directly at Death's outline now. Is that why you're here? He asks, to check if I'm doing it right. No one does it right, Death says. There is only doing it. Sam snorts, then softens. You sound like her sometimes. Death bows its head, accepting the unintended compliment. There is a lull, the kind that precedes either confession or a retreat. Sam chooses the former. Sometimes I think I'm just waiting for my own turn, like all this is rehearsal. That's fucked, isn't it? It's common, Death says. You're not the only one. Sam smiles, the first real one of the night. Well, misery loves company, even if it's yours. He pushes off the desk and heads for the electric kettle, refills it with tap water, then sets it to boil. The action is automatic, practiced. He returns to the desk, this time sitting all the way down. The chair creaks, a protest that is half comfort, half threat. Death watches the man settle, notes the way his feet tap out a slow rhythm against the mat. The desk lamp pools light onto the clutter, bleaching the yellow post-its and making the scrawled notes glow like warning signs. When the kettle clicks off, Sam pours water into a mug already waiting with a bag of cheap black tea. He stirs with a pen, then laughs at himself. Old habits, he says, offering the mug to Death as a peace offering. Death accepts, cupping the mug in both hands. It can't drink, but it likes the heat. Sam seems to know this. The gesture is less about function than about the preservation of ritual. They sit for a time, two presences in a room that has rarely known so much silence. Sam sips his tea, careful not to spill. Death holds its mug as if absorbing the memory of warmth. Sam says, "You're right, you know, about the funerals. They're for us, not them." Death nods. They always have been. A quiet settles over the room, thicker than before, but lighter somehow. Sam leans back in his chair, eyes drifting closed. "Maybe I'll write my own script," he says. "Do it differently." Death smiles, invisible in the shadow. "I'll be there to see it." Sam laughs, the sound genuine this time. He opens his eyes, blinks the fatigue away, and looks at Death one more time. "Thanks for coming," he says. Death inclines its head, and the gesture is as close to grace as it knows. They remain there, the two of them, surrounded by the artifacts of living. The kettle ticks, the radiator hisses, and the old house holds the moment as gently as it can. Death keeps the vigil, watching as Sam drifts into a wakeful sleep, the man's hands finally at rest. When the hour passes and the silence becomes complete, Death leaves the mug on the desk, perfectly centered, and slips into the seam of the baseboard, waiting for the next summons. In the study, the air is still. The world is not healed, but the wound has learned how to breathe. The porch is a liminal organ, neither house nor yard, but the membrane through which weather and world bleed into domestic certainty. Death slips outside ahead of the sunrise, bracing itself against the chill that still lingers in the hours before dawn. The boards are soft underfoot, worn concave by decades of packing, confession, and tonight, consolation. Sam is already out there, jacketless, his arms braced on the railing as if anchoring himself against the sky. The air is thick with the residue of last night's rain. Somewhere, a bird tries out its first call, hesitant and half-formed, as if aware that the hour is not yet ready for music. Death doesn't announce itself. It just stands beside Sam, the space between them minimal but electrically charged. They look out over the yard, over the sodden grass, past the silhouettes of the neighbors' sagging swing set and the untamed hedges at the property line. Above it all, the stars remain visible, sharp and impossibly dense, as if the universe decided, just for this hour, to crowd in every possible witness. Sam's breath makes clouds in the air. Death watches the rhythm. Inhale, hold, exhale. It is a clean, even pattern, not the stutter of anxiety or the raggedness of despair. There is something new here, a softness that was not present in any of the rooms they shared before. He speaks without turning. "Do you ever get tired of all the endings?" Death follows his gaze, lets its eyes go unfocused so that the lights of the distant city become a constellation all their own. "Endings aren't all the same," Death says. "Some are a relief, some are a release, some," and here Death hesitates, weighing the impact of honesty, are so abrupt they burn a hole in the record of the world. Sam considers this, then nods. "I guess I've been all three at different points." Death tilts its head, a gesture meant to be seen only in silhouette. "Most people have." A beat passes, heavy but not suffocating. Sam shifts his weight, the porch creaking in sympathy. He tucks his hands under his arms and lets his head drop forward. "Did she feel fear at the end?" he asks. "Was she alone?" Death closes its eyes, summoning the memory with perfect fidelity. The hospital room, the hush of filtered air, the liquid crystal numbers on the monitors blinking slower and slower. Julia's breath had gone shallow, her eyes locked on the ceiling, but her hand never let go of Sam's. "Fear is common," Death says. But peace is too. Your mother's last thought was you, Sam, not herself, not pain, just you, hoping you would be safe. Sam goes very still. The wind stirs his hair, tosses it into his eyes. When he raises his head, the first edge of daylight is smudging the horizon. Did you see what came next? He asks. Afterwards. Death shakes its head, gentle. I only guide to the threshold. What's past it is as much a mystery to me as to you. Sam's lips quirk, a sad smile. That's almost comforting. Death smiles back, unseen but genuine. It's what I have to offer. Another minute passes, then Sam clears his throat. What about you? He says. What do you want from all this? Death ponders. No one has asked that in centuries. No one has meant it. It considers all the names it has carried: Reaper, Angel, Mercy, Nemesis. All the stories and faces and regrets and hopes packed into every moment of passage. I want to be remembered accurately, Death says. Not as a punishment, not as a trick, just as the one who makes sure no one leaves alone. Sam laughs softly. You do a good job. Death bows or tries to. The gesture is new, but it feels right. The light is stronger now, enough to cast their shadows onto the porch. For a second, they overlap perfectly, indistinguishable from one another. Sam turns to face Death fully. There is no fear in his eyes, only the bright, wild fatigue of someone who has spent a night in the company of a truth he can no longer ignore. Will these talks end when the night does? He asks. Death lets the words linger, appreciating their resonance. No, Death says, voice quieter than the wind. The night always returns, Sam, and so will I. Sam seems to accept this. He straightens his spine, looks out into the growing day, and finally allows himself a deep, restorative breath. Behind them, the house is silent. Inside, every room is a reliquary of what's been lost, but also, now, of what endures. Death steps away from the railing, blending into the air just as the sun edges up over the trees. It watches as Sam remains, steady and upright, his silhouette outlined by new light. The world is not healed, but the wound, as always, is learning to live with itself. And Death, for its part, is content to wait on the porch, counting breaths, until the next transition calls. In the end, it is not the leaving that matters. It's the staying, for as long as anyone can bear it. Chapter 21. The city is half apparition, half cautionary tale. Even in the grey bloom of morning, Death finds it difficult to reconcile the raw ambition of the rebuilt skyline with the scars that still pulse beneath it. They walk the streets together, Sam and Death, though only one of them leaves footprints on the buckled concrete. Sam leads the way. He is overdressed for the weather, as if a surplus of fabric might keep at bay whatever else the city has to offer. His gait is purposeful, unhurried, but Death recognizes the muscle memory of crisis in the set of his shoulders and the way his head pivots, scanning for points of failure even now. Once a responder, always a responder. Here, the streets are still winnowed by what came before. Glass facades erupt from the ruins of cinder block and plaster, new towers sheathed in mirrored arrogance, their reflections indifferent to the jigsaw of condemned tenements and temporary scaffolds still populating the lower stories. A line of office workers, dressed in the universal grey of forced optimism, walks past the shell of an apartment block, its windows boarded with the plywood of permanent stasis. Death notes the contrast, but keeps its attention on Sam. Sam slows, gesturing at the empty air above a collapsed lot. This was the old milliner building. Before the quake, it had a mezzanine that ran the length of the north side, glass bricks, terrible with energy efficiency, but people loved the light. He rocks back on his heels. Structural failure started on the 7th floor, slab shear, classic soft story collapse. Death finds the details soothing, if only because they offer order to what is fundamentally disorder. How many inside? It asks, more as a prompt than a true question. 76. 3 survived. Sam's voice is precise, a spreadsheet rendered in flesh. We found most of them in the stairwell, clustered together, textbook failure to reinforce the central core. He recites these facts not for Death, but as a ritual, a ward against whatever else might be lurking behind the numbers. Death says nothing. It knows the stories behind the statistics, how the living clump together in moments of panic, how hope concentrates and then diffuses at the exact speed of entropy. It watches as Sam's eyes narrow on a section of collapsed rebar poking through the perimeter fence. The man's fingers curl in response, flexing in time with a memory that has not yet fossilized. They walk on. Sam talks about evacuation corridors, about the way city planners love their bottlenecks, about the ratio of high-rises to rescue cranes. He points out a row of new-build townhouses that sit atop old fault lines, the foundations poured thicker but not deep enough to matter. No one learns, he says, not bitter, just resigned. Death listens. It catalogues each observation, not because it will ever use the knowledge, but because Sam is one of the few who prefers to talk in terms of solutions instead of lamentations. They pass a grocery, rebuilt and brightly lit, a sign in the window advertising post-disaster grand reopening. A woman pushes a stroller over the curb cut, the baby inside already asleep, its face composed and implacable as the moon. Sam notes the width of the curb, the ramp's compliance with code, and then, as an afterthought, the baby's name stitched on the blanket. Leela. Death sees the flicker, the brief stutter in Sam's step, but the man does not look back. 3 blocks down, they reach a section of city left untouched since the quake. Yellow tape flutters in the breeze, the universal script of exclusion. The buildings here are less buildings than negative spaces, outlines punctuated by sagging floors and the fossilized geometry of what used to be. A mural on a retaining wall has partially survived. The painted eyes of a woman stare out over the empty lot, the rest of her face lost to weather and impact. This is where we set up triage, Sam says, voice softer. We used the mural as a landmark so no one would get lost coming back from the collapse zone. Death nods, shifting its weight from one foot to the other. The mural means nothing to it, but it notes the reverence in Sam's tone. The city's ambient noise softens as they move away from the arteries of commerce. There is only the distant rumble of construction and the intermittent song of a bird that has managed, improbably, to adapt to the climate of sawdust and diesel. Sam stops at the intersection of 2 side streets, one entirely blocked by a mound of shattered cinder block and twisted metal. He leans on a fence post, regarding the debris field with something like nostalgia. That's the old school, he says. We evacuated everyone before the main shock, had 20 minutes from the first foreshock to get them out. His eyes scan the rubble, picking out details no one else would notice. The faded paint of the gym floor still visible through a tear in the sheeting, the way a single row of lockers stands undisturbed amid a sea of broken desks. Not a single fatality, Sam says. The statement is flat, but Death hears the undercurrent, the pride and the guilt of pride. Not a single fatality, Death echoes, out of respect. For a while they stand in the hush, the only sound the distant hum of emergency generators and the occasional creak of a building settling into its own new skeleton. Sam's posture softens, as if the memory of success is somehow heavier than the memory of failure. Finally, Sam inhales, the breath sharp. Want to see something strange? He asks. Death gestures, after you. Sam leads them around the block, past a row of utility vans and a cluster of construction workers on break. They stop at the entrance to a coffee shop, a pop-up operation housed in a repurposed shipping container. The barista, a young man with a half-shaved head and a tattoo of a waveform around his wrist, glances up but does not greet them. He is used to the parade of survivors and spectators. Inside, the shop is arranged with an engineer's efficiency, standing tables bolted to the walls, all sharp corners padded with foam. Sam orders an espresso and a black tea, his voice clipped but polite. Death lets the transaction happen in silence, content to exist as a slight dip in the air temperature near the condiment bar. They stand at a table overlooking the street. Sam stirs his espresso, the spoon ringing off the side of the cup. There was a guy who used to run this place before the quake, he says. He stayed open through the whole event, gave away coffee to the rescue crews, even after the water lines went. Said it was the only thing he knew how to do. Sam smiles, just a little. He was one of the last ones out before the old building went down. He survived, Death asks, not because it does not know, but because the telling is important. Yeah, broke his leg. When they rebuilt, he opened again, first in a tent, then here. Sam gestures at the shipping container. He says he'll keep moving the shop to whatever is left standing until he runs out of city or out of beans. Death admires the tenacity, though it would never say so aloud. They drink in silence for a minute. The espresso is strong, bitter, and gone too fast. Sam sets the cup down, wiping his hand on his jeans. The funny thing about disaster response, he says, is that it never really ends. The event is over, but the aftermath is just the new baseline. You can fix the buildings. You can even fix most of the people, but the city never goes back to what it was. It just learns to live with the gaps. Death nods, eyes fixed on the ruined school beyond the intersection. The living always adapt, it says, sometimes better than expected. Sam shrugs. What choice do they have? Death does not answer. For a being without choices, The logic is unassailable. The two of them exit the shop, stepping back into the sharp clarity of the morning. The city looks no different than before, but Death can sense the subtle recalibration in Sam. The way his stride is more deliberate, the way he now scans the skyline with a kind of grudging affection. They walk, side by side, toward the far end of the district. The gleam of new construction is already fading in the slant of the sun. At the edge of a traffic barrier, Sam stops, looks out over the patchwork of repairs and ruins. He says, "Sometimes I wonder if we made it better, or just different." Death considers this. It has seen enough cycles to know that better and different are rarely the same thing. "Maybe both," it says. Sam seems satisfied with the answer. They stand for a moment, letting the city breathe. Death notes the way the wind cuts through the open spaces, the way the shadows pool in the hollows where buildings used to be. Eventually, Sam turns away from the view. His eyes are clear, his expression resigned but unbroken. "Ready?" he asks. Death inclines its head. "After you." And so they move on, into the unfinished city, the ruins and the rebuilding, each step another measure of what it means to survive. The memorial park is a wound that refuses to heal over. Its geometry is all angles and symmetry, but every path curves, subtly, toward the center. A shallow amphitheater lined with granite benches and a field of low-standing stones, each one stamped with a name, a date, a message from someone who could not let go. Death arrives first, feeling the subtle charge that accumulates in places consecrated to memory. Even among the living, there are those who come here to commune with ghosts. Sam follows, hands buried in the pockets of his coat. He steps off the path, onto the gravel, which crunches under his weight, and then is immediately silent again. Death admires the restraint. Most people hesitate at the threshold, as if to cross into the park is to make themselves vulnerable to all that has happened here. They pass the first row of markers, names both common and impossible, each one paired with a fragment of language meant to contain the whole of a life. Beloved, teacher, our hero, missed every day. Death catalogues the phrases, noting the universality of absence. Sam's eyes skim each name but do not rest until he reaches the far end of the field, where a single stone stands apart, stained darker than the rest by rain or by something older. He kneels, ignoring the damp, and brushes dust from the surface with the palm of his hand. Death notes the precision of the gesture. No trembling, no hesitation, just the controlled sweep of someone practiced in the art of bearing witness. Sam's fingers pause over the engraving. The name is unreadable from where Death stands, but it feels the ripple of energy as Sam's breath catches, as the skin on his hand tightens against the cold. The moment is so private that Death nearly recedes, but the next movement is not inward. It is outward. A voice. "Sam." It is tentative, neither question nor statement. Death turns, seeing her before Sam does, a woman in her late 40s, short hair cut with the practicality of someone who expects to lose it again. Her coat is practical, the color of wet stone, and her hands tremble as she approaches. Sam looks up. Recognition stirs, but he stays low, fingertips still pressed to the marker. "Elena." His voice is careful, as if the name itself might detonate. She laughs, but it's a fragile sound. "You remember." "I remember everyone," he says. It is almost true. Death moves a step closer, not to intrude, but to listen, drawn by the gravity of reunion. Lena kneels beside Sam, adjusting the cuffs of her coat before letting her hands rest in her lap. She looks at the stone, then at him. "I never thought I'd see you again. I heard you left the city after the—" She gestures at the rows of markers, unable or unwilling to finish the sentence. "Deployment ended," Sam says. "They rotated us out once the aftershocks settled." Elena nods. "I meant to say thank you," she says, eyes fixed on the ground. "That day I was sure I'd die down there, but you," she swallows, recalibrates, "you didn't give up." Sam shifts, uncomfortable. It was the job. "Not everyone did the job," she says. There is steel in her voice now, the kind that comes only after surviving the unthinkable. "You carried me up 4 flights of stairs because the elevators were gone. You made sure I was breathing before you left." Death notes the way Sam's hands tighten, the way his jaw sets against the compliment. "I'm just glad you made it," he says. Lena smiles, but it's an old smile worn by years of repeated use. "I made it because of you, and because of that I decided to do something with it." She reaches into her bag, produces a thin pamphlet and holds it out. "I run disaster preparedness workshops now, for schools mostly. It's not glamorous, but it's something." Sam takes the pamphlet, eyes skimming the cover. He smiles, genuine if a bit abashed. "That's good," he says. "You taught me that surviving isn't just about making it out alive," Elena says. Her gaze is steady now, the tremor in her hands gone. "You have to do something with the time you're given. Otherwise, what's the point?" Death finds this sentiment both familiar and foreign. It has never understood the impulse to leverage survival into obligation, but it respects the attempt. Sam is silent. He folds the pamphlet into quarters, then halves it again before tucking it into his pocket. Elena stands, brushing grit from her knees. "I'm glad I saw you," she says. "It's good to know you're still around." "Still here," Sam echoes. The words have more gravity than either of them intends. Death steps aside, giving Elena a wide berth as she walks back to the path. She moves with a confidence that was not present before, her shoulders squared, her pace deliberate. When she is gone, Sam remains kneeling for a long time. Death observes the shift in his breathing, the way his spine straightens even as his eyes go soft with the memory of rescue and loss. Death is struck, not for the first time, by the paradox of a man who can save dozens, but never himself. They are alone again. Sam stands, dusts off his jeans, and turns to Death as if only now noticing its presence. "Ready?" he says. Death nods, and the two of them walk the perimeter of the park, their silence more companionable than before. Death feels a new resonance in the space between them, a recognition, perhaps, that every act of survival is both a victory and a debt. At the far end of the field, Sam stops, looks back at the markers, and says nothing. But Death knows what he is thinking, that every name here is a story that ended before it was finished, and that some stories, improbably, are still being written. They leave the park as the wind picks up, stirring the dust into spirals. Death glances at the path behind them, at the names on the stones and the footprints left by those who came to remember. For once, Death lingers, unwilling to rush the moment. It is, after all, a kind of memorial. They reach the ruined building just as the city's light begins to thin, the last of the day pooling in orange puddles beneath the new construction. The edifice itself is nothing more than a skeleton, 2.5 walls, a scatter of steel rods, the suggestion of a roof where the beams stretch skyward like ribs from an excavated carcass. What remains of the floor is a silt of plaster and broken tile, laced with rebar and memory. Death enters first, for once, but Sam is close behind, stepping over the foundation lip with the agility of someone who has mapped every irregularity in the terrain. He pauses at the threshold, taking in the geometry of the place, how the partial walls create intersecting corridors, how the open roof allows moonlight to paint the debris in bands of cold blue and bone white. This was the Eastwood Community Center, Sam says, his breath plumes in the chill. Before the quake, they held everything here, after-school programs, blood drives, bingo nights, even a polling station. It was the heart of the district. He doesn't move forward. Instead, he stands with his hands in his pockets, eyes tracking the path of a rat as it noses through a drift of leaves in the corner. Death does not sit, but settles against a column, letting the moonlight thread its shape into the negative space between Sam and the far wall. It has no need for safety, but even among ruins, it prefers a vantage. Sam walks the perimeter, boots crunching over broken glass and the calcified mud left behind by 1,000 minor floods. "Funny thing," he says, "the city could have bulldozed this place years ago. There was even grant money set aside for it. But every time the project came up, someone objected." He kneels, pulls at a tangle of wire until a fragment of ceramic tile comes loose. He wipes it off on his sleeve, squinting at the pattern. Death recognizes the tile. It is from the mural that once covered the entire western wall, a mosaic of handprints and animals, each section painted by someone from the neighborhood. Now, only shards remain, each one a broken narrative. "I used to come here for town hall meetings," Sam says. "Even after Julia got sick, she made me promise not to miss the disaster drills, said the city would never fix itself if everyone stayed home." He tosses the tile into the air and catches it, letting the weight roll through his palm. Silence accrues, not awkward but charged. Sam glances at Death, then at the sky. The moon is nearly full, and the light is so clear it seems to bleach the color from the world. He says, "You don't have to follow me everywhere." Death considers. It has heard the same complaint from many before, but this time it answers. "I stay because you survive," Death says, "in ways that fascinate even me." Sam laughs, but there is no edge to it. "You think I'm stubborn." "Resilient," Death says, "and curious. Most who walk this close to me do so only once." Sam nods as if accepting a verdict. He stands, wiping his hands on his jeans, and paces the center of the ruin. You ever wonder why some people make it, and others do? He asks. All the time, Death says. Sam stops at the far end of the room, near a collapsed section of wall. He sits on a chunk of concrete, hands resting on his knees. It was a hurricane before this, Sam says. My first big deployment, 3 days straight, no sleep, just pulling people out of waterlogged houses and sorting the living from the drowned. He pauses, then continues, voice steady. I remember the smell of mold, the taste of sweat and energy gels, but mostly I remember the hands, the way people reached for you, not knowing if you were rescue or just another body passing by. Death closes its eyes, listening. On the last night I was assigned to a shelter, Sam says. A school gym turned into a dormitory for survivors. We were supposed to be off shift, but the Red Cross was short-handed, so we stayed. There was this old man, never got his name. He kept wandering the halls, saying he'd left something important in his house. He was so persistent, we finally sent someone to escort him back. Sam's hands curl into fists. The house had collapsed. He'd been living in that memory for 3 days, but there was nothing left to find. He looks at Death, unflinching. I always wondered if I should have lied to him, told him they found his dog or his wedding ring or whatever it was he needed to hear. Death waits. The story is unfinished. Sam moves on. There was a wildfire 2 years later. Whole town gone in under a day. I got there in time to help evacuate a family, parents, 3 kids, the youngest barely walking. We drove out through smoke so thick you couldn't see the hood of the car. When we reached the edge of the fire line, I turned around and the kid, he couldn't have been more than 5. He just stared at the flames, then at me and said, "Thank you, mister, for not letting us burn," like it was nothing. Death remembers the fire. It remembers the faces of those who didn't make it. It also remembers the moment Sam describes, the synaptic jolt of recognition. Here is a survivor, here is a witness. Sam sighs, the sound carrying more weight than any of his words. I used to believe that every life I saved was a victory, that the math worked out as long as the numbers tilted in my favor. He picks up a shard of wood, splinters it with his thumb. But the city still burns, and the water keeps rising, and the buildings always come down in the end. Death studies Sam, notes the way his body refuses to collapse, the way he occupies space with a refusal to yield. You measure success by those you save, Death says, never by those you couldn't. Sam tilts his head, as if tasting the words. Is there another way? Some prefer to count the ones who died well, Death says, or the ones who forgave before they went. Others keep no tally at all and find peace that way. Sam laughs, but softer now. You ever keep score? Death shakes its head. For me, there is only arrival. The outcome is inevitable. Sam is silent for a long time. The night grows colder, the sounds of the city receding until only the wind and the occasional creak of settling debris remain. He stands, walks to the center of the ruin, and turns in a slow circle. What happens to the stories, he asks, after you take them? Death answers, they become part of what comes next, not gone, just reconfigured. Sam nods, accepting this. He sits again, this time closer to Death. They are both illuminated by the same band of moonlight, neither one casting a true shadow. You ever wish it was different, Sam asks, that the world wasn't so fragile? Death hesitates. I have wondered what I would do if there were nothing left to end. Sam grins, tired and unguarded. You'd find a way to stay busy, I bet. Death concedes the point, with a small bow. They sit together, not speaking. The ruin around them is absolute, but within the circle of their conversation, a kind of order emerges. There is nothing left to rescue here, but the space is wholly all the same. Finally, Sam stands, dusts off his hands. Guess we should go, he says. Somebody'll call the cops if they see us trespassing. Death smiles, nearly imperceptible. Let them try. They walk out side by side, the city waiting in the hush beyond. For the first time, Death feels the burden of its own purpose ease, as if, in sharing the ruins, it has finally learned something about survival. The night is not yet over, but for a while the darkness is less absolute. Sam settles on a fallen pillar, the cold of the concrete leaching through his jeans but ignored. The ruin is silent, except for the faint, ticking sound of the city cooling around them. Pipes releasing pressure, metal shrinking back to its original shape, a million small recalibrations of structure and intention. Death stands a few meters away, not wanting to impose. It watches as Sam traces the line of a fracture in the pillar, following it from one end to the other with a meditative calm. There is something new in the man's posture, not resignation, not fatigue, but a kind of clarity, as if the night's inventory of disaster and survival has unlocked a quieter, steadier core. The sky begins to lighten at the horizon. First, a thin seam of indigo, then the slow bloom of orange bleeding through the cracks in the city's battered skin. Sam inhales, long and measured, the breath expanding his chest in a way Death has never seen before. "You know what the trick is?" Sam says, not looking up. Death cocks its head, inviting the answer. "It's not about avoiding loss," he says. "That's impossible. You just have to get good at carrying it. Let it change you, but not decide you." He stands, brushing dust from his hands. The motion is light, unburdened. "I thought the only thing I was good at was surviving, but maybe that's not true. Maybe I'm good at making something out of what's left." Death studies the shift, the way Sam's shoulders square against the wind, the way his stride loses its urgency and becomes something almost deliberate. The two walk together toward the edge of the city, following a corridor of empty lots and future blueprints. Here, the new construction gives way to wild fields, and beyond that, a line of trees not yet claimed by developers. The air tastes cleaner. There is dew on the grass, and in the low places, water collects in perfect, unmudded puddles. Sam stops at the boundary between the built and the untouched. He looks back once at the city, the mess of old scars and shiny promises, then forward at the horizon, now fully alive with sunrise. He asks, "Will there ever be a disaster that breaks me?" Death considers, then answers, "That, Sam, depends on how you define breaking." Sam laughs, a dry sound but not bitter. "I guess that's true." They stand side by side, Death and the man who has refused to die except on his own terms. The light grows, illuminating every fracture, every unfinished wall, every stubborn patch of wildness left standing. Sam squints into the dawn. "You're not leaving, are you?" he asks. Death shakes its head, the motion barely perceptible. "I have nowhere else to be." They watch the sunrise in silence. The world is not healed, but for the moment it is more beautiful than it has any right to be. Sam breathes in, slow and deep, as if to claim a piece of the new day for himself. He turns to Death, expression open, almost grateful. "Come on," Sam says. "Let's see what's next." And they go, together, into the future neither can predict. Chapter 22. The apartment breathes in low gear at night. The radiators barely muster the energy to rasp. The refrigerators hum throttled to a suggestion. Even the city, normally a more of sirens and wailing brakes, keeps its voice pitched just below breaking. In this minor hush, Death slips past the warped threshold, careful not to disrupt the equilibrium Sam has so meticulously engineered. Single lamp burns in the living room, its bulb the color of honey gone to seed. The light does not so much illuminate as congeal around the edges of things. The battered coffee table, the moth-pocked armchair, the constellation of empty bottles arranged with the geometric rigor of someone used to keeping chaos at arm's length. At the margin, a bookshelf sags under the weight of self-improvement manifestos, disaster memoirs, field guides for every manner of survival. Death's attention, however, is not for the furniture. It is for Sam, who sits collapsed into the armchair, his back a gentle parenthesis against the threadbare upholstery. The man's head is bowed, but the tension in his neck betrays a vigil more than a rest. In his right hand, a mug, ceramic, chipped, still steaming though the hour is late. In his left, a photograph pinched at the corner, thumb compressing the gloss until it warps under the pressure. Wall opposite is a reliquary of faces, men and women and children, some grainy, others rendered in the brutal clarity of digital. Each frame is a wound rendered permanent, a refusal to let memory collapse into the soft sediment of forgetting. Death catalogues the arrangement, noting which photos are more polished, which have been recently dusted, which, like the one in Sam's grip, bear the greasy signature of constant visitation. Sam's fingers are restless, working the edge of the photograph with the expertise of someone who knows exactly how much force it takes to bend, but not break. His gaze never settles. It ricochets from the mug to the picture, to the blank void just above the mantel, where a clock used to tick before it quit in protest. Death lingers at the seam between kitchen and living room, absorbing the choreography of minor breakdowns. There is a precise moment when the temperature in the room drops, not by degrees, but by the subtle withdrawal of possibility. Sam feels it. His shoulders rise, his head lifts just enough to register the shift. He does not look back, but the angle of his spine is unmistakable. Resignation with a thread of hope woven through the center. "You didn't come for me," Sam says, his voice pitched to the near side of breaking. Death waits, appreciating the architecture of the silence before it answers. When it speaks, the sound is not so much heard as felt, a resonance in the cartilage behind the ear. "Not yet," Death says. The syllables land with the gentle finality of a dropped feather. In this way, Death is both kind and unrelenting. Sam's mouth quirks, a smile that arrives half-formed and then aborts. He sets the mug on the table with more care than necessary, as though afraid the act might tip the balance of the universe. The photograph remains in his hand, now rotated to obscure the subject from view. They sit for a while in parallel, two shapes thrown by the same weak lamp. The room acquires a density, as if air molecules have been swapped for some heavier element. Death does not manifest in any visible sense, but its presence is unmistakable. The lamp's glow bends away from the corner, and every shadow grows a twin. I thought you'd be more, Sam hesitates, searching for the word. Obvious. Death considers. I'm as obvious as you need me to be. No more, no less. Sam grunts, the sound equal parts amusement and disgust. Figures. Everything else in my life is like that. Turns the photograph face up, holding it at arm's length as if negotiating terms. The picture is of a woman, brown hair, eyes squinting against a wind, lips set in that mid-laugh configuration that promises more story than the frame can contain. Julia. Death recognizes her. It remembers every beat of her life, from the chemical flicker of conception to the stuttered stop of the last neuron. It remembers the hospital room, the effort she made to die gently for Sam's benefit. It remembers the way she tucked his hand under her own, as if smoothing a sheet. Sam does not look at Death directly, but the act of holding up the photograph is a signal. Did it hurt? He asks, voice brittle. Death thinks about lying, about wrapping the truth in some anesthetic, but Sam is not the type. No, it says. She was only afraid for you. Sam nods, as if this is both expected and unbearable. His hands settle, the photograph trembling slightly in the crosshatch of his grip. For a while, he does nothing but breathe. Death shifts, a suggestion of movement rather than a true translation of mass. You could try sleeping, it offers, but the advice is hollow. It knows Sam's insomnia is not an ailment to be cured, but a penance to be performed. Julia used to say I was the only man she knew who could exhaust a ghost, Sam mutters. Maybe she's right. Death does not dispute it. They sit, time pooling in the hollows beneath their chairs. Somewhere in the building, a pipe convulses, the plumbing fighting a losing battle against entropy. Sam stares at the photograph, then at the wall, then back at the mug as if something might have changed in his absence. I keep thinking you're here for the end, Sam says, but it never is. It's just more of the same. Death inclines its head, a gesture invisible but sensed. The end is always present, but never punctual. Sam laughs, a dry exhalation. That's poetic. Did you rehearse that? Death almost smiles. Every night for 1,000,000 years. The light in the room shifts. The lamp, obeying some ancient imperative, flickers once and then recovers. Sam blinks, momentarily disoriented, then sags into the chair as if he's been emptied out. So what do we do until then? He asks, the question rhetorical. Death answers anyway. We talk, we listen, we remember. Sam turns the photograph in his hands, then sets it face down on the table. You ever get tired of the same story? Death considers. Every ending is the same. It's the living who surprise me. Sam absorbs this, rolling it around like a foreign coin. He looks at the wall of photographs, eyes lingering on each, and Death wonders if he's replaying the catalogue of loss or simply trying to outlast the pain. In the thickening silence, Death feels the night stretch toward morning. The conversation is not a comfort, but it is a companion. The room, for all its evidence of ruin, is still alive in the way that only a watched space can be. You staying? Sam says, not quite a plea. Death does not hesitate. I'll be here until you're ready. Sam nods, eyes dropping shut, and for a moment it seems he might finally give in to sleep. But the tension in his hands persists, a signal that the vigilance will never fully abate. Death waits perfectly still until the first suggestion of dawn creeps into the margins of the room. It does not move, does not demand. It simply witnesses, as it always has, and as it always will. When the sun finally cracks the eastern window, Sam opens his eyes. He looks at Death, not through, not past, but at, and the room seems to recalibrate around the possibility of something other than ending. Death understands, then, that this is the work. Not arrival, not closure, but the infinite labor of holding space for all the lives that refuse to go quietly. It sits with Sam, waiting for the next word. The clock on the mantel ticks, but not reliably. It was never a good clock. Sam inherited it from someone who died in a different kind of disaster, a slow corrosion rather than a singular event. The minute hand shudders forward at uneven intervals, sometimes in 3-second bursts, sometimes resting for a full minute before gathering the resolve to lurch again. In the vacuum between ticks, the silence in the room finds new ways to expand, filling in every corner with the substance of what Sam cannot say. Death waits for the pressure to crest, as it always does. It is not eager, patience is the only luxury afforded to its kind, but there is a particular taste to these vigils. The way the room compacts around a confession, the way the living's defenses dissolve when the world outside finally cedes its claim. Death takes note of every tremor. Sam's left leg bouncing a Morse code against the threadbare carpet. The slow rotation of the chipped mug, clink, clink, as it circles the circumference of the coffee table. The way Sam's eyes migrate not to the photo itself, but to its reflection in the black screen of the dormant television. It takes another 41 seconds for Sam to speak. The voice, when it comes, is sanded down by exhaustion. "I keep thinking you're here to collect," Sam says. "But every time I get to this point, this exact hour, this exact chair, I realize you're not interested in cleaning up. You just watch." Death absorbs this with a nod, though it knows Sam cannot see it. The man's gaze is trained on the distance, the place where memory flattens into regret. "I'm tired," Sam says, and the word is more than admission. It is a plea, a declaration of bankruptcy. Not just the kind of tired you sleep off, the kind that sits in your bones and won't budge. Death edges closer, the air density recalibrating with every millimeter. It has seen this species of fatigue before, the aftermath of the unspeakable, the inertia that afflicts survivors long after the rescue teams have packed up and gone home. Death is always the last to leave. Sam's hand fumbles for the photo, finds it, and brings it up to eye level. The fingers are not steady. He traces the perimeter of Julia's face, the motion so light it could be a caress or a test for authenticity. The surface shines in the lamplight, warped by years of handling. "She hated this picture," Sam says. "Said it made her look like a raccoon, all dark around the eyes. I kept it because it was the only one where she wasn't looking at me like I'd said something stupid." Death knows the story behind the photo. It was taken 3 months before the diagnosis, at a park where the wind was so sharp it peeled skin from the lips. Julia had just thrown a ball for a friend's dog, laughing at the absurdity of the animal's overbite. Sam had clicked the shutter at the perfect moment, her mouth open in a howl, eyes wild, cheeks streaked with cold. The picture was accidental, but it became the anchor for all the years that followed. "I don't know why I keep torturing myself with this," Sam continues, voice trembling on the edge of something unsustainable. "I don't even remember what we talked about that day, just that it was cold, and she made fun of my hat, and for one afternoon everything felt like it might actually be okay." Death considers whether to speak, but opts for the discipline of witness. Sometimes it is better to let the living build their own gallows. "I should have gone first," Sam says, the confession tumbling out before he can put any padding around it. "Everyone expected it. I'm the reckless one, the risk-taker. Even Julia said it. She was always cleaning up my messes. But she's the one who," he stops, unable to say died, as if the act of namming would turn the past to stone. Death leans in, close enough now that the temperature in the immediate vicinity drops by a perceptible degree. "It is never that simple," Death says, voice a cross-section of sympathy and inevitability. "Probability does not govern fate. It only offers averages. Outliers are the rule, not the exception." Sam laughs, the sound as dry as old paper. "That's not comforting." "It is not meant to be," Death says. "It is only true." Sam studies the photograph, then places it carefully on the arm of the chair. He cradles his head in both hands, elbows splayed like broken wings. For a long time, he says nothing. "I tried to follow her once," he admits, voice muffled by his palms. "Not long after the funeral. I had a plan. Pills, maybe. I don't even remember the details, just that I couldn't go through with it. I was too scared, or maybe just too fucking stubborn to let you win." Death does not flinch. "You would have failed," it says, not unkindly. Sam lifts his head, surprise etching lines around his eyes. "Why?" "Because you are still broadcasting," Death says. "You have too much left to transmit. Even your grief is a kind of beacon. It calls out, looking for something to reflect it." Sam blinks, digesting the words. He rubs his thumb along the stubble of his jaw, then shakes his head. "Is that supposed to be hope? Are you trying to talk me out of it, or just keeping the schedule clean?" Death regards him, silent for a beat. Then, "Hope is not my currency. I'm here for the record, not the repair. Sam snorts, but the anger fizzles before it can take root. He picks up the photograph again, this time gripping it with both hands, knuckles blanching under the strain. "I've been angry at you for a long time," he says. "Blamed you for every near miss, every close call, every time I walked away from something that should have killed me. I thought it was some kind of cosmic joke, that you were toying with me for your own amusement." Death leans forward, the shift so subtle it registers only in the way the room seems to contract around the conversation. "I only arrive," Death says. "I do not choose." Sam's breath catches. The admission lands heavier than expected, as if he'd spent years constructing an enemy that, in the end, was nothing but a function of circumstance. He opens his mouth, then closes it, at a loss for anything that could measure up to the gravity of the moment. In the pause, Death senses the shift, a reduction in ambient hostility, a thaw at the center of the man's defenses. Not forgiveness, but something adjacent, an acceptance of the limits of blame. Sam slumps in the chair, photo balanced on his knee. "So what do I do now?" he asks, the words small but sincere. "Whatever you can," Death replies. "It is the only option." Sam nods, the gesture shaky but honest. He sets the photograph gently on the table, aligning it with the edge, as if restoring order to a universe that has so little of it. The clock on the mantel ticks once, then hesitates before moving again. The room feels different now, less like a mausoleum, more like a place where someone might, eventually, find rest. Death watches as Sam's eyes close, his body folding inward with the exhaustion of a man who has finally run out of arguments. It waits, as always, for the next turn of the story. For the first time in ages, Death allows itself the luxury of believing that there might be one. The night, now deep in its second act, has not slackened its hold on the apartment. If anything, the dark has grown denser, a fluid medium thickening around Sam and his unlikely guest. The lamp hums in protest, its light gone from gold to a wan, spectral color that brings out the bruised tones in the shadows. The clock on the mantel has finally surrendered, its hands frozen at a time both arbitrary and perfect. Sam sits as before, but his body is less a fortress than a scaffold. Some of the rigidity has left him, replaced by a loose animation that suggests the return of circulation after a long cold. The mug is empty now, rolled to the edge of the table and left to contemplate its own hollow. The photograph of Julia is still at hand, but it shares space with a scatter of other relics. A battered spoon, a pocket knife, a strip of movie ticket stub curled up like a sleeping larva. Death observes the change, noting the recalibration of Sam's pulse, the way his breath now fills the entire capacity of his lungs instead of stopping short at the threshold of pain. It waits, as always, for the story to resume. It does, but not in the way Death expects. Sam laughs. The sound is incongruous, atonal, but undeniably alive. For a moment, Sam seems as surprised as Death. "I just remembered something," Sam says, shaking his head. "It's stupid, but do you ever have a memory that comes out of nowhere, like a glitch in the timeline?" Death inclines its unseen head. "Constantly." Sam grins, the expression uncertain but growing. "I was 5. Mom took me to the community pool. This was before they put in the new filter system, so the whole place stank of chlorine and Band-Aids. I was terrified of the water, but she bribed me with a cherry popsicle. She promised if I made it across the shallow end, she'd buy me too." He leans forward, elbows on knees, voice softening with the effort of summoning the past. "I did it. Dog-paddled like an idiot, gulped half the pool, but I made it. Mom screamed so loud the lifeguard blew his whistle at her." Death listens, and for once the act is not passive, it wants to know more. "Did you get the popsicles?" Sam nods, a real smile now. "Yeah, I got brain freeze and threw up in the grass behind the snack shack. Mom laughed so hard she had to sit down on the curb. She kept laughing, even when I started crying about ruining my shorts. I remember thinking then that she had the best laugh in the world." Death turns the memory over, examining the contours. It is nothing special, millions of mothers, millions of summers, millions of attempts at buoyancy. But the resonance is exquisite. It files the memory away, a bead of light added to the string of moments that make up a life. Sam's eyes grow distant, then refocus. He picks up the battered spoon, twirling it between his fingers. "My grandfather used to cook breakfast every Sunday. The trick, he said, was low and slow. He'd stand at the stove for an hour, making eggs, bacon, toast, all of it with this perfect patience. I never saw him rush, never saw him burn anything." Sam pauses, tilts his head as if listening for a voice only he can hear. "After he died, I couldn't eat eggs for years. The smell made me sick. Julia fixed that. First year we were together, she made an omelette for my birthday, totally massacred it, burned the outside to a crisp, but I ate every bite. That was the day I realized I wanted to marry her. Death is quiet, letting the recollections spiral outward. It is always fascinated by the way the living interlace joy and suffering, binding them so tightly that to unravel one is to lose the other. The best moments are always encoded with the threat of their own impermanence. Sam runs a hand through his hair, as if trying to disrupt the pattern of nostalgia before it can turn sour. Julia had this thing she did when it rained, he says. She'd make us stand by the window and count the seconds between lightning and thunder. She called it measuring the gap. She said if you could make it to 10, you'd be safe for another day. Death considers this. Did it work? Sometimes, Sam says, smile flickering. Sometimes it just made the waiting worse. The air in the apartment changes. The density is still there, but it is less suffocating, more like the pressure of a warm blanket than the weight of a closing tomb. Death, for its part, is almost reluctant to intervene, but the nature of its office is inquiry. What did her laugh feel like? Death asks, the question tumbling out without preamble. Sam's eyes widen. He seems on the verge of deflection, but instead leans back, closing his eyes to remember. It was sharp, he says. Like a bark, but not harsh. It caught you off guard, made you laugh even if you didn't get the joke. It was the opposite of polite. It was honest. I used to think if you could bottle that sound, you could cure depression. Death records the answer, adding it to the uncounted millions of laughs it has catalogued over the centuries. This one is memorable. It has a signature. Where did your grandfather stand when he cooked? Death asks next, curious to see how far the details can go. Sam opens his eyes, a slow grin spreading. Always the same place. Left foot turned out like he was posing for a photo. He'd hum to himself old Sinatra songs, but off-key. He'd let me crack the eggs, even though I always got shells in the bowl. He'd pretend not to notice. The memories cascade now, unbidden. Sam talks about winter mornings with blankets on the radiators, about Julia reading recipes aloud in a fake French accent, about the cat that used to sleep on his chest until it decided the radiator was warmer. Death listens, absorbing each recollection as if it were collecting starlight. The details are irrelevant in the cosmic sense, but they matter immensely here, now, in the circle of lamplit silence that is all either of them possesses. After a while, Sam grows quiet. He looks at the wall of photographs, at the faces that once defined the boundaries of his world. There is no bitterness in his gaze, only a kind of longing that is less about what was lost and more about what was good. I used to think remembering was the same as hurting, Sam says, the words barely above a whisper. But maybe it's just proof that it happened, that I was here, and so were they. Death nods, the gesture unobserved but genuine. For the first time in a very long while, Sam looks at the empty air beside him as if expecting to see something. He does not, of course. Death remains invisible, a contour in the atmosphere, but the attention is enough. I don't know if I'm ready to let go, Sam admits, but I don't want to forget either. You won't, Death says. No one ever does, not really. The clock is still frozen, but the room is alive with motion. The slow rotation of air, the creak of the floorboards as the building settles, the faint hiss of water in the pipes. Sam feels it, too, the resurgence of something like anticipation, the distant but unmistakable draw of another day waiting on the far side of sunrise. Death waits, as always, but for once, it is not waiting for the end. It is waiting for what comes next. Dawn does not break so much as seep, the first thin light pooling on the surface of the coffee table before ascending in soft gradients up the walls. The apartment looks altered in this color, less haunted, more exposed, every surface scrubbed raw by the candor of morning. The lamp is no longer needed. Its glow has been chased into submission by the steady, impartial arrival of day. Sam stirs. The body that refused surrender to sleep all night now rises, slow and deliberate, as though each vertebra must be negotiated with anew. He stands at the window, hands braced against the sill, eyes scanning the city's unfamiliar geometry. The skyline is a scaffold of promises and threats. The high-rises and cranes and weather-scarred water tanks arrayed like chess pieces in a game neither side is eager to win. He watches the sun clear the horizon, a small gold coin that makes no effort to disguise its indifference. Sam's silhouette against the window is almost two-dimensional, as if he's been reduced to outline and intent. Still, there is a difference in the way he holds himself. The fatigue is present, but it has ceded ground to a kind of reluctant anticipation. Death stands behind him, not out of deference, but from a desire to see what the man will do now, with the burden of darkness temporarily lifted. The air in the apartment is crisp, every molecule reset by the night's long audit. I've been so focused on endings, Sam says, voice thin but resolved, that I almost forgot how to live in the spaces between. The words fall into the silence unchallenged. Death lets them stand, lets Sam taste their truth. Death waits as it has through centuries for the right moment to speak. The space between, Death says, is where everything that matters occurs. It is where love grows, where memory is made, where you find the strength to carry on despite the certainty that all things end. Sam considers this, gaze still fixed on the brightening city. He breathes in, the inhale longer than any before it, and lets it out with a sound that is neither sigh nor laugh, but some synthesis of the two. I don't know if I can do it, he says, and for the first time since night began, the confession is not a surrender but a challenge. Death answers simply, one step at a time. Sam nods, and for a while neither of them moves. They are statues at the threshold, keepers of both memory and possibility. After a minute, Sam turns from the window. His face is transformed, still lined, still haunted, but softer, as if he has decided to stop fighting gravity and start using it. So what now? He asks, the words plain and unadorned. Now you live, Death says, and I will be here, watching, learning, as I always have. Sam takes a last look at the wall of photographs. The faces, once fixed in the amber of grief, now seem almost eager for the day ahead. He crosses the room, collecting the artifacts of the night, the empty mug, the photograph, the spoon, and sets them down in their rightful places. There is a ceremony to it, but also a finality. The new day does not erase what came before, but it arranges the past in a way that allows for movement. Death watches as promised, holding its silence. It does not exit, but neither does it loom. It becomes, instead, a contour in the background, a constant in the mathematics of survival. Sam dresses. He takes up his keys, hesitates at the door, and then, without looking back, steps into the corridor and the uncertain world beyond. The apartment is quiet once again, but it is not the hush of defeat, nor the lull before collapse. It is the pregnant pause before a new movement, a rest in the music that only makes the next note matter more. Death lingers a moment, savoring the trace left behind by Sam's resolve. Then it, too, recedes, ready to be summoned again at the next threshold. For in the space between, everything happens, and no one ever navigates it alone. Chapter 23. The bedroom is an archive of failed sleep, air so thick with the residue of old dreams that even dust motes seem burdened. A single bulb in the bedside sconce throws jaundiced illumination across the floorboards, catching on the glass of a full-length mirror wedged between the armoire and a wall swollen with water damage. In the mirror's reflection, Sam stands in boxer shorts and a threadbare undershirt, barefoot, toes curled against the splintering wood. His posture is neither proud nor ashamed, just propped upright by the minimum voltage of will. I hover at the margin, unseen. For a time I let him study himself, the way a wounded animal inspects its own reflection, wary, not quite believing in either the surface or the depth. The mirror itself is battered, its silvering flaked at the edges, frame chewed at the corners, as if some past tenant's pet had once attempted escape through hunger. The smudges on the glass form a nebula behind Sam's head, a ringed aura of handprints, and the oily exhalation of nights spent packing. He leans forward, squinting, as if distance might clarify the data. His hands go to his temples, tugging at the new intrusion of grey that fans out from the hairline like early frost. He bares his teeth, then relaxes the face, watching how the skin snaps back a fraction of a second too late. Under the eyes, the bruised crescents have deepened, more navy than purple now, as though time itself was a bruise, ripening by the hour. He does not see me, not yet. I materialize directly behind him, but only in the glass. The trick is not supernatural. It is a matter of optics and attention. My form is more suggestion than substance, a vertical blur, the color of sidewalk salt after thaw, its edges vibrating with the fatigue of too many arrivals. In the mirror, my outline hovers just above his left shoulder, out of alignment with the actual air. Sam registers the aberration as a shiver. His hands drop. He pulls his shoulders in, ribcage caving around the flutter of his heart. The bulb in the sconce sags in its socket, light going redder. He tries to muster a smile in the mirror, but it doesn't hold. It falls apart at the first sign of resistance. I hardly recognize myself anymore, he says. The voice is low, almost embarrassed to be heard in a room this small. I step closer in the reflection. The space between us tightens, temperature in the room contracting as if all the heat has been siphoned into my center. What do you see, Sam? My voice is tuned to the glass, not the ear, and he hears it as the faintest echo, like a forgotten voicemail played back at quarter volume. He stares hard at his own face, as if hunting for a flaw he has not already catalogued. I see a man who's been broken so many times, I'm not sure how I'm still standing. He lets out a breath through his nose, a sound as brittle as the filament inside the bulb. My father used to say I had a strong jaw, said I looked like a prizefighter. Now I just look like I've lost too many rounds. In the mirror, I raise my hand, not to touch, but to trace the perimeter of his head, the stubble of a beard that grows in patches, the skull beneath. My hand leaves no mark, but Sam shifts as if he feels the chill radiating from my fingers. You're not broken, I say, gentler than I intend. You're carrying what you shouldn't have to, but you're still whole. He closes his eyes, jaw flexing once, twice. For a moment, the room is silent, but for the aquatic click of a pipe behind the wall. I don't feel whole, he says, opening his eyes again. I nod. Most don't at this stage. The sensation of wholeness is a developmental illusion. It goes away after the first shock. He gives a short, humorless laugh. How many shocks does it take to get used to it? That depends, I say. Some people never acclimate. Some learn to use the cracks as leverage. He looks at the reflection of me, this time more directly. He cannot hold my gaze, but he tries. Which am I? Ask yourself that tomorrow, I say. You're always different by the morning. His attention returns to the mirror, but his face has changed. The sadness is still there, but it is shot through with a filament of something else. Curiosity, perhaps, or the first flicker of adaptation. He turns away from the glass, shaking out his hands. The room, deprived of its audience, returns to stasis. In the reflection, I stand a moment longer before dissolving into the general blur of air, the last thing visible the slow movement of my head as I study the man on the other side. The bulb in the sconce gives a final effort, then blinks out. Sam is left in darkness, but he does not turn on another light. He sits on the edge of the bed, hands steepled, breathing slow and deliberate. He is not talking to me now, but I stay. There is value in bearing witness, even when no one else can see. Somewhere in the city, a car horn blares, sharp and petulant against the hush. Sam waits until the echo fades, then lies down on the coverlet, facing away from the mirror. He does not sleep, not yet, but his body gives in to gravity, and the lines in his face soften as if the tension has been rerouted for now to more distant parts of the universe. I remain by the mirror, a suggestion in the dark, ready to resume the dialogue when the morning calls it up again. The bedroom is a museum of entropy. On the left, a nightstand, cluttered with the dead technology of lost evenings, phone chargers tangled like kelp, a jar of ointment, two loose batteries incapable of sustaining even a child's toy. On the right, a dresser crowned by a mirror that predates Sam by a generation, its glass burnished by the fingerprints of every tenant who ever tried to outstare the future. Sam stands before the mirror in a t-shirt and undershorts, arms hanging at his sides, posture neither slouched nor erect, but caught in a state of arrested recalibration. His eyes scan the reflection as though preparing an accident report. Every detail is evidence. Beth leans against the far wall, one shoulder pressed into the cool latex paint, watching. The physics here are imprecise. Sometimes, Death's reflection crowds the mirror with Sam, a distortion of background, a bloom of shadow that never resolves into shape. Other times, Death is absent entirely, a smudge in the periphery, proof only by omission. Sam, for all his talk of insomnia and heartache, has never admitted to seeing Death in the mirror. Yet tonight, there is a trembling in his left hand, a Morse code tapped against his thigh that betrays a heightened awareness. Sam lifts his chin. He leans closer to the glass, so close that his breath ghosts the surface, briefly eclipsing the topography of his own face. With two fingers, he draws a line along the left side of his jaw, tracing the stubble that has migrated from deliberate style to unmanaged overgrowth. He stops at a patch of skin just below the cheekbone, pushes in, watches the flesh blanch, then slowly rebound. That wasn't there before, Sam says, almost too low for even Death to hear. Death does not answer. The point is not to be heard, but to be present. It catalogues the signs of agging, the slack in the under-eye, the deepening vent at the brow. Sam's hair, damp from the shower, reveals a silvering at the temples that was absent 6 months ago. The eyes themselves are rimmed with a fatigue that no sleep could hope to bleach away. Sam inspects his own body, as if expecting to discover a message inscribed in the tissue, something Julia left behind, a post-mortem telegram waiting to be decrypted. He pinches the skin on his arm, flexes the bicep, frowns at the results. Next, he lifts the shirt and examines the slope of his abdomen. Less taut than last year, more evidence for the ledger. He studies the old appendectomy scar, the half-faded bruise on his hip, the rows of faint indentations on his wrists, souvenirs from the period when restraint was the only guarantee of survival. Death watches the way Sam's eyes keep returning to the face, as though searching for an old friend behind the glass. The ritual is familiar. Every night, the self-inventory. Every night, the attempt to reconcile the external collapse with the internal damage report. Sometimes Death wants to say, "You're not alone in your corrosion," but that would be intrusion, and Death's brief is to observe, not comfort. Sam sighs, and the sound vibrates in Death's bones. "They always say time heals," he mutters, "but nobody says what it does to everything else." He leans forward, pressing his forehead to the cool glass. The heat from his skin creates a fog, obliterating the image until all that remains is a pale oval and two tired eyes, floating in the middle distance. For a moment, Sam's face is unguarded, stripped of the daily armor of sarcasm and resignation. In that instant, Death catches a glimpse of the boy Sam once was. Before the disasters, before the funerals, before the inevitability of being left behind, became the operating system of his soul. Death considers approaching, but restrains itself. Instead, it watches as Sam opens his eyes, blinks twice, and straightens his spine. The transformation is subtle but real. The hunch recedes, the jaw sets, the eyes narrow with something like resolve. "I'm still here," Sam says, and Death recognizes the line. It is the mantra of the survivor, the code that keeps the living from falling into the same pit as the dead. Sam pulls a towel from the hook on the door and wipes the condensation from the mirror. As the surface clears, his reflection splits, one version looking directly at himself, the other angling just enough to catch Death at the edge of the frame. Death shifts not out of discomfort, but to acknowledge the shared gaze. In the glass, its outline is less human and more suggestion, a fold in the air, a darkening that registers as both threat and possibility. Sam does not startle. He simply regards the reflection, then nods, as if conceding a point in a silent debate. "I see you," Sam says, this time with more volume. "I know you're not going anywhere." Death tilts its head. "Nor are you," it says, voice more vibration than sound. Sam laughs, an exhale laced with static. "You know, for all the nights I've spent staring into this thing, I never thought I'd find comfort in the company of a ghost." Death smiles, or approximates the gesture. Sam's hands tremble again, but now he grips the edge of the sink, knuckles whitening, as if anchoring himself against the risk of being swept away. He studies his own face for another full minute, counting the wrinkles, the scars, the fresh disappointments, and the old, familiar grievances. The inventory seems to bring a strange relief. "Maybe that's the trick," Sam says. "You stare long enough at what you've become, you start to recognize the parts that haven't fallen apart." Death sees it too, the stubborn tilt of the chin, the lines around the eyes that speak of laughter as well as grief, the way the mouth sets not in defeat, but in expectation. Sam is a ruined building, yes, but one that refuses to be condemned. "You've changed," Death observes. Sam considers this, then nods. "I guess that's the point, isn't it?" He turns from the mirror, towel draped over one shoulder, and faces Death directly. The man's eyes are clear, if not entirely free from pain. He squares his posture, draws in a measured breath, and speaks as if reciting a verdict. "I've been so focused on what I've lost that I almost missed what I've gained." Death lets the words settle, then asks, "And what is that, Sam?" The man stands in the doorway, one hand braced on the jamb, the other stilling the tremor in his thigh. He stares past Death, into the shadows of the hallway, and the pause before his answer is so long that Death wonders if it will arrive at all. Finally, Sam says, "Understanding. Of myself, of life, of you." Death registers the confession, marks it as unique. Most never get this far. Most are content to leave their dead unexamined, to paint over the cracks and call it restoration. But Sam is different. Sam is a witness, and the act of witnessing has not destroyed him. If anything, it has made him sharper, more present, more alive. Death steps aside, granting the man passage. As Sam moves down the hallway, the tremor in his leg recedes, replaced by a steadiness that hints at new muscle memory. Death follows, silent but attentive, as they both enter the living room where the lamp is still burning, casting two overlapping silhouettes on the wall. There will be more nights like this. There will be more mirrors, more opportunities for self-interrogation. But for now, there is a brief truce, a moment where the living and the not quite dead can coexist in mutual recognition. Death stands watch, as always, but this time it feels less like a sentinel and more like a companion. It is enough for now. Death does not follow Sam immediately. It lingers in the threshold between rooms, observing the way the man's figure recedes into the gloom of early morning, a vessel running on vapor, but determined to cross every last inch of navigable space. The hallway is narrow, lined with coat hooks and the detritus of a life lived in increments. Umbrellas, scarves, a single abandoned mitten with the ghost of a child's hand forever clenched inside. In the bedroom, the mirror waits. Its surface, now wiped clean of fog, reflects the geometry of absence, the shadow of death itself, elongated by the slanting light from the window. The air is so still that even the dust, mid-settle, seems to hover in deference. Sam re-enters, slower than before, as if each step were being negotiated with a council of unseen elders. He avoids the mirror at first, crossing instead to the far corner where the remnants of Julia are most densely packed. A ceramic bowl filled with loose change, a stick of lip balm worn to the nub, a threadbare hoodie that still holds the shape of her shoulders. He collects himself. There is a folded square of cloth on the nightstand, blue, with fraying at the corners from too many cycles through machines that do not know the difference between softness and surrender. Sam picks it up, shakes it once to unfurl, and approaches the mirror with a tension in his forearm that death recognizes from every hospital corridor, every waiting room bench, every grave ever dug. He pauses. The moment is not long, but it is dense. All the air in the room seems to collapse inward, as if bracing for impact. For the last time, he looks at his own reflection. Not searching, not inventorying, simply bearing witness, as if acknowledging a friend about to depart on a voyage of indeterminate length. Then, with a softness that verges on reverence, Sam drapes the cloth over the mirror. The fabric slips down the glass, muting the reflection into a blue haze that absorbs the light and gives nothing back. Death watches as Sam's hand, still trembling, smooths the cloth along the edges, erasing the hard corners and rendering the whole apparatus invisible to the waking world. He rests his palm flat against the covered mirror. The contact is gentle, a benediction for the self that was, a blessing for the self that might emerge once the mourning is done. Death senses the current running through Sam's body, the electricity of relinquishment, the final surge of letting go. Sam whispers something, too low for even death to hear. It is not a curse, not a plea, more likely a prayer, or the last line of a poem no one will ever read. Death steps into the room, making itself manifest as a drop in temperature, a ripple that passes through both cloth and man. Sam does not shiver. He just keeps his hand on the mirror, eyes closed, lost in the echo chamber of his own heartbeat. The question comes out of nowhere, sharp enough to carve a line in the silence. Will there come a day when I no longer need to hide from my reflection? It hangs, the sort of query that could only exist in the presence of both witness and warden. Death waits a moment before answering. The response is not weighted with hope, nor with the certainty of oblivion, but with the honest ambiguity of all truly important things. That depends, Sam. What will you see the next time you look? Sam absorbs the answer, lets it diffuse through his bones. He does not speak again. Instead, he pulls his hand from the mirror, the imprint of his fingers briefly visible in the nap of the cloth. He stands for a moment, as if debating whether to remove the cover or to double it over, to erase all trace of what was and what remains. In the end, he does neither. He steps away, leaving the mirror shrouded, the question unresolved. Death watches as Sam crosses to the door, the man's figure outlined by the briefest flicker of morning. He does not look back. The room, now absent of movement, fills with the paradoxical peace of a space that has finally accepted its own vacancy. The dust resumes its descent. The air reclaims its stillness. Death remains for a while, silent witness to the interim, waiting to see what the next day's light will reveal beneath the shroud. Because the work is never finished, only suspended between one question and the next. The house is quiet in the way only houses are when every argument and apology has been spent. In the bedroom, the blue shroud over the mirror catches the lamplight, glowing faintly, a signal buoy for lost travelers. Beyond the open door, death waits, patient as frost, listening for the next tremor in the living. It comes, the slow tread of Sam's feet on hardwood, the hitch in his breath as he crosses the threshold into the adjacent study. The room is barely larger than a closet, crammed with the detritus of all the lives Sam never quite finished living. Boxes of obsolete electronics, a tangle of electrical cords, the reek of old books and colder ambition. The desk is pushed up against the window, which tonight shows nothing but its own reflection. On the desk, A lamp, squat and severe, crowned by a threadbare shade with tassels the color of smoked teeth. Its light is the only currency in the room. Sam sits in the armchair, a piece of furniture that looks as if it lost a fight with an animal and then with time itself. The upholstery has given up any pretense of comfort. It holds its shape only out of habit. Sam lets his full weight settle in, as though daring the chair to finish what nature started. He opens the desk drawer, retrieves a leather-bound journal, and sets it on his lap. Death sees the initials debossed in the corner. SB, a vanity from another era. For a moment, Sam does nothing. He just watches the lamp, as if considering whether its light is truly worth the electricity required to keep it alive. Then, with a practiced motion, he picks up the pen and flips open the journal to a page three-quarters full. Death moves closer, not out of necessity, but because this is a moment worth investing in. Sam writes. The pen glides over the paper with a sound like distant rain, the lines forming and dissolving as quickly as thought. Death can read upside down. It scans the handwriting, knotting the jagged peaks of the S. The graveyard dips in the Y and G. The words are a liturgy of memory. Julia, the hospital, the taste of orange juice after too many sleepless hours, the list of things Sam meant to say but never did. He pauses. The pen hovers just above the paper, quivering as if caught between gravity and some other force. The lamp's fringe casts bars of shadow across Sam's forehead, painting his face with a kind of holy anxiety. He sets the pen down, stares at the page, and exhales. I'm not sure these words will matter in the end, Sam says, voice smaller than the room. Death considers this. It has witnessed 1,000,000,000,000 confessions, 1,000,000,000 bedside monologues, but rarely has it seen a man so determined to record his own undoing. It steps forward, letting its outline into the perimeter of the lamp's glow. The air contracts. The light sharpens, throwing Sam's shadow against the far wall. Death chooses its words carefully, placing each one like a stone on a cairn. They already do, Sam. Your voice echoes in places you cannot yet see. Sam turns, startled not by the presence but by the assurance. He looks at Death, and for the first time does not flinch or avert his eyes. He regards the apparition with a frankness that borders on gratitude. Does any of it ever stick? Sam asks. Or is it all just? He gestures at the unfinished sentences, the pages curled at the edge, ephemera. Death thinks of the archives it has kept, the stories that have been told and retold, each one fading but never entirely lost. It thinks of the persistence of memory, the way even the smallest detail can survive centuries if anchored to enough suffering. Nothing is ever truly gone, Death says. It just changes form, sometimes into stories, sometimes into the very air you breathe. Sam lets the words settle. He picks up the pen again, writes a single line, then closes the journal with a finality that sounds like an ending but is really just a pause. He stands, stretches, and for a moment seems to weigh whether to turn off the lamp. Instead, he straightens the shade, a futile gesture of order in a universe built for entropy. He sits back down, elbows on knees, and stares at the closed journal. Death waits, silent as dust. After a while, Sam says, if you're going to keep watching, at least make yourself useful. Death steps into the full brightness of the lamp, letting its form resolve just enough to cast a true shadow. It sits on the floor, cross-legged, hands folded in its lap, an audience of one for the man who refuses to be erased. They remain like that for a time, two shapes defined by the geometry of persistence. Outside, the world spins through the last of the night, untroubled by the internal work of those it has not yet forgotten. Finally, Sam stands again. He reaches for the lamp, hesitates, then switches it off. The filament dies with a pop, plunging the room into a darkness that is absolute except for the afterimage of the last line written. I am still here. I am still listening. Death lingers in the dark, feeling the echo of the words, the signature of a life not yet spent. There is no finality to it, only the promise of another page, another night, another round in the long, necessary negotiation between the living and all they leave unsaid. It is enough. It is everything. Chapter 24. The park is an ordinary miracle, nothing more and nothing less. This morning, the city's pulse is soft enough to allow the shapes of life to reassert themselves. Joggers sweating out last night's toxins, a lattice of children swarming the play structure with the tactical cunning of ants, old men standing in clusters to critique the grass or the clouds or one another's arthritis. Sam stands apart, a few strides off the main path, posture telegraphing the intention not to belong. Death materializes beside him, not with a flourish but a condensation, a quiet thickening of the air at Sam's left. The sunlight here is fractured, whittled by maple leaves into a geometry that slips between the molecules of skin and bone. Death observes the way Sam's shoulders are hiked nearly to his ears, a defensive topology designed for weathering impact. But in this slant of mourning, the tension softens. For a moment, Sam stands not as a casualty, but as a witness. Children's laughter rides the breeze, veering in and out of tune with the cries of food vendors hawking empanadas, paletas, and cinnamon-roasted nuts. Death catalogues the scents, oil, sugar, human salt, and registers the memories that attach to each. It has seen a trillion mornings like this, in 1,000 variations of park and plaza, but never before with this particular configuration of molecules, this instance of Sam. Sam's hands are sunk deep in the pockets of his windbreaker. The movement is not casual, it's a desperate rearguard against the possibility of trembling. His head is bowed, chin tight to sternum, as if reading a private message composed in the knots of his own spine. Death waits. It is always the visitor, never the guest. After a minute, or perhaps a century, as such things are measured, Sam exhales with the full resonance of a man, expelling not just air, but the hope of ever understanding. He lifts his head and turns, not directly, but enough that his profile cuts a sharp figure against the blur of running strollers and bicycles behind him. "Why do we love if we know it ends?" Sam asks. The words are blunt, unbuffered by preamble or apology. They land with the weight of an object thrown from a great height, inevitable, not subject to negotiation. Death does not answer at once. The question is neither new nor outlandish, but there is something in the timbre of Sam's voice, a texture of longing and abrasion that catches on Death's internal mechanisms. For a brief span, the world's movement slows. Even the shrieking toddlers seem to pause, suspended at the apex of their chaos. Death considers. It could quote philosophers or invoke evolutionary logic, could rattle off the millions of times it's been asked a version of this by mothers, by soldiers, by children learning of their own mortality for the first time. But these are not answers, they are deflections. The truth is more complicated, and Death knows Sam would recognize a lie, even a well-intentioned one. Instead, Death gestures, a simple, open-palmed motion that invites movement but promises nothing. It steps onto the path, slow and even, trusting Sam to follow. The branches overhead are pronged with new growth, each bud a hypothesis of green, the geometry of hope replaying itself in miniature above their heads. Sam hesitates, then shifts his weight and falls in beside Death. His gait is uneven, but not from injury. It is the rhythm of a man learning to walk again in a world where everything familiar has been redrawn. They move together in silence, the park around them receding into a blur of color and sound. The path curves gently, an architectural suggestion that even the most aimless wanderings are being guided toward some inevitable destination. Death glances at Sam, measuring the set of his jaw, the flicker in his eyes as they scan the horizon for threats or miracles. There is a peculiar grace in the way Sam walks, each step an act of refusal, a declaration that he is still here, still participating in the machinery of being alive. For a time, Death says nothing. It lets the morning carry the question, lets the wind and the branches and the racket of life assemble their own reply. There is no need to hurry. Some questions grow sharper if left unpolished. As they round a bend, the canopy above thickens, light now stippled rather than slashing. The voices of children fade, replaced by the more subdued music of birds and distant traffic. Death feels the world tighten, as if pulling the two of them closer to the bone of the moment. Sam looks sideways, catching Death in the peripheral. He does not ask the question again, but his face is a transcript of everything that remains unsaid. The funerals, the hospital rooms, the mornings spent alone in an apartment built for two. Death reads it all, with the fluency of a scholar in a dead language. They walk and the sun climbs, and the answer, if it exists at all, remains suspended between them, a bridge made of nothing but attention. At the far end of the path, a pair of pigeons erupts from the grass, wings flapping in an asynchronous percussion. Sam flinches, a microjolt of the nervous system, but recovers quickly. Death notes the recovery, the speed with which the living can resume their pretense of invulnerability. "Will it ever hurt less?" Sam asks, barely above a whisper. Death considers again. It could say yes with time. It could say no, never. Both would be equally true and equally useless. Instead, Death stops, letting the breeze settle the moment into place. It turns to face Sam, the air around it growing fractionally colder. "It hurts because it matters," Death says, voice as gentle as a dropped stone. "And it matters because you are still capable of being hurt." Sam absorbs this, gaze fixed on a spot just above Death's head. He nods once, as if accepting a verdict that was always going to be rendered. They stand in the filtered light, two figures joined by the knowledge that all things end, but not all endings are the same. After a while, Sam resumes walking. Death follows, content to let the question linger in the branches above, where the buds have already begun to open, one by one, into the reckless green of another spring. They move beneath the trees, passing through zones of cool shade and brief, dazzling eruptions of sun. The winding path is mostly empty, save for the slow-drifting ghosts of dog walkers and the tight phalanx of a running group, their synchronized footfalls spelling out the briefest thesis on discipline and denial. Death watches the way Sam's head tracks movement, never settling long, always inventory. Head at the curve of a small pond, a wrought iron bench waits in the spill of morning light. The bench is occupied. Two figures, compressed into the mythic shape of young love, knees touching, hands interlaced as if to prove a point against the universe. The boy, barely out of adolescence, his hair a pale tangle, leans in for a kiss, tentative but determined. The girl meets him, her eyes half-lidded, a smile trembling on her lips like the surface of a wind-brushed lake. Death slows as they approach, calculating the field of impact. Sam's own pace falters, gaze snagged by the couple on the bench. For an instant, his face rearranges itself, the muscle memory of envy, nostalgia, then the stoic reset that masks every feeling behind a barricade of practicality. The boy's hand moves to the girl's cheek, fingers splayed with the reverence of a prayer. She accepts the touch, then leans back, breaking the kiss but not the spell. Her hand lifts to the boy's forehead, sweeping a fringe of hair aside. The gesture is soft, but Death sees the tremor in her fingers. So slight a living observer might miss it, but to Death it reads as a headline. The body knows, even in the middle of joy, that all joy is temporary. Sam's lips compress, a line of thought drawn tight and then erased. He looks away, pretending to study the iridescent graffiti layered on the far side of the pond. Death lingers. It studies the couple, the heat of their proximity, the way their knees make a single point of contact, as if together they could outlast entropy. There is a particular shine to the hope that comes with first love, a spectrum of light visible only to those who know it won't last. Death catalogues the sensory profile, the crackle of adolescent pheromones, the sharp metallic tang of nervousness, the way every motion is a rehearsal for the memory it will soon become. Girl laughs, a burst, then a stifled hand to her mouth. The boy says something low, inaudible, but the effect is immediate. Her face blossoms open, radiant and unself-conscious. Death feels a flicker, not emotion, but the echo of something once described as such. It recognizes the flavor, the signature. Here is the moment before the moment is lost, the snapshot that will be retrieved decades later, possibly at a funeral or in the charged silence of a marriage's last argument. Sam watches, sidelong, pretending not to care but failing. Death knows why. The man's own past is littered with these benches, these failed experiments in lasting connection. It sees the microfilm of memory scrolling across Sam's brain. A younger self, awkward and earnest, fumbling a first kiss beneath the stands at a high school football game. The taste of bubblegum and Dr. Pepper, the sensation of a lip split accidentally by teeth, and the odd satisfaction that came with it. 1,000 such moments, each one a proof of the body's need for contact, and each one now a residue, persistent but untouchable. They pass the bench. The couple is oblivious, locked in their orbit, the rest of the park demoted to background noise. Death and Sam continue, their pace accelerating as if to outrun the gravitational pull of the memory. At the next bend, the trees grow denser. The air is cooler, the sunlight filtered to a greenish haze. Sam clears his throat, an announcement that he is present, accounted for, and prepared to resume whatever this walk is meant to accomplish. I used to think that if you could just get the first one right, everything else would follow, Sam says, voice pitched to just above the ambient birdsong. But it's the same mistake every time. You forget how easy it is to fuck it up. Death lets the words hover. It considers replying, but instead listens to the resonance in Sam's chest, the skipped beat that occurs whenever regret finds a new foothold. They walk in silence for another 100 meters. At the edge of a small clearing, Death pauses, turning to observe Sam more closely. The man's expression is distant, not unhappy but resigned. Death wonders, not for the first time, what it would be like to feel lost the way the living do, to know that something can be both present and already receding. The wind shifts, carrying with it the distant laughter of the couple on the bench. Death watches Sam's reaction, the way his jaw muscles flex, the way his eyes close for a single, unguarded instant. You never get used to it, Death says, voice as soft as the breeze. Sam blinks, as if returning from a long trip. Get used to what? The way warmth slips into memory, how quickly it's gone, even when you think you'll remember every second. Sam almost smiles. That's poetic coming from you. Death shrugs, the gesture barely perceptible. Every poet knows their own extinction. They resume walking, the bench and its lovers now out of sight. But the trace remains, a thread of warmth in the otherwise cool geometry of the day. Death lets it linger, curious to see how long it will last before the next cold front pushes through. The path eventually spills them out into a plaza circled by locust trees. In the center stands a fountain, its stone rim worn smooth by decades of children's shoes and restless adult hands. The water rises in a clear, insistent column, breaking at the apex into a mist that the wind shreds into iridescent confetti. Death steers Sam toward the fountain's edge, keeping a half step ahead. The noise here is both sharper and softer. The high, keening wail of a child in distress, counterpointed by the susurrus of water on stone and the low hum of adults performing the ritual of public ignoring. Mother stands at the rim, sleeves rolled past her elbows, hair pulled back in a no-nonsense knot. Her child, no more than 5, over-articulated in the manner of the truly bereft, clings to her thigh, howling as if the sky has just collapsed onto his toy truck. The mother bends low, hands gentle but unmoved by the display, her voice pitched to a register just audible above the cacophony. "Enough now," she says. "You're not bleeding, the truck, not even scratched." Boy howls again, the sound rippling out over the water, disrupting the patterns of the ducks on the far side. His mother draws him closer, lets him press his face into her shirt, and resumes speaking, not a scold, but a soft, repetitive chant that has no purpose but to be heard. The boy quiets in increments, each breath a little less explosive, until the drama contracts to a series of sniffles and involuntary shudders. Sam stops, watching the scene with an intensity that surprises even Death. For a moment, his eyes are not the eyes of a grown man, but those of a child, wide and wounded, and hopping for rescue. Death recognizes the ache that builds in Sam's chest, the silent request for comfort that never quite arrives in adulthood. It knows the memory blooming beneath the man's surface. A small Sam, maybe 7 or 8, alone on a park bench at the edge of a brackish pond, water dark with algae and the drifting feathers of abandoned ducklings. The sky had been yellow that day, the light filtered through an afternoon storm not yet spent. Sam had woken from a nap with the echo of a nightmare still scraping at his throat, and his mother, summoned from a nearby picnic, had knelt before him, hands warm and immediate on his cheeks. "It's okay," she'd said, the words thick with the accent she never bothered to sand down. "I'm right here. Nothing will take you." Sam had believed her, or more accurately, he'd needed to believe, because the alternative was unthinkable, that the world was a sequence of unpredictable vanishings, each one more inexplicable than the last. Death turns from the fountain and regards Sam, knotting the tension in his hands, the way the tendons stand out beneath the skin like cables under strain. The mother and son have moved off, the boy's crying now reduced to an intermittent whimper, the mother's arm draped over his shoulder with the weary pride of one who has won another temporary reprieve. For a moment, Death wonders what it would be like to occupy the position of rescuer rather than witness. It has seen a billion mothers and children, a trillion variations on the theme of loss and recovery, but the equation always resolves to the same outcome. Sooner or later, everyone learns to grieve alone. Sam breathes, slow and deliberate, as if recalibrating his internal barometer. He sits on the stone rim of the fountain, elbows on knees, eyes fixed on the movement of water. "I used to think if I could just stay awake, nothing bad would happen," he says, voice low and private. Like sleep was a portal for all the things that wanted to get in. Death seats itself beside him, the temperature dropping by a degree. Did it work? Sam shakes his head. "I just got really good at not sleeping, traded one problem for another." Death lets the confession hang, knowing it will not be the last of the morning. Across the plaza, the mother and child have found a patch of grass. The boy's face is clean now, the trace of disaster erased by the simple application of time and maternal patience. Sam's gaze follows them, and Death can sense the longing, not for childhood, not even for comfort, but for the certainty that someone somewhere would always be willing to kneel and say, "I'm right here. Nothing will take you." "Did you ever see her again?" Death asks, already knowing the answer. Sam blinks, startled by the directness. "She died when I was 12. Stroke. 1 minute she was reading in the kitchen, next minute she was gone." Death catalogues the familiar pattern, the sudden vacancy, the absence that never quite fills in. It understands why Sam clings to memories like this. why he returns to park benches, to fountains, to the soft-spoken rituals of rescue. You remember the details well, Death says. Sam smiles, faint and uneven. It's the only way to keep them from fadding. If you don't keep them close, they melt. Death files away the phrase, intrigued by the image of memories as ice. It considers the architecture of grief, the way some losses are managed through repetition, others through denial. Sam, it seems, is a collector of wounds, a curator of small traumas made bearable only by the act of remembrance. The water in the fountain catches the light, throwing it upward in a sequence of tiny rainbows. Death notes the effect, the brief, dazzling persistence of color before it fractures and dissolves. I envy you that, Death says, not meaning to speak aloud. The way you find beauty even in the aftermath. Sam glances at Death, surprised. You're the last person I'd expect to say that. Death shrugs. We all have our weaknesses. They sit for a while, silent except for the ongoing score of the fountain. Around them, the plaza fills and empties. Lovers, joggers, lost tourists, the odd retiree feeding the ducks with stale bread. The cycles repeat, variations on a theme, each one new and already old. Eventually, Sam stands, stretching his back with a pop. The movement is unhurried, as if the destination matters less than the continuity of motion. Ready, he says. Death nods, and together they walk away from the fountain, the memory of rescue trailing behind them like the last note of a song that refuses to end. The promenade unfolds in a straight, unwavering line, as if the city had, for one fleeting era, believed in order and followed through. The trees on either side are mature and well-spaced, their trunks thick with the lichen and paint scars of decades. Above, the canopy interlaces, building a cathedral of filtered sunlight that dapples the path with ever-changing mosaics. Death guides Sam into the corridor, keeping an easy pace. Here, the sounds of the park are attenuated, muted to a level just above silence. The foot traffic is different too. Fewer children, more solitary walkers, the occasional pair moving in tandem with the slowness of shared habit. Halfway down the promenade, Death signals Sam's attention toward an elderly couple advancing from the opposite direction. They are small, possibly shrunken by age, but their gait is surprisingly sure. The man leans slightly to one side, compensating for an old injury, but his grip on the woman's hand is gentle and unwavering. She walks with her free arm linked through his, head canted toward him, as if any moment not spent listening is a moment wasted. Death slows as the couple draws near, curiosity piqued by the quality of their movement. There is a dignity here, but not the brittle sort that snaps under scrutiny. This is a pliant, lived-in dignity, the kind that weathers indignity with grace. Sam's eyes linger on the couple, their intimacy making a quiet spectacle of itself. He can't help but compare the velocity of their steps, the cadence of their breathing, the ease with which they occupy the same slice of air. It's a choreography perfected by repetition, not instinct. Death draws from Sam's memory. His grandparents, first-generation immigrants, who ran a dry cleaning shop on the edge of the city. They moved through life as a two-person team, rarely seen apart, even in the cramped quarters behind the register. Sam remembers being 6, watching his grandfather methodically press a parade of anonymous suits and dresses, never complaining, always working the steam wand with a sort of reverence. His grandmother, meanwhile, orchestrated the flow of tickets and hangers, her voice sharp only when necessary. There was no drama in their love, only presence, stubborn and persistent, like the tick of the clock above the counter. Sam and Death pass the elderly couple at the midpoint of the promenade. For a second, the four of them share a single patch of light. The older woman smiles at Sam, a quick flash of teeth and crow's feet. Sam smiles back, an unpracticed gesture that nonetheless lands. The man tips his head in acknowledgement, never breaking stride or grip. After they pass, Death waits for Sam to break the silence. My grandmother used to say it's not the years that make a marriage, it's the ability to walk at the same speed, Sam says, voice distant but fond. Did they? Death asks. Mostly, Sam replies. She slowed down for him after his stroke. He pretended he could keep up just to save face. It was a game, I think, but it worked. Death considers the information, mapping it onto the billions of couplings it has observed. The ratios are not favorable. Most partnerships dissolve under pressure or calcify into mutual resentment. But every so often, the numbers bend, and something like gentleness emerges from the attrition. Did you ever ask them how they did it? Death says. Sam shrugs, emotion borrowed from his grandfather. I was too young. By the time I thought to ask, they were gone. There is a brief interlude of footsteps and leaf shadow. Sam's mind is working over the image of the couple, trying to reconcile the hope of togetherness with the knowledge of inevitable separation. Death can feel the strain, the unwillingness to believe in permanence, the reflex to discount happiness as a statistical error. They died within a week of each other, Sam says, the fact recited like a riddle he's never solved. Doctors called it a coincidence. I think she just didn't want to walk without him. Death nods, recognizing the pattern. It has seen it countless times. The will to survive bound to the presence of another, and when that presence is subtracted, the math of living becomes unsolvable. I wonder how many times you've watched it happen, Sam says, his voice softer than the rustle of leaves. More than I can count, Death replies. They walk the promenade to its end, the light shifting from gold to a paler, more hesitant hue as the day ages. Sam's stride has lost some of its urgency. He seems more at ease with the slowness, with the inevitability of being overtaken by something old and steadfast. At the junction, they pause. The elderly couple is visible again, now 200 meters away, still walking, still together, their silhouettes framed by the slow collapse of afternoon. I don't think I'll ever have that, Sam says, not sad, just certain. Maybe not, Death says, but you recognize it. Sometimes that's enough. Sam absorbs this, gaze fixed on the horizon where the couple has almost vanished. For a moment, he stands as if anchoring himself to the spot, unwilling to break the line of sight. Then he turns, motioning for Death to follow. They leave the promenade behind, carrying with them the memory of constancy and perhaps, though neither will admit it, a trace of envy. Beyond the promenade, the park opens into a gentle slope of lawn, sunlit and unclaimed, except for the occasional blanket or folding chair. Death directs Sam across the grass, the pathless crossing a reminder that sometimes it is necessary to ignore prescribed routes. The air is warmer here, the late morning sun drawing out the scent of cut grass and distant charcoal. In the middle distance, a circle of friends sprawls on a picnic blanket. The group is co-ed, mixed ages, but united in the easy, overlapping geometry of chosen family. Their laughter is spontaneous, unrehearsed. It rises in bursts and then dissolves into the susurrus of shared memory. Plates ring the perimeter of the blanket, each bearing the forensic evidence of interrupted appetites. Half-eaten sandwiches, chips dusted with orange powder, a slice of cake half collapsed but still claimed by 3 forks. Death slows Sam's approach, not wishing to intrude. Instead, they stand at a respectful remove, observing the tableau. Woman in a yellow dress leans back on her elbows, head tilted to catch the sun. Next to her, a man with a buzz cut and expensive sunglasses tells a story with his hands, gesturing so widely that he knocks over a can of soda. The others howl in laughter, the incident folded seamlessly into the narrative of the day. 2 children, likely the offspring of someone in the group, flit in and out of the circle, their shouts sharper and less filtered than the adults, but welcomed all the same. Sam watches, expression unreadable. Death senses the calculations at work beneath his surface, the inventory of what has been lost, the tally of who should be here and who is not. Death remembers Sam's own circle years ago, late nights around a fire pit on a rooftop, the ritual of passing around a bottle, the irreverent banter that turned to confession only when the city had gone fully dark. There had been 6 of them, sometimes 8, depending on who was between jobs or relationships. They called themselves the Sieve, because every time the world shook, a few fell through, but the rest clung together. Death knows the list by heart. 2 lost to a house fire, their absence sudden and total. 1 to a cancer that metastasized faster than the jokes could keep up. The others scattered by marriage, migration, the unkind entropy of adulthood. The Sieve, like all human constructs, was not built to last, but its memory persisted in the stories Sam told, in the hollow spaces where another voice should be. He stands, hands in pockets, watching the picnic unfold. At one point, the woman in yellow turns and waves, as if inviting him over. Sam raises a hand in response, then drops it, unsure of his status as observer or participant. You ever miss it? Death asks, surprised by its own curiosity. Sam shrugs. I think I miss the idea of it more than the thing itself. When you're in the middle of it, you don't realize how temporary it is. Death observes the group anew, parsing the signs of future fracture. The one with the sunglasses will move out of state in 6 months. The woman in yellow will marry a man not present today. The 2 children will one day remember only the stickiness of the grass and the shock of the cold soda, not the adults who arranged the moment. It is always thus. They look happy, Sam says, and Death can't tell if it's an accusation or an act of forgiveness. For now, Death replies, but joy is like a picnic. It's at the mercy of weather, bugs, time. Sam almost laughs. You have a way of putting it. Death does not smile, but it does feel the smallest spark of pride. You're allowed to envy it, it says after a pause. I do, Sam admits, but I also know it's not mine anymore. Maybe it never was. They stand in silence as the laughter of the group rises and falls, a tide as predictable as it is ephemeral. Death catalogues the details. The way the blanket is anchored at each corner by shoes and water bottles, the way the children periodically collapse into the lap of the nearest adult, the way the cake, for all its ruin, is still fought over to the last crumb. After a while, the group begins to pack up, the ritual of departure as elaborate as arrival. Sam watches them, eyes following the careful redistribution of plates and bottles, the choreography of folding and gathering and shepherding the children. Funny how you can tell when it's over, even before anyone stands up, Sam says. Death nods. Every ending has a scent. You learn to recognize it. Sam watches until the group is gone, the rectangle of flattened grass, the only evidence of their brief claim on the world. He turns to Death, eyes reflecting the clarity of a sky untroubled by weather. I keep waiting for the moment when it stops hurting, Sam says, but I think maybe the hurt is the proof that it mattered. Death weighs the words, finds them accurate. They walk on, leaving behind the echoes of laughter, the ghosts of vanished picnics. The grass springs back slowly, but never entirely. Last stretch of the park is the quietest. Here, the grass grows taller and less uniformly, the hedges left to their own ambitions. At the far edge, an ancient oak casts a continent of shadow across the ground, its limbs sprawling like the hands of a clock that refuses to be wound. Beneath it stands a bench, weathered and warped, the wood so old it has ceased to splinter and simply yields, gently, to any body that trusts it. Death brings Sam here, sensing the need for rest. They sit side by side, not touching but close enough that their breaths fall into sync. Above them, the canopy mutters in the wind, the leaves flickering between light and shade. For a time, neither speaks. The silence is not oppressive. It has the quality of a held note, waiting for resolution. Sam watches a pair of squirrels spiral up the tree, their pursuit reckless but strangely choreographed. Death studies the veins in the back of Sam's hand, the way they rise with every pulse. Eventually, Death turns to Sam, voice low and unwavering. Because it matters. Love shapes you, Sam. It gives meaning to existence, even in its absence. Sam's reaction is physical. His chest rises abruptly, as if he's taken a punch or been startled by cold water. The words hang there, refused at first, then slowly absorbed. He closes his eyes, lets the sensation roll through him, and when he opens them again, the tightness in his jaw has eased. For a long moment, they sit in the aftermath of the declaration. Death is content to let it settle, to give Sam the space to metabolize what cannot be said any other way. Across the path, a young woman sits on a bench of her own. She is crying, not in the dramatic, full-body way of children, but in the silent, leaking mode of the recently devastated. Her hands are cupped over her mouth, shoulders shaking in the rhythm of someone trying desperately not to disturb the world with her pain. Sam watches her, the urge to look away warring with the compulsion to help. Finally, he stands, steps across the divide, and sits beside her at a careful distance. He waits, not speaking, just offering presence. When she risks a glance, Sam holds out a tissue, a crumpled survivor from his own pocket, but serviceable. She takes it, dabbing at her eyes with the tentative gratitude of someone unaccustomed to kindness. Sam says something, too quiet to carry, and the woman nods. They exchange a few more words, and then, astonishingly, she laughs, a brief, unsteady gasp that nonetheless pushes the sorrow back a notch. Sam doesn't linger. He stands, gives her a nod, and returns to the oak bench. Death watches the exchange, the simple arithmetic of grief divided, and feels something shift inside its own boundaries. Sam sits, hands trembling just a little. Is this why you've stayed with me all this time? He asks, to see me learn to love again. Death considers, then meets Sam's gaze directly, the weight of its answer carried in the clarity of its presence. Perhaps, Sam, or perhaps I'm the one learning. Sam smiles, the expression tentative but real. He leans back, head against the bark, and closes his eyes. Death joins him in the posture, both of them angled toward the impossible sky. They sit there as the afternoon fades, the shadows from the oak lengthening until they merge with the dusk. Around them, the park empties, the children and lovers and solitary walkers all folding back into their other lives. The bench, the tree, and the moment remain. Death is not in a hurry. It allows the silence to expand, filling the space between with the proof that, For now, nothing more needs to be said. And so they remain, two shapes, distinct but aligned, holding a small pocket of peace in a world not designed for it. Above them, the first stars blink awake, each one a memory refusing to die. Chapter 25. Dawn arrives in gradients, slow enough that the world can mistake it for mercy. The window in Sam's study glows at the edges, panes occluded by condensation, but fretted with seams of gold. The house is colder than it should be, the radiator sluggish against the night's leftover aggression. This early, the city is all hush and possibility, unspoiled by the day's standard hostilities. Sam wakes before his alarm. He never sets one, but his body's schedule is more precise than any device could hope to be. He sits at the desk, back slightly hunched, spine a question mark. The chair is old, leather-skinned and splintering, patched in two places by Julia's hand. She joked that it would outlast him. He finds himself hopping so. On the desktop, the ledger black, cloth-bound, fraying at the corners, the stub of a blue pencil, a stack of correspondence, all in different hands and in different stages of reply. Sam writes, left hand pinning the page, right hand moving with a deliberate, uncompromising rhythm. The handwriting is small, almost legalistic, but there are grace notes in the way his capitals arc and the tails of his Y's dip below the line. He writes to remember, and sometimes to forget. At exactly 6:04 a.m., the temperature in the room drops by a fraction, enough to raise the hairs on Sam's forearm. He does not shudder. He's acclimated. Death coalesces in the near corner, first as a gradient in the air, then as a suggestion of form, slightly denser than the morning's damp. The effect is less haunting than habitual, a roommate with unusual hours. Sam does not stop writing, but he pauses between words, looks up at the glass above the desk. He catches Death's presence in the reflection, not a shape, just a dimming, a physics trick. He nods, polite as ever, and returns to the page. The silence between them is the kind reserved for those who have grown tired of filling it. Death studies Sam's posture, the way the man's neck slopes forward in a mathematic arc. Death sees what others might call frailty, but knows it for what it is, an architecture of survival. It notices the tremor in Sam's right hand, more pronounced in the early hours, how he corrals the movement with conscious effort. Death wonders if Sam notices, too, or if the body's betrayals are now so common as to be invisible. Sam sets down the pencil, closes the journal, and stacks it atop yesterday's letters. He stands, vertebrae cracking in a quiet succession. Death feels the ache echoed in its own being, though it has neither muscle nor skeleton, only a memory of such things. In the kitchen, Sam fills the kettle. The tap water runs thin, almost blue in the half-light. He measures the loose tea with a scale more precise than his own pulse, then drops the leaves into the old ceramic pot, the one with the hairline crack running from spout to belly. He'd meant to replace it, but never does. Some flaws become too dear to discard. Death watches from the doorway, invisible to any living eye. It takes in the details, the chipped enamelware mug on the drain board, the notepad on the fridge, half covered in lists that are more aspirations than intentions, the jar of local honey, crystallized solid at the bottom. Sam pours boiling water with a surgeon's steadiness, lets the leaves steep in silence. A breath fogs the kitchen window, and for an instant, Death's outline is rendered by condensation, a blur, an absence bordered by light. Sam pours the tea, takes the mug in both hands. The heat, the slight astringency, the ritual of it. He leans against the counter and looks out over the tiny, fenced garden. Even now, in the ragged early light, the beds show signs of his stubborn caretaking. There are rows of seedlings under plastic domes, a tangle of frost-burned mint, the skeletal remains of last summer's sunflowers standing guard. He sips his tea and contemplates the morning's task. He will garden, as he does every day it isn't raining. But first, the mail. On the table, he spreads out the night's delivery, 7 envelopes, 2 addressed by hand. One is from the publisher, the quiet companion etched in the upper left. The other, from someone named Hank, written in a round, uncertain script. Sam opens the first, scanning the contents with the efficiency of a man who has learned not to expect surprises. The publisher wants more columns. They always want more. Practical guidance on family loss, tips for maintaining structure in the aftermath, upbeat stories of recovery. Sam wonders if they read what he actually writes. He sets the letter aside and opens the second. This one is different, a child or an adult who has made a lifelong study of uncertainty. Inside, a folded page, torn from a spiral notebook, the faint impression of previous writing embossed through the lines. Dear Mr. Blake, I saw your column about what happens when people go away. My brother says you're just a writer, but I think you know for real. Do you think when people die they can come back as something else? Thank you. Hank, age 9.5. Sam smiles, then folds the letter and sets it atop the pile. He feels Death leaning over his shoulder, or imagines it. He speaks, voice low, not for effect, but for the comfort of it. "You get these too, don't you?" he asks the empty room. Death does not answer. It never has. But Sam waits anyway, letting the air reset itself before he moves on. He tucks the envelopes into a drawer, then fetches his boots from the mat by the door. They are heavy, caked with last week's mud, but he wears them anyway, preferring the honest discomfort to the lies of new shoes. Out in the garden, the light is stronger, the day now definitively begun. Sam kneels by the raised bed, fingers working the damp soil. There is a calmness to it, even as the cold seeps through his jeans and into his bones. He works slowly, clearing out debris, tucking the spent mint beneath a drift of mulch. He checks the domes, breathes gently on the glass to warm the seedlings. Each motion is careful, deliberate. He is not so far gone that he can't tell the difference between habit and hope. Death sits on the stoop, knees drawn to chest. It watches as Sam sifts the earth through his hands, as if searching for something that might have been lost or left behind. It feels the resonance in the air, the way grief can be channeled into the most mundane of tasks, transmuted into order, then into meaning. Sam pauses, looks up at the sky. There is a skein of clouds overhead, their edges already bleeding into blue. He stands, wipes his hands on his jeans, and surveys the work. Not much to show for an hour's labor, but it's enough. He moves back inside, boots leaving a breadcrumb trail of mud and grass. Death follows, pausing at the threshold as Sam sheds his jacket, washes up at the sink. The man's hands are red and chapped, the knuckles raw. Death wonders, not for the first time, if pain is the only way the living can be sure of their own persistence. In the study, Sam resumes his place at the desk. He slides the journal aside, pulls from the stack a blank sheet, and begins to draft a reply to Hank. The words come slower now, but with a density that was not there before. "Dear Hank, thank you for your letter. I'm not sure what happens to people when they go away. Some say they come back as rain, or as songbirds, or as the smell of pancakes on Sunday morning. I don't have the answer, but I think the important thing is to keep remembering them. Sometimes, remembering is a kind of magic. Take care. Sam." He finishes the letter, signs his name with a flourish Julia would have mocked, then folds the page and places it in a new envelope. He addresses it, adds a stamp, and sets it by the door for tomorrow. Death hovers in the background, content to observe. This is its work, not the collection of souls, but the curation of aftermaths, the inventory of what the living do to fill the silence left behind. As the sun climbs, the house begins to warm, the air trembling with the faint hum of the radiator's victory over cold. Sam pours a second cup of tea and sits in the chair, knees drawn up, the mug cradled like an artifact. He gazes at the bookshelf across the room, eyes tracing the titles. Mass Grief and the American Psyche, Coping with Catastrophe, Disaster as Opportunity. The books are badges, evidence of a war fought mostly on the inside. He glances at the far corner, where Death sits, and lifts the mug in salute. Death inclines its head. The gesture is not lost on Sam, who smiles, soft and unguarded. They sit like this for a long while, neither one in a hurry to break the spell. The morning is quiet, the house as full of presence as it is of absence. Outside, the city stirs to life, indifferent to the rituals that sustain the barely living. Sam turns back to his desk and writes a single sentence in the ledger. Some mornings, the world is more beautiful for the silence it contains. He sets the pencil down, leans back, and lets the stillness expand to fill the room. Death waits, as always, content to be a part of the scenery. It is enough, for now. The world never calls ahead. It arrives uninvited, teeth bared and urgent, the way it always does. Sam is in the midst of refilling his tea when the phone rings, a landline black plastic, as obsolete as the notion of uninterrupted morning. He stands perfectly still for a second, letting the rattle pierce the soft envelope of house silence. He sets the mug down, wipes his palm against his thigh, and answers before the second ring can finish vibrating down the wire. "Blake," he says, voice professional, unsentimental. On the other end, the clipped consonants of an emergency coordinator, local, the kind who still remembers the sound of Sam's voice from years of joint drills and overlapping disasters. There's been a gas explosion, 3 houses gone in a block, possible casualties unknown, infrastructure already compromised by last winter's storms. Sam listens, not with surprise or dread, but with the clarity of someone for whom disaster is a native tongue. He scribbles the address, double-checks the incident report code, and says, On my way. He hangs up without waiting for a response. Death stands at the kitchen's edge, leaning against the frame, its form barely distinct from the morning shadow. It registers the transformation in Sam. The flexing of his jaw, the set of his shoulders, the electric stillness that follows the intake of crisis. The man moves quickly but with purpose, collecting his go-bag from under the hall table, checking the contents with the same reverence he brings to planting seeds. The bag is a litany of preparedness. First aid kit, triage cards, flares, chemical lights, gloves, bottled water, folding blade, trauma blanket, ration packs, a waterproof folder packed with laminated checklists and incident protocols. Each item is checked against memory, each compartment zipped with the satisfaction of finality. At the door, Sam hesitates. Not fear, not reluctance, just the briefest pause, as if waiting for something to catch up. He turns, meets Death's gaze over his left shoulder. Will you come? Death nods. The movement is so slight it might be mistaken for a shift in the air. Sam closes the door with a soft click, then moves down the stoop, boots crunching the frozen runoff from last night's thaw. He unlocks the battered sedan, tosses the bag onto the passenger seat, then gets in. For the duration of the drive, Death occupies the seat beside him, invisible to all but the most haunted of senses. The city at 7:00 a.m. is a different animal than at dawn. Traffic is surly, caffeinated, primed for conflict. Sam navigates with one hand on the wheel, the other tapping an impatient staccato against the stick shift. Death watches his profile, the hard angles of his face, the way his eyes flick to the rear view at each siren's Doppler approach. Sam runs a running inventory, lips moving in silent recitation. Command, structure, known hazards, probable wind direction, the psychosocial mix of the affected neighborhood. He's practiced at this, triage not just of wounds, but of narratives, knowing how quickly a situation can slide from tragedy into the farce of bureaucracy. He thinks of Julia, how she used to make him practice for every drill as if it were the last. You'll never be ready, she'd said, but you'll be less surprised. He pulls up to the cordon. Yellow tape, flashing lights, the familiar chaos of emergency response rendered in uniforms and shouting. The air is sour with gas and charred insulation. He parks 2 blocks away, knowing the closer curb is already jammed with responders and news vans. Death shadows him to the site. Here, it is not the only ghost. The scene brims with them, invisible to the frantic living but palpable to anyone who has spent enough time on the wrong end of calamity. The main house is a wound. Roof collapsed, walls ruptured outward like a ribcage post-mortem. A utility pole is splintered and leaning, cables lashed with caution tape. In the foreground, a woman in a bathrobe stands barefoot in the snow, cradling a child. Her mouth is open, but no sound escapes. She has already passed the threshold of what can be processed in a morning. Sam slips past the first responders, his credentials flashed like a blade. He makes for the incident commander, a woman in a high-vis vest who is barking orders into a radio. Blake, disaster mitigation, Sam says by way of introduction. What's the perimeter? He hands him a map already annotated. Main gas line ruptured here, she says, stabbing the page with a pen. Secondary explosions possible. 2 houses fully collapsed, 1 more compromised. Utilities cut. Possible entrapment in the east structure. Search and rescue inbound but delayed. Wrong side of the river, bridge closure. Sam processes, nods, hands the map back. Evac area. 2-block radius, she says. We've got everyone accounted for except the Kellers in 1282 and the old man in 1278. Sam is already moving. He toggles his radio, checks the frequency against the laminated card, and begins assembling a small team of volunteers. Neighbors, off-duty EMTs, 1 fireman in full turnout, gear already half-frosted by the cold. He divides the group with the efficiency of a lifelong bureaucrat, half to check the compromised building, half to canvass the cordoned area for stragglers. Death keeps to the periphery, knotting the triage of priorities. There is an order to catastrophe, a choreography that has nothing to do with luck and everything to do with who is closest to the center of the blast. Sam directs the fireman to the Keller's residence, taking the point himself. He skirts the debris, boots careful not to punch through the crusted snow. The house is a textbook pancake. Floors stacked one atop another, roof collapsed. He listens for any sign of life, but the quiet is total. A fireman wedges a crowbar into the nearest window frame, pries it open. Sam slips inside, glass crunching under his boots. The interior is an Escher print, rooms turned 90 degrees, furniture embedded in walls, the refrigerator tipped and bleeding milk across the tiles. The air is thick with particulate and a lower note of gas. Sam pulls his shirt up over his mouth, signals for the fireman to follow. They find the Kellers, both miraculously alive but dazed, huddled in the bathtub, which the collapsed bathroom walls have somehow shrouded like a sarcophagus. Sam checks their vitals, asks simple questions. Name, date, whether they can move. They can. He helps them out, one at a time, cradling their heads to avoid the protruding nails in the doorframe. Once outside, he flags an EMT, relays the injuries and the need for oxygen. He moves on to 1278. The porch is buckled, but the front door stands at a defiant angle. Inside, the air is much worse, sulfur and decay and the sickly sweet perfume of an old man's loneliness. Sam calls out, receives only silence. He finds the man, eventually in a back bedroom, slumped over a radio, finger still pressed to the talk button. He is gone, has been gone for some time, but the hand on the radio is warm. Death is there, too, sitting at the foot of the bed. It regards Sam as he kneels, checks for a pulse, closes the man's eyes with gentle economy. Death understands the gesture, not hope but respect. There is a difference. Sam sits back on his heels, breathes through the nausea. He glances at Death, nods. It's always the ones who never see it coming, he says, too quiet for anyone but the not quite living to hear. Death shrugs. Is there a better way? It asks, voice just below the frequency of pain. Sam stands, dusts off his hands, and moves back through the ruin. Outside, the day is brighter, the sun refracting off the glass and metal with a cruelty peculiar to cold weather. He radios the incident commander, gives his report. 1 fatality, 2 rescued, he says. Evac perimeter holding, utilities still dangerous. I recommend holding the line until search and rescue has cleared the secondary. She thanks him, but her eyes are already on the next problem, the next potential failure point. Sam appreciates the economy of her focus. Death observes the scene, cataloguing the debris. Each artifact, shred of curtain, singed photograph, half-buried snow boot, has its own timeline, its own vector of loss. Death sees it all, files it away, adds it to the silent archive. Sam spends the next hour helping coordinate the aftermath, setting up a warming tent for the displaced, inventorying blankets and ration packs, making calls to the local Red Cross. The press is there, circling, hungry for quotes. Sam gives them the bare minimum, refuses to say miracle or tragedy or any of the other words that cheapen the moment. By noon, the chaos has stabilized. The survivors are being loaded into shuttles, the perimeter held. The air still stinks of gas and melting plastic, but the crisis has become just another puzzle to solve, one step at a time. Sam stands at the edge of the tape, watching the work crews. His face is streaked with soot, his hands still tremble from the adrenaline, but there is a steadiness to him now, a readiness for whatever comes next. Death lingers at his side, silent but solid. The living pass within inches, never glancing at the place where air is a degree colder and possibility hangs suspended. Sam feels the presence and is comforted in his way. Why is it always you? Death asks, not expecting an answer. Sam smiles, teeth white against the grime. I'm the only one who shows up, he says. They stand together, watching as the sun glances off the ruins, as the world begins to move on. It is not enough, but it will do. Aftermath is its own ecosystem. The incident site, now cordoned and crawling with experts in blue and orange vests, dissolves as the world reverts to triage and inventory. Reporters scavenge quotes, social workers compile lists, and the survivors huddle in the warming tent, radiating a collective, shivering silence. Death is drawn to the girl before Sam is. She sits alone on a chunk of fire-warped curb, knees pulled to her chin, arms wrapped tight around a rabbit that once was white, now stippled with soot and a single missing ear. Her shoes are mismatched. Her hair still carries the brittle memory of a braid, unraveling by the hour. Sam spots her from across the lot, pauses in the middle of a conversation with an intake coordinator, and crosses to her with a kind of slow, deliberate motion reserved for handling fragile explosives. He crouches, knees cracking, and positions himself at eye level. Hey, he says, not are you okay? Because obviously she isn't, but hey, as if inviting her to join in the fiction of normalcy. She regards him with the blank, carnivorous calm of a cornered animal. I'm Sam, he says, soft as possible. She says nothing. He nods at the rabbit, friend of yours. She looks down at the rabbit, then up at him, and offers the barest fraction of a nod. I used to have one like that, Sam says. Mine was a dog, though, lost an ear too. I think my sister bit it off. Still nothing, but the hand around the rabbit tightens, as if to anchor it against the world's next attempt. Sam shifts, careful not to loom. You know where your folks are. The girl shakes her head, once violently. He waits, after pause. My home, gone, I saw it. There was fire. We were all together and then I was alone. Sam lets the silence absorb that. Death, seated on a fallen mailbox a few feet away, studies the set of Sam's shoulders, the minute adjustments, the way he angles his body to shelter the girl from the wind without making it obvious. He says, sometimes the world breaks apart. Sometimes all you can do is hold on to the next thing that still makes sense. The girl glances at him, unblinking. Is it going to be like this forever? Sam shakes his head. No, but it might feel that way for a while. The good news is you don't have to do it alone. A beat. The girl wipes her nose with the back of her hand, leaves a black streak. I want my mom. Sam stands slowly. Let's see if we can find her. He offers a hand, and after a long second, she takes it. They walk the perimeter of the incident command together, Sam keeping her on the side shielded from the knot of news cameras. He asks her name. She answers, Tess, but nothing more. The rabbit dangles from her left hand, its surviving ear grazing the ground. They check the first aid tent, then the evac center set up in the adjacent elementary school gym. Inside, the air is ripe with 100 varieties of panic sweat and antiseptic. Sam asks around, describes Tess, repeats her mother's name to every volunteer and medic. Death follows, occasionally drifting ahead, scanning the crowd for the woman who matches the fragments Tess has provided. Most people don't see Death, but a few, those recently scraped raw by crisis, register a prickle at the back of the neck, an unexplained cold spot in the aisle, a memory that refuses to be ignored. Eventually, a nurse points them to a cot near the front, where a woman sits upright, face streaked with dried tears and grit, arm in a makeshift sling. Tess's grip on Sam's hand tightens until the bones grind. Mom, she says, and it's a sound more animal than word. The woman looks up, stunned for a moment, then explodes into motion. She and Tess collide, both shaking, the rabbit crushed between them. The embrace is desperate and complete, the kind that leaves a mark on the future. Death watches from a distance, knotting the shape of relief, the mechanics of reunion. Sam steps back, gives them space. The woman looks up, mouth opening and closing in a struggle between gratitude and disbelief. She manages, thank you, and Sam nods, not trusting himself to speak. He waits until they've calmed, then checks the mother's injuries, offers a bottle of water, and reassures them that they'll be processed together for the next phase of care. Tess doesn't let go of her mother's hand, not for an instant. Death follows Sam as he leaves the gym, shoes squeaking on the polished floor. Outside, the temperature has dropped, the air needle-sharp. Sam finds an unclaimed bench, sits and stares out at the cordoned street. He looks at his hands, which are still stained with soot and blood. He rubs them together, as if trying to erase the evidence. Death sits beside him, and for a while neither speaks. When dusk comes, the shelter is quieter. Most survivors have been triaged and sent home or to relatives. The gym's fluorescents hum above a scatter of occupied cots. Sam sits at the end of a folding table, eating a granola bar that tastes like sawdust, watching the world shrink to its after-hours dimensions. Death takes a place opposite, hands folded. Sam glances around, then lowers his voice. When I started this job, I thought I could outpace you. If I worked fast enough, kept people safe, maybe I could keep you at bay, at least for a while. Death says nothing, but the angle of its head suggests interest. I was wrong, Sam continues. I can't keep you out. All I can do is keep you company. Death considers this. I don't require company. Sam smiles, grim and tired. No, but sometimes I think you appreciate it. Death doesn't answer, but Sam sees the assent in the slight relaxing of its shoulders. He leans back, closing his eyes. I used to see only the loss, he says, barely audible. Now I see what's left behind, the part that still works, even when nothing makes sense. Death speaks softly. That, Sam, is why I remain. You've learned to see life in the face of death. Sam opens his eyes, studies Death. You ever wish it could be different, that sometimes you wouldn't have to show up at all? Death shrugs. It is not my place to wish, but I have wondered. They sit in companionable silence, each considering the limits of their brief. Around them, the gym sleeps, mothers and children, the wounded and the merely lost, resting in the brittle peace of mutual survival. Sam stands, stretches, and looks at Death. Come on, he says. Let's make one last sweep before we call it. Death nods, and they move through the rows of sleeping forms, checking the perimeter, making sure the world has not invented new ways to break itself in the night. When their work is done, they find themselves outside, beneath a sky that is all stars and cold air. The ruins across the street are silhouetted in blue light, already history, already memory. Sam looks up, exhales a plume of breath, and says, "Some days I think you and I are the only ones still paying attention." Death smiles, an expression few would recognize, and for a moment, the distance between them is not so great. They walk home together, side by side, neither one in a hurry to reach the end. It is enough. By the time they reach Sam's house, the sky is thin and bruised, the last stars erased by a lusterless dawn. The city is asleep, or at least pretending. The front steps are slick with dew, the porch light left on as a breadcrumb back to the world of the living. Sam unlocks the door and enters, the weight of the night carried in his walk. The interior is exactly as they left it. Kettle on the stove, boots drying by the radiator, the mug from yesterday's tea ringed with residue. The quiet is so deep it feels engineered, as if the walls are actively absorbing sound to shield him from any further interruption. He stands in the entryway for a long minute, eyes closed, letting the silence recalibrate the noise in his head. Death waits behind him, patient, letting the cold air collect at its feet. After a while, Sam moves into the kitchen. He doesn't turn on a light. The dim ambient from the street is enough. He fills a glass of water, drinks it in 3 steady gulps, and then, for a moment, simply stands, hands braced on the edge of the counter, breathing like a man who's just run a race he didn't know he'd entered. Death follows him to the bedroom. Sam's movements are mechanical now, each gesture stripped to its essence. Boots off, jacket hung, shirt peeled away and draped over the back of a chair. He sits on the bed and presses his palms to his eyes, rubbing hard until red blurs dance in the darkness. When he lowers his hands, Death is there, standing in the doorway. For the first time all night, Sam lets himself acknowledge the presence, not as a shadow or an echo, but as an entity. He looks at Death, really looks, and the fatigue in his face is total. "Death," Sam says, and it comes out ragged, almost a bark. "Do you ever wish you could do more, intervene instead of just being there at the end?" Death regards him, the stillness so complete it feels like a vacuum. It could answer 1,000 ways, invoke the laws of nature, the architecture of time, the sanctity of the boundary between what is and what will never be. But none of those would matter to Sam, not right now. Instead, Death says, "My role is not to prevent, Sam. It is to witness, to guide. The question is, what will you do with the life you have before we meet for the last time?" Sam lets the words settle. They do not comfort him, not exactly, but neither do they wound. He turns the phrase over, finding the edge, then the weight, then the part that lodges under the ribcage and refuses to be exhaled. He swings his legs onto the bed, collapses backwards, and stares at the ceiling. The room is still, but his mind is anything but. He traces the pattern of the bedspread with his fingertips, mapping the stitched lines over and over as if there might be a message encoded there. His breathing slows, from sprint to jog to walk, the momentum of adrenaline finally spent. Death stands by the window, the figure a negative space against the bloom of dawn. It does not move. It does not blink. It waits for Sam to drift, to let go of the day's grip and slip into the cold neutrality of sleep. When Sam's breath turns regular, Death closes its eyes, if only for the appearance of privacy. Outside, the first birds try out their voices, uncertain and off-key, but earnest in their intention. The new day arrives, indifferent to last night's accounting. But inside the room, something like peace, imperfect, bruised but real, persists in the pause between breaths. Death keeps vigil, as always. It is enough until the next call. Chapter 26. The house is silent, a kind of silence reserved for places where the air itself has grown wary of making demands. In the study, the lamp's amber pool illuminates the desk, and the man bent over it, his outline crisp against the black perimeter of the room. Death materializes just outside the lamplight, presence not so much revealed as condensed, the way humidity finds its form on a mirror after a hot shower. Am's back is a bracket, the vertebrae arrayed like a string of missing teeth beneath the worn fabric of his shirt. His left hand flattens the page, knuckles bloodless from force, while the right wields a pen with the solemnity of a scalpel. The notebook is new, gifted, perhaps, or purchased for this exact endeavor, but its first page is already battle-scarred. A scatter of ink stutters. The ghost bleed of words started and abandoned, one deep gouge where the pen bit through in a fit of revulsion. Death has seen this ritual before. It is a drama played out in every hospice, every final confession, every letter written and never sent. But in Sam, the stakes have always felt higher. Not just a man writing for the record, but a soul attempting to heave itself from the mud of despair by sheer force of narrative. Tonight, the desk is an altar to exhaustion. 3 empty mugs, their interiors ringed with the sepia fossils of past caffeine. A half-burned candle in a glass jar, its label peeled and sticky. A loose drift of reference books, diagnostic Bibles, trauma memoirs, field guides to the management of grief, most with the pages dogged to unreadable thickness. The only evidence of warmth is a knit throw puddled on the chairback and a space heater sullen in the corner, its indicator light blinking in low, patient protest. Photograph stands sentry to Sam's right. Death does not need to examine it. It knows the image by heart. Julia mid-laugh, eyes squinting in the crossfire of sun and joy, her hand raised as if to ward off the camera's attention. The photo is worn at the edges, its corners softened by constant repositioning. Tonight it is angled toward the blank page, as if to oversee the operation. Sam begins to write. The pen's motion is urgent, almost furious, but the words do not outpace the sorrow. Death senses the tension, the shoulder blades drawn so tight they might snap, the jaw clamped against any unlicensed noise. The air quivers with the effort of it. Then, after 3 lines, Sam stops. He reads what he's written, expression veering from disgust to resignation in the space of a single exhale. He tears the page out, crumples it, and tosses it toward the wastebasket with the precision of a man who practices failure daily. Death is unmoved by the violence. It has catalogued the myriad ways the living sabotage themselves. The half-spoken apology, the call never made, the endless rehearsals of what will never be said. But there is a particular ache in watching Sam do it, because in him, the urge is always toward survival, even if it's survival by attrition. The next attempt is slower, the pen moving as if through syrup. Sam's lips shape the words as he writes them, a silent dictation to some absent witness. This time, he stops after a single sentence. He stares at the page, then at the window, where the city's sodium glow filigrees the edges of the glass. He runs a hand through his hair, fingertips digging in as if to excise the memory lodged there. He closes his eyes, lets his head drop, and for a long minute the only movement is the flutter of the candle's flame in the draft. Death edges closer, not out of urgency but curiosity. It notes the minutiae, the slow tick of the wall clock, the way Sam's breath grows shallow when he is about to start again, the tremor that registers in his right hand whenever the pen is uncapped. All of it is data, but tonight it feels like more, a ledger of pain accumulated and still unspent. Sam tries again. This time he lasts 2 sentences before the hand tightens, the pen jabbing an angry period into the fiber of the paper. He tears out the sheet, flattens it against the desk, and folds it in half. Death watches as he hesitates, almost sets it aside, almost saves it, but then the urge to erase is too strong. The page is shredded, the sound crisp and final. Another failed start for the archive. Round the 3rd hour, the room's warmth has ebbed. The candle gutters, the heater ticks in protest. The only light now is from the lamp, its cone of illumination shrinking as if to escape the gravity of Sam's despair. But still, he writes, death does not intervene. It simply bears witness, as is its vocation, absorbing the labor and the loss, holding it in suspension until Sam is ready to let it go. Near dawn, there is a pause, different this time, heavier, freighted with the possibility of surrender. Sam leans back, shoulders groaning, and stares at the ceiling as if waiting for permission to continue. He brings the pen to the page with a steadiness born of exhaustion, and at last the words come. This is not a guide, he writes, the letters firm and uncompromising. This is what's left. Death notes the resolve in the hand, the way the grip no longer falters. It sees the face reflected in the window, streaked with shadow, eyes rimmed red, but set with the determination of a man who has decided, at least for now, not to yield. The words fill the page, not fast, not clean, but steady. Each line deposits a sediment of grief, a stratum of memory to be excavated by whoever finds it next. The photograph of Julia presides, no longer an indictment but a benediction. Death lingers at the edge of the lamplight, watching the script accrue. It does not smile, such things are not in its repertoire, but there is something akin to pride in the way it lets the scene play out. In the end, it is always like this, not the grand gesture, but the incremental, the persistent, the refusal to be erased by silence. As the first light breaks through the study window, Sam sets down the pen. He rests his hands flat on the desk, fingers splayed, as if bracing for an aftershock. Death stands with him, unseen but entirely present, the two of them sharing a moment that is, for all its quiet, the very shape of endurance. It is enough, for now. Death stands at the window as Sam writes. It keeps its outline still, precise, as the city brightens and the study fills with the metallic tang of dawn. Each stroke of pen on paper is a heartbeat, an act of resuscitation performed with no certainty the patient can be saved. The first line is an incision. Then memory rises, not as a gentle tide, but as floodwaters breaching every sandbagged defense. Death waits for the tell, the way Sam's knuckles blanch and the tip of his tongue wets a dry upper lip. In that instant, the air shifts. Death leans closer and the room tilts. Now, a rain-soaked highway begins as a pulse in Sam's wrist, a spasm that translates through the pen to the page, the words darkening as they spill. The room's lamplight recedes, replaced by the sickly sodium of streetlights smeared across a windshield. In the memory, Sam drives with both hands white-knuckled at 10 and 2, the wipers scything so frantically they threaten to dislodge from the glass. The radio is a monotone, reporting flooded basements and emergency closures, voices stitched together by static. Julia is beside him, silent, her breath condensing on the window in pale half-moons. Dashboard clock reads 3:17 a.m., but time is meaningless in this moment, just an enemy to be outrun. They have been driving for hours, fleeing a house that even in memory does not feel like theirs. Sam's shoulders ride high, his breath shallow, as if the road itself were a trachea steadily closing. Outside, headlights hiss by, spectral, predatory. The city's edge dissolves into floodplain, and with every hydroplane swerve, Sam feels the perimeter of safety contract. Jolt, a car veering in front. Sam's hands wrench the wheel, Julia's gasp a shard of glass in the small space between them. For a moment, they hover in a field of possibility, wheels skating the slick until friction returns, then everything snaps back, upright, alive, but different. The smell of fear is sour, immediate, the car's interior a sauna of anxiety. In the study, Sam's hand trembles over the page. Death notes the microtremor, the ink stutter, the word loss underlined, then circled, as if namming the beast can make it less likely to bite. The next memory surges, inexorable. Garden, mid-June. The air is thick with the promise of thunderstorms, the world about to split open. Sam is small, 7, maybe 8, kneeling in soil that's more clay than earth, hands buried up to the wrists. Across from him, a woman with iron-colored hair and skin that shows every hour of sunlight, his grandmother. She laughs at something he said, the sound fuller and rounder than anything Sam has heard since. The garden is a mess of marigolds, tomatoes staked with scavenged broom handles, sunflowers already towering over the fence. Here Sam is allowed to be reckless. He pulls weeds not by the roots but at the stem, smears dirt across his cheek, pockets earthworms and forgets them until they dry up in the lining of his jacket. Grandmother lets him. When rain threatens, she shoos him inside for lemonade, so sweet it grits the teeth, but always comes back out, umbrella in one hand, garden shears in the other. Death hovers at the margin of this scene, feeling the difference. This is not a trauma, not exactly, more an ache, a nostalgia so dense it threatens to collapse into itself. It sees how Sam's shoulders drop, how the pen drags at the line, how for these few paragraphs the words are unhurried, even gentle. The page breathes. Then without warning the sky breaks. Rain pelts the garden, hammers mud flat, beats every blossom to submission. Grandmother's laugh is drowned out, her umbrella inside out and flailing, but she grins at the chaos, lifts Sam into the crook of her arm, and together they run for the house. The memory closes, bittersweet, and in the study Sam sits straighter, as if inhaling some of the remembered ozone. Death tracks the progression, each vignette less a discrete moment than a rung on the ladder down. Now, a hospital room, morning after morning. The walls are painted with a color that might be called intention to soothe, but which only amplifies the vacuum of true comfort. Julia's body is a geometry of IV lines and adhesive, the pillows arranged to prop, but never to cradle. Sam sits vigil at her side, one hand limned in hers, the other searching the horizon of her face for a sign. Death is there too, but unseen. In the chair by the window, its silhouette reflected in the dull metal of the monitor. It watches as Sam learns the language of bad news. The hesitations, the euphemisms, the way every stable is just a preamble to the next crisis. It sees how Sam keeps meticulous notes, filling a legal pad with every new instruction, every dosage, every shift in prognosis. It knows he does this not for control, but to stave off the helplessness, the moment when being useful is no longer possible. On the last day, the room is quiet. The nurse leaves the blinds half shut, sunlight cleaving the bed in half. Julia's breathing is ragged, the air around her charged with static. Sam leans close, speaks in a voice that is all marrow and ache. "I'm here," he says, over and over, as if reciting the incantation might reverse the tide. But the tide is irrepressible. Death feels the exact moment Julia slips. It catalogues the way Sam's hand clenches, then relaxes. The way his face, caught between disbelief and inevitability, loses every last ounce of composure. In the study, Sam's pen presses so hard it scores the paper, and for 3 lines, the words are illegible, scrawled through a blur of tears. Death recognizes the pain. It lives for this, in a sense, the moment when memory exceeds the capacity of the flesh to contain it. But in Sam, it sees something else, too, the urge to keep going, to move the pen even when the hand betrays. Finally, the memory that death knows Sam dreads most. The nursery, not as it is, but as it should have been. The walls are a color called summer rain, chosen after 2 weeks of deliberation. The crib is assembled, mattress still in its shrink wrap, stuffed animals arranged in a crescent along the back rail. A mobile, gifted, not purchased, spins above, its paper moons and stars catching the light from the hallway. Sam stands in the doorway, arms crossed, feeling the strange pride of a man who has built something from nothing but willpower and a few hand-me-down tools. Julia stands beside him, hand on his shoulder, and for a rare moment, they both believe in the possibility of a future. They joke about the baby being an astronaut, a botanist, a chaos agent. They measure out the weeks in milestones. First flutter, first kick, first sleepless night. But the future is as fragile as the mobile. Death remembers the sound of the doctor's voice, the way the air in the exam room went thick, the silence that followed each pronouncement. There are no more memories in this sequence, only the hollow echo of what will never be. In the study, Sam hesitates. Death tilts its head, a gesture of curiosity or mercy. Sam does not flinch. He writes it all unvarnished, even the part where he dismantled the crib piece by piece and left it in the basement for a charity to collect. The line of the jaw hardens, the words spill faster, and for the first time, Sam allows himself the luxury of anger. Death feels it, a bright, unslaked heat radiating from the man's skin. The anger is not directed at anyone or anything, just at the fact of loss, the arithmetic of what's gone and what cannot be retrieved. But here is the miracle: it passes. Sam's shoulders ease, the breath returns. He sits back, lets the pen roll from his fingers, and stares at the jumble of pages on the desk. Death lingers, as always. It sees the residue of pain, the way it clings to every object, every breath. But it also sees the trace of resilience, the act of remembering, of recording, of refusing to let the past be simply a vacuum. Sam sorts the pages, smoothing the wrinkles, arranging them in a sequence only he can decipher. He looks at the photograph of Julia, then at the window, and for a moment the study is bright enough to suggest hope. Death lets the moment play out. It registers the quiet, the possibility of sleep. It notes the shape of the narrative as it stands, unfinished but moving. As the morning advances, Death steps away from the glass, form dissolving into the brightening air. It leaves Sam in his chair, surrounded by the relics of both loss and persistence. For now, the world is quiet, but something essential has shifted. In the ledger of the gone, a new page has been added. And Death at the margin can't help but admire the script. Night folds in, dense and unsparing, the city's energy spent and replaced by the subsonic hum of loss. In the study, the lamp burns lower, its filament half-committed, struggling against a darkness that refuses to yield. The air is viscous now, saturated with the spores of all the memories Sam has unearthed and cannot rebury. Death remains at the edge of the room, unmoving but not untouched. It tracks the deceleration of Sam's body, the way the spine coils tighter with each hour, how the head bows lower, how the pen's movement degrades from confident lines to aimless sketching, then to a full, involuntary stop. For a time, Sam sits perfectly still, arms limp at his sides, the weight of everything settling on his frame. The only sound is the gentle decay of the house, a soft pop in the radiator, the faint groan of the joist above the window, the exhalation of wind against the glass. Death feels the compression of the moment, the way the study shrinks to the dimensions of a coffin, each wall inching closer with the drag of the minute hand. Sam's breath comes in shivers. He slouches forward, cheek pressed to the page, eyes open but unfocused. The veins in his hands stand out, blue and insistent, as if reminding him of the persistence of living even when the will is gone. For a long time, Death thinks Sam might not move again, might simply consent to the slow petrification of his grief. But then a convulsion, barely more than a hiccup. Sam lifts his head, and in the refracted glow of the lamp, his eyes are swollen, glassy, but unafraid. He looks to the photograph of Julia, then to the stacks of paper, then, finally, irreversibly, to the far corner where Death waits. His voice, when it emerges, is a scrap of torn fabric. How do I make sense of all this pain? Death does not move immediately. It lets the question hang, watches how the molecules of it float and collide, how they gather weight and complexity as they fill the room. Then, with a deliberation born of ages, Death leans forward. Its outline smears, edges wavering as if glimpsed through salt water, but its intent is absolute. Perhaps the point isn't to make sense of it, Death says. Its voice is low, tidal, full of the gravity that draws all things down. Perhaps the point is to honor it. For a moment the world stands still. Sam blinks, and in the new geometry of the room, something reorients. The grief does not dissipate, it condenses, finds its mass, becomes a thing that can be held and inspected rather than a fog to drown in. Sam breathes deeper. His spine uncoils a centimeter. The tension in his hands softens. He picks up the pen, inspects the tip, and begins again. The words come slower but truer. Each sentence is an act of homage, not to what was lost, but to what remains. The flavor of the last cup of tea, the heat of a forgotten argument, the music of laughter that once lived in the kitchen. Sam's writing becomes a ledger of small survivals, each line a bead on a string that will never be long enough to reach the end, but will still bear the weight of meaning. Death watches this shift with the focus of a scientist, noting every change in posture, every new warmth that creeps back into the man's face. The boundaries of the study expand. The lamp, though unchanged, now seems to push back the dark a little farther. Even the air tastes different, less a medium for suffocation, and more an element that might, given time, sustain new growth. As the hour turns, Sam pauses to rest his hand. He looks again to Death, not in defiance, not in surrender, but with the weary gratitude of one who has fought a worthy adversary and found, if not victory, then at least a truce. Death bows its head in acknowledgement. It knows its role is unchanged. It will return always, but tonight it is not the enemy at the gates. It is the witness to a quiet, stubborn act of reclamation. The night outside is absolute, but inside the study, a perimeter of light holds steady. Sam writes until the lines blur, until the pages fill, until the body insists on rest. He stacks the papers, aligns them with care, and lays his head on the desk, eyes closing as if to seal in the progress of the night. Death remains for a while, sitting vigil in the hush that follows. It considers the nature of endurance, the alchemy of pain rendered into narrative, and finds itself, for the briefest instant, almost moved. By the time morning seeps into the room, the transformation is complete. Grief has not left, but it has changed shape. It is no longer a cell, but a thread woven through every waking hour, luminous in its own way. Death, as ever, is content to wait for the next page. Dawn is not punctual, but when it comes, it arrives in the softest increments, filigreeing the curtains with veins of gold before daring to touch the rest of the house. In the study, the lamp has long since guttered out, its last act a surrender to the greater persistence of day. The air is cold but clean. Every surface in the room, desk, floor, even the once-forgotten radiator, is sequined with the debris of the night. Crumpled pages, spent pens, a mug abandoned mid-sip with a crust of milk at the rim. Sam wakes with a start, face pressed to his arm, cheek creased in lines that will last hours. For a few seconds, he is unmoored, blinking in the unfamiliar clarity of morning. Then the memory of what he's done, of how he got here, returns with a mix of relief and dread. He sits up, rubs his eyes, and surveys the carnage of his own making. The desk is a landscape of effort, some pages stacked neatly, others scattered like casualties of a failed campaign. Sam moves through them methodically, collecting, sifting, reordering until the narrative takes on a shape he can recognize, if not name. Death, who has remained anchored in the corner since the darkest hour, observes the process with an attention that might be mistaken for tenderness. There is something new in Sam's posture. The fatigue is etched into his every movement, each stretch and roll of the neck, every sigh that expands his chest. But beneath it is a filament of triumph, the faintest current of satisfaction. He does not smile, but the muscles in his jaw loosen, the furrow between his eyes relaxes by a fraction. He is, for the moment, at peace with what he has written. He glances up, and his gaze lands not on the photograph, not on the chaos of the room, but directly at Death. The two regard each other in the beam of dawn, companions not by choice, but by the shared necessity of survival. "Will anyone understand?" Sam asks. His voice is soft, threadbare, but carries all the weight of the night behind it. Death considers, then steps into the light, letting its form resolve just enough to cast a shadow against the opposite wall. "Understanding isn't always the goal, Sam," it says, the echo of the words more comforting than the words themselves. "Sometimes it's enough to know you're not alone." Sam breathes out, a slow, fogged exhalation. He arranges the pages into a single, imperfect stack, then sets both hands atop it, as if pinning the memories in place. He does not look away from death, not yet. There is a gratitude in the silence that follows, an unspoken acknowledgement of the labor that has passed between them. The sun continues its slow invasion, lighting the far corners of the room, warming the floorboards where Sam's bare feet rest. The day outside is a blank sheet, unspoiled and indifferent to the story that has been carved in the night. Sam gathers his work, stands and stretches, the motion careful, deliberate, almost reverent. Death nods, acknowledging the transformation. There is no fanfare, no release from the burden of the world, but there is a gentling of it, a redistribution that makes the next step, the next sentence, possible. As Sam leaves the study, closing the door behind him, death lingers in the fresh brightness, letting the silence expand to fill the space left behind. It knows its own work is not yet finished, will never be finished, but for now it allows the quiet to stand as testament to what has been survived. Two figures, once adversaries, now allies in the mutual project of memory. In the ledger of the gone, the newest entry is less a wound than a suture. And as the light grows, death turns its attention to the rest of the world, ready to bear witness to every page yet unwritten. Chapter 27. It begins, as always, in the thinnest hour, when the city's arteries constrict and even the ambulances pause to draw breath. Death enters the study not with a flourish, but as a dip in temperature, a pocket of negative space that slides between the radiator's stubborn pulse and the halo of the desk lamp. Sam is already there, hunched and intent, sleeves rolled, fingers splayed across the battlements of his work. The study is a ship run aground. Stacks of manuscript pages list against each other, some leaning forward as if to leap, others slumped in slow collapse. There are envelopes everywhere, pale, hunched, pre-addressed, and awaiting a final act of courage. Sam moves through them like a general packing among casualties, stopping to appraise, to discard, to reshuffle the order of what might matter most. Tonight, death opts for the armchair. It seats itself with the practiced indifference of a guest who expects never to be offered tea. The fabric creaks beneath its weightless bulk. Across the room, Sam orchestrates his next move. Three neat piles, a ruler, a roll of clear tape that catches the lamplight and splits it into a spectrum of possible disappointments. Death knows the sequence by heart, has witnessed it across 1,000 iterations of the human project. But there is a peculiar intensity to Sam's process, an almost ritualistic devotion, as if the preparation of these packages were an offering to something larger than hope. First manuscript goes into the envelope with a sigh, as if the pages themselves are aware of the gravity of exile. Sam double-checks the address, the spelling of the publisher's name, the exact angle at which the return label aligns with the upper left margin. Death notes the fine tremor in the man's hands, not the shudder of withdrawal, but the vibration of too much unspent urgency. It catalogues the micro-movements, the tongue pressed to the inside of the cheek, the momentary closing of the eyes as Sam recalls an errant line or a small, perfect failure buried on page 50. Death is unaccustomed to so much care being lavished on a doomed enterprise. Second manuscript is accompanied by a letter. Sam's penmanship, even in fatigue, is unwavering. Enclosed, please find. I trust you will give this work your full consideration. Thank you for the privilege, Death reads over his shoulder, absorbing every word and the white space between them. The letter is dignified, unpretentious, but in every phrase is the unmistakable signature of a man who knows how little he has left to bargain with. Sam assembles the packages one after another, each action performed with the rigid grace of a priest handling relics. Death senses the way the ritual soothes and scars, the duality of creation and abnegation coiled around each envelope's lichened seal. In the brief lulls between tasks, Sam's attention flicks to the corner of the desk where a photograph stands propped against a battered brass lamp. Death does not need to approach to see its subject, Julia, windblown and sunlit, one arm raised in the unrepeatable moment before laughter. The photograph is decades old, but its color, like the memory it contains, has not faded so much as sharpened into something molecular. Death senses the current that runs from Sam to the image. A live wire, unbroken by time, every glance a conduction of guilt and longing. Room grows colder as midnight's inertia settles in. Death rearranges itself, crossing one leg over the other, hands steepled, invisible eyes fixed on the geometry of Sam's suffering. It recalls with clarity every night that has brought the man to this brink. The hours spent gnawing the cap off a blue gel pen, the nights when tears tracked down his face and bled into the margin, the dawns when he stared through the glass of the study window, unmoving, until the city finally lit up around him. It remembers, too, the rare flashes of breakthrough. Those minutes when Sam would leap up, seize the pen, and score 3 pages with a hand so urgent it left indentations on the desk. Death has watched the way these moments are always followed by exhaustion, by the slow collapse of the man's energy back into its default state of attrition. Death is not sentimental, but it has learned the patterns of human resilience. It recognizes in Sam an especially obstinate case. Tonight, as the third and final envelope is readied, Sam's motions grow slower. He sits finally at the edge of the desk, elbows on knees, chin in palm. He stares at the array of completed packages, breathes in through his nose and out through his teeth. Death sees the hesitation, the anticipation of failure, the old muscle memory of disappointment. It is always like this in the moment before release, the suspicion that everything is futile, that the next act will be the last. For a long stretch, neither man nor death moves. The lamp hums, the radiator ticks, the air trembles, charged with the possibility of inertia. At last, Sam rouses himself. He stands, shakes out his hands, and one by one, places the envelopes into his weathered messenger bag. Each thud is a punctuation mark in the syntax of despair. But death notes something else, too. A new alignment in the man's shoulders, the faintest lift at the chin, as if the mere act of preparing these offerings has granted him a reprieve. He fetches a coat from the hook by the door, shrugs it on, and for a moment, Death sees him as he was years ago, before the funerals, before the chronic insomnia, before the relentless arithmetic of who remains and who has left. There is still a vestige of that man, stitched beneath the scars. Death marvels, as it always does, at the persistence of such ghosts. Sam turns to the photograph. He touches a finger to the glass, not gently, but with the firmness of ritual. "Be good," he whispers, the phrase shaped by years of repetition. Then, almost as an afterthought, he adds, "Don't let them forget." Death is halfway to the door before it realizes it is following. It hesitates, then decides to linger, curious to the end. On the porch, the air is absolute. Sam locks the door behind him, stands for a moment on the concrete landing, and gazes up at the strip of sky squeezed between the houses. The stars are visible tonight, raw and unfiltered. Sam pulls his coat tight, and for the first time in months, Death sees him smile. Not for long, and not with any hope of permanence, but it is enough. He walks down the steps and into the dark, the bag slapping against his side, each envelope a seed thrown into the indifferent soil of the world. Death shadows him, as always, but tonight it lags a step behind, as if giving Sam a head start. At the end of the block, Sam pauses beneath the street lamp, adjusts the strap of the bag, and glances back toward the house. For a moment he looks directly at Death. The connection is brief, but in that flicker, Death feels itself seen, not as a threat, but as a companion, the only witness to a private act of faith. Death stands alone on the sidewalk, watching as the man rounds the corner and disappears into the unpromised night. The street lamp above flickers, then steadies. The chill in the air holds, but it is less absolute. Death wonders, not for the first time, what it is that keeps the living pressing forward, what strange chemistry compels them to risk, to offer up their innermost with so little prospect of reciprocation. It is a puzzle, and one that Death is in no hurry to solve. Instead, it remains at the intersection, silent and attentive, a placeholder in the ledger of all that will one day be finished. Above, the stars blink on and off, messages sent from a distance that even Death cannot easily traverse. In the hush that follows, Death waits, recording everything. And in the uncertainty of the night, the world keeps turning, propelled by the impossible faith of a single man and the stories he refuses to let die. Death enters through the kitchen window, not as a draft, but as an atmospheric adjustment, a reversal of entropy, a subtle compression of hope. The light is indifferent, filtered through a cracked blind, illuminating the detritus of a morning in retreat. On the table, a half-eaten bagel ossifies beside an open jar of peanut butter. A chipped mug perches on a mound of unopened mail. Sam sits at the table's end, posture collapsed, eyes running the horizon of his own defeat. Death lingers in the seam between fridge and wall, content to study the small rituals of self-sabotage. Sam's hands are expert now, practiced in the microdissection of failure. He flips each envelope, verifies the return address, and slices the seal with a thumbnail grown ragged for this exact function. The movements are mechanical, but the cost accrues with each repetition. The first envelope is from Mercury Books. Inside, a one-paragraph rejection printed on stock thinner than tissue, signature stamped, not pennied. Not a fit for our list at this time. Sam reads it twice, as if hopping the second pass might have changed the ending. He drops the letter onto the pile and goes for the next. Death notes the way his jaw tightens, the way his left hand curls against the edge of the table, as if readying to absorb a blow. The next envelope is heavier. Thank you for your submission. While we found much to admire, the phrase is a virus. It enters, replicates, and strips the cell for parts. Sam doesn't bother finishing. He balls the page and hurls it at the wastebasket, missing by a full 2 feet. It lands, shameful and alone, near the trash can's baseboard. Third, a fourth, a fifth, each one a variant of the same genetic code. Appreciate your patience. Regret to inform. Due to high volume, Sam staples each to a growing lattice on the adjacent corkboard. The array of denials now so dense the original color is lost beneath it. Death inspects the structure, a monument to absence, each letter a rung on the ladder, descending into the well of self-doubt. On the sixth envelope, Sam pauses. His thumb traces the flap, a nervous tick, and for a brief second, Death thinks he might set the letter aside, defer its opening to a day when he is less eroded. Instead, he tears it open and reads the first line aloud. Thank you for allowing us to consider your work. Unfortunately, his lips compress, the skin at his temples blanching with the effort not to react. Death feels the room grow heavier, the accumulation of minor losses manifesting as an actual measurable pressure. It is not unfamiliar with the sensation, has watched 1,000 men and women calcify under less. But there is something particularly acute in the way Sam absorbs it, not as armor, but as a slow, purposeful poisoning. There is one envelope left. It is smaller, hand-addressed, the ink uneven and pale. Sam lifts it, turns it over, and stares at the sender's name as if trying to recall a face from a distant trauma. Riverside Grief Support, the return reads. The name is meaningless to Death, but Sam's reaction, a slight intake of breath, the arching of the brow, suggests something unexpected. He opens it carefully. Inside, a folded letter printed, but with passages marked by highlighter and annotations in 3 distinct hands. Sam reads in silence, the only sign of life the twitch of his lips as he moves across the page. Death edges closer, tilting its presence over his shoulder to read. The letter is a thank you. Dear Mr. Blake, we came across your manuscript through a friend at the library. We hope you don't mind our forwardness. Several of us have read it in our weekly group. We wanted to let you know what it meant to us. Below, 3 paragraphs, each in a different voice. 1. My father died when I was 11. I've been angry every day since. Reading your words made it feel okay to be angry, and for the first time I said so out loud. Thank you. 2. You put into words what I've never been able to say, not to my family, not to my friends. Now I read them every morning. I'm not sure I could have made it through the past year without them. 3. My son took his own life last fall. Your chapter about survival, about how sometimes it's enough to just stay in the room, this saved me. I read it to the group, and now we all read it together. Sam finishes the letter, lets it rest on the table, and stares at it for what feels like a minute of real time. Death waits, uncertain. It has seen many men brought low by rejection, but the transmutation of defeat into gratitude is less common. Sam stands. His movements are raw now, stripped of their earlier deliberation. He walks to the corkboard, looks at the patchwork of rebuffs, and pins the Riverside letter at the very center, covering 2 of the harshest rejections. The effect is immediate. Something in the architecture of his stance repairs itself. Shoulders, previously hunched, now square. The color returns to his face. There is a lucidity to his gaze, as if he's been recalibrated at the cellular level. Death is unsettled by the transformation. It is accustomed to being the end point, the event horizon beyond which nothing escapes. But here, in this overlit kitchen, it observes an anomaly. Pain inverted, metabolized, returned as purpose. Sam steps back, looks at the collage, and softly, so low Death must concentrate to hear it, laughs. It is not a laugh of triumph, but of survival, the kind that only emerges when a body has weathered the worst and found itself, impossibly, still breathing. He returns to the table, shuffles the mail into a pile, and begins to write. Not another submission. Death can tell, by the focus in his hand, the new set to his jaw. This is something different, a reply, perhaps, or the start of a letter he has long been too afraid to address. Death watches, enraptured, as the pen moves across the page. It is a witness, a notary to the impossible act of resurrection. As the light fades from the kitchen, Sam finishes the letter, folds it, and slides it into a new envelope. He addresses it to Riverside Grief Support, but before sealing it, he pauses. Death feels the possibility in the pause, the risk, the unguarded hope. Sam writes a final line at the bottom of the page, then seals the envelope and places it atop the stack. He sits back, eyes closed, breathing in slow, even measures. The air in the kitchen changes, a gradient of something more than endurance. Death remains by the wall, holding its position, uncertain what to make of the new equation. It watches as Sam tidies the table, washes the mug, tosses the uneaten bagel, and with a kind of grace, resets the room for another morning. When Sam leaves, Death stays behind, inspecting the array of rejection and acceptance, the fragile symmetry between the two. It ponders the power of words, the persistence of connection, the strange chemistry that allows the living to pivot from despair to purpose with nothing more than a few sentences. It is, for the moment, enough to bear witness. And for Death, whose only brief is to record the ledger, it is a reminder that even the finality of its own work is subject to revision, in the hands of those reckless enough to try. The envelope on the table waits for tomorrow's mail. Death will be there to watch it leave. Death anticipates the publisher's office to be cold, a holding pen for disappointment. Instead, it finds the space curiously alive. There is heat, yes, but also the thrum of stories, an aura amplified by rows of oak shelves, their weight bending the floorboards, the air stewing with equal parts printer's ink and the sweat of unrealized ambition. Sam arrives early. His coat is zipped to the neck, but his hands are bare, fingers pinked with anxiety and exposure. He stands in the vestibule for a full minute before approaching the counter, where a woman with chipped purple nail polish ignores him in favor of a spreadsheet. Death stands behind Sam, close enough to observe the tightness in his jaw and the way his thumb rubs a coin in his pocket, each rotation an invocation against disaster. The woman finally acknowledges him. "Name?" she asks, bored, voice as flat as the pressboard partition behind her. "Blake, Sam Blake," he answers. The words sound foreign, as if borrowed for the day. She glances at the calendar, then points to a door marked Acquisitions. He's waiting. Sam crosses the short expanse, trailing Death, who notes the dust motes suspended in the indirect light. The corridor is lined with old book covers, faded blues, clashing reds, the odd metallic foil that catches the eye and demands attention. Death catalogues the titles, each one a failed or partial immortality, all of them doomed to eventual pulp, but cannot help admiring the stubbornness of the effort. The acquisitions office is even smaller than expected, barely room for 2 chairs and a desk covered in piles of galley proofs. Behind the desk sits a man with the practiced scowl of someone who has spent a career saying no. He wears a shirt the color of dishwater, sleeves rolled to the elbow, and his gaze skims Sam before settling on the folder in front of him. "Mr. Blake," he says, "thanks for coming in." Death slips into the corner, observing from the vantage of a dogged auditor. Sam sits, careful to disturb nothing. "I won't waste your time," the man begins. "We don't usually take on debut authors. The market's murder. But your manuscript, salt in the blood, my staff found it moving. Honest, if a little." He searches for a word, comes up empty, waves a hand. "You get the idea." Sam nods, lips pressed to a line. The editor opens the folder, pulls out a sheaf of marked-up pages. "We'd want to make some changes, reorder the chapters, lose a bit of the repetition in the last third, maybe punch up the ending." He looks up, assessing. "You open to that?" Sam finds his voice. "I am. I want it to be good." "Good," the editor says. "We'd print it as a trade paperback. No advance, but 10% on net. We'll get it into local stores. Realistically, you're looking at a couple hundred copies. If it takes off, we'll talk again." He slides a contract across the desk. "If you're okay with that, sign here. If you're not, I'll understand." Death observes the transaction with something close to amusement. To an outsider, it would seem inconsequential. No money changing hands, no promises of fame or longevity. But in the geometry of the room, Sam is weightless, buoyed by the possibility of being read, understood, maybe even missed someday. Sam scans the contract, pen trembling as he initials the margins and signs the final page. The ink pools a moment before being absorbed. When he sets the pen down, he looks up at the editor and for the first time lets a smile cross his face. "Thank you," he says, honestly. The editor returns the smile, as if passing a coin across a gulf. "We'll do right by it," he says, and for a moment, Death senses the rare phenomenon of a promise not immediately destined to be broken. Sam stands, folding his copy of the contract with reverence, as if it were a passport or a birth certificate. He thanks the editor again, then turns to go. Death follows, trailing behind as Sam navigates the corridor of failed books, the front desk, the exit back into the February Street. The cold is still there, but it bites less sharply. Sam walks with a slight bounce now, the kind of gait reserved for children who have survived their first fall and know, at last, that falling isn't the end. Death lingers in the office, watching the editor file away the contract, imagining the future where this story, too, will be part of the dust and the shelves and the constant, aching repetition of the living. But for now, it lets the warmth stand. Outside, Sam walks home, fingers flushed but ungloved. Death, as always, is a few steps behind, recording everything. It is not joy, but it is something that will last until the next winter. Death is an anomaly in the stacks, not because it stands out, but because it leaves no wake. Tonight the bookstore is alive, alive in the human sense, which is to say humming with low-grade panic, expectation, and the scent of warm paper. The event is not grand. There is no podium, no PA, no canapes in the corner. Just Sam at a table near the register, a modest stack of his book, and a pen borrowed from the owner. Death surveys the crowd, a dozen people in various stages of commitment. Some carry copies, spines already cracked. Others lurk at the magazine racks, pretending to browse, but glancing back every minute or two. The only line is a metaphorical one, an unwritten agreement about who goes next. Sam sits at the table, hands folded, the posture of a man prepared for both disappointment and reprieve. When someone approaches, he looks up and holds their gaze, not with the false intensity of a salesman, but with the careful, controlled focus of a triage nurse. Each conversation is short. Thank you. Your story meant something. Good luck. Death observes the micro-gestures. The small smile, the subtle bow of the head, the way Sam uses the edge of the table to anchor himself against the undertow of attention. He signs the first book to Glenn, scrawling a note about persistence and letting go. Glenn says he lost his father last year. Sam says, "I'm sorry. Grief's a marathon, not a sprint." Glenn nods, eyes wet, and moves off, already reading the inscription. Death notes the transaction, nothing novel but authentic, the pain and the comfort both unvarnished. Next is a woman in a green scarf. She has already read the book, dog-eared and ringed with tea stains. She thanks Sam for saying what nobody else had the courage to. He says it's all he knows how to do. She laughs, and Death catches a shiver of relief pass through her. Her husband stands behind, restless and unused to such displays, but he squeezes her hand as they leave. After a lull, a boy, 14, 15, skeleton thin, and receding into the collar of his hoodie, offers up his copy. "My mom said I should get it signed," he mumbles, eyes fixed on the floor. Sam asks his name. The boy hesitates, then says, "It's Aaron. I lost someone too, a brother." Sam writes, "To Aaron, keep walking." He underlines it. He tears a blank page from his pocket notebook and writes his email on it. "If you ever want to talk, reach out." The boy pockets the slip without a word, but his ears flush red. Death sees the line of his spine straighten, if only a little. At the end of the not quite line, Death notices a young woman who has not moved for 20 minutes. She holds the book tight against her chest, knuckles bone white, and sways on the balls of her feet as if rehearsing how to stand. When the last reader before her steps away, she falters, then advances in a series of stutter steps. Death feels a vibration in the air, a disturbance unlike the others. She stops at the table. "You're Sam Blake." Her voice is hoarse, barely a voice at all. He nods, gestures for her to sit, but she shakes her head and remains standing. I just wanted to tell you," she says, then stops, as if the words have snagged on something sharp. "After my accident, I didn't think I was going to make it. I mean, I didn't want to. My whole family was gone. People said it would get better, but nobody said how you're supposed to survive the days when it doesn't." Sam waits. His silence is absolute, and for the first time tonight, Death notices the absence of any script, any platitude. She continues, "Someone at the hospital gave me your book. I read it. I kept reading it over and over. It was the only thing that made sense, the only thing that felt honest." She bites her lip hard. "You wrote that surviving can be the bravest thing you do, that sometimes it's not heroic, just not dying." Sam closes his eyes, as if absorbing an impact. "I remember that line," he says. She sets the book on the table, but does not let go. "I just wanted to say, thank you. I'm still here. I don't know what comes next, but I'm still here." Sam looks at her. There is nothing performative in the gaze, nothing constructed. It is, Death recognizes, the look of a man seeing another soul at the exact distance from the edge he once inhabited. He says, "That's all any of us can do. You already did the hard part." The woman nods, uncertain whether to cry or to smile, and ends up doing neither. Sam signs her book, writes a long inscription, and hands it back with both hands, as if passing a fragile artifact. She hugs the book, thanks him again, and leaves. Death watches her go, the lightness in her gait, almost imperceptible, registering as a seismic shift. When the store empties, Sam gathers his pen, the stack of books, and stands. He moves slower than before, but with a steadiness that Death has not seen in him for some time. Death does not approach, does not intrude. It remains among the shelves, watching as Sam thanks the owner as he steps into the night, as the automatic door hesitates before closing behind him. Outside, the city is loud and brutal as ever. But for the length of the walk home, Sam's shadow is long and unbroken, stretching ahead of him as if eager to see what the world will make of his second chance. Death lingers in the bookstore, cataloguing the event with forensic precision. Every word, every gesture, every tremor of human need met, if only for a moment, by another's presence. It is not peace, but it is close enough for the living. And for death, the rarest of victories, to have watched something heal, even briefly, before returning to its work. Chapter 28. A hotel room is a study in impermanence. Cheap drywall stained with fingerprints of previous tenants, carpet so thin the subfloor reads through every footstep, a desk positioned just close enough to the bed to ensure that, at some point, someone will bruise a kneecap. Tonight, the air is thick with the astringent tang of old cleaning fluid and the residue of 100 thwarted ambitions. The room's single lamp, a sallow dome with a shade the color of boiled bone, casts its narrow blessing on the desk and the figure bent over it. Death slips in with the weather, condensing from the climate control vent above the bathroom mirror. Its entrance is silent, practiced, the sort of movement that leaves behind only a drop in humidity and a faint, metallic aftertaste in the mouth. Death's outline sharpens as it moves toward the lamp, drawn to the small heat signature of living labor. Sam sits at the desk, sleeves rolled back, neck craned forward. The glow of the lamp fractures across his glasses, obscuring the eyes but revealing, in fine detail, the tired topography of his face. His left hand pins a sheaf of notes to the desktop, while his right moves methodically, underlining passages and penciling edits in the margin. Every page is weighted at the corner by a thumb gone pale from pressure. There is an invitation letter propped against a water glass. Annual Midwest Conference of Grief Support and Healing. The font straining for the impossible equilibrium of formality and warmth. Death takes its place at the foot of the bed, a negative in the room's meager spectrum. From this vantage, the world is reduced to two zones, the circle of light around Sam and the vast, unlit remainder where all other things wait their turn. Death surveys the perimeter, knotting the suitcase half unzipped on the bench, the extra pillow on the floor, the unopened bottle of store-brand seltzer sweating onto a coaster. It catalogues these artifacts with the affection of a veteran archivist. Sam is reading the opening lines of his speech aloud, low and deliberate, the way one tests a rope for fray before a climb. We gather, not to fix the wound, but to make a shape around it. Grief is not a problem to be solved, but a terrain to be navigated, each step a negotiation with absence. He stops, frowns, crosses out negotiation, and scribbles conversation above it, then reads the new version. Each step a conversation with absence. The change is subtle, but death marks the difference. The first phrase is adversarial, the second, conciliatory. The rehearsal continues, phrases pulled apart and reassembled, until Sam reaches a line that resists his every attempt at domestication. He runs a hand through his hair, leaves it standing in unruly spikes, and for a moment just stares at the lamp's naked bulb. Death drifts closer, drawn by the gravity of indecision. It observes the minute tremor in Sam's right hand, the shadow that pools beneath his eyes, the cuticle of his thumb stained with ink from a pen bled dry in the act of erasure. Death is familiar with this posture. The moment before surrender, the body poised at the edge of new meaning or old defeat. Sam lifts his head, catches Death's outline reflected in the dark window. He does not flinch. Instead, he inclines his chin in acknowledgement, neither greeting nor challenge, just a statement of mutual presence. "Do you attend all such gatherings of the grieving?" Sam asks, voice barely above the drone of the heater. Death considers the question, lets it travel the short distance between them, measuring its weight in the air. "I am where I'm needed," it replies, the cadence as gentle as a nurse waking a patient for the last medication of the night. Sam's shoulders drop, just enough to suggest comfort. He sets the pen down, lets the notes fan out across the desk. The paper rustles like dry leaves. Death turns toward the window, which frames a slice of the city's nightscape. The lights are scattered, uneven, some windows bright and desperate, others shuttered against intrusion. Death tracks the patterns of illumination, cross-referencing them against its own map of recent arrivals and imminent departures. There is something soothing in the way the city pulses, steady, unhurried, a collective rhythm of loss and recovery. Sam speaks again, not turning from his papers. It's strange to imagine all these people, each with their own orbit of pain, coming together for a weekend and pretending it can be named or measured or even shared. He taps the desktop, then adds, but maybe that's the only way anyone survives it. Death sees the logic. It has witnessed countless such assemblies. The ad hoc families formed in church basements, the anonymous hands clasped in waiting rooms, the communal howl of a disaster memorial. Each gathering is an imperfect balm, but even imperfection can be its own form of grace. I have noticed, Death says, that the act of namming pain does not diminish it, but sometimes makes it less lonely. Sam almost laughs. You'd think after all these years I'd be better at it, namming things. Death shakes its head, emotion so slight it barely registers. Some names are never finished, it says. There is a stretch of silence, but it is companionable. The room's chill recedes as the lamp does its best against the dark. Sam resumes his work, but the urgency has left his movements. Now he reads each line aloud not as a surgeon, but as a shepherd, guiding the words gently to their place. Death lingers by the window, attentive but at ease. It is content for tonight, to watch rather than to collect. It listens as Sam rehearses, voice steadying with each repetition until the speech becomes a living thing, imperfect but whole. Below, the city's lights blink in and out, the signal of a world forever losing and finding itself. Inside the room, a man finishes his work, and for the moment feels seen. Death records it all, not in a ledger, but in the quiet satisfaction of a witness who understands that every act of survival is its own brief eternity. Death surveys the conference hall from the threshold, acclimating to the churn of bodies and the static fizz of unresolved longing. The room is a repurposed ballroom, its grandeur corroded by decades of institutional use. Dust clings to the pleats of blackout curtains. The overhead lighting is neither full nor dim, but a sullen compromise that flattens every surface to a memory of itself. At the back, two folding tables support the standard offering, coffee pots sweating through their filters, plates of supermarket cookies already sloughing crumbs onto the tablecloth. The air is soured by the duel of air freshener and old carpet, with an undercurrent of mortality that no chemistry can mask. Death inserts itself at the perimeter, close to a brass luggage cart stacked with conference handouts and branded lanyards. Its form is as indistinct as the fog on a street lamp, but it collects details with the precision of a detective. Name tags flash as attendees shuffle in. Therapists, social workers, the clergy of a dozen denominations, and the slow-moving caravan of the truly bereaved, each wearing loss as a garment of variable fit. Near the front, Sam sits alone, hands tented in his lap, shoulders coiled. The invitation letter peeks from the breast pocket of his shirt, its edge worry-creased. When the previous speaker finishes, a woman who leavens every sentence with 3 analogies and 2 apologies, Sam is summoned by a brisk gesture from the moderator, a man whose entire job is to pronounce surnames and shepherd the order of suffering. Sam stands, navigates the aisle with careful, practiced steps. Death notes the mild limp, a souvenir from some childhood mishap never fully repaired. The audience senses the gravity of his intent. The scrape of chairs and clearing of throats yield to a hush so total that even the air seems to take sides. He mounts the riser, 1, 2, 3 shallow steps, then stands behind a podium too tall for his frame. Sam adjusts the microphone, looks up, and lets his eyes drift for a nanosecond to the back of the room where Death waits. There is no fear in the glance, only recognition, the silent accord of 2 veterans attending yet another campaign. He begins, voice steady but soft. I am here because I have been a companion to grief for longer than I ever intended. I am here because, for a time, it was the only company I had left. He pauses, letting the words settle like sediment. Most of us believe we will master loss if we just work hard enough, read the right books, say the right prayers, or simply outwait it. But grief is not an opponent, it's a climate. Death studies the crowd's reaction. The phrase lands, refracts, then spreads. A twitch at the edge of a therapist's mouth, a furrow deepening on the brow of a man in the second row, a tissue twisting in the hands of an old woman who has not blinked once since Sam started talking. Sam continues, describing the landscape of his bereavement. The nights looped in recursive insomnia, the way every object in his home became a relic, the moments when laughter returned and felt like betrayal. He does not lean on metaphor, does not reach for the commonplaces. Each sentence is a simple inventory, an itemization of the incremental ways a heart can be both broken and used as a tool for survival. Death is aware of every inhalation in the room, how the audience first resists, then yields to the rhythm of shared disclosure. It notes the patterns. Who takes notes? who stares at the carpet, who glances upward as if waiting for the ceiling to cave in. Death is fluent in the choreography of suffering, and it marks with interest the small, individual reconciliations happening in real time. Am glances again to the back, locking eyes with the negative space where Death stands. This time the moment is longer. He speaks directly, voice rising to the edge of a challenge. What they don't tell you, Sam says, is that loss changes the scale of everything. What once seemed trivial now becomes unendurable. What was once unbearable becomes routine. And after a while, the only thing left to do is build around the hole, make a shape so that you and those who love you do not fall in. Death feels the atmosphere shift, the thrum of resonance, the quickening pulse of listeners recognizing their own wounds rendered, for once, with honesty. It is not comfort that moves the crowd, but accuracy, a relief that someone has spoken the native tongue of their affliction without translation. Sam brings the talk to a close, voice steady but spent. If you came here hopping for a cure, I'm sorry, there isn't one. What you can have, if you allow it, is the company of others who are learning the same lesson. You can have presence. You can have attention. That is sometimes enough. He steps back, shoulders squared, and looks once more to the rear of the hall. For a moment, the entire assembly is silent. Then the applause starts, hesitant at first, then growing as if the audience needs to prove to themselves that they are still among the living. Death catalogues the faces, some tear-streaked, some composed, all irrevocably changed by the transaction. It is a rare currency, the truth exchanged in public without shame. As the next speaker is introduced, Sam leaves the stage, navigating the steps with more grace than on the way up. He makes his way to the side of the hall where he stands, hands in pockets, eyes scanning the floor as if searching for a dropped artifact. Death considers approaching, but decides to remain at a distance. This is not its moment. Instead, it surveys the audience, noting who is first to rise, who lingers, who makes an immediate break for the coffee urn as if nothing has happened. The moderator is already whispering to the next presenter, but the resonance of Sam's words hangs in the air like an afterimage. Death savors the effect, the way a single testimony can reroute the trajectory of 100 lives. It knows, as no one else does, the math of these interventions, how the smallest rephrasing can echo into the future, recalibrating the architecture of grief not just for one, but for all who witness. In the next lull, Sam returns to his seat. He does not look back at Death again, but the connection holds. Death feels it, threaded, tensile, unbreakable. It will follow him to the next room, the next hour, the next life, but for now it is content to remain at the back, a placeholder in the ledger of what endures. The conference will continue, cycling through stories, workshops, the inevitable platitudes. But something essential has shifted, a vector added to the calculus of the day. Death smiles, or the closest approximation of it, and waits for the next act. Refreshment area is a transit lounge for the emotionally displaced. Round tables, their edges nicked by years of use, play host to the remnants of other people's crises. Coffee cooling in branded paper cups, cookies decomposing into their component sugars, oranges halved and then abandoned. Death finds the energy here appealing, a liminal zone where masks are set aside and the raw mechanics of survival are on open display. Sam moves through the crowd with an economy of motion, his stride carrying the residue of recent vulnerability. He scans the perimeter, eyes settling on a young woman seated alone at the far edge of the room. She is striking not for her appearance, but for the density of sorrow she radiates, her arms bracketed tightly around her ribcage, shoulders high and defensive, knuckles white from gripping a wadded tissue. Her conference badge is half-twisted, but Death reads the name beneath. Emily. Death occupies a position nearby, invisible but attentive, attuned to the minute gradations in Emily's body language. There is an oscillation between her impulse to disappear and the need, primal and unreasoned, for witness. Sam approaches, his own badge swinging in rhythm with his walk. He stops at a respectful distance, one foot angled out, as if ready to abort the encounter at the first sign of distress. "Hi," he says, voice pitched for privacy. "Mind if I sit?" Emily shakes her head, motion so slight it might be mistaken for a muscle spasm. Sam takes the chair opposite, settling with an audible exhale. He waits, does not force the agenda, does not offer her the script of platitudes. Death is impressed. It recognizes the patience as hard-won. Emily's gaze, when it comes, is fractured. "I liked your talk," she says, then corrects. "No, I mean, I needed it, thank you." Sam nods. "I'm glad it helped. Sometimes it feels like shouting into a void." Emily tries to smile, fails. It's not a void, there's just so much static. They sit in the hum of the crowd for a few seconds. The room's noise a buffer against the risk of intimacy. My partner died 2 years ago, Emily says, each word an act of excavation. Car accident. It was sudden. One minute we were fighting about whether to get a cat. Next minute I was at the hospital signing forms. She shrugs, the motion an attempt to repackage the memory into something transportable. Everyone said it would get easier. It doesn't. It just gets quieter. Death leans in, drawn by the scent of exposed nerve. It watches as Sam absorbs the story, his hands flattening on the table, eyes fixed on a knot in the wood. I know the noise, Sam says. Some days it's the only thing that drowns out the silence. They share a laugh, unexpected, brief, the kind that leaves a mark in the atmosphere. Death feels the reverberation, a physical event. Emily dabs at her eyes with the tissue, the motion careful, almost reverent. Can I ask you something? Sam gestures, palm up. How do you do it? How do you keep talking about it without falling apart? Death senses the question's gravity. It sees the flash of old images in Sam's mind. Julia's laugh, the garden at sunset, a childhood night when both parents came home late and the world felt unanchored. Each fragment rises and recedes, sharpening the present moment. Death, in its way, provides the flashbacks, curating the memories for maximum resonance. Sam hesitates, then looks up, gaze unshielded. For an instant, he looks past Emily, past the room, directly at Death. The connection is electrical, an understanding that goes unspoken but is absolute. I used to think I had to fight it, Sam says, voice steady but softer now, to outlast it or at least keep it at bay. But I realized I don't have to win, I just have to coexist. Grief isn't the enemy, it's a companion. It reminds me of what mattered, of what still does. Emily is very still, the tension in her jaw lessening as she listens. A companion, she repeats, testing the word for fit. Sam nods. Sometimes it sits quietly, sometimes it throws things, but it's always there, and I think it's better to acknowledge it, to make room. Death registers the change. The way Emily's shoulders soften, the way her breathing shifts from shallow to steady. There is a visible transmutation, suffering converted, not cured, but rendered in a less toxic form. Emily looks down, gathering her thoughts into the next fragile question. Do you ever forget? Sam shakes his head. Never. But I've learned to let it teach me things, about what I want, about how to be with other people, even when I don't always want to learn. For a while they sit in the aftermath, neither rushing to fill the silence. The room swells with small voices and the clatter of plastic cups, but at their table the air is clear. Emily stands first, folding her tissue into a precise square. Thank you, she says again, and this time the words are lighter, the burden shared. Sam watches her go, then leans back in his chair, eyes closed as if replaying the conversation in his mind. Death lingers, satisfied. It has seen a million versions of this scene, but the novelty never wears off. The way pain, once spoken, becomes a less efficient predator. The way even the briefest alliance against despair can alter the chemistry of a life. Sam remains at the table for a while longer, sipping cold coffee, letting the tide of humanity eddy around him. Death stands at his shoulder, unobtrusive but unmistakable, a reminder that even in the most public of spaces, every reckoning with absence is ultimately solitary. Still, for now, the company is enough. Death returns to the hotel room after midnight, riding the pressurized swing of the stairwell door, slipping through the carpeted corridor like the aftermath of an argument. The room is as it was, lamp left burning, suitcase still unzipped, the remains of a meal congealing in the takeout tray by the trash. The air carries the faint, chalky fatigue of a space inhabited by someone who has survived the day, but only just. Sam sits on the window ledge, knees drawn up, forehead pressed to the glass. The city outside is a sequined grid of sodium and halogen, lights thrown upward by traffic, by the restless movement of insomniacs, by the endless negotiations of the not yet dead. Death notes the trail of condensation where Sam's breath has painted the pain, each exhale a fugitive attempt to mark territory against the void. Death crosses to the vacant chair opposite the window, arranges itself with the slow deliberation of a parent waiting for a child to finish a tantrum. It observes Sam in profile, the slackening of the mouth, the hands steepled over shins, the eyes not glazed but intent, as if willing the world to make a case for persistence. For a long time, neither moves. The clock on the nightstand ticks through the increments, cataloguing each moment of unclaimed possibility. Death is patient. It has cultivated patience beyond the reach of clocks. At last, Sam speaks, voice hoarse from disuse and the effort of restraint. Have I truly accepted you, or just learned to live with you? Death leans forward, shifting its presence so that the shadow it casts aligns perfectly with Sam's own. Perhaps acceptance and living with something are not so different, Sam, it says. The question is, what will you do with this understanding? Sam turns, regarding death with a gaze stripped of the histrionics of fear or anger. In it, death sees an echo of itself, the unblinking clarity that comes from too much exposure to what cannot be changed. I'm not sure yet, Sam says. He lets the silence refill the space between them. Death allows its outline to blur, softening at the edges. It is content to let the question linger, to drift unresolved for as long as Sam requires. Outside, the city's night narrows toward dawn, the horizon bruising from black to navy to a sullen, promising blue. Sam stands, stretching the fatigue from his frame, and walks to the desk. He flips open the journal, its pages already crowded with the script of previous nights. Abandoned drafts, diagrams of grief, brief inventories of what has been survived. He sits, pen poised, and for a moment simply breathes, as if testing the buoyancy of the new day. Death watches, as it always does, but tonight with something approaching anticipation. It waits as Sam pens the opening line, slow and deliberate. To truly live, we must learn to dance with death. Sam smiles, the expression so faint it might be imagined, and underlines the sentence twice. He closes the journal, sets the pen aside, and looks out the window as the first light pries open the world. Death lingers, not as adversary, but as witness, present, enduring, and for the briefest moment necessary. In the hush that follows, both entities remain at their posts, holding the shape of mourning in place. It is enough, and for now it will last.
Thanks for watching Echo Forge. If this story resonated with you, leave a comment, hit like, and subscribe so the next tale finds you. Share this with someone who loves dark fantasy or twisted sci-fi, and I'll see you in the next world.